Madman of the Sword Chapter 3689 to Chapter 3771. Something might have happened to my brother. He might have been killed by someone. Lei Chong said coldly, scaring the surrounding people. How is that possible? It's true. I can sense it. Hurry down the mountain and find my brother's body. At the same time, the others were looking for anyone who had come to the mountain recently. If there's anyone suspicious, report it to me immediately. Who dared to kill my brother? I will make him pay a painful price. In an instant, a storm was stirred up in Dongling Mountain. Many people knew that Lei Chong's brother had been killed. This was really unbelievable. Lei Chong was a peak genius of the Thunder God City. His younger brother was also from the Thunder God City. Someone actually dared to kill someone from Thunder God City. Did they want to die? Everyone was discussing. Many people even guessed that it might have been done by the native demonic beasts of the East Spirit World. However, the people of Thunder God City knew that it wasn't. Especially Lei Chong. He firmly believed that it must have been done by other martial artists. Because he was very clear about what his brother had done. He had robbed people who were passing by at a place 100,000 miles away from Dongling Mountain. This kind of behavior couldn't possibly anger demonic beasts. The ones who had to walk were martial artists passing by. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces. Lei Chong's face was incomparably cold. On the other side, Lin Xian and Xianxia didn't know that their actions had caused a small storm in Dongling Mountain. Even if they knew, Lin Xian would probably do the same. After all, those people from Thunder God City who dared to have ideas about them were simply courting death. When they entered Dongling Mountain, Xianxia was surprised. Why were there so many guards here? No, why did their aura seem a little like Thunder God Cities? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He transmitted his voice to Qiu'er. Be careful. Don't mention anything about our relationship with Thunder God City. The two of them walked over. During this time, the martial artists from Thunder God City glanced at the two of them. However, they quickly ignored them. Because of the two of them, Xianxia was at the late stage of the third heaven while Lin Xian was at the early stage of the third heaven. They weren't that eye-catching. In their opinion, such a person would not be able to kill Lei Chong's brother. Lei Chong's younger brother had brought 9 experts with him. Perhaps only someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer would be able to capture those people. The two of them safely entered Spirit Mountain. There were a lot of people inside, and the whole mountain was like a huge city. There were all kinds of pavilions, buildings, and shops. The martial artists here were also here to train, and there were even many demonic beasts walking around. Let's go find Peerless City, their stronghold here. After asking around, the two of them headed towards one of the mountains. On the other side, Lei Chong had been waiting for news. His subordinates kept sending him news. They reported one after another, but did not find any suspicious characters. They were all ordinary saints who had entered. Lei Chong frowned. How could this be? He held a jade pendant in his hand, and his eyes shone with a cold light. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched. The pendant in his hand flickered with a trace of light. He sensed that person. He soared into the sky and looked around. What's wrong, Brother Chong? The martial artists under his command were all stunned. Lei Chong said. That person had already entered the mountain. What? How could this be? The surrounding subordinates were completely stunned. We have been closely monitoring. As long as it is someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer, we will immediately report it. However, we have not found such a person at all. You are too careless. It may not be someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer. Other cultivations may also be able to do it. For example, someone who has many sacred tools in his hands. Therefore, that person's cultivation is not as high as you think. Lei Chong's voice was biting cold. He naturally knew that there were some geniuses who could fight above their level. There were even some geniuses who had powerful sacred tools in their hands. Follow me, I can find him. Lei Chong waved his hand and led the martial artists from Thunder God City to the sky. They flew quickly in the sky. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Look, those people are from Thunder God City. The leader should be Lei Chong. Xianxia, what are they doing? Look at this murderous aura. Didn't you hear that Lei Chong's younger brother was killed? What? How could it be? Who is courting death? Screams rang out one after another as many people followed suit. Qiu'er, the mountaintop of Wushuang City should be in front of us. We should be able to pass the third test after we hand over the East Spirit Stones. Shenjingqiu also revealed a smile. This is great. The test is finally over. They can finally join Wushuang City. However, they stopped at this moment. This was because they realized that there were countless thunder claps in front of them. They formed a sea of thunder and blocked their path. Damn it, who is it? They raised their heads. They saw more than 10 figures descending from the sky. They arrived near them and surrounded them. The leader was wearing a thunder robe and had a thunder sword. He had a powerful aura. The people from Thunder God City had descended and surrounded Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. Lin Xian asked coldly. Who are you people? Why are you blocking my path? The surrounding martial artists were all watching from nearby, whispering to each other. Heavens, what is going on? Thunder God City actually surrounded this man and woman? Could it be that these two people offended Thunder God City? I heard that Lei Chong's younger brother was killed. Could it be that these two people did it? How could it be? The two of them were only level 3 saints. Lei Chong's younger brother had 7 to 8 saints under him. How could it be that these two people did it? Everyone was puzzled. We are from Thunder God City. One of the martial artists said coldly. Lei Chong's voice was even colder. He stared at Lin Xian. That's right, it's you. I can feel your aura. It's you who killed my younger brother. Your younger brother? I haven't seen him. Lin Xian shook his head. Lei Chong said. Don't quibble. I can feel your aura. It's definitely you. Be obedient and kneel down to accept your death. I will sacrifice your head to my younger brother. The power of thunder on Lei Chong's body was extremely terrifying. It caused the surrounding heaven and earth to rumble nonstop. Seeing that the other party was determined, Lin Xian knew that the other party should have concrete evidence. Therefore, he didn't evade. Are you saying that there are people who want to rob us from 10,000 miles away? If it's that kind of trash, that's right, it's indeed me who did it. However, are they from Thunder God City? Since when did Thunder God City become so despicable and shameless to rob others on the road? Is this how the people from Holy City do things? Lin Xian's voice clearly spread in all directions. After the surrounding people heard it, they were all stunned. Lei Chong's younger brother actually robbed others on the road. Heavens, this is too shameless. Lower your voice, do you want to die? Everyone was shocked. It was indeed shameful to do such a thing in the Holy City. The faces of the people from Thunder God City also sank. Damn brat, are you courting death? Lei Chong's expression was cold. I don't care what my brother does, it's his freedom. But if you kill him, you'll definitely die. Are you going to die obediently or resist and let me torture you to death? You can choose one. So overbearing, so arrogant. Why don't you ask your brother what despicable things he did to kill me? Since it's like this, there's nothing to say. Let's fight. Let me see what qualifications you have as an elder brother to be so arrogant. Lin Xian was also angry. Lei Chong didn't look like a good person. He wanted to use his powerful background to oppress others. However, was he that easy to bully? You want to fight me? Lei Chong glanced at Lin Xian with disdain in his eyes. The surrounding people also shook their heads. This brat was simply too reckless. He actually dared to fight Lei Chong. Lei Chong was a level 4 late-stage expert. He was also a genius who could fight those above his level. That kid was only a level 3 late-stage expert. How could he be Lei Chong's opponent? They really didn't know what method he used to kill Lei Chong's brother. It was probably a despicable method. It might be a sneak attack. These people knew Lei Chong's name. Hence, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Sure enough, these people from Thunder God City sneered. Kid, if you didn't use despicable methods, would you be able to kill the people from Thunder God City? You want to be Brother Chong's opponent? Who do you think you are, Brother Chong? I'll kill him. A person walked out. This person was a level 3 late-stage expert. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Come, kid, I'll let you have 10 moves. I'll make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy with one hand. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding people sneered in disdain. He didn't know what death was. Lin Xian shook his head. These people from the God of Thunder were too arrogant and haughty. Did they really think that he was a pushover? Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. He took out the Heavenly Luo umbrella and opened it. It froze the space and released the poison gas. At the same time, the Heavenly Luo umbrella shot out a ray of light that covered him and Xianxia. It prevented them from being infected by the poison. It was done in a blink of an eye. Hence, the surrounding was filled with green mist. That arrogant disciple from Thunder City fell down. He was foaming at the mouth, twitching. His body was covered with green spots. The surrounding people were stunned at first, but in the next moment, they screamed crazily. Not good, poison. Damn, I'm poisoned. What kind of poison is this? I can't get rid of it. Screams rang out one after another as more than a dozen people fell down one after another. This poison was extremely terrifying. Even a level 5 heavenly layer expert could not withstand it, let alone these people. Lei Chong's expression also changed. Damn it. Lightning interweaved on his body, forming a ball of lightning that enveloped him. However, he still underestimated this corpse poison. The corpse poison bypassed the lightning ball and directly drilled into his body. His face also turned green, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh my god, what's going on? That's too unbelievable. This kid is too heaven-defying. Corpse poison. There's a strong poison in this kid's body. It should be the corpse poison of a saint. No wonder he's so strong. No wonder he could kill Lei Chong's brother. The surrounding people also retreated frantically. Although the corpse poison was sealed in the space and didn't attack them, it might leak out. Once they inhaled it, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Lin Xian waved his hand and kept the Heavenly Luo umbrella and the poison. In fact, he only released a small part of it. These people couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, these people fell to the ground and wailed. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Lei Chong kept twitching. He gritted his teeth and roared with difficulty. Damn it, you're despicable and shameless. I'm despicable and shameless? Lin Xian sneered. You have the nerve to say such words. You brought a large group of saints to besiege the two of us. You still dare to say that I'm despicable and shameless? I'm just teaching you a lesson. I'll let you know that you shouldn't be too arrogant outside. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The way they looked at Lin Xian changed. Previously, they thought that this kid didn't know what's good for him. But now, it seemed that he was simply a ruthless character. He used his trump card right from the start and poisoned a group of experts. Damn it, give me the antidote, Lei Chong said with difficulty. He was too aggrieved. He was a top-tier genius with a body full of mystic skills. But, before he could even unleash any of them, he was taken down by someone else. This was a crazy slap to his face. Moreover, he felt that he couldn't get rid of this poison. If he didn't get the antidote, he was afraid that he would die here. Lin Xian said. Antidote? Sorry, I don't have that kind of thing. You'll have to detoxify yourself slowly. After saying that, he walked forward. Damn it, Elder, save me. Lei Chong crushed a jade token. Suddenly, a roar came from the top of a mountain. Who is it? How dare you touch the people of my Thunder God City? The figure descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning and turned into an old man. His powerful aura spread out in all directions. It's a small saint, many people's expression changed. This was the small saint of Thunder God City. Eastern Spirit World was a training ground. Countless experts of big clans and sects would train here. Therefore, they had their strongholds in Eastern Spirit World. Eastern Spirit Mountain was where the strongholds were located. Each saint city or clan occupied a mountain peak. Wushuang City was the same, and so was Thunder God City. At this moment, the elder of Thunder God City's stronghold received the distress signal and immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he almost vomited blood. What's going on? Lei Chong and the geniuses of Thunder God City were defeated. Damn it, what happened? Is there a small saint here? One should know that Lei Chong was at the late stage of the fourth heavenly realm. In addition to his powerful divine ability and trump card, he had no problem fighting against a fifth heavenly realm saint. In addition, there were so many geniuses. Therefore, in his opinion, only a small saint could defeat so many people. Elder, catch him. He's the one who injured us. Those people pointed at Lin Xian crazily. The small saint elder raised his head and stared at Lin Xian. He was stunned. How could it be? He's at the early stage of the third heavenly realm. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He thought for a while, but he never thought that the murderer was an early-stage third heavenly realm cultivator. An early-stage third heavenly realm cultivator defeated a group of experts? What a joke. He felt as if he was dreaming. However, all eyes were on Lin Xian. It seemed that this was really done by him. Damn it, what's going on? His face suddenly became gloomy. He was poisoned, and it was a very strong poison. He stared at Lin Xian. A powerful aura spread out from his body, forming a cage. Xianxia looked solemn. That aura had shocked them. Lin Xian kept the heavenly Luo umbrella above his head and did not release any poison. The heavenly Luo umbrella was a saint weapon. It blocked the monstrous saint aura. Then, he sneered. What? Is Thunder God City going to be despicable again? First, it was a group attack by more than 10 saints. Since they couldn't defeat Thunder God City, they sent a minor saint. How impressive, however, it's a little too shameless. Brat. You're courting death. The little saint let out a roar as his aura burst out, transforming into a giant hand that reached out to grab the area in front of him. This power was really too terrifying. At this moment, many people knelt on the ground, unable to stand. This was the danger of a minor saint. It was far more dangerous than them. Such a terrifying giant hand of thunder with a vast law was trying to suppress Lin Xian. Feeling a great pressure, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. He activated the heavenly Luo umbrella and released an unparalleled aura. It was dazzling, competing with the minor saint. With a clang, the two collided. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Everyone couldn't open their eyes because of the dazzling light. Lin Xian was pushed back. The heavenly Luo umbrella was also trembling. However, it still managed to block the attack. So it's a saint weapon. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think you can defeat me with a saint weapon as an early-stage third heavenly layer? The minor saint said with disdain. Although a saint weapon was good, it depended on who was holding it. In his hands, it was an unparalleled peerless weapon. But in the hands of his opponent, it was just SOSO. Oh, really? Then, try this. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the corpse poison in the heavenly Luo umbrella floated out and spread forward. The minor saint was disdainful at first. But when he felt the poisonous gas, his face changed instantly and he quickly retreated. The law on his body formed a shield and shrouded him. This poison was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. No wonder Lei Chong and more than 10 saints were poisoned. This kind of poison was not something that they could resist. Who was his opponent? Why would he possess such a terrifying corpse poison? Elder, don't fight with him for now. Quickly save us. We can't hold on any longer. We're about to be poisoned to death. At this moment, Lei Chong opened his mouth with difficulty. The minor saint's face instantly changed. Not good. He was so focused on the battle that he forgot about Lei Chong and the others. His face turned completely ugly. Lei Chong and the others were in a very dangerous situation. If they did not expel the poison quickly, they would probably die immediately. Damn brat, hand over the antidote. He looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Xian shrugged. I really don't have the antidote. You're courting death. Do you really want us Thunder God City's geniuses to die? Do you know what the consequences are? I was just passively defending. If they didn't want to kill me, how could I be poisoned? Lin Xian sneered. Your disciples' lives are important. but is my life not important? Could it be that the lives of the people in your Thunder God City are a level higher than others? Lin Xian was also enraged, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You're courting death. The elder roared, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. He summoned his companions. Some people flew over. They were the elders of the Thunder God City. When they arrived, they were shocked. What happened? Our people are poisoned. Hurry up and save them. When the elders arrived, their faces immediately became ugly. Hurry up and save them. They quickly summoned more companions. Using AI techniques, they took out the antidote pills and cooperated with the laws of heaven and earth to expel the poison. The minor saint stood up again and stared at Lin Xian. Do you really think that this poison can fight against us? You're really courting death. Another minor saint stood out. Two minor saints faced Lin Xian. As long as they captured him, they would be able to get rid of the poison. Not good. That brat is in danger. Although that brat has a saint weapon and poison, how could he be a match for two minor saints? Many people retreated frantically. At this moment, the pressure in this area was too great. They could not bear it at all. What should we do? Xianxia's face was also ugly. Two minor saints were too dangerous for them. Lin Xian did not resist. He let out a long cry. I'm a disciple of Peerless City. Now I'm being attacked by the elders of Thunder God City. I hope the elders of Peerless City can save me. His voice turned into thunder, rolling out in all directions. What? He's from Peerless City, and he's a disciple of Peerless City. Everyone was stunned. This identity was nothing in the eyes of these powerhouses. However, it was this unremarkable person who had caused such a commotion. On a mountain peak far away, a few streams of light streaked across the sky. What's going on? They looked at Lin Xian. These people were from Peerless City. Elder, I'm Lin Wudi from Peerless City. I'm here to take part in the assessment. This time, I came to Eastern Spirit Mountain to hand over the mission, but I was besieged by the people of Thunder God City. Now, two minor saints from Thunder God City are going to attack me. What? The people of Peerless City were stunned. Two minor saints from Thunder God City were going to attack their disciples. Isn't this too much of a bully? At the same time, an old man raised his eyebrows. You're that Lin Wudi? He was too shocked. As the elder of Peerless City, he naturally knew that a peerless genius had appeared in the assessment. His name was Lin Wudi. In the first round, he broke the record of Peerless City that had existed for thousands of years. In the second round, he took the first place and eliminated 3 of the 8 great geniuses. They were very optimistic about the third round. This person had a high chance of becoming the eldest disciple of the third generation. Now, such a person was besieged by the people of Sky Thunder City. If it was a young disciple, they could still tolerate it. After all, conflicts between the saint cities were normal. But now, 2 elders of Thunder God City, 2 minor saints, were going to attack. This made them unable to tolerate it. What's going on? They landed and instantly protected Lin Xian and Xianxia. Then, the old man looked at Thunder God City. What's the meaning of this? Are you going to attack our people? Don't you think it's too shameless to bully the weak with 2 minor saints? The people of Peerless City were furious. 2 minor saints. Aren't they too much of a bully? Do they really think that Peerless City is easy to bully? Damn it, go away quickly. I'm going to capture this kid. It has nothing to do with you. The elders of Thunder God City were also furious. Now, they must capture the other party and get the antidote. The people of Peerless City sneered. What a joke. How can it have nothing to do with us? This is the address of Peerless City. He poisoned more than a dozen of our saint geniuses. If he doesn't hand over the antidote, do you think we'll let him go? The few minor saints said coldly. They were really mad. What? The people of Peerless City were also stunned. They took a glance and found that Lei Chong and the other saint geniuses were lying on the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This made the corners of their mouths twitch. But very quickly, they became wild with joy. This brat was far too awesome. They knew that Lei Chong was atop heaven's pride. Together with a dozen saints, even a fifth celestial layer expert would have to spend some effort to deal with him. But now, this kid actually defeated all of them in an instant. This is simply a talent, they had to protect such a talent well. At this time, Lin Xian also said, Elder, the people from Thunder God City tried to rob us outside and were defeated by me. Then, these people refused to accept it and wanted to besiege me. In the end, they were defeated. Therefore, their elder took action. I really don't know why Sky Thunder City is so despicable and shameless. Elder, please give us justice. Hearing this, the people from Wushuang City wanted to laugh. This kid is still acting innocent after taking advantage of them. However, they had never been on good terms with Lei Xianxia. At this moment, they naturally had to protect Lin Xian. More importantly, Lei Xianxia was the one who provoked them first. First, it was a robbery. Then, it was a group attack. Now, it was the elders who took action. Every matter was done by Thunder God City shamelessly. You actually dared to take action against our people. Give us an explanation or compensate us. Otherwise, this matter will not end. The elder from Wushuang City said coldly. Compensation? Hand over that kid first and make him hand over the antidote. Otherwise, we will not rest until we are dead. The people from Thunder God City were also furious. More than a dozen of their geniuses were in danger. Both sides did not back down. For a moment, the atmosphere was incomparably tense. All kinds of saint auras spread between heaven and earth. A few elders from Wushuang City arrived. The smell of gunpowder between the two sides was getting thicker and thicker. At this time, Lei Chong woke up again. Old Zhang, he killed my brother. And he even killed 7 or 8 saints beside my brother. They are all the geniuses of our Thunder God City. You must take revenge. What? The elders from Thunder God City instantly vomited blood. 7 or 8 geniuses had already died in the hands of the other party. Damn it, their eyes instantly turned red. The elders from Wushuang City were also stunned. Lin Xian said. When they robbed, they were all masked. How would I know that they were from Thunder God City? Moreover, they did not say that I would naturally be merciless towards the robbers. Hearing this, the elder from Peerless City laughed. That was indeed the case. When attacking the enemy, of course they had to use the most forceful method. You can only blame yourselves for hiding your identity. The people from Thunder God City couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, capture that brat. Several elders made their moves. The people from Peerless City snorted. Do you think we're afraid of you? In an instant, the two sides began to fight. A great battle erupted. Terrifying energy collapsed the heavens and cracked the earth, spreading across the sky. The surrounding people retreated like crazy. Their faces were filled with fear. The two elders of the great sage city began to fight just like that. And the fuse was because of a young man. It was really unbelievable. Peerless City, you're courting death. The people of Thunder God City were thoroughly enraged. This time, they had brought a lot of elders. In an instant, they had suppressed the people of Peerless City. The people from Peerless City were at a disadvantage, and their expressions were ugly. The people from Thunder God City laughed heartily. Just relying on your Peerless City, you dare to contend against our Thunder God City. Your Peerless City has only been established for a few thousand years. Your foundation is too weak. Our Thunder God's legacy is over 10,000 years old. How can you compare to him? In the distance, those people felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, although there were 2 great sage city, Peerless City was a new power. There were only 2 generations of disciples in the sect. Now, they were only recruiting the 3rd generation. Thunder God City was different. It was an old saint city with a legacy of 10,000 years. The disciples in the sect had already reached the 8th generation. There was indeed a gap between the foundation of both sides. For example, in the stronghold, the number of elders and saints allocated by Peerless City was not as many as Thunder God City. Therefore, they were at a disadvantage now. Obediently hand over the person. Otherwise, I'll suppress you. Your Peerless City's face won't look good. The elders of Thunder God City laughed sinisterly. The elders of Peerless City frantically counterattacked. They would definitely not let Lin Xian be in danger. Lin Xian was a good seedling. In the future, he would definitely become the disciple of the Sage King. Lin Xian's face was also cold. He activated the Heavenly Luo umbrella and shot out the remaining poison. The poison spread, causing the people of Thunder God City to frantically retreat. Only then did the pressure lessen a little. However, it was just a relief. This time, there were 3 minor saints on the other side. Under their joint attack, the corpse poison only lasted for a moment before it was torn apart. Not good. They're too strong. You guys go first. Someone come and bring the 2 of them away quickly. The warriors of Peerless City brought Lin Xian and Xianxia through the void, wanting to go to their stronghold. However, they were stopped by someone. Want to go? Impossible, stay here obediently. A minor saint unleashed a tremendous amount of law that resembled 2 gigantic dragons that swept across the battlefield. Not good. Quickly bring them away from Eastern Spirit Mountain. After receiving the order, the 2 minor saints brought Lin Xian and Xianxia through the void and left Eastern Spirit Mountain. The others were in a great battle, chasing after them. In an instant, a battle broke out. Do you think you can resist? The people of Thunder God City looked ferocious. On the other side, the elders of Peerless City roared. Quickly send the news back to the Saint City and ask them to send reinforcements. In the sky, 4 streams of light streaked across. It was Lin Xian and the other 3. They left Eastern Spirit Mountain and flew towards the distance. Behind them, there were 4 streams of light chasing after them. Although they had the same number of people, they were facing 4 Fifth Heaven Saints. On their side, there were only 2 Fifth Heaven Saints. In addition to Lin Xian and Xianxia, there were only 2 Third Heaven Saints. In comparison, the difference in strength was too great. Therefore, the people of Thunder God City behind them sneered. You can't escape. After flying for about half a day, they finally stopped Lin Xian and the others. The 4 of them landed and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. We'll hold on for a while. You 2 go first. The 2 saints of Peerless City gritted their teeth and said. No need. We'll stay and fight. If it's just a 5th Heaven Saint, it's nothing. Lin Xian said coldly. Xianxia nodded her head. I can hold on for a while too. At least I can hold one of them. When these words came out, the 2 saints of Peerless City were stunned. On the other hand, the people of Thunder God City laughed. Ha 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 ha. What did they just hear? 2 saints of the 3rd heaven wanted to contend with them? They were really reckless. Kid, who do you think you are? The corpse poison in your hands is gone. Without the poison gas, you dare to fight against us? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If the 2 of them were afraid, it would be the poison. But now, they knew that the corpse poison was completely used up. Therefore, they were not afraid of the other party. No, it's too dangerous. The 2 of you should leave quickly. The saints from Peerless City also shook their heads. They were really worried. Lin Xian insisted. Trust me. Don't talk nonsense with them. Attack. The people from Sky Thunder City roared. The 4 of them attacked. Damn it, in an instant, the battle erupted. The 2 saints from Peerless City were restrained by the 2 saints from Sky Thunder City. The other 2 from the Great Sage charged towards Lin Xian and Xianxia. Can Xiao hold on? I'll let you use the Heavenly Luo umbrella. I'll let Little White help you. But what about you, Brother Lin? Will it be dangerous? Xianxia was a little worried. Lin Xian said. Don't worry, I have a way. Reckless brat, go to hell. A middle-aged man from Thunder God City sneered. The other party had a way to deal with him? What a joke, he could crush the other party with just his cultivation realm. With a cold snort, a sun formed in his body. It was a sun formed by thunder and lightning. It carried an incomparably violent aura and pressed forward. The other person also attacked Xianxia. Xianxia shouted and instantly activated her spiritual body. Her cultivation increased greatly. At the same time, she opened the Heavenly Luo umbrella. Moreover, she took out another saint weapon. It was a purple flying sword. Little White hugged the calm pearl and was ready to attack at any time. Above Lin Xian's head, a sun of thunder kept flickering, suppressing the sky and him at the same time. Lin Xian snorted and activated the void escape. In an instant, he teleported to another place. At the same time, he took out the Great Sage Pagoda and released a strand of starry sky fire. There wasn't much starry sky fire left. Moreover, the Black Earth was at the most critical moment and would be completed soon. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't use much starry sky fire. However, it was enough. He didn't intend to burn the other party to death with the starry sky fire. As long as he could burn the other party and scare them, it was enough. Buzz, a strand of the starry sky flame, which was the size of a palm, danced about and instantly enveloped the other party. With a blood-curdling scream, half of the fifth heaven sage's body was burned away. They were so scared that they fled frantically. This pitiful voice made one's scalp go numb. The surrounding sages all turned their heads to look. Their pupils shrank. How was this possible? A fifth heavenly layer saint had lost half of his body in an instant. He was seriously injured. This was too inconceivable. Was this really done by this kid? The people from Thunder God City were stunned. As for the people from Peerless City, they were also stunned. The next moment, they were overjoyed. Great, this kid's strength was beyond their expectations. From the looks of it, it wasn't impossible for them to fight. Damn brat, I want you dead. That kind of injured saint rushed over. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think that with your cultivation of the fifth heavenly layer, you can contend against me? What a joke. The middle-aged man roared, and the magical laws on his body exploded. He performed a hand seal, and his left hand drew a divine saber that slashed down. His right hand formed a lightning dragon. At this moment, the power exploded, and heaven and earth trembled. This was a magical ability of the magical laws. It was really powerful to the extreme. At the same time, he was constantly paying attention to the appearance of that terrifying flame. Once it appeared, he would immediately escape. Lin Xian did not use the starry sky fire again. He had done enough. The flame had injured the other party, and now the other party was scared out of his wits. He used the Kuanpeng movement technique to dodge. At the same time, he pulled out the Great Destruction Spear. With a roar, endless sword chi flew out. At the same time, he activated his ocular technique and summoned the Headless Knight to fight with it. With a boom, the two collided. The sun and moon shook, and a vast ocean-like power swept through the 9 heavens. This was really too inconceivable. How was it possible? He blocked it. The surrounding sages were also stunned. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was relying on a magical flame to be able to injure the fifth heavenly layer saint. They were not a match for him at all. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would actually block the attack of a fifth heavenly layer saint. The other party's weapon was a sacred artifact. What was the Headless Knight that the other party had summoned? Why was its power so terrifying? Haha, the Sage of the Five-Colored Sky was only SOSO. Lin Xian laughed, his confidence doubled. You're courting death. The middle-aged man was so angry that his body trembled. Without the flame, he was still no match for the other party. This was a great humiliation. Die for me. His palms formed a seal again, transforming into a mountain of thunder. He struck with both palms, and the mountain of thunder exploded. He wanted to completely crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated the 9 Yang divine body and activated the Qilin tattoo at the same time. His physique was really strong at this moment. Therefore, he did not dodge at all. He held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and danced in the wind. Dragon-shaped sword chi flew out, piercing through heaven and earth. The giant mountain of thunder was shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's body trembled as he was attacked by the endless thunder. On the other side, the middle-aged sage was also not feeling good. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. His nomological divine ability had been broken by the other party. It was too unbelievable. At this moment, the attack in Lin Xian's eyes produced a golden blade of light. It carried an indomitable aura as it slashed forward. At the same time, he used his ocular technique, Spring and Autumn Lock. The middle-aged man was hit by the soul attack. His head trembled and he almost fell from the sky. Damn it, he hurriedly defended and retreated frantically, trying to pull away. Little White, Lin Xian roared angrily. Little White appeared out of thin air and slapped the other party's head. The other party immediately fainted. It was an ocular technique attack. The Great Destruction Spear turned into a dragon shadow and rushed over. With a valiant posture, it directly pierced through the other party. Miserable cries rang out once again. Everyone had gone crazy. He was injured again. This time, the other party did not use that strange flame, but he still injured a fifth firmament sage. Moreover, it was too fast. They were already locked in a fierce battle, but was the outcome of the battle already about to be decided? Ah! The middle-aged man screamed, his body trembling with anger. Go to hell, he was pierced by the spear, but he wanted to fight for his life. At this moment, Lin Xian shot out a ball of flame. Do you think I don't have this kind of flame? He shot out the flame. Damn it. The middle-aged man originally wanted to fight for his life, but after seeing the flame, he was scared out of his wits and immediately retreated. He even forcefully shattered his body to escape. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. This was not the starry sky flame, but the Nine Suns' divine flame. However, the other party had been injured by the starry sky flame before and had long become a frightened bird. Now that he saw the flame, he was instinctively afraid. This was the effect he wanted. A fifth firmament sage was nothing more than this. Lin Xian attacked again. Ocular technique, Saint Artifact, Great Dragon Sword Soul, and Stellar Transposition allowed him to suppress the other party. In the end, the sage was directly scattered and crippled by him. He was completely suppressed by him. The remaining 3 people from Thunder God City were completely stunned. Who was this kid? Lin Xian let out a long roar. I'll help you. He went to help Xianxia. Xianxia was currently using her spiritual body to increase her cultivation. With the help of the 2 great sage artifacts and the Snow White monkey, it wasn't too dangerous for her to fight a 5th heavenly layer sage. With the support of Lin Xian, the second sage was quickly suppressed. The other 2 sages turned and fled when they saw the scene. These 2 young men were simply monsters. The people of Peerless City chased after them with all their might. Lin Xian and Xianxia joined hands and finally, the 4 5th heavenly layer sages were all suppressed. The 2 people of Peerless City felt that it was inconceivable. They looked at Lin Xian and Xianxia with strange eyes. Lin Xian didn't seem to care at all. He began to search through the 4 people's storage rings and magical treasures. The 4 sages of Thunder God City were about to vomit blood. They had never seen such a robber. Moreover, the other party was a young genius. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? The people of Peerless City were all smiles. They had picked up a treasure. This Lin Xian was really a genius, but soon, they stopped smiling and frowned. The situation was very dangerous. Although they had won, they guessed that the situation at Eastern Spirit Mountain must be very tragic. There were too many small saints in Thunder God City. It was difficult for them to deal with them. Couldn't they provide support? Xianxia asked. If we can provide support, so can Thunder God City. After all, they have a rich foundation. Moreover, Eastern Spirit World had a certain limit. It was impossible to provide support without limit. The other forces would also not agree. At Eastern Spirit Mountain, the battle was unusually fierce. The people of Peerless City were completely suppressed. Many of them were even injured. The people of Thunder God City were very ferocious. They vented all the anger in their hearts on this battle. At this moment of crisis, a figure descended from the sky. Thunder God City, are you bullying Peerless City? Accompanying this was a loud and clear voice. The people from Peerless City raised their heads and revealed joyful smiles. The people from the Thunder God City also looked over. Very soon, they were stunned because they discovered that only one person had come. Did he think that he could contend against them with just one person? He was truly courting death. Is there really no one else in Peerless City? Only one person was sent to reinforce them. Thunder God City's side was filled with disdain. The surrounding onlookers were also completely stunned. Heavens, what's going on? Could it be that what Lei Shenqing said was true? Was Peerless City going to be completely defeated? I alone am enough. The person who landed said in a deep voice. His eyes were shining with confidence. Xianxia, be careful. The sages of Peerless City gathered around. The newcomer was a young man, Xianxia. As soon as he arrived, he walked out with a red maple leaf in his hand. On the red maple leaf, a terrifying flame flickered and danced. The red leaf flew out, soared into the sky, and slashed forward. He was courting death. On the other side, the people from Peerless City were enraged. A mere youngster dared to make a move against them? He was courting death. Kill, a middle-aged man sneered and struck out a terrifying thunder. It turned into a long river and slashed down from the sky, trying to cut off the red maple leaf. Boom. Boom, the onlookers were all experts. Although their eyes couldn't see it, their souls could clearly see it. Boom, through the perception of their souls, they could see that the lightning river had been cut in half. Although the red maple leaf wasn't big, it was incomparable. In an instant, it arrived in front of the middle-aged sage. Then, the flames on the red maple leaf danced, forming a huge fire that enveloped the sage. Ah, a miserable cry was heard. The monstrous fire burned the sage, making him look extremely miserable. One move, and a sage was injured. Everyone was going crazy. This young man was too terrifying. On the other side, they rushed over again. This time, there were two of them. Xianxia struck out another two red leaves. One of them had a long sword drawn on it, and the other had a long saber drawn on it. The saber and sword were struck out at the same time. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two sages vomited blood and were sent flying. This scene was really too shocking. Everyone couldn't believe it. This young man was too terrifying. Each leaf could injure a saint. Just who was this person, damn it, who are you? The people of Thunder God City roared crazily. The man in white said proudly, I'm Xianxia. What? It's you. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know the name Xianxia. He was the top genius of Wushuang City, the eldest disciple of the second generation. His strength was so strong that it made people look askance. You're Xianxia. An old man stood out. Kid, go away quickly and let your elders do it. You're not strong enough. This old man was a minor saint. Xianxia was powerful, but it seemed that he didn't take him seriously. There's no need for the elders to do it. Xianxia's eyes were filled with strong confidence. So what if the opponent was a minor saint? He really didn't take him seriously. You're courting death, the old man was angry. A dignified minor saint was being looked down on by a junior. Fine, I'll see how powerful the top disciple of Wushuang City is. Buzz, heaven and earth trembled, and thunder rumbled. The minor saint made his move. He formed a seal with both hands and formed the thunder god's wings, which swept over. It was like two heavenly blades that could destroy heaven and earth. This was a powerful divine ability of the thunder god. At this moment, when it was used by a minor saint, it made everyone's scalp tingle as if they were going to be cut in half. In the face of such a terrifying divine ability, Xianxia was fearless. His black technique was flamboyant, and his white clothes were dazzling. He was abnormally calm like a fiend god. With a snap of his fingers, another red leaf appeared in his hand. There was a moon drawn on the red leaf. The red leaf flew out and faced the attack. The moon soared into the sky. It was like a sacred moon on the sea. This was a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, which shocked everyone. The terrifying moon spun in the sky like a millstone that could destroy the world, directly crushing the thunder god's wings. The two divine abilities collided in heaven and earth. Terrifying energy filled every inch of space. Everyone retreated crazily. It was too terrifying. The moon shattered the thunder god's wings. The old man was shocked. Impossible, the others also went crazy. Xianxia was too strong. He could even suppress a minor saint. Go to hell. The minor saint rushed forward. Xianxia also roared and charged forward. The red leaf in his hand kept attacking. Every time, it was accompanied by a powerful divine ability. Suddenly, a red leaf shot out and froze the minor saint in midair. Damn it! Confinement red leaf. Break! The old man kept attacking the void, trying to break free. In the sky, another 2 red leaves came at him. They turned into 2 giant dragons and attacked his body. The old man vomited blood and was sent flying backward with a frightened expression. The others were also in an uproar. Fu Hongya was really too strong. Was he the top genius of Wushuang City? He was too terrifying. Those experts of the older generation were extremely terrified. Could it be that Fu Hongya was also a minor saint? No one dared to imagine because it was too unbelievable. Fu Hongya said, "Thunder God City, do you think there's no one in Wushuang City?" He directly charged over. "You're courting death." In addition, the people of Thunder God City were also furious. They joined forces to take him down. A great battle broke out again, but this time, with Fu Hongya's participation, they were really powerful to the extreme. Not long after, another minor saint was injured. The people of Thunder God City quickly retreated. The people of Wushuang City charged over, especially Fu Hongya, who took the lead. Not long after, the third minor saint was injured, and the rest of the saints fled back to their own mountains. However, it was not over yet. Fu Hongya went straight to the mountain and killed in all directions. It was simply too unbelievable. Everyone went crazy. He killed his way to the enemy's stronghold alone. Moreover, he had swept through all 4 directions. He was simply a demon king. The people of Wushuang City were extremely excited. Their Fu Hongya usually looked as gentle as a jade, but when he really fought, he was really crazy to the extreme. A great battle broke out. The law above Thunder God City's stronghold spread, and heaven and earth trembled. It was a terrifying scene of destruction. However, not long after, the entire mountain lit up with countless formations. The mountain peak was sealed. Oh no, they're going to seal the mountain. They must be preparing to summon people to attack Fu Hongya. The people of Wushuang City were also furious. They quickly attacked the formation. However, the formation this time was not so easy to break. For a moment, they were extremely anxious. They could only prepare to ask for help again. The others also felt their scalps tingle. It was over. Fu Hongya was sealed inside. She was in danger now. Yes, no matter how strong Fu Hongya was, he was only one person. He killed his way into the enemy's stronghold alone and was now sealed by them. If Thunder God City summoned more experts from the Saint City, Fu Hongya would definitely be in danger. For a moment, everyone on Dongling Mountain was talking about it. Outside Dongling Mountain, Lin Xian and the others had subdued 4 people from Thunder God City. At this moment, a sage from Peerless City received news of the array formation. Great, our people are here. The people from Thunder God City were defeated. Defeated? We can go back now. These people rose into the air, ready to return. Not long after, they returned to Dongling Mountain. But as soon as they went up the mountain, they felt that the atmosphere was not right. There were discussions everywhere, and from the looks of it, one of the mountain peaks had been completely sealed. What's going on? They hurried back. The elders of Wushuang City said. Oh no, Hongyi was locked inside. What's going on? Wasn't the crisis already over? Lin Xian and Xianxia were also surprised. Even the 2 sages who were following him were equally puzzled. Fu Hongya had come and wounded 3 minor saints on her own. Furthermore, she had slaughtered her way through the enemy's forces. The attack directly hit the mountain peak of the other party, sweeping across a large area. However, these people from the Thunder God City were truly too despicable. They actually sealed the mountain. And from the looks of it, Hongyi was trapped inside. Those people must have summoned some strong cultivators. Fu Hongya was in danger. Hearing this, Xianxia and Lin Xian were completely stunned. What, could it be that Fu Hongya was the only one who came? Lin Xian was even more shocked. He had seen Fu Hongya before. Naturally, he knew that she was the eldest disciple of the 2nd generation. But he did not expect Fu Hongya to be so powerful that she could injure 3 minor saints on her own. Moreover, she had slaughtered her way to the enemy's stronghold. How powerful was that? But now, she was trapped. No, senior brother Hongyi is in danger. We have to go and save him. Lin Xian was anxious. The elders also said that we are also preparing to recruit more people, but it will take some time. Moreover, we are also breaking the formation now. Once the formation is broken, we can kill our way in and Fu Hongya can come out. Not good, elders. Our formation has been destroyed. At this moment, an anxious voice came from a mountain peak in the distance. What? The expressions of the elders of Wushuang City instantly changed. Someone has destroyed our formation. Who is it? I don't know. It should be the people of Thunder God City who did it secretly. Now, our people can't teleport here. This time, the expressions of Lin Xian and the others completely changed. This was terrible news. If that was the case, Fu Hongya would be in great danger. Damn it, let's fight it out. Let's kill them. The eyes of the elders turned red. Fu Hongya was too important to Wushuang City. They could not afford to lose her. Elders, you guys break the formation. I'll go outside and look for something that might be of help. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. This matter started because of him. He could not just stand by and watch. What are you looking for? The elders of Wushuang City asked. Lin Xian said, let's not talk about this first. I'll try first. You guys should hurry up and break the formation. Qiu'er, you stay here. I'll give you the Heavenly Luo umbrella and the Great Destruction Spear. You can break the formation together. Brother Lin, what about you? You don't have any sacred weapons. Xianxia was worried. Don't worry, I'll stay with Little White. I still have the Soul Fixation Pearl and other trump cards. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he rushed into the sky. He was indeed going to do something. He was going to look for something. Lin Xian had 2 killer Saint Bees in his hands. The thing he was going to look for was the nest of the killer Saint Bees. In other words, a beehive. If he could get the Peak King, there would be countless killer Saint Bees. If he could get this thing and throw it on the mountain peak of Thunder God City, then it would be enough. Of course, this matter was very difficult to do. It could even be said to be impossible. However, Lin Xian still planned to give it a try. He took out the black earth from the Great Sage Pagoda. At this moment, the black earth had completely evolved into a sacred weapon. Its power had greatly increased. The black earth turned into a flash of light. Its speed was extremely fast. The speed of a Saint Artifact spirit boat was truly incomparable. The Starry Sky Fire was exhausted. Otherwise, Lin Xian could use the Starry Sky Fire to tear open the seal and kill his way to the mountain peak. By controlling the 2 killer Saint Bees in his hands, Lin Xian finally understood where their nest was. After flying all the way, he finally arrived in the vicinity. Lin Xian saw through the heavenly secret god eyes that this area was basically filled with killer Saint Bees. They covered the sky and the earth. It was very terrifying. He took a deep breath. Damn it, there were so many killer Saint Bees. Even he did not dare to take this risk. He could not subdue them one by one. He guessed that although the killer Saint Bees were powerful, they were bees after all. Since they were bees, they followed the same rules. In other words, there was a queen bee in the hive. It was the queen bee. If he could control the Peak King, the other killer Saint Bees would all listen to his orders. Thinking of this, Lin Xian decided to take a gamble. Sitting in the black earthly, he sent his soul out of his body and his heavenly fate god eyes into the killer wasp. Lin Xian had taken over the body of the killer wasp. Is not equal to he wanted to use the killer wasp to sneak into the hive and control the wasp king. Buzz buzz buzz, the controlled killer Saint Bee took off with the wind and quickly flew into this area. Very good, no one was paying attention to it. Lin Xian successfully entered the hive. The killer wasp needed to provide food, so Lin Xian had already prepared the top-grade flower pollen. He wanted to hand over the food. Sure enough, he got the chance. When it came in front of him, Lin Xian's heart was in his mouth. The killer bee queen's body was huge. It was like a person. The other killer wasp kings were only the size of a finger. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. When the killer wasp king was absorbing the pollen, Lin Xian finally exploded. His heavenly secret divine eyes, along with his powerful soul power, launched his strongest attack. Boom, the killer wasp king was enraged. With a roar, the entire hive shook violently. Thousands of killer wasp kings outside rushed in crazily. Their eyes were red. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. If he failed, he would be torn to pieces by these killer wasp kings. But fortunately, his physical body was not here. Only his soul had entered. His soul had already entered the killer wasp king's body. When the killer wasp kings entered, they could only see the irritable killer wasp king. They could not find anyone. Their faces were full of doubts. Lin Xian was in the killer wasp king's mind. He was trying to take over the killer wasp king's body. If he succeeded, he would have an army of killer wasp kings. However, this was obviously impossible. The killer wasp king's killer wasp king was very powerful. Although it was attacked by Lin Xian, it was impossible to completely take over the killer wasp king's body. Lin Xian could only take a step back. Then, he could only temporarily suppress the killer wasp king's soul. The killer wasp king would listen to his orders temporarily. This way, it would be much easier. However, it was only easier than taking over the body. It was truly thrilling to the extreme. If he wasn't careful, it was very likely that his soul would be destroyed. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul spirit was strong, and this time, he had brought along the heavenly secret god eyes. Therefore, after expending all of his soul and using his eye technique, he finally managed to suppress the queen bee's soul. The soul of the queen bee fell into a deep slumber. He finally succeeded. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heavenly fate god eyes had dimmed. Lin Xian was also extremely weak. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to use his eye technique for the time being. However, he was overjoyed. His heavenly secret divine eyes were only weakened, but not injured. He was now in control of the queen bee. Soon, there were fluctuations. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's just that the pollen doesn't suit my taste. Lin Xian released a spiritual fluctuation, and the surrounding killer saint bees instantly calmed down. He gave the order again. Gather everyone and enter the beehive. Follow me to attack the enemy. Great Queen Bee, what enemy? The killer saint bees were all stunned. A few of them were obviously elder-level bees. Their faces were full of shock. The queen bee said. The pollen this time was poisonous. What poison? Those killer saint bees were completely enraged. Their eyes turned red again. Who was it that wanted to poison their queen bee? In an instant, they stared at the little bee. It was the one that carried Lin Xian's soul. However, Lin Xian's soul had already left. That little bee was a puppet. At this moment, it felt an incomparably powerful saint aura. It trembled and its body cracked. Lin Xian continued. It's already under my control. I've also searched its soul and found out that the mastermind is actually someone from Thunder God City. They actually wanted to frame me. Since that's the case, we have to teach them a lesson. What, it's actually Thunder God City? Those elders who were killing the killer saint bees were also stunned. This was a saint city, so what? Another elder said. They've gone too far. Do they really think that we're easy to deal with? Moreover, this was the East Spirit World, not their Thunder God City. Queen Bee, don't worry. We'll gather everyone and kill them all. Soon, sound waves spread out, and all the killer saint bees returned to the hive. The entire hive soared into the sky and turned into a stream of light, rushing outside. Whitey drove the black earth and slowly followed from afar. Two streams of light, one in front and one behind, flew towards East Spirit Mountain. At this moment, everyone on East Spirit Mountain was in an uproar. The people from Peerless City had already started attacking the mountain, triggering countless laws. Heaven and earth were shattered. It seemed that Peerless City had really gone crazy. Of course, Fu Hongya was very important. They didn't need to tell them how he was doing now. He was probably in danger. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't beat so many experts from Thunder God City. It was very likely that he was seriously injured and captured. Everyone was discussing fiercely. They hadn't seen such a scene for hundreds of years. They didn't expect to see it today. Suddenly, someone screamed. Look, what's that? They all turned their heads to look and saw that in the distance, there was a stream of light coming over, accompanied by a loud sound. It was like thunder, very dull. Are those dark clouds? No, damn it, those are bees. Someone screamed. What, bees? Everyone's eyes shone with a cold light as they looked into the distance. In the next moment, their scalps went numb. Killer bees. These are killer saint bees. In the sky. There was more than one. There were tens of thousands of them. Damn it, don't tell me they're out in full force? What? Everyone on East Spirit Mountain went crazy. How is that possible? What happened to these killer saint bees? One had to know that the killer saint bees were extremely terrifying existences in the East Spirit world. No one dared to provoke them in the area they were in. Even some powerful beasts didn't dare to set foot in their territory. When these bees went crazy, they would kill anything in their way. Usually, everyone was in awe of the killer saint bees, so they had always been peaceful. However, they didn't expect the killer saint bees to come out in full force this time. What are they trying to do by coming to East Spirit Mountain? East Spirit Mountain is the territory of the human race? Why are these beasts attacking the human race? Everyone screamed crazily and ran away. Some even picked up their weapons to defend themselves. Some people's bodies were filled with laws as they turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. In short, they didn't dare to stay. The people of Peerless City were also stunned. It wasn't a good thing for the killer saint bees to come out in full force at this time. They didn't have much energy to care about these things now. Elder, what should we do? Should we run? The people of Peerless City were pale. Although they were the experts of Sacred City, they couldn't resist so many killer saint bees. The elders of Peerless City had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, are these demonic beasts crazy? Why did they come at this time? They couldn't escape. Hong Yi was still inside. They had to break the array to get Hong Yi out. These people continued to stay here and attack the array. Under their intense attacks, cracks had already appeared in many places and the array would soon shatter. However, their faces soon turned ugly, as they realized that a swarm of killer saint bees was heading in their direction. Damn it, they wouldn't be attacking us, right? The people of Peerless City kept retreating. Xianxia was also worried. How is Brother Lin? Is there any danger outside? She had the heavenly Luo umbrella above her head and the great destruction spear in her hand. Xiao, don't be afraid. It's me. At this moment, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Xiao. Xianxia was stunned when she heard it. Then, she started to look around. Xiao, don't look around. These killer saint bees were brought by me. They won't attack you. Hurry up and tell the elders. After Xianxia heard it, she quickly whispered, Elders, they are here to help us. Don't worry. The elders were shocked and uncertain. It's true. Xianxia said that Brother Lin was the one who brought them. What? Lin Wudi? That brat, how could he have such ability? These people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. However, they realized that when the killer saint bees came near, they didn't attack them. Instead, they attacked the array frantically. They heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they are here to help us. Those killer saint bees had red eyes. As they attacked the array, they emitted a terrifying soul fluctuation. Damn Thunder God Ching. How dare you frame our killer saint bees? We will fight you to the death, we will take down Thunder God City and make them pay a painful price. A terrifying soul fluctuation resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? How did Thunder God City provoke this group of bees? The people of Peerless City laughed. Haha, the heavens are helping us. Thunder God City, let's see how you will die this time. Thunder God Mountain. Because this mountain was the stronghold of Thunder God City, it was named Thunder God Mountain. At this moment, there were countless thunder gods in the mountains. Lightning crackled around their bodies as though they were a group of thunder gods, surrounding a single figure tightly. They surrounded Fu Hongya tightly. Damn brat, you're too arrogant. They were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. At this moment, there were already many injured figures on the ground. Blood had dyed the mountain red. To be honest, they were incomparably furious and felt humiliated. Because no one had ever dared to attack their stronghold. Now, he was the first one. Furthermore, he was beaten up by a single person. What was even more detestable was that this person was not an expert of the older generation, he was just a second-generation disciple of Wushuang City. The formation flashed, and even more Thunder God Realm experts appeared. They surrounded Fu Hongya and sneered. I admit that you're strong, but you're too arrogant. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. No matter how strong you are not a match for us. The newly arrived saints were brimming with killing intent. They were indeed angry. If their reinforcements were not in place, the entire mountain would probably be taken down by the other party. Although Fu Hongya was surrounded by so many experts, he was not afraid at all. He stood there with his hands behind his back and looked in all directions. Humph, reinforcements are here? So what? Let's see how you're going to fight me today. As he spoke, another red leaf appeared in his hand. Wherever he looked, those people were so frightened that their eyelids twitched. Although they were angry, they had to admit that this Fu Hongya was really too strong. A single leaf from the other party could transform into tens of millions of spells. It made their scalps tingle. Don't be afraid, he's just bluffing. He's definitely waiting for Wushuang City's reinforcements. Humph, let me tell you the truth. Your Wushuang City's formation has already been destroyed by us. Besides, we've already sealed the mountain. Do you really think they can break in? So, today is the day you die. These people quickly surrounded him. Don't talk nonsense with him. Countless people attacked. Terrifying divine abilities covered the sky and earth as they controlled Fu Hongya to attack. Fu Hongya raised his head and roared. Behind him, the illusion of a huge maple tree appeared. The red leaves on the tree fluttered like the sunset. As it swayed, it brought with it a terrifying law. Fu Hongya attacked aggressively. Every leaf brought with it a flower of blood. There were saints who were constantly vomiting blood and were sent flying. Damn it. I don't believe he can withstand the force of 10,000 lightning bolts when we work together. The people of Thunder God City roared crazily. They combined to form a suppressive law. All the laws overlapped and attacked continuously. Fu Hongya's face turned pale and he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes were brighter. The red leaf in his hand was even more terrifying. At this moment, a shattering sound was heard between heaven and earth. It was as if a mirror had fallen to the ground. Then, the formation of the entire mountain range began to split apart. Not good, our formation is broken. The people of Thunder God City screamed. What are you afraid of? They can't send over the experts. At most, those people will come. If they come, we'll kill them all. The small saints of Thunder God City roared crazily. Their eyes were red. They must kill this Fu Hongya today. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Eastern Spirit Mountain. Previously, those warriors fled in panic because of the arrival of the killer Saint Bees. However, when they ran far away, they found that the killer Saint Bees didn't start a massacre. Instead, they attacked Thunder God Mountain. This made them breathe a sigh of relief. They quietly returned to take a look. Soon, they saw that the formation was broken and countless killer Saint Bees rushed in. Oh God, are these killer Saint Bees helping Wushuang City? These people were stunned. Let's see what's going on. They raised their heads and looked over. At the next moment, they saw that on the mountain peak, there were so many experts of Thunder God City besieging a person. It was a person in white clothes. Although his body was stained with blood and his shoulder was injured, his eyes were incomparably bright. Moreover, every time he attacked, a saint would fall. There were many corpses under his feet. The entire mountain peak was dyed red. The killer Saint Bee was still fighting. He was not dead yet. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought. Everyone went crazy. This was simply a miracle. This killer Saint Bee was really too powerful and terrifying. Thunder God City had kicked an iron plate this time. Yes, a killer Saint Bee was already so difficult to deal with, let alone a sky full of killer Saint Bees. Everyone was excited. The people of Thunder God City were disdainful at first. With so many experts rushing over, so what if the other party broke the formation? He was just coming to die. However, when the formation was really broken, they were stunned. Because the first to enter wasn't the people of Wushuang City, but the sky full of killer Saint Bees. They were so dense that they covered the entire sky. These people all stopped and looked at the sky with a stunned expression. Even Fu Hongye stopped what he was doing. He raised his head to look at the sky with a strange expression in his eyes. Killer bees? And there are so many of them. What's going on? Are these killer bees trying to start a war with the humans? At this moment, a killer bee elder in the sky said coldly. Thunder God City, despicable and shameless. You want to use poison to harm our king. Today, we will fight you to the death. Everyone listen to my order and attack the people of Thunder God City. As the cold voice fell, the eyes of the killer Saint Bees turned red. As if they had gone mad, they turned into streams of golden light and began to attack. The people of Thunder God City below screamed. Many of them were pierced and some of them were poisoned. They were in a miserable state. This scene was like hell on earth. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they went crazy. God, this is too unbelievable. These killer bees are really attacking Thunder God City. Fu Hongye was stunned. What's going on? At this moment, he received a voice transmission. Senior brother Hongye, I'm Lin Wudi. These killer bees are summoned by me. Hurry, let's go. I can't control the killer bee king for too long. The killer bee king was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Lin Wudi. So it's him, he understood. With a long roar, he rushed through the crowd and tore the void apart. He flew down the mountain. The people of Wushuang City were waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Lin Xian continued to control the killer bee king and gave out orders. The war between the killer bees and Thunder God City began. The sages of Thunder God City were all attacked. Many of them were stung until their heads were full of bumps. These were not ordinary bees. Every one of them could pierce through their bodies. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Moreover, their foundation might be damaged. Of course, there were also many killer bees that died. In short, both sides were in a frenzy. In the end, the people of Thunder God City couldn't hold on anymore. At first, they wanted to call for more reinforcements to help them. However, they realized that although the reinforcements had arrived, they had angered the killer bees. Therefore, they could only change their strategy. Run, use the teleportation array to leave. Ka. These people took the teleportation array and wanted to leave. But at this moment, the teleportation array let out a cracking sound as cracks appeared. There was a missing material in the formation, and there was a gap. Who was it? Who dares to destroy our array formation? These people were in despair. Without the array formation, they would not be able to teleport away. What would be waiting for them next? This was the crazy revenge of killing the Saint Wasp. They didn't dare to imagine the consequences. In their panic, they saw a little white monkey holding a corner of the array formation and traversing through the void. Damned Ho-Zi! Give me back my formation, Mother **Ker, I won't rest until you die. I swear that from now on, I will only eat monkey meat. These people screamed crazily, but there was nothing they could do. The little white monkey was too fast, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Without the formation, there was no way to teleport. Their fates would be extremely miserable. Sure enough, these people from the Thunder God City instantly received a counterattack. Since there was no way out, the eyes of these people from the Thunder God City had turned red from the killing. Each and every one of them were roaring as if they had gone crazy. Kill, they clashed with the killer Saint Bees. After another half a day, Lin Xian finally couldn't control it anymore. He felt that the soul of the Wasp King was recovering. He gradually couldn't suppress it and sighed. He knew that it was time to leave. Lin Xian's soul rose into the sky and left the Wasp King's body. Then, he flew down the mountain. His speed was extremely fast. In almost an instant, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, those people from Wushuang City were anxiously waiting. Especially Xianxia, she was very worried about Lin Xian's safety. Finally, she saw Lin Xian's soul flying back. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Big brother Lin, here. She waved her hand to greet him. Lin Xian entered the black earth and fused his soul with his body. In the next moment, he walked out. Let's go, this is not the place to talk. After my soul leaves, the Wasp King's soul will soon awaken. At that time, he will definitely be exposed. Lin Xian called a group of people and quickly left. They returned to Wushuang City's stronghold. But, sure enough, not long after they arrived, an earth-shattering roar came from the Thunder God Mountain. A terrifying aura spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Damn it, what's going on? Everyone was terrified. The Wasp King woke up, but when he woke up, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Shouldn't he be in the hive absorbing pollen to cultivate? Why did he come to the Thunder God Mountain? And there was a huge battle, his descendants and subordinates beside him. Why did so many of them die? Stop right there. The Wasp King kept roaring. The people from the Saint Wasp King's side quickly stopped and instantly gathered beside the Wasp King. On the other side, the people from Thunder God City also stopped. Their faces were cold and everyone was injured. They also gathered together and confronted the Wasp King. You killed the Saint Wasp King. Do you really want to fight to the death with our Thunder God City? Don't forget, our Thunder God City is the sacred city. If you provoke us and we send out a super saint, you won't be able to bear it. Do you think we're afraid of you? This is the Eastern Spirit Staircase, our territory. Those Saint Wasp Kings are also full of killing intent. The Wasp King didn't say anything. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, he remembered that his soul had fallen into a deep sleep. Moreover, it was when he was eating the pollen. Damn it, he was ambushed by someone. Moreover, he was tricked. This made him roar in his heart. Who was it? Who was using him? He was extremely angry. This time, they had also suffered heavy losses in attacking the Thunder God Mountain. There were many corpses on the ground. He wanted to find the culprit like crazy and tear him into pieces. But when he thought of the possibility that there was another sacred city behind this, he hesitated. If they were to fight again at this time, their losses would be even greater. At that time, they would anger the 2 sacred cities. Even if they were heaven and earth variants and were powerful and fierce, they couldn't bear such consequences. Therefore, he could only suffer this loss. Moreover, he couldn't tell anyone. Otherwise, as a king, it would be shameful for him to be ambushed by someone else. This matter ends here. Both sides can't fight anymore. The Wasp King gave the order and left with the Saint Wasp Kings. Those people from the Thunder God City were so angry that they vomited blood. What the F***ck? Ridiculous. They didn't provoke this group of Saint Wasp Kings at all. But such a big battle happened for no reason. Could it be that it was Wushuang City's ghost? It was very possible. Damn it, when did this group of Saint Wasp Kings ally with Wushuang City? When they thought of Wushuang City, these people from the Thunder God City gnashed their teeth in anger. Their losses this time were really too heavy. A single Fu Hongya was enough to make them badly battered. On top of that, the attack from the Saint Wasp Kings really made them suffer heavy losses. Damn it, this matter can't be let go like this. Repair the array formation. We will definitely take revenge for this. These people's eyes were red as they started to repair the formation. On the other side, laughter could be heard from Wushuang Mountain. That's great. The people from Peerless City were incomparably excited. Although they also suffered losses this time, compared to Lei Shenqing, it was simply not worth mentioning. Of course, it was all thanks to 2 people. One of them was Fu Hongya. If it wasn't for him, they would have been seriously injured. The other was Lin Xian. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, the situation would have been worse. Junior brother, thank you so much. Fu Hongya smiled as well. He was very satisfied with this junior brother of his. Lin Xian smiled. Senior brother, you're too polite. I came here to join Wushuang City. In the future, I'll be in the same sect as everyone. Oh right, we haven't completed the 3rd mission yet. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something. Shen Jingqiu said too. Yeah, the array is broken. Can we still go back? don't worry, we've been repairing the array. It'll be done soon. Even if we can't fix it, we can testify that you two came here first. Wushuang City's array was discovered in time. Therefore, it was easier to fix it. It was done in a day. Thunder God City might have to put in some effort. What Whitey stole was the core of the array. It wouldn't be easy to fix it. Let's go. Fu Hongye stood on the array. He called out to Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. The three of them took the array and left. When they appeared, they were already back in Wushuang City. Senior brother Fu, how was it? In Wushuang City, the martial artists from Wushuang City were also very anxious. Previously, they had received a call for help from Dongling Mountain. Later, they realized that they couldn't teleport. They thought that the array there was broken. They were very anxious. Fortunately, Fu Hongye came back at this time. The matter has been resolved. Fu Hongye said, "Oh right, these two fellows are here for the third mission. Because of some matters in our stronghold, they should have arrived 5 days ago. Record this down. I can bear witness to this." "Yes, senior brother, we understand." The disciples of Wushuang City quickly recorded it. At the same time, they said, "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the third stage. Go and rest first. I'll make the announcement after the third stage is over. However, I am here to congratulate the two of you on passing the test and becoming disciples of our Wushuang City." Although the third test was determined based on time, there was still a time limit. That would be 1 month. If they couldn't come out after a month, they would be eliminated. At that time, they would go in and bring those people back safely. "Thank you, senior brother." Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu cupped their fists, and then they went to rest in a nearby palace. The two of them sat down and began to recover. In the following days, the two of them were very relaxed. From the time the two of them entered the third stage until they came out, it took a total of 15 days, which was half a month's time. Actually, the two of them could have come out in 10 days, but because of the previous battle, they were delayed for 5 days. Even so, he was still the first to come out. Of course, Shen Jingqiu knew that it was because of Lin Xian's help. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to come out so quickly. Moreover, Lin Xian was her husband. She naturally wanted to help Lin Xian become the first. After another 5 days, which was the 20th day, another figure appeared. The person who appeared was Shui Tianchen. After he came out, he realized that there was no one around, and he was very excited. That's great. Could it be that he was the first, because he didn't see Di Ling, nor did he see Lin Xian? After him, it was Shi Bufan and Wang Xiaofeng. They didn't take long to come out, they all came out within a day. Shi Bufan saw that Shui Tianchen came out before him, and he frowned. Damn it, did this person surpass him? This made him a little unhappy. Wang Xiaofeng was very excited because she liked Shui Tianchen very much. She looked around and saw that it was only Shui Tianchen. She exclaimed. "Could it be that you are the first? I don't know. But when I came, I didn't see anyone else." Shui Tianchen's voice was trembling. Because he was too excited. If he could become the first in the third round, it would be an unparalleled glory. Really? Wang Xiaofeng was also very happy. Shi Bufan frowned. It shouldn't be. Where's Di Ling? Where's Lin Wudi? Did they not appear, to be honest? These two people were stronger than them. Shui Tianchen also said that maybe the two of them met inside and had a big battle. Indeed, Di Ling had always been hostile towards Lin Xian. They knew this, and there was also Xianxia. Perhaps a world-shaking battle had broken out, and both sides had been injured. Therefore, the speed of collecting the East Spirit Stones slowed down. If that was really the case, then they were really lucky. You guys come with me to rest. With Wu Shuangqing leading the way. Shui Tianchen and the others were very excited. They came to a palace nearby. When they opened the door and entered the palace, they were stunned. Because they saw two people inside. They were very surprised to see Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. Shui Tianchen's face instantly turned ugly. He thought he was the first, but he didn't expect it to be so. Because someone obviously came earlier than them, and it seemed like it wasn't just 1 or 2 days earlier. Lin Wuди was here, then would Di Ling be far away? He looked around. But he found that there was only Lin Xian and Xianxia in the palace. There was no one else. Just the two of you? Wang Xiaofeng also asked in disbelief. Xianxia nodded. Yes, it's just the two of us. Brother Lin was the first to arrive. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi was the first again? It was unbelievable. It seemed like Xianxia was the second. Then what about Di Ling? Where was Di Ling? Could it be that he hasn't come out yet? They couldn't believe it. Lin Xian said. I don't know where that guy is. Anyway, I haven't seen him yet. It was unbelievable. Shui Tianshan and the others were stunned. Di Ling didn't come out again, and he came after them. Could it be that there was an accident inside? They didn't know. Wang Xiaofeng, Shi Bufan and the others were shocked. Shui Tianshan smiled bitterly. But thinking about it, third place wasn't bad. Because under normal circumstances, if Di Ling and Guili both participated, he might not be able to get third place. But unexpectedly, Di Ling didn't come out this time, and Guili didn't participate at all. Of course, there was Lin Xian and Xianxia, these two dark horses. Especially Lin Wudi, he was first in 2 rounds. It seemed that he was also first in the 3rd round. First in 3 rounds, then he would definitely be first in the final round. He would be their chief disciple in the future. Shui Tianshan and Shi Bufan couldn't believe it. All this time, they had thought that Di Ling would become the chief disciple, or if there was an accident, it would be ghostly. But they didn't expect it to be neither of them. It was a newcomer who had just risen. As a woman, Wang Xiaofeng was more meticulous. She knew that it had become a reality and it couldn't be changed. So she came to Shui Tianshan and said, Shui, we have to change our attitude. We will be disciples of Wushuang City in the future. Then, Lin Wudi will be the head disciple. We have to have a good relationship with him. At least we can't be enemies with him. Shui Tianshan nodded. Don't worry, Sister Feng, I know. He wasn't a fool. Besides, Lin Wudi had won first place with his strength. He didn't dare to have any hostility. Shi Bufan was the same. They sat down cross-legged and began to recover. In the following days, more and more people came. More and more people came, but they still couldn't see Di Ling's figure. They couldn't believe it. Did something really happen to Di Ling inside? And there was another person who didn't come out. That was Xianxia. Xianxia was also one of the 8 great prodigies. He was very strong and had recently broken through. Di Ling and Di Ling didn't come out. Could it be? They looked at Lin Wudi. Was there a battle between them? Lin Wudi won, or was he attacked by a demon overlord inside? Of the 2 outcomes, they were more inclined towards the second one. Because they couldn't believe that Lin Wudi could resist the joint attack of Di Ling and Xianxia. Even with Xianxia, it would be a draw at most. But now, Di Ling and Xianxia's life and death were unknown. The others also noticed it and started discussing among themselves. Many of them looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Finally, a month's time was up. More than 3,000 people entered, but less than 500 people successfully passed. The others were all eliminated and were listed as honorary disciples. There were also some who felt their scalps go numb. Di Ling and Xianxia didn't come out? God, it was too unbelievable. They didn't even have honorary disciples. They were directly eliminated. Everyone was in an uproar. They now knew that Di Ling and Xianxia were only able to enter because they received an additional condition, which was that if they succeeded, they could become disciples of the holy city. Once they failed, they would be eliminated and disqualified. It could be said that this was a great risk. However, no one believed that Di Ling and Xianxia would fail. Even if he couldn't get first place, it would be too easy for him to pass the 3rd stage. But now, their minds were in a daze. These 2 people had actually been directly eliminated. Did this have anything to do with Lin Wudi? They didn't really know. In the following time, the people from Wushuang City began to teleport into the East Spirit World to search for those people. Everyone came back one after another. When they found out that they had been eliminated, they were all dejected. 3 days later, Di Ling returned. When everyone saw the imperial mausoleum, they couldn't believe it. At this moment, Di Ling's complexion was deathly pale. There was blood on his body, and his clothes were tattered. It was clear that he was seriously injured. What was going on? Why was the imperial mausoleum in such a sorry state? What exactly happened? They didn't expect that such a powerful Di Ling would be in such a sorry state. In Water Sky City, Wang Xiaofeng, Shi Bufan, and the other skyprides were even more shocked. Indeed, something had happened inside. But what was it? Was he being chased by beasts? Previously, they thought that it was because of Lin Wudi, but Lin Wudi had already come out. Therefore, it should be because of beasts. At this thought, they heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Di Ling was unlucky to have met a powerful monster sage. Xianxia was also suspicious. However, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. Others didn't know, but he naturally knew. This wasn't because of beasts, but because of Li Hongxiu. Back then, Di Ling didn't know what was good for him. He sneaked up on him and Li Hongxiu. Therefore, Li Hongxiu chased after him. Who was Li Hongxiu? She was able to leave calmly in front of the 3 grand demons and obtain the heavenly treasure. Her strength was definitely beyond expectations. She chased after Di Ling. How could Di Ling have a good time? Di Ling was probably lucky that he was still alive. After Di Ling came out, his face was gloomy. He looked around the hall and soon fixed his eyes on Lin Xian. The murderous aura on his body was about to explode. Everyone's scalp went numb. Lin Xian sneered. Di Ling no longer had the ability to compete with him. Di Ling had been eliminated. As for him, he was the first in 3 rounds and would become the 3rd generation's chief disciple. The difference in status between the two was like a chasm between heaven and earth. If Di Ling dared to attack, Wushuang City wouldn't agree. Sure enough, when the Wushuang City's martial artists felt the murderous aura of hostility towards Lin Xian, their faces darkened. One of them said coldly, "Di Ling, know your place. You are now a loser. Hurry up and recover. We will send you away when the time comes." These people's voices were cold. A loser, no matter how dazzling and talented he was in the past, they still wouldn't take him to heart. Damn it, Di Ling gritted his teeth. These people dared to treat him like this. He swore that he would make these people regret it. He retracted his gaze from Lin Xian. He knew that now wasn't the time to take action. However, he swore that one day, he would personally trample on Di Ling and make him suffer a fate worse than death. After finding a place, Di Ling began to recover. More and more people were brought back. There were also some people who didn't return. It seemed like these people wouldn't be able to come back. Currently, most of them were found. Some of them were missing. It seemed like they had met with an accident. A Wushuang City's martial artist said in a deep voice, "You can start to recover now. 3 days later, I will send you away. As for those who haven't returned, our martial artists in Eastern Spirit Mountain will continue to investigate." What? The remaining people had met with an accident? Everyone was in an uproar. Shui Tianqing and the others also took a deep breath. What about Xianxia? Xianxia hadn't returned either. Could it be that he had met with an accident? If that was really the case, then it was truly earth-shattering news. Xianxia was one of the 8 great geniuses and the young master of the Rain clan. His identity and status were extraordinary. The fact that he had been eliminated was already shocking enough. Now that he was missing, wouldn't it be even more shocking? The Rain clan probably couldn't take it and would go berserk. Many people present looked at Lin Xian. Because Xianxia and Lin Xian were enemies, some people even looked at Di Ling, wanting to ask if he knew the whereabouts of Xianxia. However, whether it was Di Ling or Lin Xian, they weren't to be trifled with. They didn't dare to ask. Some people also remembered that there was a piece of news in the Eastern spirit world about the despicable and shameless Xianxia. They didn't know what had happened to Xianxia. Some people guessed that he probably encountered a powerful demon saint and was killed directly. Only Lin Xian knew that the other party couldn't have come back because he killed him with his own hands. Of course, if he didn't say it, no one would know. 3 days passed slowly. At this moment, the final day had finally arrived. In the starry sky, the huge projection of the 9 heavens was still there, emitting a terrifying aura. There were many martial artists around. They were all waiting patiently at this moment. It should be about time. Yes. I've already received news that the final result will be out in a day or two. These people were even more excited. Among them, many people had already begun to congratulate in advance. Spirit Sealing Star was crowded with people and carriages. Several elders of Spirit Sealing Star were surrounded in the center. Around them were the elders of other families or families. Congratulations, Taoist friends, your Ling will definitely get first place this time. The chief disciple will definitely be yours. I hope that Taoist friends will help us in the future. I just got a piece of divine metal here, I hope that Taoist friends won't refuse. I have an ancient book here that records a powerful ability, I hope that Taoist friends won't dislike it. These people had already begun to give gifts. If they could get on the good side of Spirit Sealing Star at this time, they would be able to soar in the future. These elders of Spirit Sealing Star were flushed with joy and laughed loudly. Well said, well said. As for the gifts, they accepted all of them. Because they were full of confidence. Ling would definitely get first place. Of course, it wasn't just them. For example, there were some powerful people around Demon's heart. After all, the representative of Demon this time was ghostly. Even if he wasn't as good as Ling, he was definitely the second best. Regarding this, the people of Demon Star were also full of confidence. There was another place, and that was the Rain Clan. At this moment, the Rain Clan was very high profile. Our young master Xianxia will definitely be able to enter the top 5. That was for sure. If he was lucky, he might even be able to enter the top 3. Everyone also saw Xianxia's performance. Although he was suppressed by others previously, his potential was unparalleled. For a time, many people also gathered on the Rain Clan's side. I have an ancient book here, I hope that Taoist friends won't dislike it. This is my granddaughter, I'll give her to young master Xianxia as a concubine. She's very good at serving people. Everyone began to give him treasures, and some even gave him women. The elders of the Rain Clan were also extremely excited. Did they see that? This was the strength of their Rain Clan, apart from the Spirit Sealing Star, the Fiend Star, and a few other powerful forces. Who else would dare to contend against the Rain Clan? Don't worry, my Rain Clan will definitely remember you. The elders of the Rain Clan laughed heartily. He collected all the gifts. In addition, other families, such as the Shui family, Bufon's family, and Wang Xiafeng's family, all received congratulatory gifts. The astrals were the same. At this moment, quite a few people from the spirit race had come as well. Naturally, there were also countless people who came to congratulate him. After all, Xianxia had gotten second place in the first round. Presumably, the last 2 stages would also be very dazzling. The people of the spirit tribe were also very happy. If their holy maiden could enter Wushuang City, it would be a great help to the spirit tribe. With Qiuer's talent, she would definitely be able to enter the top 5. She might even be able to enter the top 3. Yes, with her result in the first round, she might even be able to compete for the position of the chief disciple. The elders of the spirit tribe were beaming with joy. However, the others, such as Ling Lianhua and the others, were extremely jealous. Damn it, if the other party successfully entered the holy city and obtained a top ranking, then from then on, they would be completely trampled under the other party's feet. They would never be able to make a comeback. Of course, they didn't dare to go against the other party now. Ling Lianhua's father's expression was also cold. At this moment, he suddenly said that the holy maiden had successfully entered the holy city and had a heavenly talent. Her future husband must be chosen properly. Yes, didn't the rumor say that she had a husband before? I don't think that's true. Who is that kid? How could he be worthy of our holy maiden? When this topic was brought up, many people agreed. They also felt that a person from the first astral realm was worthy of the holy maiden. However, there were also some people who frowned. They couldn't say that. That Lin Wudi couldn't be underestimated. Don't forget that he obtained first place in the first round and even broke the record. This also attracted the support of many people. They could see that Lin Wudi's talent was extremely good. His future achievements were limitless. Ling Lianhua's father sneered. So what? It's just the first round, there are many restrictions. Do you think that Di Ling will let him go in the second and third round, comparing that kid and Di Ling, who's stronger and who's weaker? Don't you know, he's indeed a genius, but what if he's crippled by Di Ling? Once these words were spoken, many elders became silent. Indeed, although Lin Wudi showed that he was a peerless genius, his current strength might not be strong. It was impossible for him to be stronger than Di Ling. If Di Ling were to make a move, there was a possibility that the other party would be defeated or even seriously injured. Seeing that everyone was silent, Ling Lianhua's father sneered. That's why that kid doesn't have any hope. He might even be eliminated. Don't forget that he not only provoked Di Ling, he also provoked the Rain clan. A smart person wouldn't provoke so many terrifying clans at the same time. Once these words were spoken, even those elders who had always supported Xianxia nodded. That's right, with Qiuer's status and talent, she must marry the chief disciple. That's right, it's best if she can marry the second-generation disciple, for example, Fu Hongya. In this way, our spirit clan will definitely be worry-free for 10,000 years. Everyone, don't be so short-sighted. Not only Wushuang City, but holy cities can also form marriage alliances. For example, marrying peerless geniuses from other holy cities. In short, we have to make a good choice for the saintess. These people discussed fervently. At this moment, the old ancestor of the spirit clan said that this matter shouldn't be made public. Everything should wait until the final result is out. After all, he was an old fox who had lived for countless years. He had thought of all possibilities and naturally wouldn't say anything in advance. The others actually wanted to hug Lin Xian's thigh because Lin Xian's performance in the first round was indeed extraordinary. However, after looking around, they realized that Lin Xian seemed to be alone. He didn't belong to any force or sect. Hence, everyone could only give up. Such a genius wouldn't be able to achieve great things without a solid foundation and a solid backing. Look, there seems to be movement above the 9 levels of heaven. Someone exclaimed and countless gazes looked over. In the next moment, they saw a huge array flickering in the sky. It was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. Thank you for your monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Thanking users for their companionship is the longest confession. I'll always reward with you. Users scattered all over the ground. Wounded reward. User, Sunset. Gift. User Moo reward. User Whirlwind reward. User Buy reward. User Monthly reward. User, Sunset gift. User, Sunset gift. User Baby May reward. User, Sunset gift. User Guangdao reward. User I'm like this. Are you marrying me or not? User Chuan reward. User Wanshang reward. User Sursu reward. After a long time, the light disappeared. Soon, everyone saw it. They came out. That's right, they saw the disciples who were taking the test again, as well as the people from Peerless City. They knew that the test was over. The final results were out, that was Water Sky City, right? So handsome. Countless people screamed. There was also Sherbufan. He was too heroic. Another group of people cried out in surprise. That was Xianxia, the holy maiden of the spirit race. Her beauty was unparalleled. Countless male martial artists screamed. To be able to marry such a person, their lives were worth it. Indeed, the current Xianxia was like a fairy, making countless people look up to her. Over at the Rain clan's side, their faces were gloomy. One of them even snorted coldly. This person's figure was graceful, but she wore a veil, so her face could not be seen. Actually, she was Xianxia. It was just that because of the previous matter, she did not have the face to appear in front of everyone. Therefore, she could only bring a veil over. Originally, she was also a proud daughter of heaven, the pearl of the second star realm. Her limelight was not inferior to Xianxia's at all. But now, she could only cover her face and stand here, unknown. As for the other party, he was once again dazzling, making countless people chase after him. This disparity was really too great. It made her unable to accept it at all. Don't worry, Xianxia. Let them be arrogant for a while. After Xianxia comes out, it will be our Rain clan's turn to shine. Lin Wudi and Shen Jingqiu cannot be compared to us at all. Those Rain clan elders were full of confidence. The other party was powerful, but so what? Their Yu Xianxia was even more dazzling. Thinking of this, these Rain clan elders began to search. They wanted to find their young master Xianxia. But after looking around, their expressions were stunned. What was going on? There was no young master Xianxia? How was this possible? They carefully searched 3 times and discovered that there was no young master. Yu Xianxia's body trembled. Could it be that her brother failed? She could not accept this matter. The elders of the Rain clan were similarly unable to accept this. Even the surrounding families and sects that were sending gifts and the martial artists that wanted to hug Qin Yu's thigh were all stunned. What was going on? It couldn't be a mistake, right? How was this possible? The Rain clan elders hurriedly denied. Apart from our young master Xianxia, Di Ling and Ghostly did not come out. Could it be that you also suspect the Imperial Mausoleum? Everyone looked around and found that indeed, they didn't see Di Ling and Ghostly. Thinking of this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Di Ling, that was absolutely impossible. Since Di Ling didn't appear, it meant that Yu Xianxia and Di Ling were together. Perhaps, he was an even more core disciple. It was possible that he would be chosen as the disciple of the Sage King. When these words were spoken, the crowd went into an uproar. The eyes of the Rain clan's elders once again erupted with astonishing radiance. There was indeed such a possibility. Ha 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 ha. They raised their heads and laughed. If they, Yu Xianxia, became the Saint King's disciple, they wouldn't be able to compete with the Holy Maiden of the Spirit race. They could easily trample the others under their feet. At the thought of this, the martial artists from the surrounding clans who were trying to cozy up to him became even more excited. This was a golden thigh, and they had to hold on to it tightly. On the other side, the people from the Fiend Star and the Spirit Sealing Star were the same. They didn't see Ghostly or Di Mausoleum. However, they also guessed that he might be directly accepted as a disciple of the Sage King. They were extremely excited. In a short period of time, these 3 great powers caused countless people to raise their eyebrows and go crazy over them. Hurry up and hug the thighs of the 3 great clans, they all rushed over. The people from the spirit race frowned. It couldn't be, could it be that he was really accepted as a disciple of the Sage King? Damn it, how could they be so lucky? There was no other way. Di Mausoleum and Goeli were too talented. They were the top 2 of the 8 great geniuses. But what did this Yu Xianxia have? Damn it, could it be that he's more powerful than our Holy Maiden? These people were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They couldn't accept this at all. At this time, the old ancestor of the spirit race said, "What are you all panicking for? Calm down and wait for the results to be announced." Although he said that, he was also nervous in his heart. If someone really became the disciple of the Sage King, their identity would be too dazzling. They would be able to compete with everyone else. Alright, silence. At this time, an elder from Wushuang City came out and said loudly. His voice spread out in all directions. Everyone quieted down. Countless gazes looked up at the sky, waiting. After 3 rounds of examination, the final results were out. Now, it was time to announce it. A total of 498 people passed the examination and became the disciples of Wushuang City. They will be the 3rd generation of disciples of Wushuang City. The rest will temporarily be in-name disciples. Once they pass the examination, they will become official disciples. Now, I will announce the official disciples. As he said that, the names were read out one by one, resounding through the sky. For those whose names were read out, a person in the sky stood out and looked around. Below, endless cheers and sounds of envy erupted. Did you see that, my son? That's my son. A middle-aged man roared to the sky, tears flowing down his face. The surrounding people were envious. Congratulations, Patriarch Hai. Yes, the Hai family will soar into the sky from now on. The others were incomparably envious. Ha 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 ha, my grandson is really good. Someone laughed loudly. Even though the first rankings were the last, so what, they were already disciples of the holy city. Once they stepped into the holy city, their identities would change dramatically. Therefore, how could these people not be happy? Moreover, it was truly a case of a man ascending to the heavens. As long as someone entered the holy city, their family would immediately be looked upon highly. Countless forces and cultivators would want to follow them and hug their thighs. For a moment, everyone was envious. Damn it, why hasn't it been my grandson's turn yet? The prodigies of our family will definitely be able to enter. These people gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, listening carefully. In the sky, one figure after another stood out. Those families and sects cheered when they appeared. Those whose names did not appear were waiting. They knew that there was still hope. However, when more than 400 names were read out, many of them were in despair. Their names were already so close to the front. Could their prodigies get it? They were very doubtful. In other words, were they eliminated? For a moment, sighs could be heard. Many people cried in despair. Of course, there were also some families who took a deep breath. They were very confident in their prodigies. Perhaps, they would be able to enter successfully and even get a higher ranking. Of course, most of them were onlookers. These people were not assessed by their families, so they were here to watch the show. Hurry up and announce who the first few names are. Yes, I think it must be Di Ling, it might be Gui Li. Didn't they all become disciples of the Sage King? These people were too excited. Amongst them, the elders from the Rain Clan, the Demon Star, and the Wind Spirit Star all looked as if victory was within their grasp. What was there to panic about? They would definitely be the last ones to appear. At this moment, the elder from Wushuang City stood up once again and said in a clear voice. Next, it was the core disciples' turn. There were a total of 72 core disciples, and the quota was fixed. However, only 49 people had successfully passed the test and become core disciples. Next up was the core disciples' turn. Although they were all disciples, core disciples and ordinary disciples were completely different. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Core disciples were the geniuses that Peerless City would focus on nurturing in the future. Any family that had someone become a core disciple would definitely be extremely excited, and the scene would be even more spectacular than before. 7th place, Yang Hao. A loud voice rang out as Yang Hao walked out with a glimmer in his eyes. Although it was only 7th place, he was already very satisfied. Before this, he had only been a chapter. Previously, he had already instigated discord, and obtained the agreement of many family elders. That was, Lin Xian didn't have the right to be with Xianxia. As long as he continued to make a fuss about this, he would definitely be able to obtain the agreement of all the elders. However, if Xianxia insisted on choosing Lin Xian, all the elders would oppose it. This way, the Holy Lady and the spiritual tribe would clash. This was the result he wanted, so he stood up again. Xiaoer is our Holy Lady, and she has obtained 2nd place. This means that her husband is definitely a powerhouse whose name resounds throughout the world. He isn't someone that any random person can be. Yes, that's right. Lin Wudi doesn't have the right to be with our Holy Lady. This time, all the elders agreed. Even the spiritual race's old ancestor didn't say anything. 1st place was Lin Wudi? What a joke. Gui Li and Di Ling hadn't appeared yet. How could it be Lin Wudi's turn? Perhaps Lin Wudi had already been crippled by Di Ling or Xianxia. The others were also discussing who was first. Some people even said that there might not be 1st place, but 3 personal disciples. The news spread wider and wider, and finally, everyone believed it. Could it be that Di Ling and the other 2 had really become the disciples of the Sage King, and were above all the core disciples? Thinking about this, the Rain Clan's people were very happy. Their faces were filled with excitement. Great! From today onwards, their Rain Clan would be one of the top great clans. Even in the entire 2nd star dimension, they would be an extremely terrifying existence. My backend crashed during the day, so I couldn't update it. The people of the Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star were the same. They raised their heads and waited for the final result. Countless people were envious. They knew that from now on, these 3 forces would really soar. In the sky, the elder of Wushuang City stood out again and said in a clear voice. The first places, speaking of this, he paused for a moment and looked in all directions. As for the people below, they craned their necks, and their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. First place, Lin Wudi. When this voice came out, everyone was stunned. Their minds were blank and petrified. No one could believe their ears. Before this, they had hundreds of guesses. For example, they guessed that Di Ling would be first. Or it might be Gui Li. Later on, they guessed that there was no first place. There were only 3 direct disciples of the Saint King. But now, when they got the result, it was completely different from their guesses. There was a first place, and the first place was someone they did not expect. Lin Wudi. This was too unbelievable. After a long period of silence and petrification, someone finally screamed. Then, everyone was in an uproar. The entire world was filled with all kinds of noises. Some were excited, some were surprised, and some were puzzled. There were even people who roared at the sky. How was this possible? How could Lin Wudi be first? The person who roared was an elder of the Rain clan. He had already gone crazy. That was the enemy of their clan. How could the other party achieve such a dazzling result? In the sky, the elder of Wushuang City said in a deep voice. What was impossible? Lin Wudi was first in all 3 tests. He deserved to be first in the assessment. Not only that, but he also became the chief disciple of the 3rd generation disciples. When this news came out, there was another uproar. Chief disciple, this identity card was too important and too dazzling. It was above all the core disciples. One had to know that there was only one chief disciple in each generation. The first generation, Linghu Chuishue, and the second generation, Fu Hongye, were extremely terrifying existences. Now, the chief disciple of the 3rd generation had limitless achievements in the future. How was this possible? If he was the chief disciple, then what about Di Ling? The people of Spirit Sealing Star could not hold it in anymore. It was still acceptable for them to let Di Ling take first place. After all, Di Ling could become the personal disciple of the Sage King. He was not in the rankings. However, if he were to become the head disciple, they would not be able to accept it. There was only one chief disciple, and the other party had become the chief disciple. Then what was their imperial mausoleum? That's right, where's our ghostly? Why hasn't he appeared yet? The people from the Fiend Star also stood out and questioned in a cold voice. The Rain Clan's people also stood out. Where's our young master Xianxia? Wasn't he already a direct disciple of the Sage King? Why wasn't he qualified to be the head disciple? Questioning voices rang out one after another, and the others also held their breaths. That's right, what the hell is going on? They need an explanation. The people of the Spirit Clan were also stunned. That little brat was actually first. Their faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, they felt as if someone had ruthlessly slapped them in the face. Previously, when their holy daughter had obtained 2nd place, they had been incomparably excited. Some people had even suggested that Lin Wudi wasn't qualified to be their holy daughter's husband. But now, Lin Wudi was ranked first, and was even the chief disciple. This identity was even more dazzling than their holy daughter. Such a person, was he really not qualified? They didn't think so. Hence, at this moment, their faces were incomparably ugly. There were even many elders who were shocked. This was impossible, especially the elders of the Spirit Lotus clan. What was going on with this little brat? Although his talent was great, his strength wasn't strong. How could he obtain first place? I don't believe it. There must be a problem. Not only them, the surrounding people were also stunned. They really needed an explanation. In the sky, the elders of Peerless City's faces also sank. What? Are you all doubting our Peerless City? We don't dare to doubt, but we want to know where our genius's imperial mausoleum is. That's right, and our ghostly. Our young master Xianxia, where is he now? The elders of Peerless City spoke. Who told you that Xianxia had already become the Sage King's direct disciple? As soon as these words came out, it was like 10,000 claps of thunder, causing the Rain Clan's people to be stunned. Their young master Xianxia didn't become a direct disciple? How was that possible? Damn it, the difference was really too big. They were previously praised to the skies, but now, they fell from the clouds to the ground. This was simply unacceptable to them. Impossible, Xianxia didn't become a direct disciple, but he wasn't in the rankings. What was going on? Could it be that he was eliminated? Thinking of this, the Rain Clan's people felt like their brains were about to explode. They simply couldn't accept this fact. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. No way, could it be that only Di Ling and Ghostly became direct disciples? For a moment, many people looked at the Rain Clan with strange eyes. Even those who saw the treasure before felt extremely regretful. They wished they could slap their own mouths. Damn it, the item was already given out, but did it really cause a misunderstanding? They should still hug Di Ling and Ghostly's thighs. Who told you that the Sage King had accepted a direct disciple? In the sky, the elders of Peerless City spoke again, causing everyone to be stunned. This time's examination only accepted ordinary and core disciples. The Sage King's direct disciples would be selected again in the future cultivation. This time, there were no direct disciples. When this news spread, the people of 9 heavens 10 earths were stunned. There were no direct disciples, this was too inconceivable. Then what about you, Xianxia, Di Ling and Ghostly? Everyone couldn't believe it. The Rain Clan's people were stunned. The people of Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star were also roaring crazily. Our genius, where is our genius? Silence. In the sky, the Peerless City Elder spoke in a deep voice. A terrifying sage might spread throughout 9 heavens 10 earths. All the rankings had been completed. Those who were not ranked were disqualified and had been eliminated. What? Those who were eliminated. Everyone went crazy. Many people directly fainted. On the Rain Clan's side, many elders vomited blood. On the Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star's side, their faces were also pale and on the verge of collapse. Their young master Xianxia was eliminated? Damn it. That was impossible. Di Ling and Ghostly were eliminated? How could this be? We don't believe it. The Fiend Star's people roared. The Spirit Sealing Star's people snorted coldly. There must be a problem. Where is our young master Xianxia? The Rain Clan's people also roared. Said the elder of Wushuang City. Di Ling didn't come back in time for the third test and was eliminated. Ghostly was eliminated in the second round and was considered a nominal disciple. After half a year, he could participate in the examination again. When the news came out, the surrounding people went crazy. Di Ling was really eliminated, and Ghostly was also eliminated. Wasn't this too unbelievable? To be honest, these people felt like they were dreaming because anyone could be eliminated, but how could these two people be eliminated? They were the top 2 of the 8 geniuses, and they were the 2 most likely to become the eldest disciple. But now, not only did they not become the eldest disciple, they did not even become a disciple of Peerless City. They were eliminated directly. Impossible. We don't believe it. The people of Spirit Sealing Star roared crazily. Where is Di Ling? We want to see him. Yes, where is Ghostly? We want to see him too. The people of the Fiend Planet said. They felt that this matter was too strange. Di Ling, come out. In the sky, the elder of Peerless City waved his hand. From the crowd behind, a figure walked out. At this moment, Di Ling was no longer in a sorry state. The clothes and armor on his body had been changed, but his face was still pale. After he walked out, he did not say a word. It was Di Ling. Countless people screamed. The people of Spirit Sealing Star also felt their hearts sink. Di Ling was such an arrogant person. He was usually brilliant, like a god of war. However now, the other party's aura was too weak, his expression ugly, making their hearts sink to the bottom of an ancient land. It was very likely that he was really eliminated. Di Ling, tell us how you were eliminated. Otherwise, others will think that Peerless City is unfair. Di Ling's face was extremely ugly. How could he bear to admit his miserable experience in front of everyone? However, he did not dare to go against Peerless City now. With Peerless City's strength, it was very easy to kill him. He could only obediently cooperate. He took a deep breath and said helplessly, in the 3rd stage, I was chased and did not have time to collect the East Tombstone. Chased? Chased? Everyone's hearts trembled violently. The Imperial Mausoleum was so terrifying, but it was actually being chased by someone from the beginning to the end. He did not even have time to collect the East Tombstone. This was too shocking. The people of Spirit Sealing Star were also stunned. They did not expect it to be like this. If it was any other reason, they would not believe it. But if it was this one, then it could really be explained. Di Ling was powerful, but he was only an early 5th heavenly layer saint. There were many more who were more powerful than him. Moreover, they knew about the East Spirit World. There were all sorts of powerful beings and disciples of the Saint City training there. Perhaps Di Ling was really unlucky and provoked some heaven-defying existence and was being hunted down. Everyone sighed. Di Ling's luck was really bad. That's right, he was simply unlucky to the extreme. Who knew what kind of expert he had provoked? Do you think his pursuit has anything to do with Lin Wudi? Everyone quietly looked up at the sky. In the sky, the most dazzling person standing at the front was Lin Xian. His body shone with boundless light as he accepted the worship of the crowd. Previously, everyone had different opinions about Lin Xian. They thought that he was talented but weak, and that he would need hundreds or thousands of years to grow. But now, the other party had proven that not only was he talented, he was also strong and had become the eldest disciple of the Shi clan. Did Lin Xian tamper with the Imperial Mausoleum's elimination? They did not know. Di Ling's matter had been explained clearly. As for Ghostly, he was now an unnamed disciple and was still cultivating in Wushuang City. Hence, he could not come over. Hearing this, the people of the Demon Star sighed. However, there was still hope for him to become an unnamed disciple. In other words, Ghostly could still become a disciple of the Saint City in the future. This made them slightly concerned. However, someone stood out and asked in a deep voice, "I want to know, how did Ghostly get eliminated?" Ghostly challenged Lin Wudi in the second round and lost. He was eliminated. The elder of Wushuang City spoke. Everyone was shocked. The eyelids of the people of the Demon Star twitched. Did he lose to Lin Wudi? Ghostly could not beat Lin Wudi. The others were also in an uproar. Lin Wudi was too strong. They now had a deeper understanding of Lin Xian's terror. Wait, that's not right. At this moment, the people of the Spirit Sealing Star stood out. They said that Ghostly was eliminated and became an unnamed disciple. Why would our Imperial Mausoleum be disqualified after being eliminated? Wasn't this a little too unfair? That's right. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. This was indeed a problem. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The elders of the Rain clan said, "That's right, where is our young master? Where is he? When was he eliminated?" "Alright, I'll explain it to you." The elder of Wushuang City spoke. He was eliminated because he lost twice. Actually, it was not the third round. In the second round, Di Ling was eliminated and became an unnamed disciple. What? Di Ling was eliminated twice? Everyone was shocked. Di Ling was the number 1 genius of the 8 great geniuses. How strong was he? He had actually been eliminated twice. Who was so powerful? The elder of Wushuang City said. In the second round, Di Ling also challenged Lin Wudi but lost and was eliminated. In the same situation, Xianxia challenged Lin Wudi and was also defeated. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi, it was Lin Wudi again. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying. Not only did he defeat Guili, but he also defeated Di Ling and Xianxia. These were 3 geniuses of the 8 great geniuses. What was going on in the second round? Everyone wanted to know. However, how could the people of Wushuang City reveal the details? If you feel that it was unfair, you can ask all the participants and see if they said it was fair. When these words came out, everyone became silent. That's right. If Wushuang City was really unfair, there would definitely be people who jumped out. However, no one objected. This meant that the process was absolutely fair. If they lost, it meant that their strength was inferior. Although they did not want to believe it, it was the truth. It was an unchangeable truth. The faces of the people from Spirit Sealing Star were extremely ugly. Their geniuses had actually lost twice. It was really too shameful. Di Ling was also trembling. On the other side, the people of the Rain clan were also dumbfounded. They were so angry that they vomited blood. That damned Lin Wuti, how could this be possible? They really did not expect that the young master they were so proud of would be defeated in the second round. One had to know that before, they had imagined that their young master could kill his way into the top 3 and even get first place to become the eldest disciple. Later on, they even imagined that their young master could become the Saint King's disciple. But now, their young master had actually been defeated. This was no longer a slap to the face, this was a ruthless kick to their hearts. They could not believe such a huge contrast. The surrounding followers of the Rain clan also had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, they had really failed. Xianxia had really been eliminated. Damn it, they had hugged onto a huge thigh. How was this a golden thigh? This was a rotten thigh without any hope. In an instant, these people retreated one after another. There were even some who wanted to take back the treasures they had given away. This scene provoked the elders of the Rain clan even more. Xianxia stood in the crowd, trembling slightly. Although she was wearing a veil, her expression was extremely ugly. Her younger brother had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated by Lin Wuti. This was truly an enormous irony. Before this, Lin Wuti had already been the benefactor of their Rain clan. However, not a single one of them had thought highly of him. They had even ridiculed him, thinking that he was an ant from the first astral realm. However, now, reality had ruthlessly slapped them in the face. It was precisely this ant that had defeated their genius young master. Furthermore, he had even become the head disciple of the holy city. What sort of glory was this? In the sky, the elder of Peerless City continued. Originally, Di Ling, Xianxia and the others had already lost the qualifications to participate in the third stage. However, these people had joined hands to create trouble. Our Peerless City had given them an additional opportunity to participate in the second stage. If they could successfully pass the second stage, they would be able to participate in the third stage. However, if they failed, they would be disqualified from being a nominal disciple. They would be completely eliminated. Among them, Di Ling and Xianxia had both participated in the second stage. Ghostly had chosen not to participate. Thus, he was still a nominal disciple. In the third stage, Di Ling and Xianxia had both failed. Thus, the two of them were directly eliminated. This was already extremely clear. Now, everyone knew what was going on. So this was the case. No wonder Ghostly was a nominal disciple. Di Ling and Xianxia were directly eliminated. However, where was our young master Xianxia? The people of the Rain clan asked again. Because Ghostly was a nominal disciple, he did not come. However, Xianxia was the same as Di Ling. Why did he not come out? In the sky, the elder of Peerless City said. Xianxia had failed in the third stage. After that, we sent people to search for him, but they could not find him. We guessed that he might have fallen in the Eastern Spirit World. Xianxia was dead, everyone was stunned. If Xianxia's elimination was like an earthquake, then Xianxia's death was like a storm. In fact, it wasn't just Xianxia who had lost their lives inside. When they heard that there were more than 100 people, many families collapsed. Not only were their geniuses eliminated, but they had also died inside. The others were also silent. They mourned for these people. However, everyone knew that this was very normal. Since there was a battle, there would definitely be casualties. Especially in a training ground like the East Spirit World. It was just that they didn't expect a genius like Xianxia to fall inside. I don't believe it. The people from the Rain clan also collapsed. Their genius, the hope of their Rain clan, actually died inside. This was simply falling from the clouds onto the ground. Instead, he fell directly from the clouds to the 18th level of hell. Xianxia's body swayed and she almost fell. She spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched her chest in shock. Was his brother dead? How could this be? Who killed my brother? The other elders also roared. Who was the murderer? We must tear him to shreds. There were countless experts in the East Spirit World, many disciples of the Holy City, and countless beast saints. Anyone could be the murderer. The people from the Rain clan were stunned. They didn't know who the murderer was. The others were also in an uproar. It might be a powerful beast. Yes, the beasts there were arrogant and probably didn't put the human race in their eyes. Discussions sounded one after another. The people from the Rain clan found it hard to accept. Their young master had died, and there wasn't even a murderer. Damn it, it was that brat. It might be that Lin Wudi, a voice sounded, and then countless eyes turned to look at the figure above them. Lin Wudi, could it be him? The others were also shocked. Tell me, did you kill our young master? The elders of the Rain clan roared crazily. In the sky, Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. He looked down with a cold smile. He didn't answer. The people from Peerless City beside him covered their mouths and stood out, shouting coldly. What kind of attitude is this? This is the head disciple of our third generation, representing our Peerless City. You dare to berate our head disciple? Do you want to become enemies with our Peerless City? His voice was cold and emotionless. When the others heard it, their scalps went numb. The people from the Rain clan were also stunned. Even the followers of the Rain clan opened up a path and distanced themselves from the Rain clan. What a joke. No matter how powerful the Rain clan was, they were only a family. However, Peerless City was the holy city. With a Saint King overseeing the city, it was like the difference between a giant dragon and an ant. If Peerless City wanted to exterminate the Rain clan, it would be very easy. At this time, whoever helped the Rain clan would be going against Peerless City. No one would be so stupid. The people from the Rain clan also came to their senses. They were so scared that their bodies turned cold. Damn it, they hated it so much. Lin Wudi was no longer an ant in their eyes. He was the head disciple of Peerless City. His identity was so noble that even their patriarch had to avoid him. After all, they had to be polite. Come back. The patriarch of the Rain clan said coldly. They didn't dare to fall out with Peerless City. Otherwise, they would be annihilated. The people from the Rain clan retreated unwillingly. However, no one dared to shout again. However, they swore in their hearts that they would definitely take revenge. At this time, Lin Xian, who was in the sky, spoke. To be honest, I'm also heartbroken that Xianxia fell in the Eastern Spirit World. After all, he was also a heaven's pride, someone who could have become my fellow disciple. However, it's a pity that his luck wasn't good. As for why you didn't suspect me, I can understand. That's because there is hatred between us. I once helped your Rain clan. You repaid my kindness with enmity. However, I won't pursue this matter. However, I'm not only representing myself, but also Peerless City. Therefore, I hope that you and the Rain clan can correct your attitude. It doesn't matter if you insult me, but if you dare to insult Peerless City, I'll definitely fight you to the death. Pooh, the people from the Rain clan below were so angry that they vomited blood. Many elders fainted from anger. The people in the surroundings also had different expressions. It seemed that this Lin Wudi was not only powerful, but also very smart. With a few simple words, he directly pointed out the Rain clan's despicable and shameless behavior. As for him, he displayed magnanimity. Following that, he pointed out Xianxia's identity and swore to protect the honor of Peerless City. In an instant, he changed from a suspect to an outstanding genius with a boundless future. Moreover, he was the head disciple of Peerless City. As for the Rain clan, if they dared to play any tricks, Peerless City would definitely take action. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Rain clan? He didn't care about them anymore. If these people dared to touch him, he wouldn't even need to do anything. Someone else would take care of him. The people of Peerless City were also satisfied. Lin Xian had said that Yu Qianya's death was an accident and he had defended Peerless City. They were naturally satisfied. The people of the Rain clan were disheartened. The people of Spirit Sealing Star were indignant. This was supposed to be their glory, but it had been given to someone else. Di Ling was trembling with anger. However, he was no longer a match for Lin Xian. He wanted to break through. He wanted to become stronger. He believed that he would be able to trample Lin Xian under his feet again. The eyes of the people from the Fiend planet flickered. This was really unexpected. They didn't expect a dark horse to appear. It seemed like they had to warn Ghostly to be careful. Lin Wudi was too terrifying. The other clans and sects were also warning their juniors not to go against Lin Wudi. The people of Spirit Tribe were also silent. They had been disdainful of Lin Wudi before. However, he was too dazzling now. The old ancestor of Spirit Tribe snorted. "Why aren't you talking? Weren't you good at arguing before? You're too young. You can't judge people accurately. From now on, you're not allowed to go against Lin Wudi. If I find out, I'll expel him from Spirit Tribe." The others were scared stiff. "Yes, old ancestor. We'll definitely do that." Even without the old ancestor's warning, they knew that they couldn't provoke this person. The old ancestor was still worried. As for Qiao and the young people, let them make their own decisions. "Understood, understood. We understand." The elders nodded their heads quickly. Ling Huanhua's face was pale with fright. Ling Huanhua's father lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Next, it was the grand entrance ceremony. The holy city's recruitment of disciples was an extremely important matter. Therefore, the ceremony had to be announced to the world so that countless clans and sects would worship it. This way, it could strengthen the holy city's reputation and strengthen their power. Sure enough, at this moment, countless people presented treasures one after another, congratulating him. Among them, the most dazzling one was Lin Xian. As the head disciple, he was the center of attention. From today onwards, the name Lin Wudi would resound throughout the second astral realm. Over at the Rain Clan's side, the people who had presented the gifts earlier all gathered around. "Well, hurry up and return the treasure I gave you. Fellow Daoist, I'm too poor right now. I don't have anything to give to Peerless City. Therefore, I think it's better if you return the godly medal that I gave you. Granddaughter, come back quickly. It's best if you become Lin Wudi's concubine." Voices sounded one after another. The elders of the Rain Clan fainted from anger once again. It was a grand entrance ceremony. Countless people prostrated themselves in worship. In the sky, 498 people stood there. Behind them were the official disciples, and further ahead were the 49 core disciples. Standing at the very front was Lin Xian. The whole ceremony not only conferred status, but also conferred rewards. Lin Xian took first place in all 3 tests and obtained 3 Dao comprehending tea leaves. This made countless people jealous. Even the eyes of those small saints turned red. This was truly a rare treasure. Its effect on comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth was too obvious. They couldn't wait to snatch it. Of course, they didn't dare to do so. Apart from that, there were also a lot of rewards, such as divine abilities, cultivation methods, martial arts, armors, and weapons. There were all kinds of cultivation pills and resources. At this moment, they were arranged in a row. Apart from that, Lin Xian also had an extra unparalleled sword. This was a sacred weapon, a treasured sword. It was forged based on the real Saint King's weapon, the unparalleled sword. There were a total of 3 swords. The chief disciple had 1 each. In other words, Linghu Chuishua, Fu Hongya, and Lin Xian each had 1. This was not only a sacred weapon, but also a symbol of status. After Lin Xian respectfully received it, he hung it on his waist. He raised his head and let the countless rays of light shine on his body. From now on, he was a member of Peerless City. With his status, even the patriarch of a clan like the Rain Clan had to be respectful to him, let alone those elders. His opponents in the future would be the geniuses of other saint cities. Apart from the normal rewards, the treasures of the surrounding clans, sects, and experts were also piled up like a mountain. After a few days, Peerless City would distribute these things to Lin Xian and the others as rewards. It had to be said that becoming a disciple of the saint cities was really great. Just these resources were enough to make countless saints jealous. With Lin Xian's status, the resources he would receive in the future would probably be more than the entire Rain Clan combined. This was the strength of the saint cities. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. They thought that in the future, this matter would definitely spread throughout the entire second star realm. Because it was too legendary and too shocking. However, they didn't expect that at the last moment of the disciple acceptance ceremony, there would be an unforeseen event. In the distance, there was a crack in space. A formation flickered in the sky. Someone was about to be teleported over. And from the looks of it, it wasn't a single person teleportation, but a group teleportation. Who would be so generous to set up such a terrifying spatial teleportation formation? The people of Peerless City also stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look in front. The elders of Peerless City frowned. Looking at the formation, it wasn't weak at all. They wondered which saint cities it was from. However, the other party came at this time. Wasn't it too arrogant? Were they trying to go against Peerless City? The faces of the others also changed. Who was it that was so arrogant? Finally, they saw countless people descending. Accompanying them were extremely terrifying thunder and laws. They covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone's bodies instantly tensed up. What a terrifying aura of thunder. Moreover, it wasn't just one person, but countless people. Were these people from the Thunder God City? Many people screamed because they guessed that the ones who dared to do this should be the saint cities. And the only ones who had such a violent aura of the Thunder God City could only be the Thunder God City. However, why did the other party come at this time? They didn't know. However, the faces of the people of Peerless City changed. Even Xianxia and Lin Xian frowned. Others didn't know, but they knew. In the Eastern Spirit World, their Peerless City and Thunder God City had a huge battle. In that battle, they had obtained a complete victory. Many people from the Thunder God City had died, and countless saints had been injured. They knew that Thunder God City wouldn't let this matter rest. However, they didn't expect the other party to come at this time. Be careful, the other party didn't come with good intentions. At the same time, send a message to the saint cities to get some elders and experts to come over. The elders of Peerless City hurriedly gave the order. The martial artists of Peerless City started to move quickly. Soon, the teleportation formation of Peerless City flickered and people were teleported over. Many elders walked out, each with a strong aura. Moreover, Fu Hongya was here too. Not only him, but he also brought a group of second-generation disciples. Heavens, something big is going to happen. The surrounding worshippers were dumbfounded. Could it be that the 2 saint cities were going to fight? If that was the case, it would be more shocking than the death of Xianxia. Their hearts were beating wildly. If something went wrong, they would run away immediately. After the people of Thunder God City were teleported out, the few elders who were leading them laughed out loud. They brought their people and flew quickly in the air, heading over here. On the side of Peerless City, a few elders gathered together and asked in a loud voice. Friends of Thunder God City, what are you here for? Of course, we're here to congratulate. The people of Thunder God City laughed. Today is the day of Peerless City's disciple recruitment. We're here on the orders of Thunder Sage King to congratulate Peerless City for accepting a genius disciple. Come, bring the gifts. The few elders waved their hands, and the disciples of Thunder God City behind them took out their gifts. Treasures were piled up like mountains. The others were stunned. Here to congratulate? Was it really that simple? Even the people of Peerless City frowned. The other party was only here to congratulate? What a joke. If others believed it, then so be it. If they believed it, then they were fools. Previously in the East Spirit World, the battle was so fierce. Now that the other party was smiling, there must be something wrong. The others did not know and thought that the 2 great sage cities had a good relationship. However, at this moment, the elders of Thunder God City said that other than congratulating, they also brought some of the young fellows of Thunder God City. When these young fellows heard that Peerless City had a lot of geniuses this time, they were very excited and wanted to spar with each other. They wondered if the friends of Peerless City would give them face. Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. They wanted to spar, many people's eyes lit up, and some of them even frowned. Indeed, things were not that simple. To spar during such a grand entrance ceremony, this was not a simple competition. They were here to cause trouble. Because once the new disciples of Peerless City were defeated, it would be a slap to the face. The whole second star realm would know about it soon. As a holy city, face was very important. If they were slapped in the face at this time, the reputation of the holy city would be severely damaged. When the people from Peerless City heard this, they frowned. Sparring? As expected, these people were up to no good. An elder from Wushuang City stood out. They could exchange pointers, but not now. Now is the most crucial moment of our Wushuang City's entrance ceremony. If everyone wants to exchange pointers, we will arrange a competition in the future. In the future? But these little fellows can't wait any longer. Moreover, we came from far away. I heard that there are quite a few geniuses from Wushuang City this time. If he entered the holy city and went into seclusion for 8 to 10 years and did not come out, then it would really be a pity. That's right. Senior, we're really just sparring. We won't go all out. Senior, don't worry. In front of everyone in the world, I, Thunder Saint City, will still give you face. At this time, a few disciples from the opposite side walked out. Although their expressions were respectful, their tone was not very polite. I heard that there's a person called Lin Wudi in this exam. He's very powerful, and I want to experience it for myself. Another person walked out. When this person appeared, many people cried out in surprise. A level 5 sage. This person's strength was even stronger than Di Ling. He actually wanted to challenge Lin Wudi. Could it be that there was some hatred between the two? After all, it was normal for there to be competition between the holy cities. However, to challenge someone by name was not normal. There must be some conflict between the two sides. As soon as this was said, countless people started discussing. Many people looked towards Wushuang City. Would the people from Wushuang City agree? Many people shook their heads. Not necessarily. If they agreed at this time, it would be fine if they won. However, if they lost, it would be very embarrassing. Not necessarily. They were already being shouted at to this extent. If they still did not make a move, then they would be ridiculed even more. That's right. Also, look at how aggressive Lei Xianxia was this time. He definitely had a way to make Wushuang City make a move. The battle between the two holy cities would definitely be exciting. It would definitely be more exciting than the previous exams. That was for sure. These people were all excited. In the previous 3 rounds, they had only seen the first round. It was not fun at all. Now, if they could see the genius disciples of the holy cities fight, then they would not have come in vain. Of course, there were also some big families that were very worried. Because their genius disciples had just entered the holy cities and were about to be challenged. If they were defeated, it would be a huge blow to them. There were also some people who were very excited. Their faces were filled with excitement. For example, the Rain Clan. Originally, they looked as if they were struck by lightning. However, at this moment, they revealed a sinister expression. Challenging Lin Wudi? That's great. I'll let the geniuses of Thunder God City kill Lin Wudi. I want to see this brat's body being torn into pieces with my own eyes. They wished they could kneel down right now and beg the people of Thunder God City to make a move. On the other side, the people of Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star were also gloomy. After all, Lin Wudi had also defeated their genius in the second round. If someone could teach him a lesson at this time, then it would be for the best. This brat was definitely going to die. Di Ling snorted. A level 5 sage was extremely powerful. He could not even contend against him without the ancient bronze corpse. How could the other party contend against him? Moreover, this was not an ordinary level 5 sage. This was a heaven's pride of Thunder God City. A heaven's pride that could fight across realms. The people of Wushuang City also frowned. Lei Chong. They did not expect that the one who stood out to challenge was Lei Chong. This was not a new disciple. The other party was a veteran genius of Thunder God City. He was very famous. Many of them knew him. For such a person to challenge a new disciple, this was not deliberately looking for trouble. It was a provocation, therefore, they wanted to refuse. However, they knew that Lei Xianxia would not let this matter go. After all, the conflict between the two parties was very intense. Perhaps the other party still had some tricks up his sleeve waiting for them. Moreover, they were from the holy cities. Did they need Thunder God City to give them face? So it was Lei Chong. Mr. Lei, if you want to spar, you can. Why are you looking for our new junior brother? How about this, I'll spar with you. A person walked out. This was a second-generation disciple. His body was emitting a terrifying light of laws. That's right. A veteran disciple wanting to challenge a new disciple who had just entered the holy cities. This was somewhat inappropriate. When did Lei Xianxia become so cowardly? The second-generation disciples of Wushuang City also spoke coldly. When the others heard this, they went into an uproar. What? This Lei Chong was actually a veteran genius? Some people exclaimed. I've heard of him. He is very powerful. Why is he fighting against Lin Wuti? Lei Chong said coldly. I'm not interested in challenging you second-generation disciples. I only want to challenge Lin Wuti. Although he's a newcomer, his strength is very powerful. I've already seen it in Dongling World. However, because of some unexpected things, I didn't have the chance to personally experience his skills. Now, I want to have a real contest with him. Lin Wuti, do you dare? Lei Chong's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He was indeed here to provoke. He was here to ruthlessly slap his face. Previously, at Dongling Stairs, he had already fought with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had killed his younger brother, and he would definitely avenge this grudge. That day, he had brought over a dozen cultivators with him, wanting to torture Lin Xian to death. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian had a kind of poison in his hands. Not only did they not kill him, but they were also instantly defeated by him. This was simply a great humiliation. Therefore, at this moment, he must properly torture his opponent to death in front of the whole world. You want to challenge me? Sure, but I'm the chief disciple. Not just any random cat or dog can challenge me. Let your chief disciple come. The people of Thunder God City were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn, were they actually looked down on? The corners of the surrounding people's mouths twitched. Cat or dog, Lei Chong was a top genius, a fifth heaven saint. If this was a cat or dog, then what were they? Lei Chong was also furious. Damn brat, you're courting death. He roared, and the 9 heavenly thunder descended. Hey, why are you angry? Didn't you come to congratulate me? It's very impolite to be angry in our territory. Lin Xian said again. I'm not talking about you guys. It's just a metaphor. Don't take it personally. Pooh, the people of Thunder God City were once again injured. They were about to bleed. Damn, why does this guy look like he's asking for a beating, especially Lei Chong? He was so annoyed that he couldn't wait to go up and slap him to death. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was unperturbed. He didn't have the slightest intention to make a move. The elders of the Thunder God City also gave Lei Chong a look, telling him not to be impulsive and to let the new disciples go first. Soon, a few new disciples from Thunder God City walked out. They had just joined Thunder God City not long ago. Us new disciples can challenge the geniuses of Peerless City, right? A man walked out with lightning circling around his body. As he jumped, he brought with him a violent and destructive power. I'll do it. The genius disciples of Wushuang City could not take it anymore. They were arrogant and unruly to begin with. Now that they were able to join the holy city, they were even more proud and arrogant. Now that someone had provoked them in public, and more than once, how could they tolerate it? Thus, very soon, someone stood out. However, he still asked the elder of Peerless City. The elder of Peerless City glanced at him and nodded slightly, expressing his approval. The person who came out was one of the core disciples, and his strength could be considered formidable. Furthermore, they also wanted to see how strong the newcomers from Thunder God City were this time, since they dared to behave atrociously in their Wushuang City. Was the battle about to begin? The surrounding people were all stunned. They didn't think that the two great sage cities would really compete with each other. This was truly an exciting piece of news. For a moment, countless people were incomparably excited. 2 genius disciples of Holy City walked out. Without any nonsense, they directly started fighting. On the opposite side, the genius disciple from Thunder God City was very powerful. He was an early-stage 4th heaven person. The lightning on his body was very terrifying. It made many experts of the older generation cry out in surprise. Was this the strength of a disciple from Holy City? They were really too strong. However, the genius from Wushuang City was also very impressive. He was also an early-stage 4th heaven person. He held a long saber in his hand and swept it in all directions. Every time he swept it, the sky would collapse and the earth would crack. The battle between the two was very exciting, causing countless people to cry out in surprise. It seemed that they were unable to determine the winner and loser. Why don't they have a match with me? At this time, a person from Thunder God City walked out. This person was tall and had a pair of thunder wings on his back. He was from the 10,000 ancient races. Obviously, the other party was not human. He was from the Thunder Bat race. This kind of Thunder Bat race was originally a thunder race. Now that they had joined Thunder God City, they were even more powerful. The moment he appeared, a vast power swept out in all directions. Many people's faces changed. Even the people from Peerless City had serious expressions on their faces. Too powerful, however, there was still someone who walked out. I'll do it. The person who walked out was shining brightly like a sun. He was Xianxia, one of the 8 great heavens' prides. Now, he was ranked 7th among the core disciples. Because the person who walked out was very strong, he had no choice but to take action. The people from Wushuang City breathed a sigh of relief. With Xiangxia's strength, he should be able to resist. The surrounding people cried out in surprise. Heavens, is Xianxia going to take action? Isn't it too early? Don't underestimate the other party. Thunder God City's inheritance was very long, more than 10,000 years. Its foundation was above Wushuang City. And this genius from the Thunder Bat race was a mid-stage 4th heaven person. He definitely had something to rely on. Xiangxia's strength was definitely comparable. Boom, the expert from the Bat race sneered and took action. Xianxia also roared in anger. His palm formed a seal, turning into a huge sun that descended from the sky. Boom boom boom. The two of them fought fiercely. All kinds of laws spread between heaven and earth. Fortunately, this was the outer region of the starry sky, which was wide enough. Otherwise, the world below would have been destroyed. The crowd watched the battle nervously. The battle between the two sides was very intense. Not long after, the outcome was decided. The first battle was between 2 early-stage 4th heaven people. The genius from Wushuang City was injured. On the other side, the people from Thunder God City didn't have it easy either. Both sides were injured. It seemed like they were evenly matched. How about a draw? The elder from Wushuang City asked. The people from Thunder God City snorted and didn't say anything. However, it seemed like it would be hard to tell who would win if the battle continued. The first round was a draw. Too exciting. Too exciting. The surrounding people couldn't help but scream. It was rare for them to see such a battle. After all, the divine abilities of these geniuses were terrifying. Moreover, their battle experience was unparalleled. Some people who were unconvinced thought that their geniuses could also enter Wushuang City. Why were they eliminated? However, after watching the battle, they knew that the gap was too big. Those who could enter Holy City, even if they were ranked at the bottom, were the top geniuses. They were far from what they imagined. The second battle was also decided. Xianxia was injured. Many parts of his body were charred black. He was struck by thunder. However, he didn't care. Instead, he raised a smile. That was because the opponent's Thunder Bat was more seriously injured. Its body exploded once. Come back, you've lost this round. The elder of the Thunder God City looked at the Thunder Bat and spoke in a deep voice. His expression was somewhat unsightly. He did not expect that Lei Bat would lose. Lei Bat said, Old Zhang, I haven't lost yet, I can still fight. However, the elder was not willing. Those who fought were all geniuses. If they were careless and died, or if their foundation was damaged, the loss would outweigh the gain. Left with no choice, Lei Bat could only clench his teeth and walk back. On the other hand, the people from Peerless City cried out in shock. They finally won a round. Let's see if the people from Thunder God City still dare to be arrogant. Sure enough, the people from Wushuang City were more powerful. Many people exclaimed and were incomparably excited. However, there were also some experts who shook their heads. They could not come to a conclusion so early. There were many people from Thunder God City. They were afraid that the competition would not end so easily. Sure enough, 3 people from Thunder God City walked out and 3 people from Wushuang City accepted the challenge. The result was shocking. Wushuang City only won 1 round and lost the other 2. This caused Wushuang City's morale to suffer a blow. Countless people exclaimed. On Thunder God City's side, a smile appeared on their lips. Competing with them? They were still far from it. This time, they were here to teach Wushuang City a lesson and let them know what a veteran sacred city is. Old Zhang, what should we do? Are they still clamoring for us to fight? The people from Wushuang City asked. Those elders also frowned. These people from Thunder God City were too arrogant. That's right. Their disciples had already joined Sacred City for a period of time. On our side, we haven't even entered the sect yet. We'll be at a disadvantage if we fight. That's right. Those people from Thunder God City could not be called as new disciples because they had already cultivated for a long time. On their side, they had not even entered the sect yet. If they continued to fight, it would probably involve the top few core disciples. These were all important targets to nurture. If they were to lose at this time, it would be a huge blow to their confidence. Elder, it's fine. Let us do it. Shirbufan said in a deep voice. Shen Jingqiu, Zhishui Tianchen, Wang Xiafeng and the others also said, we can also fight. We're not afraid of losing. It's not that I don't trust you, but the risk is too great. The people on their side have all cultivated the Sacred City's secret technique. Moreover, this time, they didn't send their core disciples to the front. If you go into the water, the gains won't make up for the losses. Indeed, if the other party was also one of the top few, this battle was not impossible. After all, if he won, he would instantly become famous. However, if the other party was just an ordinary disciple who had been in the holy city for a long time and cultivated a secret technique, they could bully the core disciples who had just entered the holy city. If he were to lose, he would become the laughingstock of the world. However, if he didn't fight, he would be ridiculed by others. These elders decided to let the second-generation disciples take action. They would find a way to divert the flames of war to the previous generation disciples. It could preserve these new disciples. Initially, the human roots of the Thunder Divine City did not want to do this. They were here to attack Wushuang. How could they fight with the second-generation disciples? They wanted to trample these disciples who had yet to join the sect under their feet. It would be best if their Tao hearts crumbled. Let me do it. Just as Peerless City was in a difficult position and everyone was shocked, thinking that Peerless City would be suppressed by Thunder God Qing, Lin Xian spoke up. He wanted to participate. No, you can't participate. The elders of Peerless City immediately shook their heads. What a joke. Even top core disciples like Shui Tianchen and Shen Jingqiu were not willing to participate. How could they let Lin Xian, the top disciple, participate? You can't go. It's too risky. They're trying to provoke you. Yes, you have to cherish your reputation now. If you want to fight, wait until you join the holy city and cultivate our secret technique. Then, you can fight with him in the future. The elders tried to dissuade him. The second-generation disciples also said, yes, junior brother Lin, you can't be impulsive. Lin Xian said, this happened because of me. If I were to back down now, I wouldn't be able to answer to myself. Moreover, I believe in advancing courageously. Since I dared to use the name Invincible Lin, I am ready to fight at any time. Moreover, with the performance of the East Spirit World, don't you guys believe in me? Lin Xian looked around. The people of Peerless City were silent. Yes, this Lin Wudi was special. But they still didn't want to take the risk. Don't worry, Elder. I'll give you my head to guarantee that I won't lose. If I lose, I won't be the top disciple anymore. The people from Peerless City sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Shui Tianchen, Shirbufan and the others were shocked. They could tell that Thunder God City was aggressive. Even if they were to participate, they wouldn't have the confidence to win. In fact, they didn't even have half the confidence. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he wouldn't lose. How confident was that? And if he lost, he wouldn't be the top disciple anymore. Wasn't that a military order? But the elders still wanted to say something, but a figure said, let him try. Everyone turned around and realized that the one who spoke was Fu Hongya. They were shocked. "Senior brother Fu is here?" Seeing Fu Hongya nodding, the elders were silent. Fu Hongya and the others had absolute faith in Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian had said so, it meant that Lin Xian was very confident. "Alright, then you'll go. But be careful. Be careful of Lei Chong. Don't go against him." "Don't worry, elder. I know what I'm doing." Lin Xian nodded. He walked forward with a cold smile. "Don't fight with Lei Chong?" Although he said that, who knew what would happen if they really fought? It was fine if he didn't provoke Lei Chong. If Lei Chong dared to jump out, he wouldn't mind stepping on this old genius. On the other side, Thunder God City looked determined. They felt that their goal was about to be achieved. The surrounding warriors were in an uproar. Could it be that Thunder God City was going to slap Peerless City's face today? Just as the crowd was discussing anxiously, a figure walked out from the crowd. "Why is it him? Xianxia, who is it? Am I seeing things?" Many people started screaming because they realized that a figure was walking out. But this figure shouldn't have appeared. "Lin Wudi, why is he here?" "Yeah, he's the chief disciple. His identity isn't ordinary. If he loses, Peerless City's face will be completely lost. Peerless City shouldn't let him participate in the battle." Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone knew this simple logic, but why was Peerless City doing this? Even the people from Thunder God City were stunned. "Lin Wudi?" They rubbed their glasses. "Am I seeing things?" In the next moment, they were ecstatic. "This is great. Is Lin Wudi going to fight?" Their hearts were beating wildly. If they could defeat Lin Wudi, it would be comparable to all their previous achievements. This was the most crucial battle. They had to trample this new chief disciple under their feet. 5 chapters. Please recommend, vote, subscribe, collect, tip. I'll go. Lei Chong was too excited. His figure flashed and he was about to rush up, but he was stopped by the elder beside him. "Don't be impulsive. You'll scare him away if you go up. Let's find someone to test his skills first. It's best to let him win 1 or 2 rounds and then confuse him. Let him think that he can stand until the end. At that time, you can make a move." "Thunder. Good." Lei Chong laughed. Everyone in Thunder God City laughed. The opponent is definitely dead. First, 2 4th Heavenly Layer sages were sent out. Soon, 4th Heavenly Layer sages from Thunder God City walked out. Everyone below was discussing. "This Lin Wudi, what kind of strength does he have? He's just an early 3rd Heavenly Layer sage. How can he become the head disciple?" "Don't worry, we'll be able to see his true strength in a while." Many people were excited. There were also some people, such as the Spirit Clan, who didn't believe it. They even thought that Lin Xian was able to obtain this position because their saintess secretly helped him. The Rain Clan was gnashing their teeth. It would be best if the people from Thunder God City killed him on the spot. The people from the Fiend Star and the Spirit Sealing Star were also gloating. If something happened to Lin Wudi at this time, it would be for the best. Di Ling's expression was cold as he gnashed his teeth. He couldn't wait to go up and kill the opponent himself. "Come, kid. Let me see what kind of strength you have as the number 1 person." The people from Thunder God City hooted. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. An early 4th Heavenly Layer. Such a person dared to deal with him, ignorant of life and death. At the back, the people from Peerless City were also stunned. What's going on? Why would the other party send such a person to fight? They were puzzled. An early 4th Heavenly Layer sage wasn't weak. In the outside world, he could definitely sweep away everything and make countless people tremble. However, in the Holy City, he wasn't the strongest. He was the middle power. In their opinion, to deal with a head disciple like Lin Xian, the other party would definitely send a late 4th Heavenly Layer or even a 5th Heavenly Layer sage to kill him in one blow. They were already prepared to deal with all kinds of dangers at any time, but they didn't expect the other party to send such a person. The battle ended quickly. Lin Xian was victorious, and the 4th Heaven Sage was defeated. The crowd below cried out in alarm. fighting against someone of a higher cultivation level? These people were all crazy. Could it be Lin Wuti? Normally, even if a genius was able to surpass a level, it would only be by a small realm. For example, when an early-stage cultivator fought against a middle-stage cultivator, how could a third heaven cultivator fight against a fourth heaven cultivator? This was something that only top geniuses could do. Next, another level 4 expert made his move. In the end, he was still defeated. Even those people from the Thunder God realm clasped their fists and said, "Young Master Lin's strength is something we admire." However, following that, the people from Thunder God City started to attack again. This time, it was a middle-stage 4th heavenly layer cultivator, who was also defeated. Thunder God Chengdu had lost 3 matches in a row. It could be said that his momentum had been suppressed to the extreme. On the side of Peerless City, although they were excited, the elders were frowning. What was Lei Qing doing? The faces of the people below were filled with shock. Lin Wuti was too strong. However, the elders were also puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. These people were much weaker than Di Ling. Di Ling was a late-stage 4th heavenly layer cultivator with countless divine abilities, but he still couldn't defeat Lin Wuti. How could the people from Thunder God City not understand this point? Not good, I'm afraid it's a trap. Some people were shocked. The elders of Peerless City also thought of this point. They first used 3 victories to confuse Lin Xian, making him lose his mind with victory. Then, they would use the real killing move. If it was really like this, then Thunder God City was too despicable and vicious. They wanted to stop it, but at this time, the people from Thunder God City started to move. 3 victories were enough to confuse this kid. Next, he would be miserable. The people from Thunder God City sneered in their hearts. The martial artist who went up was also a middle-stage 4th heavenly layer sage, but this was only his cultivation on the surface. His real cultivation was at the late-stage 4th heavenly layer, and he had already cultivated Thunder God Cheng's secret technique. His strength was definitely incomparably strong. Moreover, he attacked the opponent unexpectedly, so he definitely wasn't prepared. "Young Master Lin, please advise me." The person who walked up had a human face, but his ears were pointed. Clearly, he wasn't from the human race, but one of the 10,000 ancient races. His name was Pan Ma. Pan Ma had a smile on his face at this moment, looking like he was just exchanging pointers. However, he was sneering in his heart. "Kid, let me personally trample you under my feet. When the time comes, I want to see what kind of expression these people from Peerless City will have." "Well said." Lin Xian nodded slightly, as if he wasn't prepared at all. Both sides exchanged blows, and the fight was earth-shattering. However, from the looks of it, Lin Xian still had the upper hand. Pan Ma bitterly persevered, and he could be defeated at any time. Everyone was shocked. This Lin Wuti was very strong. However, those elders from Peerless City felt their hearts beating wildly. On the side of Thunder God City, they revealed a trace of malevolence. It was about time. At the 20th move, it looked like Pan Ma was going to be defeated. However, at this time, his palm suddenly formed a seal. Countless laws condensed in his hand, forming a treasure bottle. That was a purple treasure bottle. It was sparkling and translucent like a precious jade. On top of it, there were flames and lightning revolving around it. Thunder God City was famous for its lightning laws. Those who entered Thunder God City would cultivate this lightning law. Of course, it was impossible for a sage to only have one law. Especially some top geniuses, they would have 2 or 3 laws in their hands. Lightning was just one of them. For example, the treasure bottle in Pan Ma's hand not only had lightning laws, but also fire laws. When this purple treasure bottle appeared, a violent aura filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing many people to tremble. Even those late-stage 4th heavenly layer people's faces changed drastically. "Damn it, what's going on? This aura? What's going on with this person? There's a problem." At this moment, everyone was stunned. This was definitely not an ordinary middle-stage 4th heavenly layer. This was a powerful genius, and he had a terrifying divine ability in his hands. It's over. Lin Wuti is going to be in danger. On the side of Peerless City, their faces also changed. "Damn it, purple lightning treasure bottle, this was a great divine ability." Lightning and fire intertwined, and the violent power surpassed everything. Thunder God City was too despicable. They were extremely anxious. Lin Xian must not be careless. Sherbu Fan and the rest were also extremely nervous. Would Lin Wudi be defeated? If it was a head-on battle, he would definitely not. However, if it was a surprise attack, he would definitely be injured. Brother Lin. Shen Jingzhou's heart was extremely nervous. Kid, go and die. Panma took out the purple lightning treasure bottle and aimed it at Lin Xian. Purple lightning and terrifying flames intertwined, forming a ray of light that rushed forward. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Not good. The power was above their imagination. Everyone screamed. Lin Xian's eyes also burst into a cold smile. Was he finally going to make a move? He seemed to be careless, but he had always been careful because he knew that Thunder God City would never let him go. Finally, he felt the danger. This purple lightning Aquarius was indeed very strong. However, it was impossible to injure him. With a wave of his hand, the stellar transposition was executed. The mysterious power caused this terrifying divine ability to deviate from its direction. It flew to his left. With a swoosh, the meteor shower sank, and countless black holes appeared. This terrifying power shocked everyone. However, everyone's expression was extremely strange. Even the people from Wushuang City were stunned. The people from Thunder God City were also stupefied. What was going on? That place was very far away from Lin Xian. Even if there was an impact, it would only be the aftermath of the energy. It wouldn't be able to injure him. Panma was also stunned. What happened? How could he miss? Lin Xian pretended to be scared. He heaved a sigh of relief. Aya, what a terrifying power. I didn't expect you to be a hidden expert. However, your eyesight doesn't seem to be very good. You can actually miss at such a close distance. I have to say, I really admire you. Lin Xian looked worried and scared. Then, he looked very impressed. This made Panma so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn it, he roared, and the purple lightning Aquarius attacked again. However, these attacks also missed. Lin Xian just stood there and waved his finger. Those light laws left his body as if they were purposely avoiding him. In the starry sky around him, various black holes appeared as if they were going to devour the world. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian smiled. Seems like your eyesight is really bad. Damn it, how is this possible? Panma was also stunned. My eyesight is bad? What kind of joke is this? Even if I'm blind, it's impossible for me to miss just by using my soul. What's going on? The elder from Thunder God City asked. Panma said. I don't know how strange this kid is. I'll try to get closer. He quickly flew forward. The purple fire Aquarius in his hand flickered with terrifying light. Buzz, Lin Xian punched out. The great dragon sword spirit let out a resonant roar as it punched out, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. With a bang, the purple flaming bottle was shattered. Not good, Panma's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but the punch was too sudden. Furthermore, he was closing the distance between him and his opponent. He was completely unprepared. In a hurry, his treasured vase was shattered, and he could only use his hands to block in front of him. The precepts of fire and the precepts of thunder intertwined on his arms like two heavenly shields, trying to block the punch. With a boom, he felt as if a huge mountain had crashed into him. Then, his arm was directly broken and twisted in a strange position. Not only that, but the power wasn't done yet. It rushed directly into his body. His internal organs were all shattered. His body also caved in, and many large cracks appeared. Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He stood there, an expanse of primal chaos in front of him. Natural laws pervaded the air, leaving one shaken. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly make a move. Moreover, it was such a powerful blow. He crippled a hidden expert on the opposite side. Your eyesight is really bad. You don't even know how to dodge such a big fist. Lin Xian said indifferently. What was going on? The surrounding people went crazy. The elders of Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were overthinking. This kid was much smarter than they thought. Did he win? One punch. The people of Wushuang City were shocked. Sherbufan's hair stood on end. He was also a close combat expert, but that punch just now made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, he wasn't Lin Xian's opponent, but his companion. Big brother Lin Xian is too awesome. Shen Jingqiu cheered. On the opposite side, Pan Ma stood up in the ruins with difficulty. At this moment, there were still large cracks on his body. Although they were healing, it was still a shocking sight. Especially half of his body, which was dyed red with blood. His face was even more ferocious. Damn kid, you tricked me. He wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that the other party had hidden his strength before. When he was careless, the other party launched a surprise attack. As expected, he fell into the trap. Lin Xian laughed. If you want to play, I'll naturally play with you. However, if you want to say that I'm sinister, it's a bit too much. Didn't you want to use the same method to deal with me, damn it? Pan Ma's pupils shrank. The faces of the people of Thunder God City instantly darkened. Their plan was completely exposed in front of the other party. Not only that, the other party actually beat them at their own game and seriously injured one of their geniuses. Damn it, this kid is really too despicable. At this moment, the people of Thunder God City felt that they were slapped in the face. Pan Ma, come back. Since you're already exposed, it's useless to continue fighting. Pan Ma was unwilling. However, when he moved his body, all his internal organs were bleeding from pain. He knew that he was injured and couldn't continue fighting. With a dark face, he returned to the camp. Lin Xian asked indifferently. Does your Thunder God City still have anyone to teach? If not, then I'll go back. We still have to continue with our initiation ceremony. Lin Xian looked like he was about to leave. No, the people of Thunder God City were anxious. It wasn't easy to get the other party to come out. How could they give up such a rare opportunity? Since the conspiracy didn't work, then let's do it openly. Elder, let me go. Lei Chong couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't wait for the elder to speak and directly rushed over. The people of Thunder God City wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The surroundings were in an uproar. Lei Chong wanted to go himself? Heavens, isn't this too inconceivable? Lin Wudi definitely wouldn't fight. That's for sure. Lei Chong wasn't a newcomer, but a disciple of the previous generation. Moreover, his strength was shocking. A fifth-layer saint, that kid couldn't possibly fight someone 2 levels above him. Kid, do you dare to fight with me? I'll give you a handicap of 1 hand. Lei Chong descended from the sky and looked down at Lin Xian. It's you. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You lost to me, and you still have the face to challenge me? Previously in the Eastern Tomb world, I defeated you with 1 move. Lin Xian's voice spread out, causing an uproar. What? Lei Chong was defeated by him. Defeated in 1 move, impossible, right? Everyone went crazy. Lei Chong was an existence even more terrifying than Di Ling. Moreover, his divine abilities were incomparably terrifying. Those older generation experts weren't his match. However, he was actually defeated by Lin Wudi. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying, right? Impossible, that Lin Wudi must be bragging. That's right, this was a provocation. He was deliberately provoking the other party. Some people didn't believe it. However, there were also some older generation experts who sucked in a breath of cold air. It was very likely to be true. Did you forget that Lei Chong directly challenged Lin Wudi as soon as he arrived? There was no enmity between the 2 sides. Why would he challenge him? When these words came out, those who didn't believe it felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, this possibility was very big. They really couldn't believe that a 3rd-layer saint could defeat a 5th-layer saint in 1 move. Lei Chong was enraged when he heard that. Lightning surged all over his body. Kid, you're talking nonsense. I was careless when you used poison. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. Could it be that Lei Chong had really suffered in the hands of Lin Fan? If an expert loses, then so be it. There's no such thing as carelessness. Lin Xian shook his head. You have a bad mentality. If I defeat you again this time, will you vomit blood in anger? For your safety, you'd better step down. He waved his hand impatiently. Lei Chong was furious. He gritted his teeth and white smoke came out of his nose. Say that after you defeat me. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. So fast. Before the crowd could see clearly, Lei Chong had already arrived beside Lin Xian. Not good. The expressions of the Peerless City elders changed drastically. Lei Chong doesn't know the rules. Some of the second-generation disciples were about to attack, but at that moment, Lin Xian roared. I'm not afraid of you. His voice shook heaven and earth. The laws of the five forms rushed out from his body and collided with the opponent's lightning. A terrifying explosion shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Many people were stunned and almost fainted. Some even knelt on the ground in fear. The surrounding spectators retreated crazily. It was not that there had never been a battle between geniuses before, but it was so thrilling. The moment the two of them attacked, they could not withstand it. There's no need to attack first. That kid should be able to do it. Fu Hongye said. The second-generation disciples of Peerless City were stunned. Can he really withstand it? They did not quite believe it. In front of them, Lei Chong used his ultimate move. The terrifying aura of the Tao of Lightning trembled. The sharp sword in his hand swept in all directions. Lin Xian used his fists and legs. Every kick caused the earth to shatter, and every punch caused heaven and earth to shake. He smashed onto the sword chi, causing the sword chi to be blown away. None of them could get close to his body. The two of them were extremely fast. Wherever they passed, the void would constantly crack. None of them were intact. As expected of a fifth heaven sage. He's really too strong. The other geniuses were also shocked. Shirbufan, Jitue, Tiancheng, and the rest looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They felt that they had no chance of winning against Lei Chong. Di Ling was also horrified. If he did not send out the ancient corpse, he would not be Lei Chong's opponent. However, what made them even more terrified was that Lin Xian was actually able to contend with someone like Lin Xian. Not falling into a disadvantageous position, it was really too shocking. Was this the strength of the number one? Was this the battle prowess of the chief disciple? It was really too shocking. At this moment, all the suspicions they had towards Lin Xian had disappeared without a trace. He was like a tyrannosaurus in human form. His opponent was too strong, so strong that even Lei Chong's face was filled with shock. He didn't hold back. With his combat strength, he could contend with a fifth-layer saint in the middle stage. But now, a third-layer saint was actually locked in a battle with him. He felt humiliated. Damn it. Go to hell. Lei Chong roared. His palm was filled with laws, forming a lightning cane. He slammed it down. It enveloped Lin Xian below. Lin Xian was still not afraid. His 9-yang divine body emitted light, and the black Qilin tattoo on his body did not let out any Qilin roar. He used his strong physique to resist the opponent's thunderous palm. No way. Why didn't he dodge? Many people saw this scene and their eyes were wide open. Even the experts of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. In the face of such a shocking attack, they had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. But now, Lin Wudi actually faced the attack head-on. Was his physique that strong? Wushuang City's people were worried. The Rain Clan's people were ferocious. Great. This kid is an idiot. Let him die. The Thunder God City's people were also roaring. This kid was too arrogant. In their opinion, the opponent's battle prowess was strong, but his defense could not keep up. This was a fifth-layer saint's attack. If the opponent was hit head-on, he would definitely be torn apart. Boom, the sound of the earth shaking resounded. The thunder palm ruthlessly fell, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha. The Rain Clan's people and the Thunder God City's people all let out carefree laughter. Lei Chong also had a sinister expression. Had he finally personally dealt with the opponent, but soon, he was stunned. Something was wrong. His thunder palm was torn apart, and a figure rushed out. He broke through. The opponent came out. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. Lei Chong was dumbfounded. The Rain Clan's people were ashen. Even the Wushuang city's people were stunned. Previously, they were sweating for Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that their worries were unnecessary. Lin Xian's physique was not inferior to a fifth-layer saint. Kill, Lin Xian clenched his left hand into a fist. His right hand drew a sword of law and slashed out. Terrifying sword chi weaved between heaven and earth. It made Lei Chong retreat step by step. Lei Chong roared. Get lost. He opened his hands. Thunder slowly rolled down, forming a sea of thunder. Lin Xian retreated. His body was trembling, but he was not injured. The strength of his physique was beyond everyone's imagination. Thunder God's finger, Lei Chong launched another attack. He finally displayed the Thunder God's completion, an extremely terrifying divine ability. This was a powerful divine ability, the Thunder God's finger. The law of thunder filled the sky. The void split open, and a finger of thunder with mysterious patterns fell from the sky, pointing at Lin Xian's body. Not good. This is a peerless divine ability. Many people cried out in alarm. The Thunder God City's people clenched their fists. Had he finally displayed his ultimate skill, the Wushuang City's people became nervous again. This kind of ultimate skill was something they had to face with full concentration. Buzz, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Golden light erupted from his eyes, turning into a Qilin shield, blocking in front of him. The Thunder God's finger collided with the black shield, producing a shocking sound. The void shattered, spreading out in all directions. Could it be blocked? Everyone was shocked. In the next moment, they realized that it was blocked. What kind of shield is that? Is it a saint weapon? It doesn't look like it. It's a divine ability. Everyone was stunned. Isn't this divine ability too terrifying? It's an eye technique. Shui Tian Chen's pupil shrank. He was too shocked. He was an expert in eye techniques. Naturally, he could feel the aura of the Qilin shield. He also knew how to use an eye technique to defend himself. However, compared to Lin Xian's Qilin shield, it was too weak. Not only was this guy's physique strong, but his soul was also terrifying. Lei Chong was thoroughly enraged. Black wind danced wildly, his eyes were like lightning, and the law of thunder kept surging out from his body. Apart from that, he also displayed the law of wind and the law of gold. The three great laws were displayed together. It was unparalleled. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Lei Chong was too strong. However, after a long battle, Lei Chong kept vomiting blood. One of his arms was even destroyed. Lin Xian was even more powerful. His fighting strength had reached the extreme. The great dragon sword spirit roared, causing Lin Xian's every move to be extremely powerful. Lei Tsong was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. With another long roar, Lin Xian turned into a sword light. He was like a giant dragon, like a Qilin, traversing through the sky. He directly tore Lei Tsong into pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded. Being injured and being torn apart were two different concepts. Being injured might be a light injury, but having one's body explode was definitely a serious injury. Sure enough, the people from Thunder God City could no longer remain calm. Lin Wudi's strength was out of their expectations. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Lei Chong was completely enraged. He couldn't tolerate being injured by an ant. Thunder and lightning intertwined on his body. He took out a whip that had flames dancing on it that could burn everything. Many people screamed. This weapon was definitely a sacred weapon. Buzz, the sacred weapon, Raging Inferno Divine Whip, lashed out in all directions, shattering the void. Lei Chong's power rose again. Damn it. Despicable, you actually used a sacred weapon. The people from Wushuang City roared crazily. This Lei Chong was a fifth celestial layer. Did he really need to use a sacred weapon to deal with a third celestial layer? He was simply too shameless. The people from Thunder God City also lost face. It was no longer a matter of victory or defeat, but they were thoroughly humiliated. One must know that there was a difference of 2 realms between the two sides. Logically speaking, they should be able to kill each other in one move. But now, they were actually defeated. Moreover, they were forced to use a sacred weapon. If they still couldn't win, then their face would be completely lost. Elder, don't we need to stop him? The people from Thunder God City asked. They were very worried. Those elders said. No need, Lei Chong was already angry. With his means and the sacred weapon, he could definitely win. That kid shouldn't be able to hold on for long. In their opinion, how could a third celestial layer sage have such strength? He must have taken some kind of pill in advance. Did he use a sacred weapon? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. How could he not have a sacred weapon? He had more than one saint artifact in his hand. However, he did not use any of them. Instead, he drew the unparalleled sword from his waist. This was the saint artifact that he had just obtained. It was also a symbol of his status. I'll use the unparalleled sword to defeat you. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand as sword intent erupted from his body. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi danced in the sky, tearing the world apart. At this moment, he was truly like a sword god, attacking powerfully. Why do I feel that he has become even stronger than before? Everyone's hearts were pounding as they watched. This kid couldn't be a peerless swordsman, right? Everyone was shocked. Following that, they discovered that as expected, Lin Xian's every strike was extremely powerful. After 5 strikes, the raging inferno divine whip was sent flying. One of Lei Chong's arms was cut off. After another 3 slashes, Lei Chong's head was chopped off. Defeated. Lei Chong was seriously injured by someone again. Everyone was shocked. The ones who had been defeated before weren't that strong. However, after bringing out his sacred artifact, Lei Tsong was defeated even faster. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian asked. Lei Chong's arm and head flew back and reconnected. His face was extremely dark. His body was fuming with anger. He couldn't do anything to the other party, He roared to the sky, his lungs bursting with anger. At the back, the elders of Thunder God City saw this scene and also said, Lei Chong, come back quickly. They could see that Lei Chong was no match for the other party. Although they didn't know what was going on, they would only be embarrassed if they continued to fight. Lin Xian also waved his hand and said, I've already said that you're no match for me. You couldn't beat me in the East Spirit World. It's funny that you still want to fight. Now you know how powerful I am. I advise you to go back quickly if you don't want to die. Sigh, why is it so difficult to find an opponent? Lin Xian sighed, looking like a lonely expert. This scene made Lei Chong so angry that he was about to collapse. The others also looked strange and wanted to go up and kick him a few times. Let me see how strong you are. On Thunder God City's side, another person walked over. Lin Xian frowned. He could see that this person's strength was about the same as Lei Chong's. When he came, the other party's elders secretly gave him a few things. It should be a sacred tool. Damn it, do these guys really think that I'm easy to bully? They still want to fight with me? His face became gloomy. He was thinking whether he should be more ruthless and kill 1 or 2 of them here to intimidate them. It would also let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not someone who could be bullied by just anyone. The people of Wushuang City also frowned. They felt that it was not good to continue like this. Perhaps someone had some powerful trump cards. If they hurt Lin Xian, it would be really bad. They decided to make a move. At this time, a stream of light came from afar. At the same time, a cold snort sounded. Thunder God City was really shameless. They challenged again and again. How many sacred tools did they bring this time? The voice sounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was in an uproar. The people of Thunder God City changed their faces. Who dares to slander our Thunder God City? Go to hell. An elder shouted coldly and attacked the stream of light with his palm. However, that light figure dodged and turned into a woman. Thunder God City, you dare to make a move against me? Do you want to die? This voice was incomparably arrogant. It made everyone's scalp numb. There was actually someone who did not put Thunder God City in his eyes. Who was it? Thunder God City was also angry. They were already very sullen today. They were actually beaten up. Now, there was someone who dared to go against them. That elder also stood out. Who is it? Don't know life from death. Get over here. He was incomparably powerful. He wanted to kill this arrogant person with a slap. I'm here for you. Come and try to touch me. The voice rang out again. At this moment, everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a beautiful woman standing there. Her jade face was incomparably cold. Her pair of phoenix eyes were filled with biting cold-killing intent. That elder laughed sinisterly and was about to make a move. However, he was stunned in the next moment. Because he saw something on that girl's body. It was a jade pendant. At the same time, his scalp numbed. It's you. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He quickly cupped his fist. So it's Fairy Lee. My mouth is cheap. Slap me. He did not dare to say anything else and directly retreated. The others were even more stunned. F***ck. Who is this girl? She could actually make an elder of Thunder God City so afraid. Some disciples of Thunder God City were unconvinced and wanted to go up. They felt that the girl was very young. She was only in her 20s. What qualifications did she have to be arrogant? However, the elder of Thunder God City was so angry that he vomited blood. Shut up. Get over here. Do you want to die? The elder of Thunder God City secretly transmitted his voice. He was the little princess of Divine Silkworm Ridge. Her father was a sage king. What? Everyone's scalp went numb. Someone from Divine Silkworm Ridge. Moreover, her father was a sage king. Her identity was so big that it was frightening. It was no wonder that the other party did not place their Thunder God City in their eyes at all. In fact, even their elders had to be respectful toward them. These martial artists of Thunder God City did not dare to be presumptuous anymore and retreated one by one. This scene caused the others to be even more shocked. They were all curious. Who is this young girl? When Di Ling saw this woman, his body also trembled. Fear appeared in his eyes. Damn it, it's her. He subconsciously took a few steps back. The elders of the spirit sealing star beside him asked, "What's going on? Do you know her?" Di Ling gritted his teeth. His face was cold, but he didn't say anything. He remembered the terrifying experience. In the 1 month in the East Spirit World, he was chased by this woman. She was too strong. He was chased all over the world. If he didn't have the ancient bronze corpse, he would have died in there. But even so, his ancient bronze corpse was still smashed into pieces. It's you. Lin Xian was stunned. Wasn't this Li Hongxiu? He had met her in the East Spirit World before. They were plotted against, and then she went to kill Di Ling. He didn't expect her to appear here again. Moreover, he felt that this woman wasn't simple. She didn't put Thunder God City in her eyes. Her identity was frightening. You're not bad, kid. You're actually the eldest disciple. Li Hongxiu looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian was surprised. Why are you here? Li Hongxiu said. I heard that Wushuang City had an entrance ceremony. I thought it was fun, so I came to take a look. In the distance, the elders of Wushuang City quickly came over and cupped their hands. Greetings, little Princess Divine Silkworm. Alright, no need for so many rules. Li Hongxiu cupped her hands. She didn't seem to like this title. Lin Xian was surprised. Heavens, did the elders of Wushuang City have to bow? What was the origin of this woman? In the distance, Shui Tianchen, Shi Bufan and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to know such a terrifying person. Shen Jingqiu gritted her teeth. There was a trace of jealousy in her eyes. In the surroundings, the experts of the other families were even more horrified. The 2 elders of the great sage city treated her with respect. This was enough to explain the problem. Especially the Rain clan, who was crazy. They were trembling in fear. Damn it, why? Why did that kid have such a terrifying person beside him? They were about to go crazy. Why did the ant that they looked down on exceed their imagination time and time again? Yusher Chia's face was also full of despair. To be honest, she was about to collapse. Previously, although Lin Xian had saved her, she did not take it to heart because she felt that her future husband would definitely be favored by the heavens. At least, the imperial mausoleum was like this. Therefore, even if the family really wanted to do something back then, she wouldn't have taken a fancy to Lin Xian. But now, she wanted nothing more than to slap herself. The spirit of the mausoleum was very strong. In the end, he was still eliminated. And the man that she had looked down on was now incomparably dazzling. Even Xianxia, who used to be as famous as her, was now far ahead of her. Now, there was a peerless beauty that even frightened the elders of the holy city. Furthermore, this beauty had a mysterious relationship with Lin Xian. How could she not be shocked? Lin Xian, come back. Let's finish the entrance ceremony first, then I'll lead you back to Peerless City. The elder of Wushuang City said. Lin Xian nodded and then looked at Li Hongxiu. I still have business to attend to. I won't accompany you for now. He followed the elder and stood back. The entrance ceremony continued. Li Hongxiu walked over and watched from the side. She originally thought that it would be fun, but now it seemed that it was just some red tape and not much fun. The second-generation disciples of Peerless City were also shocked. They were all guessing who this person was. Wasn't he too bold? Some people were even unconvinced. At this moment, Fu Hongya walked over. You're really a troublesome little ancestor. I'll recommend you 2 fun worlds. Why don't you go and explore them? Li Hongxiu glanced at Fu Hongya. The two seemed to be very familiar with each other. She shook her head. Forget it, you lunatic. The places you go are all places with fierce battles. I'm not going. Moreover, I recently found a very interesting person. I think he can stir up the second astral realm. She looked at Lin Xian with a strange light in her eyes. Fu Hongya also nodded and said, You're right. I have the same idea too. Junior brother Lin might really be able to stir up a storm. It's time to change some things. Why? Do you want to be on the list? Actually, I also want to be on the list. However, I'm still a little short. I need some opportunities. That place will soon be open. When I go to that place, I'll make a breakthrough. Li Hongxiu said. Fu Hongya said, I've already been to the place you're talking about. I don't plan to be on the list you're talking about. That's no longer meaningful to me. As for the higher ranking list, it's just a ranking. The most important thing is one's personal strength. I can still laugh at the world without being on the list. Oh, you people from Peerless City are really... Li Hongxiu didn't know what to say. Fu Hongya said, Why don't you just say it? How should I put it? As for your 2 eldest disciples, that Linghu Chuixue is a sword maniac. You're also a cultivation maniac. You only want to improve your personal strength. You don't even fight for the important lists. Peerless City's reputation isn't very high outside. This has a lot to do with you. You're right about this. Fu Hongya didn't want to refute. They were all focused on Dao. They didn't really want to fight for the opportunity to show their faces on some of the important rankings, so he said, Isn't junior brother Lin coming? He'll fight for the things that we don't fight for. Is that so? You're quite good at reading people. There's nothing wrong with that. Once the title of Lin Wudi is released, those people will come personally even if he doesn't want to fight for it. Lin Wudi is indeed an arrogant name. I wanted to beat him up the first time I heard it. The disciples of Peerless City were shocked as they watched the 2 of them chat. She was definitely a terrifying woman to be able to chat with their second-generation disciple for so long. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others completed the complicated entrance ceremony. They were officially the 3rd-generation disciples of Peerless City. Next, the elders of Peerless City gave them about an hour to gather with their families. Because some of them might have entered the sacred city and would be in seclusion for a long time. They all returned to their families and began the hour of gathering. On Lin Xian's side, there were no clans or clans. However, there were countless experts and clans flocking over. I have a treasure here for young Master Lin. I hope you won't treat me as an outsider. Young Master Lin, this is my granddaughter. She's a very good maid. You can take her with you and use her as a maid. Young Master Lin, this is a divine sword for you. These people were all here to give him a treasure, but to be exact, they were here to hug Lin Xian's leg. These people were more than the total number of people who went to the Rain Clan, Spirit Sealing Star, and Fiend Star. It couldn't be helped. The current Lin Xian was like the sun in the sky, extremely dazzling. There were even some minor saints who came, shocking everyone. Such existences had very high statuses. Could it be that they also wanted to rope in Lin Xian? Sure enough, these minor saints also extended some olive branches, wanting to build a good relationship with Lin Xian. There were even some who wanted to make friends with the mysterious girl Li Hongxiu through Lin Xian. It could be said that at this moment, Lin Xian's limelight overshadowed everything. Lin Xian accepted all the treasures given to him without hesitation. Everyone knew how to put on a show. Lin Xian chatted very enthusiastically with these people, causing them to be overjoyed. That's great. Next, Lin Xian walked forward again. Everyone followed. Soon, they saw that Lin Xian had arrived in front of the Rain Clan. The people of the Rain Clan were shocked. Although they couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian, they didn't dare to do so. The patriarch of the Rain Clan came personally. "Young Master Lin, what can I do for you?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just came to take a look," Lin Xian said indifferently. He didn't say anything special. On the other hand, the people of the Rain Clan felt even more pressure. The reason for that was because countless gazes were focused on them. The patriarch of the Rain Clan gritted his teeth and said hurriedly, "We also prepared a generous gift to congratulate young Master Lin." He took out a storage ring and handed it over. This thing was originally prepared for Di Ling. In their opinion, Di Ling was definitely the chief disciple. They wanted to build a good relationship between both sides. Now, they didn't expect that this thing would be given to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was their enemy. But they had no choice but to lower their heads. "All right, thank you." Lin Xian accepted it with a smile. Next, he went to the Fiend Star and Wind Spirit Star. The people of these two worlds were also forced to take out some gifts. Lin Xian returned from a rewarding journey. The people of Thunder God City retreated. They left with shock and unwillingness. They knew that today's matter would definitely become the laughingstock of everyone. However, they swore that this matter was not over. There would be plenty of time in the future. The blow they received here would definitely be returned in other places. There was also Lin Wudi. They would remember this. They would definitely not let this person grow. On Lin Xian's side, they gathered again and teleported away from the starry sky to Matchless City. After entering Wushuang City, they were welcomed. Soon, someone led them to their respective areas. The hundreds of ordinary disciples had their own areas, while the 49 core disciples had their own areas. The place where Lin Xian lived was very good. Top-grade spirit veins occupied a large area. It was like a small kingdom, and Lin Xian was the king of this hell. He could mobilize anyone in this region and use any resources he wanted. Not only that, because he was the chief disciple, his identity in the entire Matchless City was not ordinary. The resources he could enjoy were really amazing. He could even read some ancient books and secret techniques. Xianxia's cave residence was next to Lin Xian's. It was also magnificent. After all, she was the second most likely to become the disciple of the Saint King. In addition, there was also Water Sky City, Shibufan, Wangxiafeng, and others nearby. They could be said to be neighbors. Big Brother Lin. Xianxia flew over as soon as she was done with her business. Because she was afraid that the purple-haired girl would snatch Lin Xian away, when she arrived, she found that there was only Lin Xian in the cave residence. Where was that woman? Xianxia asked vigilantly. "Oh, you mean Li Hongxiu. She went somewhere else. She probably went to find Fu Hongya. That woman has a great background. I can't go to some forbidden areas, but she can. What is her identity?" Xianxia was also curious. At this moment, a few figures walked over from afar. It was Shui Chen, Shibufan, Wang Xiafeng, and the others. They also came to visit Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian would be their senior brother in the future. They still needed Lin Xian to take care of them. Moreover, they also wanted to befriend him. At this moment, when they heard Xianxia's question, they were also curious. After meeting their senior brother, they first asked, "Yes, senior brother Lin, what is that woman's identity?" Lin Xian said, "I don't know the details. I only know that our elder calls her the Little Princess Divine Silkworm." Little Princess Divine Silkworm. Could she be from the Divine Silkworm Ridge? Shui Tiancheng exclaimed. Sima Fan was also surprised. Even Xianxia was shocked. Lin Xian asked, "You know?" They nodded. They knew that Lin Xian came from the first astral realm. He might not be too familiar with some of the top forces and legends of the second astral realm. He said, "If we guessed correctly, the Little Princess Divine Silkworm should be referring to the Divine Silkworm Ridge." The Divine Silkworm Ridge was very terrifying. It was a clan that had produced an ancient emperor. It was on par with the dragons, the Qilin clan, and the Phoenix clan. So powerful? Lin Xian was surprised. A clan that had produced an ancient emperor was an emperor clan. Thinking about it, this should be a bloodline of the emperor clan. However, this was also very shocking. No wonder the elders of the holy city had to be respectful when they saw her. Indeed, her background was terrifying. The few of them chatted. Not long after, a second-generation disciple came over and invited Lin Xian and the others to comprehend Wu Shuang's secret technique. Lin Xian and the others were extremely excited. They didn't expect to be able to comprehend Wu Shuang City's secret technique so soon after they arrived. Everyone followed the second-generation disciple and went forward. Wu Shuang City was very big. After flying for about half an hour, they arrived at their destination. This was a place that had been transformed. The mountains had been flattened, and it was a vast plain. On the plain, there were palaces and pavilions. There weren't many of them, but Lin Xian could see that there was a huge array protecting this place. This should be a place where divine abilities were stored. Lin Xian and the others were led into a hall. There were many ancient books inside that recorded divine abilities. They were very terrifying. There were also some secret techniques that Lin Xian and the others could read here. Of course, the most important thing was the core of Wu Shuang City, the Wu Shuang secret technique. This was a secret technique that only Wu Shuang City had. This was a special technique that could increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. It was an unparalleled attack. Everyone was incomparably surprised, especially Lin Xian. His great dragon sword soul specialized in attacking saint techniques. Therefore, although his realm was low, his combat strength was strong. He was even stronger than an ordinary fifth heaven saint. He didn't expect that he would be able to learn Wu Shuang's secret technique now. However, when he saw Wu Shuang's secret technique, he realized that there was still a difference between the two. The great dragon sword soul allowed Lin Xian's every move to be far more powerful than those of the same level. It wasn't a problem for him to even fight those of a higher level. And this Wu Shuang's secret technique was even more magical. It could allow one to instantly erupt several times more strength. Of course, it was only for an instant. However, this was already enough. One had to know that in a battle between experts, what they competed for was half a move. If one could win with another move, then the advantage would be huge. It was even rumored that the unparalleled secret technique could unleash 10 times more combat power than oneself. Of course, the duration was even shorter. It was said that the unparalleled secret technique was incomplete. It was modified by countless saints, but it was already very terrifying. This was the foundation of the holy city. Lin Xian and the others were wild with joy. If they learned this secret technique, then they would definitely have a very powerful trump card. Lin Xian could use it together with the great dragon sword soul. Xianxia was also happy. She could also use this unparalleled secret technique together with her spirit body. Shui Tiancheng and the others were also very excited. Everyone could not wait to cultivate and comprehend. Just like that, half a year passed. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His body was already covered in dust. The moment he opened his eyes, all the dust had disappeared. He stood up with a look of surprise. He had already grasped the initial stage of this unparalleled secret technique. The elders of Peerless City were shocked. You really grasped the initial stage, how long has it been? Half a year, and he has already grasped it, one had to know that, not to mention half a year. It was already very impressive to grasp it in 8 to 10 years. This was called a secret technique. Was this kid a monster? Or was he bragging? Elder, I really grasped it, and it's only the initial stage. There's no need to be so shocked, right? Lin Xian scratched his head. He had indeed grasped the initial stage because he had the great dragon sword soul. This kind of offensive saint technique could be said to be handy when practicing the unparalleled secret technique. The elders of Peerless City did not believe it and wanted Lin Xian to demonstrate. When Lin Xian activated 5 times his combat power, this elder looked as if he had seen a ghost. Heavens! Did he really grasp it? This movement also woke Xianxia and the others up. When they learned about it, they were also shocked. To be honest, they had only grasped a little bit of it, but Lin Xian had already grasped the initial stage. The gap was too big. Qiao, you can cultivate here first. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Lin Xian explained. He was indeed preparing to leave. He wanted to go to a place, and that was the Fiend Star. He had not forgotten that the dark red mystical dragon and the North Demon were trapped on the malevolent planet. He was going to save them now. Brother Lin, where are you going? Qiao is going too. Xianxia was a little reluctant. The place I'm going to is very far away. If you want to cross the fog of death, you should cultivate here first. Don't worry, I'm not in any danger. Xianxia nodded obediently. Shui Tianchen and the others were shocked. What was Lin Xian trying to do? Was he going back to the first astral boundary? Even the elders from Wushuang City frowned. You've just arrived at Saint City, so you should hurry up and cultivate. After a few years, he would go out again. I can't wait any longer. Elder, I have some friends who are trapped on the Fiend Star. I have to save them. Fiend Star? Elder Wushuang was shocked. That place is too dangerous. No, I have to report it. Wait here. He went to report it. Soon, someone came. The person who came was Fu Hongya. Junior brother Lin, you're going to the Fiend Star? Fu Hongya asked. Lin Xian nodded. My friends are there. I have to save them. Alright, I won't stop you. Take this. Fu Hongya took out a token. It was a silver token with a fiend's face drawn on it. What was that? Lin Xian was shocked. Fu Hongya said that he had saved someone in the past. Later, that person went to the Fiend Star. He was indebted to me, so he gave me this token. When the time comes, take this token and find someone called Akuan. He can help you. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Xian took the silver token and said goodbye to everyone. He left Wushuang City. He boarded the Black Earth and flew at full speed. Lin Xian was a little impatient. He wondered how the dark red divine dragon and northern devil were doing on the Fiend Star. With their talent and strength, they should be able to survive on the Fiend Star. On the other side, the families had returned. The matter of Wushuang City quickly spread throughout the second astral realm. Lin Xian and Lin Wudi's names had spread. Everyone knew that Wushuang City had accepted such a powerful chief disciple. He was only at the 3rd celestial layer, but he had defeated a 5th celestial layer genius. This made countless people exclaim in shock. Lei Shenqing's expression was ugly. They had really lost this time. They had lost face, the Rain clan's faces were ashen. They had provoked such a powerful enemy. Moreover, their young master Xianxia had died inside. After returning to the clan, the Rain clan's people gritted their teeth. That damned Lin Wudi. Those elders also said that they suspected that young master Xianxia's death was related to that Lin Wudi. However, what could they do? The other party was now the chief disciple of Wushuang City. They were no match for him. Reporting to the Patriarch, Di Ling and the people of Spirit Sealing Star had arrived. Outside, a disciple reported. As soon as these words came out, the Rain clan was shocked. Where are they? The Rain clan's patriarch asked quickly. They were outside. The Rain clan's patriarch exclaimed. Quickly invite them in. Soon, several figures walked in. They were the elders of Spirit Sealing Star. Apart from them, there was also Di Ling. I wonder why you all came here. Please have a seat. The Rain clan's patriarch said with a smile. The other elders also had respectful looks on their faces. We came here to join hands. I'm going to join hands to kill Lin Wudi. As soon as Di Ling spoke, everyone was shocked. Kill Lin Wudi. Those elders' hearts were beating wildly. There were also some people who were overjoyed. This Lin Wudi was too arrogant. He actually dared to plot against our young master. The elders of Xianxia's lineage were all gnashing their teeth. They had lost such a genius. How could they possibly swallow this anger? Di Ling said, I also want to kill him, so I came to join hands with you all. The Rain clan's patriarch was also shocked. Di Ling was a top genius. Although he didn't join Wushuang City, no one looked down on his strength. It could only be said that his luck was bad. Otherwise, he would definitely be a core disciple. He might even be in existence that could compete for the chief disciple position. It wasn't impossible for such a person to join hands with them. Alright, we have to discuss this matter properly. The Rain clan was also prepared to join hands. Next, both sides began a long discussion. A few days later, the elders of Spirit Sealing Star returned. It seemed that they were preparing for the follow-up. However, Di Ling didn't leave. He still stayed in the Rain clan. The one who received him was Xianxia. This was the wish of the elders of both sides. If they could let these two young people walk together, then the two forces could be considered to have completely joined hands. The people of the Rain clan also hoped for this. If Di Ling and Xianxia were to marry, they would completely hug the thigh of Spirit Sealing Star. This was the best situation for now. Please recommend. Monthly votes, subscriptions, collections, rewards. Xianxia's heart died. In order to avenge her brother, she was prepared to marry Di Ling. Of course, she had a precondition. Di Ling had to kill Lin Xian before she could marry him. Before that, she wouldn't let him touch her. Half a month later, news suddenly spread. There were two pieces of news. The first piece of news was that the Fiend Star had dug out something from the void ocean. It was very incredible. Some experts of the family were preparing to go there. The second piece of news was that someone had discovered Lin Xian's traces. That news caused the people from the Rain clan to be incomparably shocked. Especially Di Ling, whose eyes emitted a biting cold radiance. Was the news true? To be honest, they didn't believe it. How long had it been? He had joined Wushuang City and should be in seclusion to cultivate his lost techniques. How could he appear outside? It should be true because many people had seen his traces. Where was he? Diwen asked. The elders of the Rain clan also had anxious expressions on their faces. The martialist below said respectfully as he knelt on the ground. He had been attacked by sea demons in the void ocean. Many people were affected. Among them was a black spirit boat. Lin Wudi walked out from it. Void ocean? What was he doing in the void ocean? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand why he would run out here instead of cultivating in the holy city. Moreover, he was going to the void ocean. At this time, Xianxia said, I remember now. When they came from the first star realm, they had several companions with them. But later, when I found him, he was alone. Maybe this time, he went to find his companions. Are you sure? The elders were shocked. They had never heard of this news. Xianxia nodded. It was absolutely true. He might have gone to the Fiend Star because it was the people from the Fiend Star who had attacked them. This was great. They could finally kill him. Di Ling revealed a malevolent smile. The Rain clan's elders also smiled maliciously. We originally planned to go to the Fiend Star. Now, we can catch him on the way. How about this? Young Master Di Ling, you and Xianxia go to the Fiend Star first. We'll send people to kill him on the way there. We're closer. A Rain clan's elders' eyes flashed with a cold-killing intent. Di Ling thought about it. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you. 3 days later, they were ready to depart. Di Ling went back to prepare. Xianxia stayed behind. She asked why Di Ling didn't attack. The elders looked and set up a formation. That brat was only at the third celestial layer, but he was so strong. He must have some secrets on him. We need to capture him alive and get his secrets. The eyes of these elders shone with a cold light. Xianxia also understood that such a secret was definitely extraordinary. It might even cause a huge commotion. If they wanted to monopolize it, they naturally couldn't let Di Ling do it. Okay, I got it. I will stay by Di Ling's side for the next few days. I will not let him do anything. Xianxia made her decision. Everyone began to move. Lin Xian was also affected. He flew all the way to the Void Sea, but he was attacked a few days after entering the sea. It was a huge shark, as big as a mountain. Its body was thousands of meters long, and it was stirring up the seawater. One of the fog ships was attacked. Lin Xian happened to pass by and was also affected. He walked out of the black earth. This was also why someone was able to discover his tracks. However, he soon took a detour. He didn't take the fog ship now because his black earth was already a saint artifact. Moreover, he had cultivated Taiji extinction. He didn't fear the fog of the Sea of Death. He could enter alone. Lin Xian cultivated as he flew. At the same time, there were several figures in the depths of the Void Sea. There were 6 figures in total. They were in a spirit ship, floating there as if waiting for something. Will that brat come? A middle-aged man in the spirit ship asked with a frown. He was a 5th celestial layer saint. Beside him were several others. 3 of them were 5th celestial layer saints, and 2 were minor saints. Such a lineup was extremely powerful. It wouldn't be a problem for them to kill other minor saints. He will definitely come. We have already set up a trail. If he wants to go to the Fiend planet, this is the place he must pass. Since he is here, we will let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. Another old man sneered sinisterly. Don't kill him. We still need the secrets on him. If we can get them, our Rain clan will be able to improve again. Speaking until here, these people laughed. Their eyes were shining with a piercing cold light. With such a large team, no matter how talented the other party was, he would definitely die. These people were from the Rain clan. After they received the news, they quickly rushed over to kill the other party. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was cultivating at the moment with a leaf of Tao comprehending tea in his mouth. There were many divine crystals around him. He was cultivating while comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. The speed of the black earth was very fast. Lin Xian was in a hurry. Therefore, he was like lightning, traveling through the sea. It's coming. On this day, these people of the Rain clan stood up one after another. Their eyes were shining with a piercing cold light. They could feel a spirit ship coming over quickly. The speed was so fast that it shocked them. Even the 2 small saints were surprised. Judging from the speed, it should be a saint item. A flying spirit ship was a saint item. It was really rare. This kid's body was full of treasures. Don't worry, these things will be ours soon. Get ready to attack. Activate the formation to trap him. The 2 small saints gave the order. The other 4 5th heavenly layer saints moved quickly. They left the spirit ship and hid in the void ocean. Their palms formed a seal. The formation lit up, forming a seal that sealed the world. Countless chains spread out and wrapped around the black earth. The black earth shook. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He spat out the leaf of Tao comprehending tea and put it away. Then, he asked, "What's going on?" Hei Tu floated over and said, "We're under attack. Someone is attacking us. Is it a demonic beast?" Taking a detour, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that there were quite a lot of demonic beasts in the void ocean. Hei Tu said, "It's not a demonic beast. It seems to be sealed by a formation." Formation? Boom. Lin Xian gave the order. The black earth shone brightly. Countless black lights appeared on its body and shattered all the chains on it. Buzz, it turned into a stream of light and crashed into the seal. With a loud bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The seal shook and countless cracks appeared. Damn it, it's so strong. The faces of the people of the Rain clan changed. I'm definitely getting the spirit boat. Killing intent burst out from the eyes of a small saint. With a wave of his hand, he launched an earth-shattering attack. A huge palm pressed down on the black earth, holding it down. "Kid, come out and face your death." At the same time, a roar resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Xian frowned. Without waiting for He-Tu to say anything, he came out of the black earth and looked forward. There were shadows in front of him. Their auras were monstrous. Obviously, they were experts. What was going on? Someone was attacking him. Who was it? Did they not want to live anymore? One must know. His current identity was not ordinary. But even so, there were still people attacking him. Was it someone from the Thunder God City who made a move? He first thought of Thunder God City. Perhaps only Thunder God Ching would dare to attack him. After all, he had slapped Thunder God Ching's face. Thunder God Ching must be furious. "It's really you." The shadow opposite him let out a surprised laugh. As he strode forward, the surrounding void and seawater surrounded him, making him look like a god of the sea. There were also people walking out from the other three directions, completely surrounding Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. Who are you people? He discovered that there was no lightning aura on them. Instead, there was a terrifying water energy that could even move the surrounding sea. Are you people from the Rain Clan? He instantly thought of a clan with such power. It was the Rain Clan. However, he did not believe that the Rain Clan would be so daring to provoke him. But soon, he was sure that they were from the Rain Clan. A little saint said coldly. "Speak. Brat. How did our young master Xianxia die? Were you the one who killed him?" Sure enough, they were from the Rain Clan. Lin Xian's face was cold. "You people are really reckless. You dare to provoke me? Aren't you afraid of being annihilated?" "Of course, we don't dare to provoke Wushuang City. But you? If you die here, no one will know. Perhaps others will think that you were killed by a powerful sea demon. Don't worry, we won't kill you immediately. We'll capture you and torture you to death. We'll make you spit out the secrets on your body." A middle-aged man said ferociously. Lin Xian glanced at him with disdain. "You, brat, you're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. This time, we have 2 little saints and 4 fifth heavenly layer saints. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. I can only say that you are too idiotic. Even if you had twice as many saints, you still wouldn't be able to do anything to me." Lin Xian was not afraid in the battlefield. He glanced around, looking for an opportunity. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Damn it. This Rain Clan is really crazy. They sent 2 minor saints to kill me. He swore that he would definitely exterminate the Rain Clan. He wanted to let these people know the consequences of provoking him. Wang, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. Golden light blossomed from his body, and a dragon roar sounded. He punched at the middle-aged man from before. The middle-aged man was scared out of his wits. He wanted to retreat, but the fist was too fast. He arrived in front of the middle-aged man in an instant. With a whoosh, the middle-aged man was smashed into pieces. Ah, miserable cries rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Damn it, how dare you! The other sages were thoroughly enraged. They had an absolute advantage now, but the other party still dared to attack, and he even dared to be ruthless. You're courting death. Take him down. Just leave him with one last breath. A minor saint gave the order, and the 3 fifth heavenly layer sages around him quickly attacked. The seawater surged and filled the sky. They took out a decree, wanting to completely seal Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the Kuan-Pung movement technique, and his speed reached the extreme. He turned into a stream of light and dodged. At the same time, he threw out the Great Destruction Spear, sweeping it in all directions. Useless brat, although you're strong, you're just a 3rd heavenly layer sage. You're no match for us. The 3 fifth heavenly layer sages looked ferocious. No matter how strong the other party was, it was already very impressive that he could defeat a 5th heavenly layer sage. He wanted to fight 3 fifth heavenly layer sages? What a joke, unless the other party was really a young great emperor. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. Blue Sea Tide. He launched a soul attack. The fifth heavenly layer sages quickly retreated and put up a defense. However, their souls were still impacted, and their faces turned pale. Take him down. I want to break every inch of his bones. An old man roared. The three of them attacked again. The two minor saints stood there with their hands behind their backs, watching coldly. They did not make a move. They did not need to make a move against a third heavenly layer ant. They were only here as a precaution. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated the void escape and used the spatial divine ability. He disappeared in a flash and appeared behind one of the old men. The great destruction spear carried the aura of the dragon soul. It pierced through the old man's head. The old man's head exploded, and his body fell to the ground. He was kicked away by Lin Xian. Arg! A miserable cry mixed with saint blood dyed the void sea red. The other two saw this scene, and their scalps went numb with fear. Soon, they shouted angrily. Kill! The two of them joined forces. This time, they completely surrounded Lin Xian. They would definitely not give the other party any chance at all. Lin Xian saw this scene, but he did not retreat. Instead, he took a deep breath and activated the unparalleled secret technique. His combat strength increased by 5 times in an instant. With a loud bang, this powerful attack was launched. It was like a black torrent, colliding with the two fifth heavenly layer saints. Then, the two fifth heavenly layer saints vomited blood and were sent flying. Their attacks were completely shattered. Not only that, there were many large cracks on their bodies. How was this possible? The two of them were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Why did the opponent's strength suddenly become so strong? Lin Xian was also surprised. This power was really unexpected. It was worthy of being called the unparalleled secret technique. Although it could only be used for a moment, it would not be a problem to kill these fifth heavenly layer saints if it was used well. They quickly healed and even absorbed the power of the surrounding seawater. Be careful. This kid has an eye technique, and the attack power is very strange. Don't fall into his trap. It's nothing. We were just careless. Now that we are in the sea, we have an absolute natural advantage. We can display super strong combat strength. The eyes of these people exploded with a biting cold light. Their Rain clan was born for water. Kill, the 4 of them roared and attacked again. Do you think that only you know how to use water? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression was cold. He had the 5 elements law, which naturally included the law of water. With a wave of his arm, the surrounding seawater was all mobilized by him, turning into giant dragons. Not only that, Lin Xian also poured the power of the great dragon sword soul into these water dragons. 300 water dragons spewed out. The entire sea was boiling. The fifth heavenly layer saints were shocked. Their faces were full of fear. Damn it. How was this possible? How could his strength be so strong? They were completely crazy. What kind of person was this? I'm sending it to you, please support me. Under the powerful attacks of Lin Xian's various divine abilities, the bodies of the 4 fifth heavenly layer saints were torn apart again. One of them was directly locked by the spring and autumn lock. His soul was shattered by Lin Xian. One of them died. They couldn't believe that the 4 of them couldn't do anything to him even though they joined forces. Then, they were terrified because another one of them was seriously injured and died. The other 2 were also covered with wounds. Their scalps were numb. Supreme Elder, please save us. They cried for help crazily. The 2 minor saints were also angry. How dare you? One of them roared and slapped out his big palm. The power of a minor saint was too terrifying. This palm was even more terrifying than the joint attack of 4 fifth heavenly layer saints. The 6th heavenly layer saint, which was the realm of minor saints, was a watershed. The strength of a minor saint was much stronger than that of a 5th heavenly layer saint. It could be said that it was an insurmountable gap. Therefore, this was also the reason why the 2 minor saints didn't want to make a move earlier. They really didn't think highly of him. But now, they were angry. The opponent was so strong that it was beyond their expectations. But that was all. They didn't think that this kid could compete with them. Lin Xian didn't take the attack head-on. He turned into a stream of light and quickly retreated to avoid the attack. He had to admit that a minor saint was very powerful. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. What was he going to do? Kill the opponent? Kid, you can't run away. You're just an ant in front of me. There's no way for you to escape. The minor saint sneered. The opponent could only dodge when he met him. This was the gap between them. But where could the opponent escape to? So today, the opponent would definitely die. He attacked a few more times. Each time, he brought with him a monstrous law, causing Lin Xian to keep dodging. Lin Xian quickly retreated, but the minor saint had already grabbed the black earth with one hand and sealed it. Kid, your saint artifact spirit ship is mine. Not only that, all the things and secrets in your body belong to our Rain clan. The two little saints looked up to the sky and laughed. The other two Rain clan saints who were still alive also revealed hideous smiles. Great, they were going to torture the other party to death later. Lin Xian backed away again, his face grim. The little saint was still strolling toward him. Although this little saint was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years, he looked like he was in his 30s. He was very handsome, and could crush everything with a wave of his hand. He struck out with several laws, forming a cage that completely sealed off Lin Xian's path of retreat. Don't run, the game is over. Now, I will make you kneel down obediently. In the distance, the three saints of the Rain clan also sneered. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, but his heart was filled with killing intent. In fact, the reason he was retreating like this was to lure the enemy in and widen the gap between the two little saints. From the looks of it, it was about time. Alright, you choose to kneel on your own, or I'll break your legs and pin you to the ground. Think about it carefully, said the young little saint. He looked high and mighty, not putting Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Lin Xian didn't dare to resist at all because he was a little saint. The opponent probably couldn't even break his defense. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he suddenly attacked. The great dragon sword soul flew out and turned into a stream of light, flashing in the air. This scene was simply way too powerful. The 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed to have lost their luster at this moment. This was a saint's skill, and now that it was being unleashed by Lin Xian with all his might, it was even more berserk than before. He still dared to attack. He really didn't know what death was. The Rain clan's little saint's face sank. His opponent was just an ant. How dare he fight against him? Well, today he would let him know what despair was. He raised his palm again and slammed it forward, intending to shatter the beam of light. However, when the stream of light approached him, his expression changed. What was this? He was too shocked because he found that the chi of the light was incomparable. It seemed to be beyond his imagination. Damn it! The little saint's face was gloomy. He quickly retracted his palm and tried to retreat. However, he found that it was too late. The sword light was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant and stabbed down fiercely. Get lost, the young little saint roared and struck out with both of his palms, striking out a shocking blow. At the same time, the endless seawater combined with the law of water formed a set of true water armor, covering his body. Not good. That kid seems to have a trump card. The people in the distance also exclaimed. The other little saint snorted. It doesn't matter. So what if he has a trump card? It's just a saint weapon. With our strength, that kid can't fight against us even if he has a saint weapon. His eyes were full of confidence. The 2 fifth heaven saints breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if that was the case. They were not afraid of anything at all. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound was suddenly heard. Endless flame soared into the sky, and terrifying sword chi roared. The place was completely submerged. What a violent aura! The 2 fifth heaven saints were shocked. Even the little saint who had spoken earlier had his expression changed. He frowned. Damn it! How could it be so powerful? Although he did not care before, his eyelids were twitching wildly when he sensed the terrifying scene in front of him. His companion should be fine, right? Ah. In front of him, a miserable voice came from the chaos, making people's scalps go numb. The little saint of the Rain clan had both of his palms shattered. Not only that, a green dragon sword had pierced through his body. That seemed to be the voice of our Supreme Elder. The two Fifth Heaven saints felt their scalps go numb. The old little saint's expression also changed drastically. It was impossible. Was his companion injured? In front of them, a gust of wind blew, and the mist was blown away. They saw an incredible scene. One of their Supreme Elder's palms was shattered, and his body was pierced by sword chi. Saint Snow dyed the sea red. How was this possible? They were stunned. That was a little saint. How could he be injured by a mere third heavenly layer ant? This was too heaven-defying. The young little saint's face was also full of shock. Damn it. I don't believe it. He was really shocked. He had used all his strength just now, and anyone below the little saint realm would be killed. Moreover, he had already displayed the true water battle armor. Even if his opponent had a saint weapon, he could still fight. This was the strength of a little saint. But now, the true water battle armor was penetrated in an instant. His body had also suffered serious injuries. Humph. A little saint is just SOSO. Do you think you can kill me? Lin Xian quickly flew in front of his opponent and grasped the dragon-shaped sword chi. Puff, the sword slashed on his opponent's body, causing the cracks on his body to become bigger. At the same time, he launched a violent punch. Like a meteor, it smashed on his opponent's body, producing an earth-shattering sound. Soon, his arm was numb from the impact. What a strong physique. Although Lin Xian had the divine body and the Qilin tattoo, his physique was only equivalent to a fifth heavenly layer. Facing a sixth heavenly layer minor saint, his arm was numb. It's as hard as a tortoise's shell. Puff ! The young minor saint was enraged. An ant dared to be presumptuous in front of him. Damn brat, how dare you trick me? He knew that the dragon-shaped sword shadow was too powerful. Without it, his opponent wouldn't be able to break through his defense. So what if I trick you? You're just an old minor saint. Do you think it's reasonable for you to kill me, a third heavenly layer minor saint? Do you think you're very honorable? Today, I'll slap your dog face. Lin Xian kept waving his palm, slapping his opponent's face fiercely. Although it couldn't cause any substantial damage to his opponent, the sound of the slap was earth-shattering. That man's handsome face was incomparably red. That was because he was angered. Lin Xian's arm was numb. Damn, your face is really thick. No wonder you're so shameless. Damn brat, go to hell. The young minor saint roared crazily. He endured the injury and launched a crazy counterattack. Lin Xian was startled. He activated the void escape and teleported to the other side of his opponent, dodging the attack. At the same time, he was enraged. The nine-yang divine body combined with the Qilin tattoo triggered an unparalleled secret technique. Ping this time, he didn't know how many times stronger the unparalleled secret technique was, causing his strength to skyrocket. The slap landed on the other party's face, and actually caused a crack to appear. The young minor saint was stupefied. He was actually injured by a slap from the other party. How was this possible? How could his opponent have such strength without the help of the dragon-shaped sword shadow? The Rain clan saints were also stunned. The two fifth heavenly layer saints opened their mouths so wide that they could swallow a stone. The other old man, a little saint, narrowed his eyes. His companion was really injured, and seriously injured at that. Damned brat, how dare you? When he saw Lin Xian slapping the other party, the old man was finally enraged. He turned into a streak of light and rushed over. Actually, everything that had happened before had happened in an instant. Thus, when the old man came back, Lin Xian had already smashed his face. Seeing that another minor saint had arrived, Lin Xian didn't resist. Instead, he rode the great dragon sword soul and retreated quickly. However, at this moment, he chopped off his opponent's hand and snatched the black earth. You want to snatch my saint artifact? Cultivate for another 1,000 years. After tearing open the seal on the black earth, Lin Xian entered the black earth. He quickly steered the spirit ship, turning into a black beam of light that shot into the distance. Damn it, chase after him. I must kill him. I can't let him escape. The two little saints roared crazily. This was especially true for the young little saint. He had never been humiliated like this before. He swore to himself that he would tear the other party into pieces. Both of them turned into lightning and flew away quickly. The two fifth heavenly layer saints also regained their senses. They sucked in a breath of cold air. It was unbelievable that a third heavenly layer ant could do this. They swallowed their saliva and moved quickly to chase after them. Lin Xian steered the black earth, shuttling back and forth in the void ocean. He wanted to kill the two minor saints. He planned to use the power of the death mist. This place was very close to the death mist, so Lin Xian flew quickly. The two minor saints kept chasing after him. The two of them took out two saint artifacts. The old man took out a fan. The young little saint took out a flying knife. The two saint artifacts glowed brightly. Their speed was also extremely fast. The three of them chased after him, one in front and one behind. Finally, Lin Xian slowed down because the death mist was right in front of him. Kid, run. Why aren't you running anymore? The two minor saints stopped and grinned viciously. The young little saint's expression was even more ferocious. If you keep running, I'll break every bone in your body. I'll slice off your flesh piece by piece and roast it until it's cooked. This is what you get for messing with me. He was really angry. Fortunately, the death mist was right in front of him. It could be said that the other party had no way out. Then, what awaited the other party next was endless torture. Humph, Lin Xian sneered. He had no way out? What kind of joke was this? This mist of death posed no threat to him at all. Of course, he couldn't show it now. Otherwise, it would be bad if he scared the two minor saints away. Moreover, the two fifth heavenly layer saints didn't come. This time, he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. The two minor saints didn't plan to attack immediately. He wanted to let them feel the fear of death first. It would be best if they could kneel down and beg for mercy. Just like that, the two fifth heavenly layer saints came while both sides were holding on. When they saw the death mist in front of them and Lin Xian had no way out, they were overjoyed. Great! Let's see how he's going to die this time. Oh, since everyone is here, I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian's voice was heard. The faces of the four saints of the Rain clan darkened instantly. The scalps of the two fifth heavenly layer saints went numb. The two minor saints were gnashing their teeth in anger. Could it be that the other party thought that they could still survive, that he wanted to kill them? What a joke, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The young little saint was surrounded by a long blade. It was accompanied by a terrifying law that tore apart heaven and earth. On the other side, the old man was also holding a folding fan, blocking the other way. It could be said that he was trapped. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a sway of his body, he directly entered the death mist. Damn it! Does he want to die? The two fifth heavenly layer saints were so scared that they peed their pants. Even the pupils of the two minor saints shrank. The other party would rather die in the death mist than be caught by them. Damn it! Don't even think about killing yourself. In their opinion, Lin Xian had no way out and was going to commit suicide. The two minor saints attacked fiercely. They kept attacking the death mist crazily, but they could only make the death mist spread out. They couldn't see anyone inside. Damn it, this was already the best time to hunt, but the other party would rather die than surrender. How could they be willing to let the treasure in their hands run away? These people's eyes were all red. They did not see that Jojo's fog of death was quietly surrounding them. Even if they noticed it, they didn't care. After all, they were attacking the death mist just now. However, they soon discovered that something was wrong. Why was there more and more death fog coming out? Instead, it had surrounded them. Not good. Run. Don't get shrouded by the mist of death. The two minor saints quickly retreated. The two fifth heavenly layer saints couldn't wait any longer and ran away like crazy. However, it was too late. A sneer came from the darkness. Do you think it's possible to run away now? then, an overwhelming mist of death gushed out like a demonic cloud, shrouding this part of the world. Damn it! The 2 fifth heavenly layer saints screamed in fright. As soon as they touched the mist, their bodies caved in and their hair turned white. No, the 2 of them roared and activated their saint domains to resist the mist. However, it wasn't just a tiny bit. It was an overwhelming mist of death. The 2 fifth heavenly layer saints couldn't resist it at all. Their vitality was sucked dry in an instant. The strong saints became withered like dried corpses. In the end, only their bones were left. Dead. 2 saints of the 5th heaven had fallen. The 2 minor saints' faces were extremely ugly. Damn it! What's going on? Their luck had already reached such a terrible state. Not only did they fail to get the treasure, but they were also shrouded by the mist of death. Damn it! Run! The 2 of them were minor saints. They were powerful and had saint weapons. They could hold on for a while. However, they could only hold on for a while. If it was a small amount of the mist of death, they could still resist it. But now, they were in the area of the mist of death. Not to mention them, even if a saint came, he wouldn't be able to resist it. As I said, none of you can escape. At this moment, a voice came. The 2 minor saints' faces were full of fear. A voice? Whose voice was it? Could it be that there was someone else in the mist of death? The 2 minor saints were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Suddenly, the young minor saint's face changed. No, the voice belonged to that kid. He had fought with Lin Xian before, so he was familiar with Lin Xian's voice. Naturally, he could recognize it at this moment. That kid's voice sounded. Could it be that he had turned into a vengeful spirit after his death and came to claim their lives? Their hearts turned cold. At this moment, the mist of death formed a big black palm and slapped toward him. With a bang, it slapped on his protective light and shrouded him. No, damn it! The young minor saint screamed in fear. He wanted to break through the death light fog, but more and more death light fog rushed towards him. Get lost! The saint long saber slashed out in all directions. The death mist was cut apart, but it was just mist in the first place, formless and formless. It couldn't be hurt at all, but he was scared out of his wits. The other old man was just as terrified. He raised the fan above his head and unleashed thousands of laws to cover his body. He did not dare to act rashly, even though his companions were now surrounded. The young little saint was furious. He couldn't figure out why the mist would attack him. Suddenly, a green bolt of lightning flashed through the fog, piercing through his defense and tearing his body apart once again. With a roar, he suddenly turned around and saw a green dragon-shaped sword shadow. Damn it, it's him. Sure enough, he saw a young man walk out from the mist of death. He was unusually handsome and had a mysterious smile on his face. It's you. You're not dead. He was completely dumbfounded. He saw Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was now surrounded by the death mist that formed a battle armor, making him look like a ghost from hell. How could this be? How could someone not be threatened by the death mist? While he was in a daze, the death mist had already drilled into his wounds. His life force was quickly draining away. He screamed crazily, but Lin Xian had already seized the opportunity. More and more death mist shrouded his body. The young minor saint felt his life force was quickly draining away. Gradually, he lost all his strength. What happened? Are you okay? The other old man roared crazily. He only heard his companion's frightened voice. However, he didn't know what had happened. Run! This guy is from the death mist. In the end, the young minor saint gave his last warning. Then, he turned into a skeleton. A dignified minor saint died just like that. It was really hard for ordinary people to believe. Is he from the death mist? Who is he? The white-haired old man was very surprised and sad. He didn't know what the other party meant. However, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He exerted the saint weapon to the extreme. The law of water on his body also burst out with incomparable light. It formed a monstrous wave that swept him away, wanting to leave. However, as soon as he left, he saw a figure waiting for him in front. It's you. He saw Lin Xian as if he had seen a ghost. He also saw Lin Xian floating in the death mist without being affected at all. Now, he finally knew what his companion meant. However, he was too late. No, he had to send a message to the family. This matter must be spread out. The other party is related to the death mist. How could the Rain clan dare to provoke such an existence? His finger touched the formation, and he wanted to die, but Lin Xian was faster. The great dragon sword's soul turned into a stream of light and directly cut off the old man's arm. If it was under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't have succeeded so easily. But now, the old man was obviously scared out of his wits. Moreover, he had already been affected by the death item, and about 1/3 of his vitality flowed out. He was no longer at his peak, so Lin Xian succeeded with this attack. The sound transmission formation was shattered, and the old man's arm turned into a bloody mist. You still want to send a message? Go to hell obediently. Lin Xian withdrew his hand, and the Tai Chi art in his body circulated. The monstrous death mist enveloped the old man. Ah. No, you can't be like this. I admit defeat. I surrender. Please spare my life. A dignified small saint began to beg for mercy, but it was useless. After about half an hour, the mist dispersed, and only a pile of bones appeared. Even the saint chi dimmed and lost its luster. What a terrifying death mist. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. Fortunately, he had the Tai Chi art. Otherwise, he would definitely die here. Humph, Lin Xian sneered, turned around, and left, continuing to head toward the Fiend Star. On the other side, a few spirit boats streaked across the sky. A few noble people stood in the boats. They were the Rain clan and the people of the Spirit Sealing Star. Among them, Di Ling and Yusiki were also there. The people of the Rain clan frowned. It should be about time. Why hasn't there been any news yet? It shouldn't be a problem. We have sent 2 small saints. When the people of the Spirit Sealing Star heard this, they nodded. They shouldn't overestimate that kid. 4 fifth heaven saints were enough to kill him. Not to mention the 2 small saints. There was absolutely no problem. They nodded and didn't think about it anymore. Instead, they discussed the matter of the Fiend Star. They wondered what was in the coffins that the other party brought out this time. Di Ling said that according to our intelligence, it's not a coffin, but a stone box. It's very old and comes in different sizes. The big ones look like coffins, which is why the news is wrong. The small ones are only the size of a palm. It's hard to imagine what's sealed inside. But from the looks of it, it's definitely not an ordinary item. It seems that we'll have to pay a huge price this time. The eyes of many elders flickered. The battle for the treasure boxes this time will definitely not be simple. The Fiend Planet. It was a very famous planet in the Void Ocean. Rumor has it that the people in this world are either evil or ruthless. In short, no one is a good person. Those who were able to survive here were all peerless experts, terrifying devil kings. However, at this moment, there are many spirit ships floating around the Fiend Planet. They are densely packed and of different sizes. They are all from the big families and sects of the second planet. They are here to see the treasures dug out of the Void Ocean. When Lin Xian arrived, he exclaimed. The entire Fiend Planet is filled with a shocking murderous aura. Ordinary people can't withstand it at all. What a strange world. I wonder how Ruffian Dragon and the North Demon are doing. Lin Xian quickly landed. He found that he wasn't the only one. There are many people around him who have different auras from this world. Obviously, they are also people from other families and sections. I wonder what these people are doing on the Fiend Planet. Isn't this place where ordinary people don't come? He doesn't know that there's a sacred assembly on the Fiend Planet. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored it. He landed, put away the black earth, and looked around. Someone is walking over. Young master, do you need us to lead the way? It's a few children. They don't look very old. Their faces are still young, and their clothes are not very good. Obviously, they can't live well in such a situation on the Fiend Planet. It's already very difficult for them to survive. Lin Xian asked, lead the way? Lead the way? One of the children, a purple-haired boy, said, Young master, are you not here to participate in the Fiend Planet's gathering? fiend planets gathering? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seems that something is indeed going on. He asked a few simple questions and instantly understood. It turned out that the fiend planet had obtained a batch of ancient stone boxes. It was rumored that there might be incredible treasures sealed within them. Therefore, a grand ceremony was held, attracting countless experts. No wonder so many people would come to the infamous demon star. Lin Xian understood. He nodded. Take me to the nearest city first. Yes, sir, please follow me. The three children rode on a demon wolf and led the way. Lin Xian flew behind them. They traveled through the forest for about half a day. However, Lin Xian suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. Although it wasn't very loud, with his soul, he could still hear it. He frowned. The reason for that was because this sort of sound was not coming from a single location. Instead, it was coming from several different locations. He said, "What's going on? I thought I heard screams." The three youths in front stopped and asked, "Really? Perhaps. There are a lot of demonic beasts here. Without us leading the way, I'm afraid they wouldn't have arrived safely. Therefore, young master should follow us closely." With that, they turned around and continued to lead the way. However, the corners of their immature mouths curled up into a strange smile. After walking for another incense stick's worth of time, suddenly, the demon wolf in front accelerated and shook off Lin Xian. The three children also turned around and laughed loudly. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Xian frowned. "I'm laughing at you for being too stupid." One of the children sneered. "You outsiders are really pitifully stupid. How dare you come to the fiend planet? You won't even know what's going on." Another purple-haired youth also snorted coldly. "Hurry up and obediently hand over your storage ring, resources, and treasures. Otherwise, you're dead meat." Robbery? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. To be honest, this scene was very strange. 3 youths were robbing him, with just the 3 of you? He shook his head in disdain. "Of course it's not the 3 of us. Do you think we don't have backing?" At this point, the 3 children whistled. The surrounding ground trembled, and a few huge creatures walked over. They were very tall, and one could tell at a glance that they were extremely terrifying demon beasts. The one on the left was a black bear. Its body was as big as a mountain, and there was a murderous aura in its eyes. The one on the right was a horse. Its entire body was fiery red, and flames danced on its body. It also had a pair of red wings on its back. The 2 demon beasts were both at the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm. As soon as they appeared, violent demonic aura spread in all directions. "Haha, do you understand now? Hurry up and hand over the things you want." The 3 children had smiles on their faces. The 2 medicinal beasts were even more ferocious. Lin Xian said, "I finally understand what those screams were about." He thought that they should be in the same situation as him. It seemed that he had underestimated the fiend's heart. Lin Xian shook his head. He did not expect to be ambushed as soon as he arrived. Moreover, he was ambushed by these little ones. "You've taught me a vivid lesson, so I'll give you a chance to live. Hurry up and leave. I won't kill you." Lin Xian waved his hand. "Uncle, are you retarded? You want to kill us? We've checked. You're just a saint at the 3rd heaven." One of the children was holding an array in his hand, and there were 3 rays of light on it. Obviously, this was to test one's cultivation. The 3 children sneered disdainfully. The black bear also snorted coldly. "A mere saint at the 3rd heaven dares to be arrogant in front of me? Kneel down." He roared, and his demonic aura was monstrous. Like a huge mountain, he pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. It was like a divine sword that pierced through the void. The terrifying tail tooth of the demon beast instantly disappeared. Not only that, the black bear was pierced by the golden light. Its soul trembled, and it let out a scream. He was furious. "A human ant dares to attack me?" The big paw smashed over. The 3 children's faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated. "This human is so reckless. Forget it, let's ignore him and watch the show." In their opinion, Lin Xian would definitely be tortured to death. but the result was beyond their expectations. The black bear's huge paw was grabbed by Lin Xian. With a light force, the paw was shattered into pieces. Ah! Black blood splattered all over the ground. The black bear was in pain and wanted to counterattack. Instead, it was sent flying by Lin Xian's 2 kicks. On the other side, when the flaming Pegasus saw this scene, it opened its mouth and spat out a monstrous sea of fire. Lin Xian bathed in the sea of fire. His expression was very comfortable. This little bit of flame was not enough. He opened his mouth and sucked in all the flames. Then, he spat out the 9 suns' divine flame, burning the flaming Pegasus until it screamed miserably. "Hero, I was wrong. Spare me." In the end, the 2 demon beasts were beaten to a miserable state. They knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. They knew that this was not an ant. This was simply a peerless person. The 3 children were also stunned. Their mouths were wide open, so wide that they could eat a fist. Originally, they were sitting in the distance, eating spirit fruits and watching the show. But at this moment, the 3 of them were trembling. When Lin Xian's gaze landed on them, the 3 children fell to the ground with a thud. "Not good, I kicked an iron plate." The corners of the 3 youths' mouths twitched, revealing an expression that was uglier than crying. "I told you, don't rob me, but you didn't listen. Tell me, what do you plan to do now?" Lin Xian sat on the black bear's huge head and said indifferently. The black bear was so scared that it trembled and almost fainted. The flaming Pegasus beside it was also so angry that it vomited blood. He glared fiercely at the 3 youths. To actually lead such a terrifying person to their side, wasn't this just asking them to die? The 3 youths were the same. Their bodies were cold and they couldn't even speak. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you, as long as you can do me a favor." "We will definitely do it," the black bear said with a trembling voice. Hope also appeared in the eyes of the flaming Pegasus. The 3 youths nodded their heads with all their might. Lin Xian took out a silver demon token from his storage ring and said, "Do you recognize this thing? Do you know who its owner is?" "Silver demon token. Why do you have this thing?" Seeing this scene, the black bear and the flaming Pegasus almost fainted from fright. They kept kowtowing. "Lord, please spare our lives. We really didn't do it on purpose." The 3 youths were so scared that their faces turned ashen. Lin Xian said, "It seems like you know. Tell me, where is the owner of this thing?" "This is something from the Silver Palace." The flaming Pegasus opposite him knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice. "Silver Palace? Be more specific." On the demon planet, there were some great powers that were extremely terrifying and belonged to the top forces. The Silver Palace was one of them. It was very powerful. This token was the unique silver demon token of the Silver Palace. It was something that only people above the Hall Master were qualified to possess. "Silver Palace?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he asked again. "Then do you know that there is a person called a Kuan here?" "A Kuan?" The 3 youths were stunned. However, the black bear and the flaming Pegasus trembled even more. "If we are not wrong, this should be the name of the White Jade Hall's Hall Master. However, no one has dared to call him that for many years. Since you know, then it's easy. Bring me to him and I'll spare your lives." Lin Xian jumped down from the black bear's head. The 2 fey beasts revealed expressions that were uglier than crying. Although they were also great fey beasts, compared to the Silver Palace, they were far too inferior. Even when they met Akuan, they would tremble. However, they had no choice. In order to survive, they could only lead the way. Then, the black bear's body shrank and turned into a big man with black skin. He looked very fierce. As for the blazing heavenly horse, it turned into a young man bathed in flames. Lin Xian released the 3 youths. He didn't make things difficult for them. Lin Xian allowed the 2 demonic beasts to carry him on their journey. Along the way, the 3 of them flew at high speed. Lin Xian also understood the situation. It turned out that Akuan's strength had already reached the minor saint realm. Moreover, as he was one of the hall masters of the Silver Palace, his status was extraordinary. It could be said that his authority was monstrous. The flight took about 3 days. They landed in a city. This was White Jade City, the place where White Jade Hall was located. When they arrived at the place where White Jade Hall was located, the two demonic beasts didn't dare to move forward. They said, "Young master, it's just ahead, but we don't dare to enter. White Jade Hall's strength is very terrifying. If we dare to barge in, they will kill us." "Alright, you two can go now." The two of them waved their hands and left quickly as if they had been pardoned. Lin Xian raised his head and looked. This White Jade Hall was simply a city within a city, the gate was huge and majestic, and there were countless martial artists guarding it. These people were all kings. One had to know that kings were super experts in some places, but at this moment, they could only be guards here. One had to admit that White Jade Hall was very imposing. Lin Xian walked forward and was stopped by a few people. "Stop right there. Who dares to barge into our White Jade Hall?" Their voices were piercingly cold. Many people looked over and exclaimed in surprise. "This kid is courting death. That's the place where White Jade Hall is located. He's probably an outsider who doesn't know what's good for him." Some natives of the Fiend planet had sinister expressions. They all had looks of disdain on their faces when they saw the outsiders. However, there were a few people in the crowd who were shocked. They were from the Rain clan. They looked at the back of the figure and were dumbfounded. "Isn't that Lin Xian? Damn it, wasn't he killed by their elders? Why is he still here?" "Not necessarily. Maybe it's just similar. Let's take a look first." Another Rain clan expert gritted his teeth and said. They were really too shocked. They looked carefully in the crowd. Ahead. Lin Xian looked at these guards and didn't say anything. Instead, he took out the Fiend token. Those guards originally had cold killing intent in their eyes, but when they saw the Fiend token, they were stunned. "I want to see your Hall Master Kuan. Say that we are old friends." Those king-level guards were completely stunned. It was obvious that this young man in front of them had a great background. They hurriedly said, "We have offended young master. Please forgive us. We will report this." "Young master, please." A group of people respectfully invited Lin Xian in. Those people who were watching from afar were stunned. No way, this kid actually went in. Heavens, isn't he an outsider? How could he enter White Jade Hall? The natives of the Fiend planet were all stunned. This place wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Even powerful saints didn't have the qualifications to enter. Therefore, they were very curious. What was the origin of this young man? In the crowd, the expressions of the two Rain clan experts became even uglier. "Did you see it clearly?" "I saw it clearly. It's that kid. He didn't die. And he even appeared here. No, I have to go back and report this. Something big has happened." The two of them turned into flowing light and disappeared into the void. Inside White Jade Hall, it was grand and majestic. The halls were scattered all over the place. In the deepest part of the hall, there was a floating hall that shone like a pearl. This was the place where their hall master cultivated. Normally, no one dared to intrude. However, on this day, an old man quickly rushed over. Even when he was far away, he respectfully knelt down on one knee. He didn't say anything. Instead, he waited quietly. After a while, a calm voice came from the white hall in front of him. "What's the matter?" Reporting to the hall master, someone came with a silver Fiend token. He said that he is an old friend of the hall master and wants to see him. "Got it. Bring him to the main hall. I will go there right away." The voice came out. The old man quickly retreated. In the silver hall, a figure opened his eyes. It was a middle-aged man with a square face. There was a scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his eye to his chin. It was very sinister. This person's aura was very strong. He was a 6th heavenly layer saint, which was a small saint. Silver light flickered in his eyes. "Silver Fiend token? An old friend? Is it him?" Lin Xian was invited to the main hall. He drank some spirit tea and waited there. Soon, he saw a figure appear on the throne in front of him. "Greetings, Hall Master." The cultivators in the main hall hurriedly bowed respectfully. The figure on the throne waved his hand and they all retreated. Soon, only Lin Xian and the person on the throne were left in the main hall. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. At the same time, the person opposite him also came. Lin Xian saw that it was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. The scars on his face were very obvious. This should be Ah Kuan. Ah Kuan also looked over. However, he was stunned. What's going on? This wasn't the person he knew. Who are you? Why do you have a silver token? He asked coldly. The atmosphere in the main hall instantly became heavy. At this moment, the main hall had become the other party's domain. The other party was the ruler here. With a thought, he could decide the life and death of a person. Lin Xian felt this powerful aura and was shocked. He said, I'm a disciple of Wushuang City. Fu Hongye is my senior brother. This token was given to me by him. Fu Hongye's junior brother? The pressure in the air disappeared, but the domain still existed. Since he gave you the silver token, it's obvious that your relationship is not ordinary. Speak, why are you looking for me? I'm looking for two people. Lin Xian stated his request. Ah Kuan's eyes flickered. Lin Xian asked, can you find them? Ah Kuan said, I know about the matter you mentioned. It caused a big commotion. However, there are some things you didn't expect. When the fog ship arrived at the Fiend Star, it encountered a storm. Therefore, the people on the ship were separated. Some were still captured and controlled. Some escaped. Therefore, I can't be sure who has the two people you want to find. Lin Xian asked again, who was the person who kidnapped the ship last time? Ah Kuan said, it was the Fiend Palace. Lin Xian was shocked. He had heard He Xiong say that the Fiend Palace was one of the top forces in this world, just like the Silver Palace. At the same time, he knew that the previous hijacking of the fog ship was the demon child's idea. It seemed that this demon child should be someone from the Demon Palace. The two people I want to find are extraordinary. One is a member of the dragons, and the other has the myriad demon body. The two of them were like bright pearls that could quickly shine no matter where they were. So it should be easy to find, Lin Xian said. Ah Kuan said, don't worry, I'll send someone to look for it. He called his men in and gave them orders. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With the strength of the Silver Palace, there should be a result soon. Ah Kuan stood up and looked at Lin Xian. He wondered what Lin Xian was going to do next. Was he going to stay here? I'll have them arrange it for you. Lin Xian said, there's no need. I heard that there's going to be a banquet on the Fiend Planet. I want to go and take a look. Alright, I'll let White Snake accompany you. If there's anything, just tell her. She can help you solve it. Not long after, White Snake arrived. She was a young woman. She was extremely beautiful and wore a white dress. She was lovely and moving. White Snake wasn't a servant, nor was she a maid. She was a proud daughter of the White Jade Hall. Letting her accompany Lin Xian was enough to show how much importance Ah Kuan attached to Lin Xian. Since there was someone helping him inquire about information, Xianxia prepared to go and take a look at the Fiend Banquet. The two of them left White Feather City. On the other side, the two experts of the Rain Clan had also left long ago. They quickly arrived at another city. This was the place where the people of the Rain Clan and the Spirit Sealing Star were temporarily staying. Elder, it's not good. The two experts of the Rain Clan hurriedly returned in panic. When the Rain Clan's Supreme Elder heard this, he frowned. What was going on? What was there to panic about? That brat appeared. The two of them were speaking incoherently. What? You're saying that Lin Xian appeared? When they heard what had happened, the people of the Rain Clan were stunned. The two Supreme Elders' eyes also emitted a biting cold killing intent. How could it be? We've already sent 2 Supreme Elders and 4 powerful saints to kill him. How could they fail? When Di Ling and the people of the Spirit Sealing Star heard this, they also didn't dare to believe it. Xianxia said, quickly send a message to our Supreme Elders and ask them about the situation. They used a sound transmission formation to try to contact those people, but there was no response. No response. How could it be? Could it be that there was an accident? Impossible. The people of the Rain clan screamed. Those were two minor saints. How could there be an accident? Di Ling and the others also frowned. Indeed, the strength of a minor saint was not something that the other party could contend against. Investigate, they must find out. The supreme elders of the Rain clan clenched their teeth. If the two minor saints were injured, it would be a huge blow to them. They used the power of the clan to investigate quickly. Soon, the news came back. Someone saw the minor saints of the Rain clan chasing someone in the void ocean. This was seen by a passerby. It seemed that Lin Xian had indeed encountered their supreme elders. But what happened later? Why was he still alive? But there was no news of their supreme elders. They used the clan's power to investigate again. Finally, they found a trace of information. It turned out that in the void ocean, there was a fog ship passing by. They saw the fog of death fill the air, enveloping the Rain clan saints. What? How could it be like this? Could it be that those people died in the fog of death? After hearing this news, Xianxia and the others turned pale. Di Ling and the others also frowned. How could that kid be alive? Could it be that he was lucky? Damn it, that kid killed 2 of our minor saints and 4 fifth heaven saints. Xianxia and the others' eyes turned red. Kill him. You must kill him, everyone, please calm down. I know you are in a bad mood, but that kid is a little strange. The supreme elders of the spirit sealing star advised. Di Ling also said, yes, there are many ways to kill him. Now that he has come to the fiend planet, if he dies here, it has nothing to do with us. What does Di Ling mean? Xianxia asked. Di Ling sneered. The fiend banquet this time has attracted many people. I think some people from the holy city will also come. Thunder God's people should be here. Tell them the news. Thunder God Qing also wants to kill that kid now. Let the holy city do it, they have more confidence. Let's do it this way. The Rain clan's people's eyes lit up. Indeed, other than them, Thunder God City also wanted to kill the other party. After all, back then, Lin Xian had ruthlessly slapped Lei Shenqing's face in front of so many people. Leave this matter to us. Di Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He would definitely not let the other party go back alive. He would let the other party go to hell. When he thought about how he could not enter the holy city, Di Ling was furious. Moreover, he had lost to the other party before. This made him even more unbearable. But this time, the other party would definitely die. Evil Demon City. This was the location of the Evil Demon Feast. The entire city was huge and it was floating in the sky. It was emitting a dark light. There were all kinds of buildings scattered all over the place. The atmosphere was magnificent. There were even some mountains, spirit springs, and waterfalls. It was the complete opposite of the terrifying atmosphere. This completely different atmosphere made Evil Demon City very mysterious. At this moment, Evil Demon City was very lively because everyone who wanted to participate in the Evil Demon Feast had come here. Although the Evil Demon Feast had not started yet, the place was already bustling with noise. Lin Xian and White Snake also went in. After entering, Lin Xian exclaimed. There were experts everywhere in the city. Saints could be seen everywhere, and many of them were young. Obviously, they were all geniuses. Of course, there were also many experts of the older generation. As for the stronger ones, like the small saints, they should have also come. However, most of them were hiding, waiting for the Evil Demon Feast. Young Master Lin, there's a small gathering tomorrow. Why don't we go and take a look? White Snake smiled faintly. She was very curious about the person she was going to accompany. Because she found that the other party was only at the 3rd heaven, but he was very calm. He was not afraid when facing 4th heaven or 5th heaven saints. This made her very surprised. What was the other party relying on? Was it just because of his special identity? The two of them stayed temporarily and went to participate in the small gathering the next evening. This gathering was organized by some of the top forces. Those who went were all geniuses from big families. They either had talent or status. Otherwise, they would not be able to enter. White Snake got 2 invitations and went in with Lin Xian. This time, it was held in a huge mansion. This mansion was also magnificent and brightly lit. There should be a spirit vein below. The moment they entered, they felt that the spirit chi here was very abundant, making them feel warm. They were the people of Evil Men Valley. After Whitesnake came in, she started to introduce them to Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and looked over. He realized that there was a group of people there who looked extremely ferocious. They were all dressed in beast skins and had a primitive aura around them. They should be the people of Evil Men Valley. Other than that, many other clans and powers had also sent their representatives. Among them, there were natives of the Fiend Planet, as well as experts from the Outer Realms. Even the people from the Holy City had come. Lin Xian saw the people from the Thunder God City. These people from the Thunder God City had prominent horns on their heads, and their bodies were surrounded by mysterious lightning. He stood there like a god. Many people crowded around him, wanting to curry favor with him. The geniuses of the sacred cities were much stronger than the other geniuses. Aside from the Thunder God, he also saw other sacred cities. He didn't recognize some of them, but he did recognize some of them, such as the Demon City. Although some of the monstrous beasts had taken human form, they still retained their monstrous beast characteristics. For example, its tail, wings, ears, and the like were very eye-catching. There were also quite a few people surrounding these people. Enemies really meet on a narrow path. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. He wondered if Lei Chong and the 100-eyed demon saint had come. It would be interesting if they came. Seeing Lin Xian sweeping his gaze over the others so unscrupulously, some of the surrounding people were shocked. Who was this person? His gaze was too bold. They looked over and found that Lin Xian's face was very unfamiliar. They didn't know him at all. However, they knew the woman in white next to Lin Xian. She was Whitesnake. A series of exclamations sounded. It was White Fairy. She had also come. In an instant, many people looked over here. There were even a few young people with handsome smiles on their faces as they walked over quickly. White Fairy, long time no see. A handsome man in blue armor shakes the spirit wine in his hand and smiles faintly. White Fairy, I was just talking about you. I didn't expect you to come. This way, please. Let's chat for a while. Someone invited her. There were even people who invited White Fairy to dance. Although Lin Xian and Whitesnake were standing very close to each other, at this moment, they seemed to be ignored by everyone. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at this scene with interest. It seemed that Whitesnake was very popular. Whitesnake had seen this kind of scene many times, so she dealt with it calmly. After politely rejecting these people, she looked at Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, let's go over there and sit. As soon as she said this, the crowd was in an uproar. They were all stunned. What was going on? Whitesnake actually came with someone else. In an instant, countless eyes all looked at Lin Xian with hostility in their eyes. Who was this? How could he walk with White Fairy? Damn it, could it be that someone else beat him to it? Some young talents gritted their teeth and looked unfriendly. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits and turned pale when surrounded by so many hostile gazes. However, Lin Xian was calm and didn't seem to be affected at all. Hearing Whitesnake's words, he nodded slightly. Okay, let's go. As he spoke, he walked side by side with Whitesnake in a direction in the distance. At this moment, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Oh my god, did you see that? That kid only has a cultivation level of level 3. So weak? What right does he have to walk with White Fairy? If he was a top expert, they would accept it. After all, they were inferior. But now, how could a level 3 sage be qualified to compete with them? Moreover, he was only at the beginning of level 3. What a joke. White Fairy, may I know who this young master is? Someone asked eerily. Yeah, why didn't White Fairy introduce him? Could it be that this is White Fairy's servant? But this servant doesn't seem to know the rules. Some people were sinister, purposely lowering Lin Xian's status. After hearing this, Lin Xian was expressionless. Whitesnake's face darkened. Everyone, don't be rude. This is young Master Lin, my friend. Young Master Lin? Which young Master Lin? They had never heard of him. Everyone was confused. Indeed, although Lin Wudi's name was well known in the world, not many people had seen his real face. Moreover, there were countless worlds in the second astral realm, and there were countless warriors in each world. So, there were too many people who had never seen Lin Xian before. Of course, if the name Lin Wudi was mentioned, they would definitely nod to show that they had heard of him. Seeing that everyone was disdainful, White Snake said, "This young Master Lin is an important guest of White Jade Hall. Please don't be rude." An important guest of White Jade Hall. Everyone was shocked again. Could it be that this person has a powerful background? However, some people sneered because their strength was not weaker than White Jade Hall. So, they didn't care. Really? When did White Jade Hall fall to this point? How can a level 3 person be an important guest? Yeah, who is this young Master Lin? Could it be that he is Lin Wudi? Ha 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 ha, everyone laughed in disbelief. Who is Lin Wudi? How can he be so low-key? If it's that person, of course we'll admit defeat. But that person should be cultivating in seclusion in the sacred city now. He probably won't come out for more than 10 years. Kid, which family are you from? What right do you have to stand beside White Fairy? A person walked out and questioned coldly. It was a young man in a silver shirt. He looked extraordinary. There were silver flames dancing in his eyes and he had a powerful aura. This person was also from the Silver Palace, but he wasn't from White Jade Hall. He was from White Horse Hall. These were 2 halls and there was competition between them. This silver-armored young man had been pursuing White Fairy for a long time, so he was naturally unhappy when he saw Lin Xian. And now it seemed that he could use this opportunity to suppress White Jade Hall's arrogance. Xiao West Wind, don't go too far. White Snake shouted coldly. She felt that these people were too much. To be honest, she didn't know Lin Xian's true identity because Hall Master Kuan didn't tell her in detail. He only said that he was an important guest and asked her to treat him well. At this moment, Lin Xian said, "You're right. I'm indeed Lin Wudi." Everyone was stunned, then they burst into laughter with mockery in their eyes. "Kid, who are you trying to fool? You're Lin Wudi." "I'm Zhang Wudi." "I'm Xiao Wudi." "Do you think anyone can call me Xiao Wudi? If you're Lin Wudi, I'll eat this table." White Snake was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to say that. Of course, she didn't believe that the person in front of her was Lin Wudi. She thought that Lin Xian would make up a name to scare him. Xiao Westwind looked at Lin Xian with a smile. "Are you Lin Wudi? Do you dare to spar with me? Don't worry, it's just a spar. I won't take your life." There was jealousy in his eyes. Lin Xian shook his head. "No." Everyone laughed even louder. "You don't dare?" Xiao Westwind snorted. Lin Xian said, "It's not that I don't dare, it's that you don't have the right to fight me." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Not qualified? The person in front of him dared to say that West Wind was not qualified? He really didn't know what death was. This was the cultivation of a middle stage 4th heavenly layer. His divine abilities were even more powerful. He could even withstand the attacks of a late-stage 4th heavenly layer expert. The other party, an early 3rd heaven, dared to say that West Wind was not qualified to laugh at him? If this wasn't courting death, then what was? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Even White Snake, who was beside him, was stunned. He didn't know how to deal with the situation. Xiao Westwind's expression darkened as well. His eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare this guy look down on him? Is he courting death? In the distance, those people also looked over one after another, moreover asking what happened. Why was it so lively? Someone recklessly provoked West Wind. Who was that person? Was it another genius? What kind of genius was this? He was just an early-stage 3rd heavenly layer cultivator. How reckless. Everyone was surprised. Some quickly spread the news, while others ran over to watch the show. In the depths of the mansion, there were several majestic palaces. They were surrounded by multicolored light, and the great Tao pervaded the air. In one of the palaces, a man wearing a water blue robe sat. His hair was blue and abnormally soft. His eyes were incomparably bright. Although the aura on his body was not strong, no one dared to underestimate him. There were many people around him. Some of them were ferocious horned demonic beasts, and some were humans. These people were all toasting the man in the aqua blue robe. What was so lively outside? The water blue robed man. He took a glance outside. He asked indifferently. Quickly go and find out. A human man quickly said. Soon, someone outside reported. Reporting to the young master, someone is jealous of White Fairy. Who is White Fairy? The water blue robed man asked again. The human youth smiled. This White Fairy. She was a genius of the White Jade Hall. She was originally a white-scaled snake. After transforming into a human form, she was incomparably beautiful. She attracted the pursuit of countless geniuses. The one who spoke was a genius of the Fiend Palace called Yu. Oh, the white spirit snake? Those demonic beasts were shocked. The water blue robed man's eyes also lit up. Was that so? She was actually a heaven and earth variant? It really was unexpected. Hearing this, Yu's eyes also lit up. He said with a smile, Brother Shueyue, if you like her, I'll invite her over. As he spoke, he said to his subordinates, go and invite White Fairy over. Wait a minute. The water blue robed man raised his hand. Brother Shueyue, what other matters do you have? Yu was shocked, revealing a puzzled expression. Let me send someone to invite her. Everyone here is a heaven and earth variant beast, and this time, I am representing the Fiend Palace. I can't fall behind the etiquette of our Fiend Palace. I didn't think it through. Yu slapped his head and said with a smile, all right, then I'll accompany you. Although he was a genius of the Fiend Palace, the water blue robed man opposite him was even more extraordinary. The other party was a genius of the Fiend Palace. Even he wanted to make friends with the other party. Cloud Leopard, you go. Shueyue said. At his side, a man walked out. This person had short hair, a tall and slender figure. There were some black patterns on his face. Yu also stood up. He said with a smile, Brother Cloud Leopard, please. The two walked out of the great hall, walking towards the front of the underworld. At this moment, in the area ahead, quite a few people surrounded them, whispering to each other. This was that reckless fella? He really didn't know the difference between life and death. That's right, he even dared to impersonate Lin Wudi. He really was tired of living. Xiao Westwind's face was cold. Brat, do you dare exchange pointers with me? Right now, he really wanted to make a move, eliminate the other party. Even if he couldn't kill the other party, he still wanted to fiercely trample the other party beneath his feet. No one dared to provoke him. Lin Xian didn't want to fight from start to finish, looking down on him. This made Xiao Westwind so angry he wanted to vomit blood. In the end, Xiao Westwind walked out forcefully. From the looks of it, even if Lin Xian didn't agree, he was still going to forcefully make a move. Brat, let's go to that place and have a chat. A powerful holy might appeared from his body. Countless laws pervaded the air above, as if he wanted to forcefully bring Lin Xian away. In truth, if this was outside, Xiao Westwind would have already made a move. A third heaven ant was someone he could easily kill. But this time was different. This was a small-scale gathering, organized by the cooperation of various great powers. If he rashly made a move here, it would be not giving face to those great powers. He didn't dare to bear the consequences. But if it was a spar, then it was different. That was why he wanted to spar with the other party. Only, the other party didn't agree. Now, he couldn't bear it anymore. Since he couldn't make a move here, then he would first seal the other party, bring him out, and then make a move. It's over, that brat is going to be unlucky. Right, from the looks of it, Xiao Westwind is going to make a move. Humph, serves him right. Who told that brat to be so arrogant? Some people sneered, some worried. White Snake was incomparably worried. That was why she stood in front of Lin Xian, staring at Xiao Westwind. Don't go too far. White Snake, move aside. No matter what, we are all people from Silver Palace, I don't want to attack you. However, I have to teach this brat a lesson. Xiao Westwind's voice was ice cold. White Snake was actually standing up for the other party. It really angered him to death. Lin Xian also patted White Snake's shoulder. White Fairy, there's no need, just move aside. This brat isn't my match at all. When these words were spoken, Xiao Westwind was so angry he vomited blood. The surrounding people also felt their scalps go numb. Heavens, does this brat have any common sense? Could it be that he really isn't afraid of death? He even dares to provoke us now, Lin Xian sighed. I'm speaking the truth, why doesn't anyone believe me? Even White Fairy felt that Lin Xian's words were a bit excessive. She wanted to remind Lin Xian to be more low profile, because this Xiao Westwind wasn't simple. However, before she spoke, there was a commotion in the distance. The crowd scattered. At the same time, cries of alarm sounded. It seemed like a few more great figures were going to make an appearance. Quite a few people were shocked. At the same time, a voice sounded. Those in front, get lost, don't make a move. The surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that someone was going to stand up for Lin Xian? Xiao Westwind was furious. Who dares stop him? I want to see who dares stop me. The crowd scattered. Finally, someone walked over. It was a black-clothed male, his face cold. When they saw this person, quite a few people cried out in alarm. Fiend Palace's Yu. Heavens, he actually came. Could it be that this brat also had some relationship with Fiend Palace? Xiao Westwind was also stunned. Yu, are you going to stop me? Even though this Yu was a heavenly talent, he still had confidence in being able to fight. Yu walked over, sneering. Xiao Westwind, it's not that I want to stop you, but that someone wants to see White Fairy. I advise you to hurry and back, don't make a mistake. The crowd was in an uproar. Xiao Westwind was also angry. Yu's strength was about the same as his, and their statuses were about the same as well. The other party actually dared to use this type of condescending and threatening attitude? This made him very unhappy. He did not step aside. Instead, he took a step forward and snorted coldly. I want to see who is so arrogant. It's me. Do you have a problem with that? Another voice came from behind. A person walked out. It was a tall and slender man. He had short hair and black spots on his face. As soon as he appeared, he brought with him a powerful aura. Many people narrowed their eyes. People from the Demon City. Yu grinned. Do you still dare to stop me now? Xiao Shifeng broke out in a cold sweat. His body was trembling. Damn it, the Demon Palace's people dared to trick him. He didn't expect that the people behind them were from the myriad Demon City. Furthermore, it was a clouded leopard. He also knew this person. He was at the late stage of the fourth celestial layer and was much stronger than him. He was no match for the other party at all. If the two of them were to fight, he wouldn't even be able to block 10 moves. So it's Brother Cloud Leopard. I didn't know, please forgive me. Xiao Shifeng lowered his head, showing a very respectful appearance. The surrounding martial artists also felt their scalps go numb. This Cloud Leopard was really a terrifying expert. White Snake was also stunned. Why did someone from the myriad Demon City want to see him? Moreover, it was with someone from the Demon Palace. Was there a conspiracy in this? For a moment, she thought of many things. But Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, You're not much either. Didn't you say that you wanted to spar? Why don't you dare to spar with others now? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Shifeng, his eyes full of disdain. You're courting death. Xiao Shifeng raised his head, his eyes overflowing with anger. However, he did not immediately attack. Instead, he gritted his teeth. Brat, I'll let you jump around for a while first. After this matter is over, I'll deal with you. Yu also glanced at Lin Xian, revealing a hint of surprise. Who was this person? He did not know him. Cloud Leopard at the side was completely ignored. A third firmament ant, he did not put him in his eyes at all. He stared at White Snake and said in a deep voice. White Fairy, come with me. My big brother wants to see you. Cloud Leopard's big brother. Heavens, how terrifying would that be? It seemed that this White Fairy was going to soar. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Some female martial artists were very envious, wishing that they could immediately transform into White Snake and follow him. Xiao Shifeng's pupils also constricted. Damn it, the woman he liked was going to be snatched away by someone else. Moreover, it was an existence even stronger than him. He was unwilling to accept this, his eyes were red, but he lowered his head deeply, not daring to release killing intent in the slightest. Compared to these experts from the myriad demon city, he, Xiao Shifeng, was nothing. If he dared to release killing intent, the other party would mercilessly kill him. Whitesnake was also stunned. She had no interaction with the myriad demon city? Although this time, many holy cities descended, and various factions made friends with them. Their silver palace was the same. However, they did not seem to have made friends with the myriad demon city. So, why did the other party come to find him at this time? Moreover, Yu was standing at the side. One had to know that Fiend Palace and Silver Palace had always been at odds. Could Yu have set up some trap, waiting for her to jump in? Seeing White Snake in a daze, Cloud Leopard frowned. Yu at the side also said with a smile, "Why is White Fairy in a daze? Could it be that you don't want to give us face? Damn it." White Snake's expression changed. She did not want to fall out with the Holy City's people. So she said, "I came with a companion this time, so it's not too convenient. How about next time? I'll pay a visit to the Holy City's geniuses." White Snake's words were very beautiful, tactfully declining while also giving the other party face. Yu was stunned. White Snake came with someone? With whom? He looked towards Lin Xian. Many people also looked towards Lin Xian. This was White Snake's companion? A third celestial layer. Since when did the White Snake get together with an ant like him? Cloud Leopard also looked towards Lin Xian. He is your companion? If he dies, you won't have anything to worry about. Speaking up to here, as expected, he attacked. A gigantic claw blanketed the entire world as it swiped out at the void ahead, shattering the entire void. This attack was extremely sudden, to the extent that everyone was stunned. When they reacted, they saw the space in front of them completely shatter, turning into chaos. "What are you doing?" White Snake screamed. Everyone else was also stunned. Cloud Leopard retracted his hand, calmly saying, "Your companion is already dead. Now, you don't have anything to worry about. Come with me." Heavens, this was too domineering, right? Everyone went crazy. Just because of a sentence from White Snake, this myriad demon city expert decisively attacked. Truly domineering. Yu was also stunned, but soon he smiled. A third heaven ant was not worth his concern. It was better to think about how to establish a good relationship with Thousand Fiend City. Xiao Westwind was also shocked. Although Lin Xian died, he did not feel any joy. Instead, he was alarmed. Thousand Fiend City's strength and terror completely exceeded his expectations. One had to know that he was also a genius with a noble status, but he did not dare to make a move here. But the other party did not say anything, directly attacking as if he did not have any misgivings. Thinking of this, cold sweat flowed down his body. Fortunately, he did not release killing intent before, or the other party would definitely have attacked him mercilessly. "Did you kill him?" White Snake's mind was a bit blank. She simply did not dare believe it. This young Master Lin was personally handed to her by their hall master. He was an important guest of their White Jade Hall. Now that he was dead, how was she going to explain it when she returned? If an ant died, then so be it. There was nothing to make a fuss about. "Fairy White, you should come with me." Cloud Leopard spoke again, carrying an unquestionable aura. It was as if it was not an invitation, but an order. Everyone was shocked, but they did not feel that there was anything wrong. This was the Holy City's genius, someone who could order them around. However, at this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded. "Oh, is that so? I can ignore the death of an ant, then, if you are an ant in my eyes, does that mean I can also kill you without any misgivings?" When this voice sounded, everyone was in an uproar. They could feel a biting cold killing intent rushing towards Cloud Leopard. Someone wanted to kill Cloud Leopard? Who was it? Was it an expert from White Jade Hall? Or was it the person behind that kid? At this moment, everyone was stunned. There was an uproar. White Snake could not think of who wanted to make a move. Cloud Leopard snorted coldly. Who dares to make a move against me? Get out here, I'll send you to hell. His gaze looked around. In the next moment, he was stunned. The shattered void started to heal slowly. Not only that, but a figure also appeared in the shattered void. It's you didn't die. Cloud Leopard did not dare to believe it. The surrounding people even more so opened their eyes wide. That kid came back to life again. They saw a figure walk out of the void. It was Lin Xian. He didn't die? Heavens, he was not injured. What was going on, such a violent strike? Xiao West Wind and the others felt their blood run cold. They didn't think that they could escape. How could a level 3 ant be unharmed, Lin? Young master. White Snake stuttered. She didn't know what was going on either. But Lin Xian didn't die. That was great. Impossible, how could he still be alive? Xiao West Wind's face was full of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Even the distant Yu was stunned. His eyelids twitched slightly. After Lin Xian appeared, his expression was cold. He stared at the other party and asked, "Let me ask you, you are an ant in my eyes. Can I kill you as I please?" To be honest, he was indeed angry. He did not know this Cloud Leopard. It could be said that there was no relationship between them. However, the other party did not distinguish between right and wrong, and suddenly tried to kill him. If he was slightly weaker, he would have died just now. How could he not be angry? Ants were ants. The strong could kill them at will without any reason. Although I don't know how you managed to survive, this time, you can go and die for real. Cloud Leopard took a step out, the aura on its body suddenly erupting. Its claws slapped over again, this time carrying incomparably sharp light. This was metal law, able to shatter everything. The strong didn't need any reason to kill ants. Very good, this is the reason why you died. Lin Xian also made his move. He raised his palm. Light flickered on it, turning into a golden sun, crushing forward. What? This brat wanted to make his move? When they saw Lin Xian make his move, the surrounding people were all stunned. Heavens, this brat was lucky to survive, but he didn't run, actually daring to make a move here? He really didn't know the difference between life and death. Just watch, he was undoubtedly going to die this time. Quite a few people shook their heads. They all knew how powerful Cloud Leopard was. How could a level 3 ant provoke it? It was like an egg striking a stone. Yu sneered. Xiao West Wind also snorted coldly. Reckless thing, even I don't dare provoke it, let alone you. Lin Xian made his move, Xiao West Wind was stunned, even driving him mad. One had to know that he didn't dare to make a move, but the other party dared to. What did the other party have? That was why right now, he really wanted to tear the other party into pieces. Only then could he hide his cowardice. Boom boom boom, the claws carrying metal law collided with the palm of terrifying light, causing heaven and earth to split. In the next moment, a miserable cry rang out, the sound of bones breaking. That golden palm was like a peerless sun, releasing light, directly shattering the other party's claws. With a roar, Cloud Leopard roared towards the sky, instantly enraged, eyes completely red, releasing terrifying light. You dare injure me? He was completely driven mad. Being bitten by an ant, this was simply a great humiliation. Cloud Leopard was injured. How was this possible? The surrounding people were so scared that their eyeballs fell to the ground. This was too inconceivable. Xiao West Wind's malevolent expression froze, so frightened that his hair stood on end. Even Yu and White Snake's expressions were sluggish. This situation was completely out of their expectations. Lin Xian sneered, attacking forcefully. The other party was a late-stage fourth heaven saint, yet he wanted to attack him. What kind of joke was this? He was disdainful before, but according to the other party's logic, if an ant died, then so be it, there was nothing to feel pity about. Then, he would fulfill the other party's wish. Another palm struck out, the golden palm like a resplendent sun, the strands of golden light like sharp swords, piercing into Cloud Leopard's body. This caused Cloud Leopard to continuously retreat, blood flowing out. Ah, a miserable cry rang out, everyone was stunned. Cloud Leopard's entire body trembled, with a roar, he turned into a close to 100-meter-long demonic beast, charging over. He was a leopard to begin with. Moreover, he was a mutant of heaven and earth. Now that he was injured, he disregarded everything and used a peerless attack. Die for me, his body was like a mountain, charging over. Lin Xian clenched his hand into a fist, smashing it down. With a boom, the other party's head was smashed into mush. The other party's enormous body also smashed fiercely into the ground, the earth splitting apart, the entire manor trembling slightly. Quite a few people were sent flying by this wave of power, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The stronger ones also continuously retreated. Roar, even though Cloud Leopard's head was smashed, it wasn't a fatal injury for him. However, in the next moment, he was alarmed. That golden palm directly grabbed his soul, pulling it out. Then, spheres of soul fire appeared, wrapping around his soul. No, damn it, stop, this time, he was truly alarmed. The other party could completely injure his soul. If his soul was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to live no matter how heaven-defying his methods were. However, no matter how he roared, that soul flame continued to burn. In an instant, his soul was burned to ashes. The miserable cries disappeared, all types of light also disappeared. There was only a giant leopard corpse lying on the ground. Saint blood flowed out, piercing through the earth. Terrifying craters appeared one after another. This was the blood of a saint, and a single drop was enough to kill all things. Those people frantically retreated, not daring to touch it at all. At the same time, they were incomparably shocked. Dead, the Cloud Leopard actually died. This was too inconceivable. That was a late-stage fourth heaven saint. How powerful was he? He was actually killed by a third heaven ant. This was simply a demon. Those who could come to this manor and participate in the gathering were all geniuses, incomparably dazzling existences. But right now, their bodies were ice-cold, trembling. How was this possible? Xiao Westwind had a face of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He was still looking down on the other party before, provoking him, wanting to exchange pointers with him. What a joke. He felt a wave of lingering fear. If the other party made a move, he would have long died. Thinking of this, his legs went soft, directly kneeling down, his face incomparably pale. Whitesnake's face was also full of shock. Originally, she was still worried for Lin Xian, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian actually killed a powerful expert. It really was too inconceivable. Her cherry mouth opened into an O shape. Yu Yu's expression changed greatly, turning around, wanting to escape. What a joke, would he be killed if he stayed here? However, Lin Xian instead said indifferently, if you dare move, I'll destroy your body and soul. With a putong sound, his body that had just flown up directly fell to the ground. He turned his head, revealing an expression even uglier than crying. This young master, it really has nothing to do with me, I was just passing by. Yu Yu was about to cry. However, Lin Xian didn't pay him any attention, instead staring at the 100-meter leopard corpse. Thousand Fiends City's people wanted to kill him, not knowing the difference between life and death, so he would properly deal with them. Wang. Lin Xian took out a jade bottle, collecting all of the saint blood that flowed out, and then put it away. Then, he took out a spear. The spear enlarged, becoming like a fled dragon, directly piercing through the Cloud Leopard's corpse, and then lifted it up. It was stuck in the ground. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, boundless flames danced, and he began to roast the meat. Originally, he wanted to come to this small gathering to eat and drink, but no one had entertained him for so long. Forget it, he would do it himself. The surrounding people went crazy. What did they see? Not only did this brat kill the Cloud Leopard, he even wanted to eat its corpse. Oh, Chong Tian. This was an earth-shattering event. This was the corpse of a saint. Moreover, it was a late fourth heavenly layer saint. Who would dare to eat it? But now, there was actually someone who didn't care at all. Yu Yu was the same, so scared that he knelt on the ground, shivering all over. This was simply a ruthless person. Originally, the Fiend Star had been known to be ruthless and fierce. But now, compared to the other side, they were like kind-hearted little sheep. The Nine Suns' divine flame pulsed. Although this was a late-stage fourth heaven saint with a strong killing intent, everything was completely refined by these divine flames. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted out. Everyone was stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up. Many people swallowed their saliva in loneliness. It smells so good. Is this the flesh of a saint? Why does it feel so delicious? They were all drooling. However, they didn't dare to really eat it. If they did, would Thousand Fiend City forgive them? White Fairy, let's eat together. Lin Xian called out. White Snake was stunned. Her mind was a bit blank right now, as if she was a puppet. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she was given a fright and hurriedly shook her head. What a joke. She didn't dare to eat it. Forget it, I'll write the lyrics myself. Lin Xian directly tore off a piece of meat and took a bite. Pure energy surged out. Those natural laws all flew out, circling around like a meteor shower. It was exceptionally dazzling. Wow. What pure energy. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. To be honest, this really was his first time eating this. In the past, he had also eaten some powerful fiend kings, and he had also eaten the flesh of fiend saints. However, those were those who had just become fiend saints. This was a late 4th heavenly layer fiend saint. It couldn't be compared at all. The energy contained in this meat was really terrifying. When he took a bite, he felt the blood in his body rumble as if it was about to boil. This guy really dared to eat it. The surrounding people all knelt down. He was simply an immortal. They kept worshipping him in their hearts. Lin Xian ate mouthful after mouthful. The aura on his body spread and he was shining brightly as if he was about to ascend. Seeing that everyone wanted to take a bite, they also wanted to take a few bites. In the depths of the mansion, those people were waiting inside the great hall. Gradually, Shuiyu frowned. Why wasn't she back yet? The others were also discussing. Could it be that there was a problem? It shouldn't be. Who would dare to be disrespectful to them here? Suddenly, they felt the ground shaking. There was a terrifying aura in front of them. Many people were surprised that she had made a move. Someone laughed dryly. This white fairy was really hot-tempered. She must have made a move. It didn't matter. The people of Thousand Fiend City said that they wanted to teach little white snake a lesson and let her know that there was always someone better than her. They were very confident in Cloud Leopard. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the energy fluctuation to disappear. The people of Thousand Fiend City laughed loudly. It seemed that she had been subdued. That little white snake was definitely not as strong as Cloud Leopard. She must have been subdued. She would be back soon. They waited calmly. Shuiyu also had a leisurely expression. However, after waiting for a while, she didn't return. Instead, a fragrance drifted over. What was it that smelled so good? The eyes of many people from Thousand Fiend City lit up. They asked, "Did you have something good that you didn't give us?" The expressions of the human sages also changed. They hurriedly said, "How is that possible? We took out the best things to entertain you." Then, what was with the fragrance? The people of Thousand Fiend City looked unfriendly. Shuiyu's expression also darkened. Why? Did they dare to underestimate them? The human warriors' expressions turned ugly. A few of them stood up and said, "I'll go and see what's going on." As soon as he walked out, the people outside ran over and knelt on the ground. Their faces were pale. Oh no, why are they panicking? The human sages' expressions were gloomy. They were full of anger and wanted to find out where the fragrance came from. Now, their subordinates were saying that something was wrong. Wasn't he purposely trying to anger them? Tell us, what's going on? They asked coldly. Those subordinates were scared out of their wits. Cloud Leopard had been roasted. What? Those human sages were stunned, and their minds went blank. The people in the main hall were also stunned. Then, they burst into an uproar. Could it be that the fragrance belonged to Cloud Leopard? Their faces were full of shock. Those people from the Demon City instantly exploded. Their auras erupted, and the entire main hall was almost overturned by them. Inside the main hall, the array formation filled the air, suppressing everything, but it seemed that it would not be able to suppress them. These people were like volcanoes, and their auras were too terrifying. Shuiyu's eyes erupted with piercing killing intent. What's going on, boss? Let's go and take a look. Some people walked out. They have a good relationship with Cloud Leopard. Alright, let's go and see who dares to be so bold. Bring him here. I want to make him suffer in front of the whole world. Shueyue's voice was extremely cold. The surrounding human warriors also hurriedly apologized. Let's go together. Don't worry, young Master Shueyue. We will definitely handle this matter well. These people quickly ran outside, turning into streaks of light with monstrous killing intent. Soon, the entire mansion was alarmed. Oh no, the people from the Demon City are here. Let's go. These people fled into the distance as if they had gone mad. Of course, these people did not flee. Instead, they fled into the distance and watched silently. They knew that there would be an earth-shattering battle next. I wonder how the people from the Demon City are going to deal with this kid. In the distance, 4 streaks of light rushed over. 2 human sages and 2 sages from the Demon City. When they arrived, they were instantly stunned. The 2 human sages were dumbfounded. They could not believe that they had really been tested. As for the 2 demon sages from the Demon City, their eyes instantly turned red, and terrifying killing intent swept out. Damn it! How dare you! They saw Lin Xian sitting there, holding a roasted demon beast leg. There was oil on his mouth, and he was burping at the moment. He was even drinking while saying, "Oh, it's so delicious. I have to fight a few more powerful mutants in the future. Die." A demon sage roared crazily, erupting with a terrifying aura. One of his palms seemed to have turned into heaven and earth, and it fiercely blasted forward. This was a rhinoceros that had become a 4th celestial layer demonic beast. Its strength was no weaker than the cloud leopard from before. Moreover, the cloud leopard excelled in speed, while the rhinoceros excelled in strength. Once this power was unleashed, it was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. It was too violent. The surrounding sages felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian stood up. Get lost. He thrust out his palm, and a golden palm flew out like a sun. As the 2 collided, an unparalleled aura erupted. At this time, Lin Xian's other hand grabbed the huge clouded leopard's corpse and put it away. At the same time, he said, "You can fight, but don't spoil my food. Otherwise, I'll get mad at you." Ah. I'm so angry. The rhinoceros saint was so angry that smoke was coming out of his body. Beside him, another person also made a move. He was also a demon saint. The demon saint's true form was a demonic wolf that had cultivated into a demon. He pulled out a long green saber and descended from the sky. Heaven and earth were split into 2 halves in an instant. Clang! Lin Xian's fist smashed onto the treasured saber, emitting a sonorous sound that made everyone dizzy. Lin Xian retracted his palm. Do you 2 want to become barbecued meat too? Damn it. The demon wolf saint was also so angry that his body was trembling. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Xianxia, this kid's strength was really too terrifying. Was he really just an early-stage 3rd firmament saint? He was fighting against 2 4th firmament demon saints and was not at a disadvantage at all. Especially the other party's body, he could actually contend against the rhinoceros demon saint and catch the treasured saber with his bare hands. This was simply inhuman. This couldn't be a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, right? Many people muttered in a low voice. As for Yu, Xiao Shifeng, and the others, they were completely scared out of their wits. They quickly retreated to the back. At this moment, they were still kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up. Whitesnake was even more dumbfounded. Until now, her entire worldview had collapsed. Previously, she was very worried about Lin Xian's safety, but now, she actually began to worry. Would these demon saints of Thousand Demon City be barbecued meat again? He sneered. Kid, who are you? You actually dare to cause trouble here? You even dare to kill my Thousand Demon City's esteemed guests. Do you know that you have committed a heinous crime? The 2 human saints could not watch any longer. They rushed out and shouted coldly. Their voices spread through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're the bold one. You actually dare to sneak attack me, and your Thousand Demon City, you actually want to kill me without a word. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to attack me? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the two sages were stunned. Heavens, they wanted to use their power to suppress others. Who would have thought that the other party would not fall for it at all and instead berate them? What was the meaning of this? Heavens, you were the one who barbecued Thousand Demon City, okay. At the same time, they were also shocked. Who exactly was this person? He was terrifyingly strong, and his identity was not ordinary either. The two of them asked, "Who are you? Which family are you from?" Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking unfathomable. "The two of you are not qualified to know." He glanced at Thousand Demon City again. "You two little demons, quickly go back and call your boss out. Tell him to hurry up and apologize to me. You dare to let your subordinates sneak attack me? You better think about what to compensate me to calm my anger. Otherwise, you will all become meat skewers today." What? Everyone's scalps went numb. This guy actually wanted the genius of Thousand Demon City to apologize and compensate? Heavens. They felt that the sky was collapsing. "You're courting death." The Rhinoceros Saint and the Demon Wolf Saint were instantly enraged. They could not tolerate it. Kill, the two of them emitted a biting cold killing intent in their eyes. At this moment, they did not hold back at all. The Rhinoceros Saint's body emitted light. His physique was really too strong. Every attack was earth-shattering. At this moment, he rushed over, wanting to fight Lin Xian in close combat. On the other side, the Demon Wolf Saint waved his treasured saber, striking out one terrifying saber light after another, carrying with it the laws. Every saber was aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. Buzz, countless sword chi rushed out of Lin Xian's body, colliding with the saber light. At the same time, he also rushed up. "How dare you fight him in close combat? You're courting death." He waved his fists and exchanged blows with the other party. Thunderclaps sounded between heaven and earth, and then the Rhinoceros Saint retreated. With every step he took, his body cracked a little. Finally, with a loud bang, his body was torn into pieces. The Demon Wolf Saint was not in a good state either. Those sword chi hit his treasured saber, causing his hand to go numb and his arm to split open. In the end, he was grazed by two sword chi, and two wounds appeared on his body. One of them almost split him in half. Damn, who is this person? He's too fierce. He fought against two great demon saints and was not at a disadvantage. Moreover, he injured them so easily. This guy is definitely an extremely terrifying genius. The surrounding people were extremely excited. Lin Xian's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Yu, Xiao Shifeng, and the others almost fainted from fright. Whitesnake was incomparably excited, her delicate little face filled with shock. Too powerful. The current Lin Xian had already become her idol. This kind of strength was simply world-shocking, making ghosts and gods weep. Damn brat, just you wait, you dare to oppose our Thousand Fiend City, you'll undoubtedly die. Rhinoceros Saint and Demon Wolf Saint gnashed their teeth in anger. Their faces were also full of shock, even incomparably alarmed. The other party's strength exceeded their imagination. However, so what? How powerful was their Thousand Fiend City? It was a true holy city. Those who dared to oppose them all had to die. The two turned around, wanting to leave. They wanted to report to their big brother Watermoon that there was a terrifying powerhouse here, that they had to hurry and eliminate him. Want to leave? Lin Xian sneered. I already said, those who make a move against me have to pay the price. Cloud Leopard was the outcome. He opened his mouth, spitting out heaven-overflowing flames, forming a sea of fire, completely enveloping those two. No. Damn it, the two were furious, carrying out a counterattack. The laws on Rhinoceros Saint's body surged, the blade light on Demon Wolf Saint's body continuously flickered, wanting to split apart these flames. However, this was 9-Yang divine fire, and it even had the power of 5 elements laws. How could the other party possibly split it apart? In an instant, the two were burned until they screamed miserably. There was even the fragrance of barbecued meat wafting out. It can't be, right? 2 more people became barbecued meat, really ruthless. Many people were incomparably excited. They felt that Lin Xian was too powerful. He was really too powerful. Of course, there were also some people who sneered. reckless. Although the other party was strong, how could he possibly contend against Thousand Fiend City, this kind of colossus? His outcome would definitely be incomparably miserable. Boss, save me. In the sea of fire, miserable cries came. At the same time, in the depths of the manor, a hall directly exploded. Violent figures rushed into the sky, tearing through the void, instantly arriving nearby. These people's expressions were abnormally cold. Among them, the one in the lead was precisely a man wearing a water-blue robe. Water and fire collided, two types of power interweaving, two types of laws colliding. However, what surprised Watermoon was that he actually couldn't extinguish these flames. How was this possible? What kind of flame was this? His face sank as he waved his sleeves. Two blue rays of light entered the sea of fire and pulled two figures out. The rhinoceros saint and the demonic wolf saint were panting heavily. Their faces were extremely ugly, and their bodies were charred black. In fact, there were even some areas that had turned red, giving off a meaty aroma. Boss, kill him and avenge us. Yes, he roasted the cloud leopard and ate it. The two great sage people looked at the moon and were about to cry. You two heal yourselves first. Shuai will do it. The law of water's energy surged into their bodies to heal them. At the same time, he lowered his head to look at Lin Xian below, his eyes bursting with an ambiguous light. Around him, the people from the demon city held sabers and axes in their hands, and their demonic chi filled the sky. The entire world was completely enveloped, and the entire mansion was on the verge of collapse. If there was no way to defend, this place would have long become a bottomless abyss. The people below trembled when they felt the terrifying aura. Some of them were even forced to crawl on the ground. Even the saints had ugly expressions on their faces. Too strong. Was this the demon city? Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was brave, but now, could Lin Xian really fight against the demon city? Hand over the cloud leopard's body, kneel down, and wait for our orders. Shuiyu's voice rang out, carrying an unquestionable order. Everyone in the mansion was alarmed, and they all gathered around. There were even other disciples of the holy city who were watching, and their faces were also full of surprise. When Lin Xian heard the other party's words, he sneered and did not answer. Instead, he questioned. You're their big brother? You came at the right time. How dare you condone your younger brother's assault on me? How should you be punished? Hurry up and kneel down from the sky, kowtow, and apologize to me, and I can consider sparing your worthless lives. Otherwise, I'll turn all of you into barbecued skewers. Everyone was stunned. This was really an arrogant and ruthless person. Now, he still dared to be so arrogant. It seems that you don't know the strength of our holy city. Shuiyu's face darkened. No one had ever dared to provoke them like this. The demon city powerhouses beside him were even more furious. Damn brat, who do you think you are? You dare to oppose us? Boss, let me go. I'll definitely tear him to pieces. The demonic aura on these great demons was too terrifying. The stars in the sky were swaying, as if they were going to fall. Yu and Xiao Shifeng revealed sinister expressions. This time, this brat should be dead, right? White Snake's face became incomparably pale. It was over, they had probably stirred up a big mess. From the looks of it, no matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he couldn't stop them. Perhaps even their silver palace couldn't stop them. Young Master Lin, hurry up and leave the demon planet. There's still a chance. White Snake quickly transmitted her voice. She felt that Lin Xian's only choice now was to escape. Lin Xian turned around, giving her a look that said there was no need to panic. Then, he looked at Shuiyu. I said that you guys didn't know the difference between life and death. Are you really courting death? Are you very powerful? What is your status in the demon city? How are you compared to the 100-Eyes demon sage? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Where is the 100-Eyes demon sage? Tell him to get over here. Look at him, he doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of me, the 100-Eyes demon sage. When some of the experts heard this name, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a super expert, he was an extremely terrifying genius in the demon city. His eye technique was too strange. No one could block it. This brat knew the 100-Eyes demon sage? And judging from his tone, he didn't seem to care about the 100 Eyes demon sage at all. Heavens, who is this person? They felt that he was becoming more and more mysterious. The people of the demon city were also stunned. Then, they were even more furious. Damn it, you dare to slander our senior brother 100 Eyes? You're courting death, how can you compare to our senior brother 100 Eyes? These people were really crazy. Even Shueyu's face darkened. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. The blue sea appeared around him. Senior brother 100 Eyes wasn't here. Otherwise, he could kill you 100 times with just one look. You want to compare with our 100 Eyes demon sage? You're really courting death, the crowd whispered. The 100 Eyes demon sage was undeniably powerful. At this moment, someone spoke again. What a stupid brat. You think you can be arrogant in front of us just because you have some strength. The power of the demon city is not something that an ant like you can imagine. Who's shouting? Lin Xian turned around and glanced at the person. The others were also confused. Who was it at this moment? In the next moment, their hearts beat wildly. It was someone from the Thunder God City. Heavens, it's another holy city. From the looks of it, the people from Thunder God City were also protecting the glory of the holy city. The holy city was the most dazzling existence in the starry sky. No one dared to provoke it. Everyone now felt that Lin Xian was dead for sure. With another holy city appearing, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he had wings. It's over. Despair appeared on White Snake's face. Xiao Westwind laughed sinisterly. This was great. He had to see this demon die. Yu Yu also revealed a cold smile. Many people from the demon palace had already gathered beside him. These people originally wanted to make a move, but now it seemed like there was no need for them. Two great sage cities could definitely make the other party die without a burial ground. Lin Xian looked at the people from Thunder God City and narrowed his eyes. He originally wanted to look for you guys later, but he didn't expect you guys to take the initiative to jump out. Where's Lei Chong? Tell him to get over here and die. I want to ask him, how did he educate his little brothers? Pooh, the surrounding people almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't this kid too fierce? He actually didn't put Lei Chong in his eyes. One had to know that Lei Chong was also a thunder god. He was an extremely terrifying genius, a fifth heaven sage. This kid first provoked the 100-eyed demon saint, and now he was provoking Lei Chong. Really? Everyone didn't know how to describe it. They felt a headache coming. They had never seen such a fierce person before. When the people from Thunder God City heard this, they were so angry that smoke came out of their bodies. You're courting death. A few Thunder God cultivators couldn't hold back and instantly attacked. Terrifying thunder rushed towards Lin Xian. In an instant, it flooded the space. However, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. He had already left. His black hair fluttered as he stood in the void. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. What? You dare to attack me? Even if Lei Chong was here, he probably wouldn't dare to attack me. You guys dare to attack me? Speaking up to here, he punched out. His fist turned into a huge cauldron that descended from the sky. There was a terrifying dragon circling around the cauldron. It was extremely mysterious and terrifying. This was the dragon pattern cauldron that Lin Xian had transformed. The dragon pattern cauldron was the ultimate weapon of the Wavering Light Holy Land. When Lin Xian manifested it, it was truly terrifying. Sure enough, when the cauldron fell, the few Thunder God martial artists who attacked were instantly sent flying. His body split open, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the others were affected by the shockwaves, and were forced to retreat non-stop. So strong? Everyone went crazy. Some of them were even scared silly. Lin Xian had sent several disciples of the holy city flying with just one move. What kind of divine being was this? The Thunder Gods people quickly retreated. Lightning filled the air as they roared, "Damn it! Who are you? Who are you?" Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said loudly, "I am Lin Wudi." Lin Wudi's name was like thunder, resounding through the 9 heavens. Everyone was stunned. The onlookers couldn't believe it. The people from the Thousand Demon City and Thunder God City narrowed their eyes. It was him who deserved to die. How could they not know this name? It was simply like thunder in their ears. This was the person who had just become the eldest disciple of Peerless City's third-generation seat. During the entrance ceremony, he had defeated Lei Chong and other challengers from Thunder God City. It could be said that he was unparalleled in the limelight. However, everyone had only heard of his name and had never seen him in person. Therefore, they didn't know Lin Xian's true appearance. But now, they didn't expect him to actually come here. How was this possible? The two great sage cities' people's minds went blank. Shouldn't he be cultivating in seclusion at this time? The surrounding onlookers were even more dumbfounded. The other party was really Lin Wudi. Previously, Lin Xian had said this, but they had all taken it as a joke. No one believed it. But now, they realized that what he said was actually the truth. Bang bang. Xiao Shifeng and Yu knelt again. The two of them were almost scared to death this time. Previously, they actually dared to provoke Lin Wudi. Weren't they purely courting death? Now, they wished that they had 8 legs on their feet so that they could quickly run away. But the fear in their hearts made them unable to even move their fingers. Heavens, he was actually Lin Wudi. Whitesnake felt that it was so unreal, as if she was dreaming. She had heard the name Lin Wudi countless times. He was a legendary figure. Yet, he had actually appeared before her. Moreover, she had actually spent many days with him. Thinking of this, Whitesnake felt that she was about to faint from happiness. Even some of the elders were shocked. Now, they finally knew why he dared to be so arrogant. Two great sage cities people. He had indeed defeated Lei Chong, so they didn't put him in their eyes. However, he dared to be arrogant about the 100-eyed demonic beast saint. Could it be that he had also fought with the 100-eyed demonic beast saint? And from the looks of it, he had won. Thinking of this possibility, the people from the Thousand Fiends city felt that they had gone crazy. Impossible. How terrifying was their senior brother Bai Yan? In terms of strength, he should be even stronger than Lei Chong. Could it be that he had also lost to this kid? That was absolutely impossible. So, you are Lin Wudi? Shueiyue said coldly. His expression was also very ugly. Although you are Lin Wudi, you can't be too arrogant. Why did you kill our people for no reason? Do you really think that the Thousand Fiend City is easy to bully? Kill your people for no reason? Lin Xian laughed. Who was the one who killed him for no reason? I stood here and didn't even move. Your cloud leopard directly attacked me. If I was weaker, I would have been dead long ago. Do you think that I could not fight back? Then, you can't kill him. You can even roast him. The people from the Thousand Fiend City roared. I'm letting him off easy by killing him. According to his way of doing things, it wouldn't be enough even if he died 10,000 times. I think the people around should have heard him. When he attacked, he said that the strong did not need any reason to kill ants. I did it according to his logic. What's wrong with that? Besides, Cloud Leopard is nothing. I'm the eldest disciple of the third generation. My status is noble. If he dares to attack me, he is provoking Wushuang City. Do you think I can let someone who provoked the holy city live? Lin Xian's words made everyone's eyelids twitch. Indeed, the other party was also a disciple of the holy city. Moreover, his status was even more special. He was the eldest disciple of the third generation. This identity was too dazzling. He could really represent the holy city. Therefore, what the other party did was really not too much. The people from the Thousand Fiend City were so angry that they could not speak. They could no longer refute. Shueiyue also gritted his teeth. Lin Wudi, I will remember you. This matter is not over. One day, I will let you experience the power of our Thousand Fiend City. Go. With a wave of his hand, he turned and left. Lin Xian sneered. Did I let you go? What do you want? Shueiyue turned around and screamed in anger. His handsome face was also incomparably red. The surrounding great demons were angry. Lin Wudi, don't go too far. I'm going too far? Lin Xian sneered. It seems that you still don't understand the meaning of the eldest disciple. I've said it before. You'd better think about how to compensate me to appease my anger. Otherwise, I will turn all of you into skewers. How dare you? Shouted the people from the demon city coldly. To be honest, they were scared to death. After all, they were all beasts. If they were really roasted, it would be a big joke. Boss, why are you talking nonsense with him? Fight him. Yes, we have more people. Let's fight together. I don't believe that he can overturn the sky no matter how powerful he is. These greater demons gritted their teeth. Normally, they would flaunt their prowess. Wherever they went, countless people would surround them like stars surrounding the moon. When had they ever been suppressed like this? You want to fight? Sure, one-on-one or a group attack. It's all up to you. But let me warn you, it's fine if you win. But if you lose, I will roast all of you. You have to think carefully. At this point, a golden flame rose from Lin Xian's body. It was like a divine fire with an extremely terrifying aura. The people from Demon City were stunned and even took a few steps back. If they lost, they would be roasted. They didn't dare to take the risk. Why, don't you dare? A bunch of trash. You don't have the guts, yet you're so arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. Shuiyue's face was ugly. I'll fight you. He walked out. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect that someone would really fight. The beasts from Demon City suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, be careful." Yes, that Lin Wudi is too strange. Lin Xian could defeat Lei Chong, which meant that he was almost at the early stage of the fifth heaven. They really didn't have the confidence to fight with such a person. This kid can't be so strong. Shuiyue said, "We've analyzed it. He might have taken some kind of pill to increase his strength in advance. Or he has a secret technique on him. But that kind of thing can't be too much. He can use it once. I don't believe that he can use it again." Indeed, many forces and families had analyzed Lin Xian's strength. They really couldn't think of how someone could fight 2 realms higher. This was the Sage realm. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. They could only use some special means. Perhaps, in the previous battle between Lin Xian and Lei Chong, Peerless City used some secret techniques and pills to establish the image of a genius. Otherwise, how could a 3rd heaven sage defeat a 5th heaven sage? Fellow Taoist Watermoon, we support you. Torture this brat to death. Yes, our Thunder God City stands firmly on your side. The people from the Lightning God Sacred City also voiced their support. Lin Xian cast a glance at Thunder God City. You still dare to jump around? After I'm done with the 10,000 Demon City, I'll make you guys pay the price. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Shuiyu. What is your true form? Don't let it be seaweed or something. It would be boring to roast it like that. Despicable brat, die for me, boom, the laws on Shuiyu's body burst forth, turning into a monstrous sea that filled the void. The waves were incomparably heavy, suppressing the saints to the point that they couldn't breathe. Tens of thousands of waves surged over, drowning everything in front of them. Boom, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the sword light swallowed and spat out rays of light. With a single slash, the countless waves were split apart. A huge spatial crack appeared. The void trembled as he walked out of it and attacked Shuiyue. Shuiyu's pupils shrank. The other party's sword intent was so strong. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, a layer of battle armor appeared on his body. A blue long whip appeared in his hand. With a light swing, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. Instead, he waved his arm, and the sword chi expanded. At the same time, more and more flames jumped on his body. It spread to the surroundings, forming a sea of fire. The monstrous sea water fought against the sea of fire. The two completely opposite forces collided. What kind of flame was this? It couldn't be extinguished. Everyone was shocked. They found that Shuiyu's sea water was evaporating, and countless white mist appeared, filling the sky. This Shuiyu was also a late-stage 4th heaven expert. In addition to the mystic arts in his hands, he was comparable to an early-stage 5th heaven expert. However, he couldn't do anything to the other party. The sea of fire was getting stronger and stronger, and the area of the sea water was getting smaller and smaller. It was even threatening Shuiyu. Shuiyu snorted coldly, and a phantom appeared behind him. That was a dark green phantom. It was like a precious jade, but also like a colored ribbon, fluttering behind it. With a mysterious rhythm. As soon as the dark green ribbon came out, a monstrous law rushed out. The power of law on Shuiyu's body became terrifying again. He formed a seal with both hands, forming a treasure bottle, which was blue all over. Inside, a terrifying aura rushed out one after another, like a peerless immortal light. The blue light, like a peerless sword chi, rushed forward and engulfed Lin Xian. Kill, Lin Xian roared, and like a dragon, the golden light was even more terrifying. His sword chi was also very terrifying. One palm after another, it slapped on those blue light pillars. Heaven and earth trembled. At the same time, Lin Xian waved his arm, and the law of 5 forms formed a huge cauldron. Not good, it's that kind of mystic art again. Everyone screamed, and the people of Thunder God City looked extremely ugly. Last time, it was this phantom that directly sent many of their experts flying. Now, the other party was using it again. What kind of phantom was this? Some of the older generation people's eyes bloomed with terrifying light. They wanted to see through the secret of this mystic art. Damn it, they couldn't find it. It was just a fusion of law and energy. How could they know that this was an imitation of an extreme weapon, and the mystic art formed was of course terrifying. Shuiyu's face also changed drastically. He naturally knew the power of this cauldron. So, he shouted angrily. Infinite C/, the blue treasure bottle in his hand rose into the air, turned into a blue blade light, and slashed out. This power was several times stronger than before. Obviously, it was a one-hit kill. Boom, the phantom of the dragon pattern. Cauldron filled the sky, directly shocking the blue light blade. A terrifying wave of air swept in all directions. Immediately, Shuiyue was sent flying by the slap and vomited blood. His blue robe was dyed red with blood, which was abnormally eye-catching. Lin Xian was like a god of war, not affected at all. You lost. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Damn it. Shuiyu's face was ugly, and his face was full of unwillingness. He actually lost, damn it, his realm was obviously higher than his opponent by 2 realms, but he still lost. The spectators were mesmerized by the battle. This battle was simply too exciting. Especially the last shocking strike, which shocked them to the core. How could it be? The people of Thunder God City had ugly faces, their hope was shattered. Lin Xian's next sentence made their eyelids twitch wildly, and even made everyone's face change drastically. Lin Xian stared at him and said indifferently. I've said it before. If you fight with me, it's fine if you win, but if you lose, then you'll be roasted into meat skewers. Tell me, what is your true form? Endless flames appeared on Lin Xian's body, enveloping Shuiyu. The monstrous sea of fire burned everything. Damn it. Shuiyu vomited blood. This time, he was really angry. Was the other party really going to roast him? He was about to go crazy with anger. The great demons of Thousand Demon City also roared. How dare you, quickly release our boss. Damn kid, I'll fight it out with you. Let's go together. Alright, then come at me together. I'll braise the bear paw and steam the rhinoceros later. I'll turn all of you into delicacies. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent, making everyone's hair stand on end. I'm afraid he's not joking around. After all, he really tested Cloud Leopard before. And now, he wants to roast Shuiyue. The people of Demon City were so scared that they stopped. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Shuiyue was about to go crazy. Damn it, am I really going to become his food today? At this moment, a sigh was heard. Everyone, stop, an old man walked out of the void and extinguished the sea of fire. A minor saint. Many people exclaimed. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not make another move. An elder. The people from the Demon City cried out in surprise. They were all incomparably excited. Shuiyue was the same. He turned his head, and a glimmer of hope was restored in his eyes. Nephew Lin, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Even if my Demon City did something wrong, you've already punished them. This matter will be over just like that. What do you think? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that even a minor saint of Demon City would appear in the end. It seemed like the matter was really going to be resolved. The people of Demon City stood there, looking at Lin Xian with provocative eyes. The people of Thunder God City also revealed a sneer. Even if Lin Wudy is strong, so what? In the end, he still couldn't do anything to them. Alright. Lin Xian nodded. He said, then I'll return this light blade to you. He withdrew the Phantom of the Dragon pattern cauldron and secretly used the stellar transposition. The light blade flew back at an extremely fast speed. Shueiyue snorted coldly and wanted to withdraw the light blade. However, the moment he made a move, the light blade inconceivably changed its angle slightly. With a puff, blood spurted out. One of Shueiyue's arms was cut off. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. Shueiyue clutched his arm, his face full of malevolence. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Is he going to make a move? Damn brat, how dare you! The people of Myriad Demon City were roaring madly. Even the little saint was stunned by the scene before him. Then, his expression darkened. Lin Xian said, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be so weak. You couldn't even withstand my own light blade. It seems that I have overestimated you. Everyone's mouths twitched. The people from the Demon City were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah! Shueiyue almost fainted from anger. He couldn't catch it? Damn it, it was clearly the light blade that changed its angle at the last moment. Otherwise, how could he not be able to catch it? He was too careless. The elder from the Demon City also had a dark expression on his face. Lin Xian said, Senior, I really didn't mean it. Don't worry, nephew Lin. The green hills will not change and the clear waters will flow forever. We will meet again. Old Zhang turned around. Let's go. He quickly left with Shueiyue and the others. Shueiyue's body stiffened and she almost fell to the ground. Because Lin Xian muttered in a low voice behind them, this arm is deformed? Wow, it's kelp. It's really seaweed. After hearing this, Shueiyue finally couldn't bear it anymore. He roared and ran away crazily. The others also looked at each other in dismay. The people of Thunder God City also had ugly faces. They also wanted to leave quietly, but Lin Xian's gaze was already on them. I said that after the Demon City is dealt with, it will be your Thunder God City. Weren't you jumping around happily before? Damn brat, what do you want? The people of Thunder God City turned their heads and glared at him. At the same time, they quickly sent a voice transmission to ask for help. They wanted their little saint elder to come as well. Otherwise, they would not be a match for him. The rift was torn apart as another figure walked out from it. It was a middle-aged man with a very powerful aura. It was another little saint. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the little saint of Thunder God City had also come. Sure enough, the people of Thunder God City smiled. With their elder here, they would be safe. After the middle-aged man walked out, thunder surrounded his body and his eyes looked around. Just as he was about to speak, a white light appeared in the sky, and a little monkey appeared in front of him. With a bang, it slapped his face. Suddenly, he was dizzy and couldn't say anything. Lin Xian kicked him out and shouted at the same time, "Who dares to sneak attack a fellow Daoist from Thunder God City?" This kick landed directly on the middle-aged man. Boom, the little saint was directly kicked out, creating dozens of black holes in the void. He was directly kicked out of the mansion. Everyone was speechless. They were all stunned. What's going on? Not only did Lin Xian make a move on a little saint, he even succeeded. No way, could it be that this Lin Wudy already has the strength to fight a little saint? This is too terrifying. I'm afraid that not many people in the younger generation are his match. Damn it, this is impossible. The people of Thunder God City screamed crazily. They were about to collapse. In the distance, a ray of light streaked across the sky, bringing with it monstrous thunderbolts. Damn it, how dare you attack me? The little saint flew back, his body was full of killing intent. The kick just now didn't break his defense at all. It couldn't hurt him. However, this was a slap to his face. He was a little saint, but he was kicked away by a third heaven saint. If this news spread out, his old face would be gone. Therefore, he was full of killing intent, and couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian. Who are you? How dare you release your killing intent to me? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly. I'm the third-generation disciple of Wushuang City. Do you want to die? Insolent kid, you don't know what's good for you. This is the elder of our Thunder God City. Those geniuses of Thunder God City finally couldn't bear it anymore. Lin Xian showed a look of surprise. What? Your elder? So he's a senior from Thunder God City. Sorry. Lin Xian's smile made everyone dumbfounded. What's the meaning of this? Didn't they just kick him? However, at the next moment, the corners of their mouths twitched. Lin Xian said, Senior, why don't you tell me your identity? First? I thought you were some mysterious expert who wanted to sneak attack the Thunder God City's fellow Taoists. That's why I took action. Elder, you won't blame me, right? Sneak attack your sister. The people of Thunder God City couldn't help but curse. Even the elder's face turned ugly. He looked as if he had eaten a dead mouse, so angry that he couldn't speak. Lin Xian said again, Elder, that kick didn't hurt you, right? If you were injured, then I would have sinned. Go away. The elder of Thunder God City was about to vomit blood. This guy was simply touching his sore spot. Senior, don't be angry. I have a few healing pills here. Why don't I give them to you? Ah. The elder of Thunder God City finally couldn't bear it anymore. He tore open the void and escaped in an instant. Senior, don't go. I'll give you these pills for free. Lin Xian was still shouting there. The people of Thunder God City were also scalps. F*CK, he's a lunatic. Hurry up and leave. Two people from the Great Sage City had escaped one after the other. It was really inconceivable. The surrounding people didn't dare to believe it. This kid was too awesome. That's right, he didn't even put the two Great Sage City in his eyes. He was actually Lin Wudi, heavens, he was the legendary person. Humph, the two people from the Great Sage City definitely wouldn't let this go. Even if he was the chief disciple, he would still be unlucky. All kinds of discussions could be heard. Lin Xian, on the other hand, left with the white snake. This matter quickly spread out. Not only did the people who participated in the martial arts tournament know about it, but the entire city also knew about it. Then, it quickly spread to many cities. More than half of the demon planet knew about it. Lin Wudi came and scared them away. Thousand Demon City and Thunder God City. White Jade Hall. When Hall Master Kuan heard the news, he was also dumbfounded. The person who came to see him was Lin Wudi. He sucked in a breath of cold air. To be honest, he didn't expect it before. He thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary disciple of Wushuang City. He didn't expect Lin Xian's identity to be so extraordinary. When he saw Lin Xian, his tone changed. In the past, he called Lin Xian, Nephew Lin. But now, he directly called him Young Master Lin. There was no other way. With Lin Xian's identity, he didn't dare to provoke him. After all, when the chief disciple grew up, he wouldn't be weaker than Fu Hongya. Hall Master Kuan, how's the investigation? Did you find any clues about my two friends? Hall Master Kuan said that he found some information. Young Master Lin, do you want to hear it now? Lin Xian nodded. I said last time that when the fog ship just arrived, there was a storm. Some people left, and some were even captured. Your two friends seem to have been taken away at that time. Who were they? People from the Demon Palace. The one who took action last time was the Demon Child. The ones who captured them were also people from the Demon Palace. However, the information stopped here. I couldn't find anything else. I wonder what happened to your two friends after they were taken away by the Demon Palace, people from the Demon Palace. Lin Xian frowned, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. If anything happened to the dark red divine dragon and the northern devil, he would definitely not let the Demon Palace off. However, he was also puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. After all, Ruffian Long and Chu Feng both possessed top-notch talent. Even if they were captured, they should still be taken seriously. Indeed, according to what you said, this is also a very strange place. The lord of the Kuntong Pond also frowned. Lin Xian said, I can't do anything about it. I'll go directly to the demon palace and ask them for the person in person. No. Hall Head Kuan persuaded. Young Master Lin, although you are from Wushuang City, this is the evil demon planet. Most of the people here were arrogant and unruly. They were the devil kings and ruthless people. They might not necessarily give face to the holy city. This was especially true for the demon child. He believed that he was an existence that wasn't weaker than any of the geniuses of the holy city. So, if you directly went up there, you might end up with the opposite result. Then, what do you suggest? Let me probe a little more. Moreover, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance to deal with the demon palace. The fiend banquet you want to attend is hosted by the fiend palace. At that time, we can probe each other during the fiend banquet. Alright, then I'll have to trouble Hall Head Kuan. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The evil demon planet wasn't ordinary. The forces on it were very strong. Moreover, the people here might really be lunatics. They might not necessarily give face to the holy city. Demon child. Lin Xian coldly snorted. It would be best if Crimson Deity and Ruffian Long were fine. Otherwise, regardless of whether you are a demon child or an angel child, I'll send you to hell. While Lin Xian was discussing with Hall Head Kuan, the news outside spread even more widely. After everyone learned about Lin Xian's matter, they were greatly shocked. Among them, the people from the Rain Clan and Spirit Sealing Star were dumbfounded. This was impossible. The Rain Clan's people were so angry that they went crazy. They had destroyed a great palace. They gritted their teeth and roared. How was this possible? That brat, had he become so strong? Di Ling and the others also had gloomy expressions. Damn it, two great sage cities people couldn't even capture the other party? Impossible. The elder of Spirit Sealing Star said coldly. However, that brat was the chief disciple. Two great sage cities people had to give him face. Otherwise, do you think that brat could still be alive? Old Zhang, do you want us to send someone to kill him? Di Ling asked. The elder of Spirit Sealing Star said that there was no hurry. If they killed him, it would cause a big commotion. It wouldn't be good if it affected the evil demon banquet. It was better to participate in the evil demon banquet first. We'll wait until we get what we want at the banquet before killing that brat. Alright, Di Ling's eyes burst out with cold killing intent. While they were discussing, the people from Thunder God City and Demon City were also gnashing their teeth. The people from Thunder God City were about to vomit blood. Especially that minor saint, his face turned black. Damn it, he was kicked by the brat for no reason. What a disgrace, damn it, I must not let this brat off. That minor saint's face turned black. With his temperature, the thunder cloud should be almost ready, right? It's time to use it. Elder, do you want to use that thing? The people from Thunder God City were also shocked. Then, they revealed a sinister smile. Hee hee, let's see how this brat will die this time. On the other side, the people from Demon City were also about to vomit blood. They were even angrier than those from Thunder God City. After all, one of the geniuses on their side had been forcefully taken away by someone else and eaten like a delicacy. Damn it. Many great demons were gnashing their teeth. Shueyu's face was even uglier. In the end, one of his arms was chopped off by the brat, which was a great humiliation to him. Old Zhang, that brat is too arrogant. We can't just let him go like this. Yes, he's provoking our demon city. So what if he's the chief disciple? He's just the third disciple, not the first generation. The Wushuang city only has 3 generations of disciples. How could they be compared to our 1,000-beast city with such a weak foundation? Indeed, Wushuang city could be considered as a rising city among the saint cities. Some of the old saint cities were nothing in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian's action had undoubtedly angered them. I know. The old man also said, I will contact the Dark Night Void Beast and ask him to kill him. After all, killing him in public would definitely cause a disturbance. But if he dies quietly, then it has nothing to do with us. Even if we suspect, we can't find any evidence. At that time, Wushuang City can't do anything to us. Should we use the Dark Night Void Beast? Then that brat will definitely die this time. Lin Xian was in White Jade Hall, waiting for the evil demon's feast to begin. There were only 3 days left. There were more people in the city. It was so crowded that it couldn't hold them anymore. In the void outside the city, there were all kinds of chariots parked. These were all people who came to participate in the evil demon's feast. Lin Xian stayed in the mansion and waited patiently. However, on this day, someone sent him a message. Young Master Lin, someone sent you a letter saying that it's an old friend who wants to meet you. Old friend? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and took the letter from the servant. Soon, he was surprised. It sounded like a letter asking for help. The tone was urgent, as if someone was chasing after them. Could it be the Dark Red Dragon or the North Demon? However, the Lord of Kuntong had not found out anything about those two people. Forget it, forget it. As long as there's a chance, Lin Xian won't let it go. Storm Pavilion. It was a very remote place in the Demon City. Fortunately, they did not leave the city, so Lin Xian's suspicions were lessened. If someone wanted to attack him, they would have lured him out of the Demon City. Lin Xian arrived at the Storm Pavilion and found that there were very few people there. After all, it was too remote and desolate. Moreover, it was rumored that a battle that killed a sage had happened here. Very few people were willing to come to such a dangerous place. Lin Xian is here. When he arrived, he frowned. There's no one here? His eyes shone with a golden light. In the next moment, he saw the fluctuations of an array formation around him. Is there someone in the array formation? He said, I'm here. Hurry up and come out. Buzz. The array formation fluctuated, and 2 figures walked out. Ruffian Dragon. North Demon, Lin Xian's pupils constricted because he realized that the 2 people who walked out were the Dark Red Dragon and the North Demon. It's really you guys. Lin Xian was overjoyed. That's great. Initially, he thought that it would take a lot of effort to find those 2 people. He did not expect to find them so quickly. After the 2 figures came out, they also smiled. It's really you, kid. That's great. You're really here. The man and the dragon rushed over and gathered together with Lin Xian. However, at that moment, the void behind them suddenly attacked. A piercing light pierced toward Lin Xian's back. It was too sudden and too fast. When Lin Xian reacted, it was already too late to dodge. He activated his vitality, and the black Qilin tattoo covered his body. He was prepared to take the attack head-on. The attack landed on his body and sent him flying. A bloody wound appeared on his back, from which golden blood flowed out. Bang, the void shattered, and Lin Xian was injured. Damn it, it's a trap. His expression was unsightly. A golden blade of light shot out from his eyes and slashed at the man and the dragon. With a poochie sound, the 2 figures were hacked apart. What fell were 2 leaves, 2 rainbow-colored leaves. As expected, they were illusions. Who was plotting against him? How did they know that he was looking for the North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon? In an instant, he thought of Hall Master Kuan because he had only told Hall Master Kuan about this matter. However, he quickly rejected the idea. That shouldn't be the case. Hall Master Kuan had no reason to frame him. Who else? In the past, he and Xianxia had been on the same fog ship. Xianxia had seen the North Dire Monster and the Dark Red Dragon. Soon, the bleeding stopped. Lin Xian swept his gaze in all directions. He frowned. No one came out. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically again. This time, he felt a killing intent coming at his head. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He used the Kuan-Pung movement technique to the extreme. At the same time, he quickly activated the void escape and merged into the void. However, in the next moment, a line of blood appeared between his eyebrows. His head had nearly been split open. Damn it. Lin Xian was completely furious. At this moment, the black Qilin tattoo covered his entire body like a black armor. The golden light in his eyes illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It wasn't someone from the Rain clan. It was an extremely terrifying expert. The other party must have spatial abilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to break through his void escape. Who was it who had the Rain clan joined forces with? Where did such a powerful spatial expert come from? Buzz, Lin Xian waved his hand and released the heavenly Luo umbrella. It floated above his head and thousands of auras fell. Soon, he was under attack. Countless laws were flying toward him from all directions. They hit the light screen, causing his blood to boil. But he couldn't find the person at all. How could it be? Even the heavenly secret divine I couldn't find the other party? Wasn't the spatial mystique a little too strong? He knew that very few people could comprehend spatial abilities. Moreover, it was very difficult to do so. He had only seen people from the Gu clan. Because the Gu clan cultivated the void scripture, their spatial abilities were very strong. Gu Santong was the one who had taught him how to use the void escape. Who was it now? Was it someone from the Gu clan? Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and used the blue tide technique. The light waves of his eye technique spread in all directions. Puff, behind him, there was a slight fluctuation in the void not far away. Soon, it disappeared. However, Lin Xian caught it in an instant. He pulled out the spear of great destruction and waved it fiercely. The void there was broken in an instant, but Lin Xian missed. However, he used the heavenly secret divine eye and caught a black shadow. It instantly turned into the void and disappeared. Indeed, there was someone, and it was a super expert with spatial abilities. Who was so eager to take his life? Moreover, to be able to mobilize such a terrifying expert, it was definitely not an ordinary force. Hey Shan. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to awaken Black Mountain. Hey Shan had been in a deep sleep and cultivating. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't wake up. Now that he was summoned by Lin Xian, Hey Shan stretched. Kid, what's going on? Hey, are you hurt? Someone can hurt you? Who is it? Hey Shan was very surprised. Even he was shocked by Lin Xian's strength and talent. Now that he could hurt him, he was definitely not ordinary. There's a super expert with spatial abilities who wants to assassinate me. Think of a way to find him. Lin Xian whispered. At this moment, the atmosphere was a little tense. He couldn't catch the other party, and the other party couldn't break his defense. A super expert with spatial abilities. Hey Shan was interested. Let me see. He began to use his soul to investigate. Suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. It was truly unexpected that he would encounter such an opponent here. That was interesting. Interesting my ass. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, he was hit. An even more terrifying law blasted on his body. This time, the light curtain of the heavenly Luo umbrella was torn apart. Obviously, the other party also used a sacred artifact. If this continued, the situation would be very dangerous. Can you find out? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Hey Shan nodded. However, his spatial abilities were very strong. Even if you found out, you might not be able to hurt him. Is he that strong? Lin Xian was surprised. Who is he? Do you know? Ghost God said that he didn't look like a human, but more like a beast. Beast? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be someone from the Thousand Demon City? What kind of beast is so powerful? Kid, have you ever heard of the Void Beast? It's a unique species of heaven and earth. It's a space-type demonic beast. This kind of space-type divine ability is their bloodline talent. Bloodline talent? No wonder. Lin Xian understood. No wonder the other party's space-type divine ability is so powerful. It's the talent of their race. In the darkness, the Void Beast was also scratching his head anxiously. Damn it. He had been ordered to kill a level 3 cultivator. He thought it would be easy to do so. Even if the other party was a genius who could fight above his level, so what? Once he used his space-type divine ability, he would be the king of the world. Who could be his opponent? Anyone below the minor saint realm would be killed by him mercilessly. However, when he made a move against Lin Xian, he was stunned. The other party was like a hedgehog. There was no way to attack him. Except for the first attack, which hurt the other party and made him bleed. The other attacks couldn't injure the other party. They only made the other party's blood and chi boil. This was truly too inconceivable. This was the first time the void beast encountered something like this in his life. The other party's physique was so strong that it was beyond his imagination. What was even more frightening was that the other party had a pair of strange eyes. Although it was impossible to capture it, the other party had a pair of strange eyes. Although he couldn't catch it, it was a great threat to him. Moreover, the other party's attack was strong. If he was a little slower, he would be chased by the other party. So now, he could only find an opportunity bit by bit. However, this kind of situation was simply frustrating for him. He was a space-type divine beast. He was born to be an assassin. He had never been so aggrieved like today. While thinking, the Dark Knight Void Beast used his bloodline talent and shuttled through space. Because the other party attacked. The place where he was originally standing was smashed into pieces. No, if this continued, he wouldn't be able to kill the other party. The Dark Knight Void Beast was anxious. He decided to change his strategy. He would teleport the other party out of the evil demon city. In this way, his companions would make a move. Thinking of this, he was ready to attack. At this time, Black Mountain said, "Kid, he seems to be coming toward you. This time, it seems that he wants to travel through space together." Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. He didn't move in the dark. He didn't seem to notice, but he was ready to attack. In his body, the great dragon sword soul trembled violently. Soon, he felt the power of space instantly wrapped around him. The space where he was, the void shattered. The other party wanted to drag him through space together. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a roar. The great dragon sword soul rushed out of his body and slashed out in all directions. The space where he was directly shattered. In the next moment, he felt as if he had slashed something. Then, a roar was heard. Then, blood flowed from the darkness. The void shattered the void once again. "Damn kid, how dare you hurt me? I will definitely kill you and tear you to shreds," a vicious voice could be heard from the mist. Lin Xian was Lin Xian he souls. "I'll be waiting. If you dare to come again, I'll skin you alive and make you into a void overcoat." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had used the great dragon sword soul just now, so he must have injured his opponent. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill the other party. He Shan said. "You should be content. There are very few people who can injure the void beast. You should know that the law of space is the king of the world. It's too difficult to hurt the void beast. Unless you're stronger than the void beast. If you can hurt it, it will definitely shock the two-star realm." "Really? Is it that powerful?" Lin Xian God's eyes lit up. If he really caught the other party, skinned him, or absorbed his bloodline, the benefits would be huge. Lin Xian God had always wanted to cultivate space, but the space law was really too rare. Only the Gu family, which had produced a great emperor, could cultivate it. Then, there was the bloodline ability, which could only be encountered by chance. In another space of the evil demon city, a black monster walked out. He went straight into a magnificent palace. How was it? Inside the palace, the people of the demon city were waiting. They felt that the Dark Knight Void Beast should have brought the other party's corpse back. "Damn it, that kid dared to hurt me. I'll definitely tear him into pieces." However, they heard such an exasperated voice. The people of the demon city were stunned. What's going on? Did he not succeed? In the next moment, they exclaimed, "You're injured." There was a sword wound on the Dark Knight Void Beast's body, which had not healed yet. The sword chi on it was too cold, causing the Dark Knight Void Beast to tremble. "Damn it, who can tell me why that kid is so strange? Didn't you say that he's easy to deal with?" The geniuses of the demon city were stunned. Even the elder's mouth twitched. "That's impossible." Shueihua screamed, "That kid can actually escape from your pursuit? What's going on?" The elder of the demon city also asked. The Dark Knight Void Beast was very sullen and told them what had happened. Then, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, that brat was already so evil. Forget it, let's not do anything first. After the evil demon banquet, we'll work together to kill him. We can't let him grow. The people of the demon city were facing a great enemy. The other party was already so powerful when he was at the third heaven. If he broke through, who would be able to deal with him in the future? The competition between the holy cities was very fierce. They would definitely not allow such a monster to appear in Wushuang City. Although Lin Xian was assassinated, he was not sad at all. Instead, he was very excited. Because he was planning how to capture the Dark Night Void Beast. He wanted to study the spatial laws. He couldn't wait. He even swaggered and appeared in every corner of the demon city, hoping to attract the Dark Night Void Beast to attack again. However, it seemed that the other party was vigilant and did not make a move, which disappointed Lin Xian. Forget it, if it were the demon city, they would probably make a move again. Lin Xian was about to go back, but at this moment, thunder sounded in the sky and dark clouds covered the sky. A few bolts of thunder struck down. Damn it, Lin Xian was directly hit. All the hair on his body stood up. What's going on? Is he going to transcend the tribulation? It shouldn't be, I haven't broken through. Lin Xian was very clear about his own cultivation. Usually, he would only attract lightning tribulation when he broke through. Now that he hadn't broken through, he attracted lightning tribulation? Who is attacking me? He looked up and his heavenly secret divine eyes pierced through the void. He found that there was only a cluster of dark clouds and no other people. It shouldn't be an attack. Forget it, it's too strange. I'd better go back. Lin Xian was about to return to his mansion. However, he realized that the dark clouds in the sky were following him. Wherever he went, they would strike. So much so that the people of the demon city knew. Look, that kid was struck by lightning. F***ck, what kind of sin did he commit to be struck by lightning? He probably didn't do anything good. Seeing that this kid didn't look like a good person, all kinds of discussions could be heard. Everyone was watching from afar, pointing their fingers. Lin Xian's little face turned black. What are you talking about? Why don't I look like a good person? I'm very handsome, okay. However, the lightning in the sky didn't give him any face and kept falling. Fortunately, Lin Xian's speed was fast enough. Other than being struck at the beginning, he wasn't hit at all. This kid looks familiar. Someone screamed. Not good, I'm going to be recognized. Lin Xian covered his face. If that was really the case, he would lose a lot of face. He hoped that these people couldn't recognize him. Unfortunately, there were people screaming in the surroundings. It was him, it was Lin Wudi. He was Lin Wudi, the one who defeated two great geniuses. It's actually him? Everyone was in an uproar. Lin Wudi's name could be said to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Especially recently, the things that happened just now were called a legend. Now, such a legend was being struck by lightning. What's going on? It's over, he was really recognized. Lin Xian couldn't wait to use the dragon sword spirit to shatter the ground and then escape. How could this guy be struck by lightning? That's right, this was a top genius. How powerful was he? It was said that one of Shuiyua's arms was chopped off by him. Was it true? He defeated Lei Chong, and his cultivation was only at the 3rd celestial level. All kinds of envious voices could be heard. However, more people's mouth twitched. The scene in front of them was too strange. Could it be that because he was too powerful, the heavens didn't allow such a monstrous person to exist? Suddenly, a cute girl blinked her eyes and said. When these words came out, the surrounding people were in an uproar. There were a few figures in the crowd with a sneer. They were the people from Thunder God City. The dark clouds in the sky were released by them. This was a secret treasure of their Thunder God City. At this moment, they were here to see the effect. They wanted to let the other party be struck by lightning in public. Even if they couldn't kill the other party, they could still make the other party lose face. After all, at this point, face was sometimes more important than life. Look at this kid, how is he going to conduct himself in the future? He probably wouldn't dare to come out for the rest of his life. A martial artist from the Thunder God City coldly snorted. Humph, what Lin Wudi? From the looks of it, the heavens simply didn't allow him to exist. There was no hope for him in the future. That's right, a fallen genius was nothing. Only a genius who survived could be considered a true expert. More and more such voices could be heard. It was very clear that the people from Thunder God City were leading the way. The crowd was in an uproar. Could it be that this Lin Wudi had really been abandoned by the heavens? Abandon your grandpa. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and said, "You guys are really ignorant. I once read in an ancient book that when the ancient emperors were young, they were struck by lightning every day. This is a characteristic of the heavens chosen. You bunch of ignorant people, you actually said that I was despised by the heavens." It was scary to be ignorant. Lin Xian shook his head repeatedly. Everyone was shocked. What? Was there really such a thing? The primeval emperors were struck by lightning every day. It was also possible. The lightning tribulation represented the punishment of the heavens and earth. It must be because his talent and strength had exceeded the limit that he was struck by lightning. Could it be that this kid really had the charm of a young ancient emperor? Thinking of this, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian was also surprised. It couldn't be, right? He just casually said it to dissolve the awkward atmosphere. These people took it seriously? Forget it, if they took it seriously, then so be it. He continued to nod. Yes, that's right. The ancient emperors were like this. Everyone was shocked. One must know that these geniuses walked the path of the earth. Now, there was actually someone who displayed the attitude of a young ancient emperor. This was simply too inconceivable. Nonsense. What ancient emperors being struck by lightning? There was no such thing. The people from Thunder God City were anxious and quickly shouted. They originally wanted to see the other party make a fool of themselves. Who would have thought that the other party would actually drag the ancient emperors into this? There wasn't a single book that wrote such a thing, however, it was useless. No matter how they explained, the surrounding people believed that this was a special event that would only happen to a young ancient emperor. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Xian with envy. There were even some people who were prepared to befriend Lin Xian. At the very least, they had to hug this golden thigh. If they could befriend a young ancient emperor, there was no need to talk about the benefits in the future. F***ck. The few people from Thunder God City were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, how could it be like this? They didn't expect to overreach themselves. Not only did they not disgust the other party, they were the ones who were disgusted. Quick, remove the lightning clouds. What should I do with this kid? The people from Thunder God City secretly took action and kept the lightning clouds. In the sky, the dark clouds disappeared, revealing the sunlight that shone on the earth. Did the lightning tribulation disappear? Everyone was discussing. The people from Thunder God City sneered and looked at this kid. How could he continue to act? They wanted to expose him in front of everyone and embarrass him. This was to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Lin Xian had a pious look on his face. My daily cultivation is over. I have a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by laws, making him look like a Buddha. The surrounding people were even more convinced. As expected of a young ancient emperor. Young Master Lin, I have a treasure for you. Young Master Lin, I have a beautiful younger sister. These people all surrounded Lin Xian, wanting to befriend him. Pooh. Pooh, the few people from Thunder God City who wanted to see a joke fainted from anger and fell to the ground. Soon, the crowd stepped on them and went to befriend Lin Xian. This was something that Thunder God City had never thought of in his life. Very soon, news of this spread. Strange phenomena descended from the heavens. Lin Wudi cultivated every day, accompanied by divine lightning. This was a privilege that only the young ancient emperor had. When these words were spoken, the world was in an uproar. Lin Wudi had already displayed such elegance, the young ancient emperor, heavens, his future achievements were limitless. He had to befriend such a prodigy. Countless people swarmed into Lin Xian's residence. Lin Xian's residence was about to be crushed. On the other side, the people from Demon City and Spirit Ceiling Star were dumbfounded. What was going on? What was this kid doing now? Damn it, the other party had been in the limelight for the past few days, suppressing them until they couldn't breathe. Among them, people like Di Ling were about to despair. Previously, he was looking down on the other party. But after a short while, he felt that he was completely left behind by the other party. Now, he could only look up to the other party. This difference in status was unbearable for him. The people from Demon City were just right. They had sent out spatial experts like void beasts, but they couldn't do anything to the other party. They didn't expect that the other party would be admired by tens of thousands of people. Damn it, where did the thunderclouds come from? Why would they help him at this time? If Thunder God City heard this, they would vomit blood. Help your sister. It was obviously a slap to the other party's face. However, they had shot themselves in the foot. In such a lively atmosphere, 3 days had passed. Today, everyone was excited again as the Evil Devil Feast was about to begin. This was much more spectacular than the previous small gatherings. Previously, it was just a gathering of some young geniuses. But this time, the experts of the older generation flocked over. Each of them was a minor saint with a powerful law of heaven and earth. They walked into the Evil Devil Castle to participate in the Evil Devil Feast. Thunder and lightning interweaved in the sky as the wind and clouds changed. Look, the people of Thunder God City are here. Lei Chong is here too. Everyone exclaimed. The people of Thunder God City attracted everyone's attention. Although Thunder God City had suffered a loss previously, it was still a saint city after all. Their strength was not something they could compare to. Lei Chong also came. His face was ugly because he heard that there was someone who didn't put him in their eyes. Damn you, Lin Wudi, I will tear you to pieces. Lei Chong's bold words caused an uproar among the crowd. It seemed like he was going to take action against Lin Wudi. The people of Thunder God Qing supported him. Who does Lin Wudi think he is? He is not our senior brother's opponent. That's right, if he dares to come, we will take him down. There were also some people who sneered. Stop boasting. Lin Wudi has already defeated Lei Chong in the 9th heaven, that's right. What do you mean by taking him down? I think you will be taken down by someone else. During this period of time, many people had become Lin Xian's followers. These people naturally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out. Damn it, do you want to die, Humph? What's so great about you? You want to use your power to suppress others. If you have the ability, use your strength to speak. If you have the ability, let Lei Chong and Lin Wudi fight face to face. Let's see if Lei Chong will be beaten to a pulp. Thunder God Qing was about to go crazy. Damn it, why are there so many people speaking up for Lin Xian? This shouldn't be. They didn't know that it was because of their previous lightning strike that so many followers had appeared. On the other side, the people of Demon City had also arrived. Great demons with horns on their heads appeared. Their bodies were filled with law as if they were demon gods. One of them was even more terrifying. He was tall and had over 100 eyes on his body. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a terrifying soul fluctuation. Many people felt their scalps go numb. It was as if his soul would be extinguished at any moment. Heavens! It was the 100-eyed demon saint. He actually came as well? Everyone was shocked. The 100-eyed demon saint was not weaker than Lei Chong. In fact, he was even stronger than Lei Chong. His appearance caused countless people to scream. The 100-eyed demon saint had become even stronger, that's right. His ocular arts were extremely terrifying. There was absolutely no one in the same realm who was a match for him. Not only that, but with his eye technique, fighting someone of a higher cultivation level than him was as easy as eating and drinking. He was simply a top-notch genius. Praises could be heard one after another. At the same time, some people sneered. Didn't Lin Wudi provoke the 100-eyed sacred beast? He really didn't know what death was. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he was no match for the 100-eyed demon saint. That's right, the 100-eyed demon saint could destroy that kid's soul with a single glance. The people of the demon city sneered and looked down at him condescendingly. This time, their top-notch genius was here. Let's see how arrogant Lin Wudi can be. The 100-eyed demon saint's expression was even colder. He didn't take Lin Wudi seriously at all. What's there to be arrogant about? Isn't he just a few extra eyes? That's right. How dare he compete with Lin Wudi? Is he qualified to do so? The 100-eyed demon saint's true form was a giant centipede. Lin Wudi probably wouldn't be interested in him at all. That's right. He doesn't have any meat on his body. How many carnivores can you send? It would be easier for Lin Wudi to hunt down. These followers spoke again, not giving the 100-eyed demon saint any face at all. Some of the people of the demon city were furious. Damn it, what do a bunch of ants know? The 100-eyed demon saint was also angry. His face darkened and he said coldly, who cares about Lin Wudi? If he dares to appear, I will kill him with a single glance. As soon as these words came out, it caused a huge commotion. He was really too domineering. More and more people gathered around. This time, the demon banquet was held in the center of the demon city. Other than the two great sage cities, the powerhouses of the other families and sects also came one after another. Look, the people of the Silver Palace are here. Countless people exclaimed. Powerful figures could be seen walking toward them. This time, not only White Jade Hall came, but all the higher-ups and powerhouses of the Silver Palace came. Look, White Fairy is there. Everyone saw White Snake. She was wearing a long dress and was extremely beautiful. The person standing in front of her must be Hall Master Kuan. It was rumored that he was very powerful and unfathomable. That's nothing. Look at the person at the front. It's the young master of the Silver Palace. He's also here. The young master of the Silver Palace. The young master of the Silver Palace had a frighteningly high status. Moreover, he was also a top genius. As soon as he appeared, countless people screamed. Even the people of the two great sage cities turned their heads with a hint of seriousness in their eyes. Although they were in the sacred city, this was the demon planet after all. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't defeat a snake in its native place. As the young master of the top forces on the demon planet, the Silver Palace was worthy of their attention. The young master of the Silver Palace wore a silver-white robe and held a folding fan in his hand. After he arrived, he looked at the Thunder God City and the Demon City and nodded at them. White Snake followed behind and looked around. Is young Master Lin here? This time, she came with the young master of the Silver Palace. Lin Xian didn't follow. But thinking about it, he wouldn't miss this event. Not far away, Xiao West Wind also looked around. That killing god shouldn't be here. He desperately didn't want to see Lin Xian because he was traumatized. After the Silver Palace, there were some big families and sections. Some were from the demon planet. There were also prodigies from other regions. Even the Demon City and Thunder God Qing were shocked by some of them. It could be said that the gathering of powerhouses and countless prodigies was a grand event in the second astral realm. The demon banquet this time was arranged in a ladder. The stronger one was, the better one would be able to occupy the best spot. The best spots were taken by the 6 forces. Thunder God City, Demon City, and the Silver Palace each occupied a spot. There were also 3 other major forces. One of them was the Golden Crow race. The Golden Crow was a strange beast of heaven and earth. It was said that it lived on the sun and could be called a divine beast. Not many people from the Golden Crow race came. There were only 6 or 7 of them. But no one dared to look down on them. Even those from the Demon City and Thunder God City had serious expressions. The Golden Crow race was so powerful that they were incomparably shocked. This was a race that wasn't weaker than the Holy City. The other force was very mysterious. No one knew where they came from. But judging from the powerhouses they brought and the aura they emitted, they should be a very terrifying force. The leader was a woman. She wore an emerald green dress and had a graceful figure. Her face was covered by a veil. But one could imagine that she was definitely a beautiful woman. The last force was naturally the Demon Palace. They were personally led by the Demon Palace's son. The Devil's son was a handsome young man. His entire body carried an evil aura. He was very arrogant. After arriving, his gaze swept in all directions without restraint. Even when facing the Holy City, he didn't have the slightest fear. Regarding this, the 2 people from the Great Sage City didn't say anything because they had long known that the Devil's son was arrogant and unruly. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. He didn't even put the Holy City in his eyes. Therefore, at this moment, seeing the other party's actions, they weren't surprised. Moreover, the devil's son's father, the devil overlord, was a very terrifying existence. The other party was a Saint Venerable, and rumor had it that he was recently in seclusion to break through to the Saint King realm. Once the breakthrough was successful, he would be a new Saint King. Then, the Fiend Palace would also become a holy city-level force. Therefore, this devil's son did indeed have the capital to be arrogant. The 6 major forces were divided into the front lines, and the rest were distributed according to strength. Everyone was incomparably excited. It seemed that it should start soon. Why didn't they see Lin Wuti? Yeah, wasn't he with the people from the Silver Palace? Why didn't he appear? Many people were puzzled. The people from Thunder God City sneered. Humph, that kid must be timid. He's afraid of our senior brother Lei Chong and doesn't dare to come out. The people from Demon City were also disdainful. What Lin Wuti, he didn't even dare to come. If he dares to come, my senior brother Bai Yan will kill him with a glance. Such arrogant words made Lin Xian's followers very angry. They retaliated one after another, but they weren't confident in their hearts. Why didn't Lin Xian come? Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, a low voice sounded in the distance like muffled thunder. It aroused everyone's curiosity and they all turned around to look. The next moment, they exclaimed. Oh God, who is it? Thunder is descending, someone is transcending the tribulation. Damn, that thunder tribulation is spreading towards this side. Run quickly. Some of the more cowardly and weak ones wanted to escape. However, some older generation powerhouses shouted coldly. What is this place? Even if there is thunder, there is nothing to be afraid of. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. They wanted to see who was transcending the tribulation. Wow, many people cried out in surprise. Wow, there really was someone in the Thunder City. This scene, a bit like Lin Wuti, yes, he was bathing in thunder a few days ago. This was the attitude of a young ancient emperor. Everyone was talking about it. When the people from Thunder God City heard this, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Last time, they tried to be clever but ended up making a fool of themselves, which made them go crazy. Now, there was actually someone else using the same method. Who was it? Was he mocking them on purpose? Why did that person look like Lin Wuti? It can't be, right? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked ahead. The next moment, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone cried out in surprise. Lin Wuti, it really was him. The others were even more excited. Only Lin Wuti could be surrounded by thunder every day. This was a privilege that only a young great emperor had. Only Lin Wuti had it. That was great. Lin Wuti is here. The followers exclaimed, and the others were in an uproar. However, the people from Thunder God City were extremely gloomy. Damn the privilege of a great emperor. They wanted to slap themselves in the face. The people from Demon City were also gloomy. The Silver Palace, Fiend Palace, and Golden Crow tribe all looked over. Among them, Lei Chong was gnashing his teeth. Damn it. He had lost to Lin Xian before, and it was the greatest humiliation of his life. This time, he must find a chance to take revenge. The hundred-eyed demonic overlord was also shocked. It's him, cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The hundreds of eyes on his body emitted a terrifying light that pierced through the void. Because he also knew the other party. Previously in the East Spirit Realm, he had fought with the other party and did not gain any advantage. Especially in the last battle, he was shocked by the other party's eye technique. He did not expect the other party to be Lin Wuti. The Golden Crow tribe and the mysterious woman's forces also stared at the legendary person with flickering eyes. On the Silver Palace's side, Bai Shi heaved a sigh of relief. Great, young Master Lin is here. Xiao Shifeng was extremely frightened. His body trembled, and he almost knelt on the ground. Young Master Bai Yun looked over with a strange silver light in his eyes. Is the other party Lin Wuti? He looked at Hall Leader Kuan. I heard that this Lin Wuti knows you. Yes, I was saved by Fu Hongya from Wushuang City. He's Fu Hongya's junior brother. This time, he came to me to find his 2 friends. Young Master Bai Yun nodded. It seems to be related to the Demon Palace. Just help them. If you don't have enough people, you can ask the other halls. Although he did not know Lin Wuti, the Silver Palace would definitely do the right thing if it was related to the Demon Palace. On the Demon Palace's side, everyone looked over. The evil demon's son glanced down and sneered. What Lin Wuti? What privilege of being a young great emperor? In his opinion, it was nothing more than that. In this world, only he was the most talented. The others should crawl under his feet. Lin Xian was surrounded by lightning. He looked calm as he strode over. Wherever he passed, the crowd would open up a path for him. Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he walked to the front. This made everyone exclaim. Heavens, does this kid want to reach the peak? He wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 6 major forces. Everyone was shocked. One must know that the 6 major forces had a lot of people and countless geniuses. Even the Golden Crow clan, which had the smallest number of people, only had 7 people. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Now, Lin Wuti wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with them with his strength alone. What kind of courage was this? Lin Xian strode over. It seemed like his goal was to stand at the front. The eyes of the 6 major forces flickered. Among them, the faces of the people from Myriad Demon City and Thunder God City sank. What a joke. They would never let him come. Of course, they did not take action personally. As the experts of the Saint City, they would definitely have countless followers. Therefore, they exchanged glances with each other. The clans and sects in the second tier began to prepare to take action. Kid, stop right there. A burly man walked out. His face was full of beard. His eyes were like copper bells, emitting a fierce light. He waved a wolf-toothed club in his hand and blocked the path. The front is not a place where you can go. Go back now. His voice was loud and clear like the sound of heaven. Is someone going to intercept him? Everyone was shocked. However, the 6 major forces at the top looked at him coldly. There were many people around waiting to see a joke. Those followers were angry. Why did they block Lin Wuti's path? That's right. Lin Wuti had the bearing of a young great emperor. Why couldn't he go to the front? Moreover, Lin Wuti was from Wushuang City, which was the Saint City. Why couldn't he go? These people felt injustice for Lin Xian. What potential of a young great emperor? What nonsense. The bearded man snorted coldly. He laughed again. So what if it's Wushuang City? He's just a new disciple of the 3rd generation. He can't represent Wushuang City. If it's the elders of Wushuang City, he can naturally enter. But he alone wants to represent Wushuang City and stand at the peak. That's impossible. If you want to pass, you'll have to defeat me first. The man took a step forward, exuding a terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked. He's actually a late 4th heaven saint. Looking at his physique, it's comparable to a 5th heaven saint. It can be said that he's like an iron bastion. Lin Xian raised his head, glanced at the man and said coldly. I'll give you a chance to live. Get lost. Those who block my way will be killed without mercy. His voice was cold and clear, spreading to everyone's ears. Some people sneered. Lin Wuti is too arrogant. Does he really want to fight against so many people with his strength alone? The bearded man obviously has the support of Sacred City. So, he laughed sinisterly. You want to pass? You'll have to step over my dead body. Otherwise, get lost. Ha 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 ha. He looked up and laughed. Some of the people from the Holy City laughed. The people of Thunder God City looked ferocious. The people of Demon City also had cold eyes. A late 4th heaven saint can't even withstand a single blow. Didn't you ask about what happened before you came out? Indeed, Shueyue is a late 4th heaven saint. Didn't he still lose an arm? If there's no minor saint, Shueyue would have gone to hell. Now, a late 4th heaven saint still dares to be arrogant in front of him. Little kid, you're too young. Although I'm a late 4th heaven saint, my physique is not weaker than a 5th heaven saint. Do you think you can break through my defense? The burly man let out a roar, and his body suddenly grew larger. Black smoke swirled around him, making him look like a small black mountain towering in front of him. The heavy aura coming from his body made many people swallow their saliva. This is an extremely terrifying physique refining technique. Indeed, a fourth heaven saint's scalp went numb. With the other party's physique, if one wasn't at the fifth celestial layer, it would be impossible to open it. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold as he spoke in a clear voice. I'm the third-generation chief disciple of Peerless City. I'm currently representing Peerless City to participate in the Fiend Banquet. Those who stop me will be killed without mercy. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a long sword appeared, emitting a piercingly cold light. Unparalleled sword. Many people cried out in surprise. They knew that Lin Wudi could indeed represent Wushuang City, but so what? They also knew that Lin Wudi had offended the Thunder God City and the Demon City. With these two great sage cities, it was absolutely impossible for them to let him pass smoothly. Moreover, Lin Wudi came alone this time. His forces were weak. Unparalleled sword, huh? Humph, then let me see if you have the ability to call yourself unparalleled. The burly man roared and swung his mace down. The mace was also enlarged, and it was also the size of a small mountain. It had an extremely terrifying aura, and there were black laws revolving around it. Those were the laws of mountains. Slash, Lin Xian did not waste any time and made a strong move. The unparalleled sword had a dragon's soul revolving around it. With a slash of the sword, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The Langia mace was split in half. Not only that, the burly man's mountain-like body was also split in half from the middle. Blood dyed the ground red. A terrifying murderous aura filled the sky. With a single slash, the burly man's soul was destroyed. Even his soul did not have time to escape. Dead, everyone went crazy. They could not believe it. That was a physique comparable to a fifth heaven sage. He was killed with a single slash, and even his soul was slashed. What kind of aura and means was this? At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in horror. Wasn't he a little too strong? The unparalleled sword was a sacred weapon. This brat was definitely relying on the power of the sacred weapon to be so powerful. Some people gritted their teeth and roared. They did not believe that Lin Xian's strength would be so strong. Yes, that's right. It must be the power of the unparalleled sword. Damn brat, he actually has such a good sacred weapon. If I had the strength, I would definitely be stronger than him. Lin Xian's gaze swept in all directions, causing those who were unconvinced to shut their mouths instantly. Their scalps were numb. There was no other way. The other party's gaze was too terrifying. Lin Xian said coldly. Who else? Those who block me, die. As he said that, he stepped on the corpse and walked forward. His feet were stained with the blood of the saints. Every time he stepped on the corpse, blood would splatter. For a moment, the surrounding people did not dare to move. Even if these people were in the second echelon, second only to Thunder God City and other forces, they were still stunned by Lin Wudi at this moment. Damn it. A bunch of trash, the people of Thunder God City gritted their teeth. They did not expect these people to be so weak. How could he be frightened so easily? It seemed that those below the holy city were ants. They had to do it themselves. The people of Thousand Demon City were the same. They had to take action. Otherwise, the other party would have already come up. Let me do it. At this moment, a figure walked out. It was a man with a slender figure. Flames surrounded his feet. He took a step forward and the sky was filled with flames. There were countless rattan armor on his body, forming a battle armor. The flames were raging and the law was dense. This person's aura was very strong. It was even stronger than the bearded man from before. This was a true early-stage fifth heaven sage. Ting Fei was actually him. The crowd exclaimed. This was a peerless genius of the fifth heaven. His strength was unparalleled. You want to stop me? Lin Xian held the unparalleled sword and asked coldly. Ting Fei said that you are not qualified to stand with us. Lin Xian did not say anything and decisively took action. He had already said that those who blocked the road would be killed without mercy. Since the other party dared to come out, then he should be prepared to be killed. In the sky, endless flames bloomed and tore the 9 heavens. It was accompanied by a terrifying murderous aura. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle again. They realized that the power of this sword was stronger than before. In other words, the previous Lin Wudi did not use his full strength. Damn it, where exactly was his limit? Some of the older generation figures were in despair. Because this young man was too strong. He was so strong that they could only look up to him. Moreover, looking at the other party, he was very young. How could he have such strength? Humph, I'm not comparable to that trash just now. Ting Fei shouted coldly. On his body, vines appeared one after another. They were like divine whips, dancing in the sky. The laws on it were unparalleled. Ting Fei's body was a vine. It was a variant of heaven and earth. It contained the great Tao of fire. At this moment, it was really strong to the extreme. The fiery vines that filled the sky emitted terrifying laws and swept forward. They wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Everything in their path was shattered. The surrounding experts also retreated frantically, not daring to touch them at all. Slash, Lin Xian yelled as he swung his sword again. This time, the sword seemed to have turned into a giant dragon, dancing in the air. The sword chi collided with the fiery vines, making a sonorous sound. The laws of heaven and earth danced, and the sword chi swept across. However, what was terrifying was that all the fiery vines were cut off by the sword. How was that possible? Ting Fei was shocked. His vines were so powerful that people of the same level as him couldn't hurt him. He was confident that he could even withstand a few attacks from a sacred weapon. However, under the sword chi of his opponent, they were all cut off. The pain was heart-wrenching. However, he was more frightened. Retreat quickly. He couldn't resist this person. At this moment, he knew that he had been careless. His opponent's strength was beyond his expectation. His figure flickered, wanting to leave. However, how could Lin Xian let him go? He had already made up his mind to kill him. As soon as the dragon's shadow appeared, it directly enveloped his opponent. Ting Fei screamed in horror. Damn it, how dare you! The people of the demon city also shouted angrily, ready to help. The others' faces changed. Even Ting Fei was no match for him. It was even possible that he would be killed. With a loud bang, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A minor saint had made his move. The blow hit the dragon-shaped sword chi, making a sonorous sound. The dragon-shaped sword chi was repelled, but the divine dragon swung its tail and directly cut Ting Fei in half. The two halves of his body fell in the void, letting out a miserable scream. Lin Xian withdrew his long sword and sneered. He couldn't withstand a single blow. Everyone around was stunned. The scene was terrifyingly quiet for a moment. Ting Fei was such a terrifying expert, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from his opponent. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Ting Fei's face was extremely ugly. He was almost killed just now. Even so, he was still cut in half by his opponent and was seriously injured. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Lin Wudi, don't go too far. A minor saint from Demon City walked out and shouted coldly. He emitted a powerful aura, trying to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword chi rumbled as he did not fear his opponent's aura at all. Am I going overboard? I've already said that I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. You're the ones who didn't listen, yet you're blaming me? Lin Xian was fearless even in the face of a little saint. The atmosphere became very stiff for a while. If this continued, no one would be able to stop Lin Wudi. Unless, of course, someone even more powerful made a move. It was just that those powerful people were the top geniuses and represented the face of the holy city, so they couldn't act rashly. Either that, or he was an elder. If they attacked a young man, they would be laughed at by others. Young Master Lin is so strong that he is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. At this moment, the silver young master spoke calmly. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Is the silver young master going to support Lin Xian? I also think that this young master has the strength to come up. The mysterious lady in the emerald green dress also spoke. Her voice was like an aureole, very pleasant to the ears. Another force acknowledged Lin Xian's strength. It was really shocking. The other 6 forces did not say anything. Among them, the demon child's eyes were filled with cold arrogance. As for the people of the Golden Crow clan, their eyes were filled with radiance. That human was indeed very strong, which surprised them. The ones who gnashed their teeth the most were the Thunder God City and the Demon City. They also wanted to join forces to suppress Lin Xian, but it seemed like they couldn't do it now. Should they let Lei Chong fight? But even Lei Chong did not have the confidence to win. After all, Lei Chong had already lost once. On the other side, the 100 Eyes Demon Saint also looked solemn. To be honest, he wouldn't join the fight easily. For a moment, everyone was silent. Lin Xian laughed and walked up to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Although the two great sage cities were mad with anger, there was nothing they could do. In the end, Lin Xian became the seventh force to reach the summit. One man and one sword, he intimidated the world. Everyone was shocked. They seemed to be witnessing the rise of a young great emperor. The demon child frowned slightly. He felt that his glory had been snatched away by Lin Xian. This made him feel very unhappy. His face sank. The demon palace's elder walked out from the side and said in a clear voice, "All right, everyone be quiet. Now, the demon banquet begins." Sure enough, when these words were spoken, everyone's gaze shifted from Lin Xian to the demon palace. The demon child's lips curled up into a cold smile. He was the most dazzling existence in the world. No one could take away his glory. Seeing that everyone's gaze had returned, the demon palace's elder retreated behind the demon child. The demon child walked out. His gaze looked around, as if he was the ruler of the world. He spoke in a clear voice. "My demon palace obtained some good treasures in the void ocean. Now, I invite everyone to appraise them together. Men, bring them out." The elder at the back coldly shouted. Immediately, the array flickered. One after another, black shadows appeared. There were about a dozen of these black shadows. They were of different sizes. The small ones were the size of fists. The big ones were the size of coffins. It was unknown what was sealed within them. The aura on the coffins was extraordinary. The Golden Crow race's experts said coldly. Their eyes shone with a terrifying light. "I can feel a trace of ancient aura." The Thunder God City's experts were also surprised. There were Dao runes engraved on the coffins. They had been there for countless years without being erased. It was clear that the treasures sealed inside were extraordinary. The people of the myriad demon city were also shocked. They knew that exceptional divine crystals could seal treasures. They didn't expect that the stone coffins could also seal treasures. The silver young master also spoke. The eyes of the mysterious woman in emerald green clothes flickered. This wasn't an ordinary stone. It should be a top-grade stone with the same value as the exceptional divine crystals. Otherwise, it would be impossible to seal so many treasures. After hearing this, everyone cried out in alarm. Heavens, it seemed that the treasures sealed in these stone coffins were indeed heavenly treasures. There was actually such an origin. They should have been dug out from the void ocean. The universe was truly too mysterious. The surrounding experts and geniuses were also discussing spiritedly. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He recalled the scene of stone gambling in the true spirit world. At that time, there were many stones that contained treasures. Some of them had nothing, while others contained exceptional immortal treasures. Now, it seemed that the situation was similar. It was just that those stones had been made into boxes. However, the essence was the same. This was stone gambling. Interesting. Black Mountain was also delighted. It had been a long time since he had played with something like this. Stone gambling was not only popular in the true spirit world, but also in the entire heaven-punishing world. That was because these stones all contained treasures from the ancient era, or even the ancient era. If one could cut out one of them, one would be rich. There were also some young disciples who were following along. They were confused. If there was a treasure inside, why didn't the Fiend Palace open it themselves? Why did they have to take it out? Are you an idiot? If there was really a treasure inside, then it would be a profit. But if there was nothing inside, then wouldn't it be a huge loss? Their Fiend Palace was not stupid. They would definitely take it out for auction. At that time, they would sell it for a sky-high price. Even if there was a treasure inside, they wouldn't suffer a loss. Indeed, the Fiend Palace's people also said that these were all rare treasures. Our Fiend Palace did not dare to casually open them. We hope that we can share them with everyone. Once those words were said, everyone knew that the auction was about to begin. An elder of the Fiend Palace walked out and said, "Everyone, we will now begin the auction. Our Fiend Palace will not leave a single one of these 10-odd items behind. There are a total of 13 items. I hope that everyone can bid on them in time. Because if you miss them, then they will be gone. It took us a lot of effort to get this thing. Alright, let's not waste words. Let's begin." The first item to be auctioned was the size of a stool. It was square-shaped and very neat. All kinds of Tao patterns were carved on it, forming one strange pattern after another. The starting price was 1 million kilograms of divine crystals. Each increment could not be less than 100,000 kilograms. Of course, apart from divine crystals, there were also medicinal pills of equal value, all kinds of natural treasures, cultivation techniques, and saint artifacts. Once those words were said, the crowd went into an uproar. Some young disciples cried out in alarm. 1 million kilograms was the starting price. Heavens, these broken stones were so expensive. They were all stupefied. To be honest, in their opinion, these stones were only worth 100,000 kilograms. How could they have imagined that they would be so valuable? Lin Xian was also surprised. This auction was much more extravagant than when he was in the true spirit world. The auction started, but the price was not too high. Even the peak powers like Thunder God City only made a few bids before calmly observing the situation. They also wanted to see if there were any real treasures inside. Otherwise, it would be too risky to rashly bid. After several bids, it was won by a second-tier clan. The final price was 250,000 kilograms of divine crystals. It was simply an astronomical figure. A member of the Mu clan walked out and handed over the divine crystals. The people of the Fiend Palace laughed. Would the Mu clan be opened now? The head of the Mu family gritted his teeth and said. Fine. This was a huge gamble. The others were also interested. Should they start now? He was really too excited. I want to see what I can buy with these 250,000 kilograms of divine crystals. That's right, this was a sky-high price. The head of the Mu clan personally removed the Tao patterns on it and broke the seal. Gradually, the seal on the stone box was broken. It slowly opened, and a beam of light flew out from within. Illuminate the 9 heavens. It pierced through the clouds in the sky. Something is coming. Something is coming. Everyone was shocked. Even the experts took a deep breath. After the first ray of light, there was a second and third ray of light. Light filled the sky and dyed the sky golden. The clan leader of the Mu clan was shocked. He only hoped that he could go. In the next moment, he cried out in surprise and then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, that's great. What is that? Everyone was shocked. Even the eyes of the experts of the sacred city burst out with a piercing cold light. However, they couldn't see through it at all. This was the mystery of stone gambling. Even if they were sages, they still couldn't see through what was inside. They could only wait for the head of the Mu clan to take it out himself. The head of the Mu clan tried hard to calm his mood. His hand was trembling a little. From inside, he took out a golden wheel. That golden wheel was only the size of a fan. When placed on it, Tao patterns were all over it. It was unusually exquisite. At the same time, it also emitted an extremely strong aura. A sacred artifact. An expert of the older generation screamed, and his eyes turned red. After the others heard it, there was an uproar. What? It was actually a sacred artifact. They were also stunned. They didn't expect that the weapon inside was actually a sacred artifact. An elder of Thunder God City sucked in a breath of cold air. In his eyes, there was a terrifying flash of lightning. This was no ordinary sacred artifact. It was a mid-grade sacred artifact. A middle-grade sacred artifact? Isn't it too terrifying? At this moment, everyone was boiling. Their eyes were all red. Some people roared crazily. Damn it, why? Why didn't I make a move, too? 2 million was ridiculously high. But if it was a middle-grade sacred artifact, then it was really a big profit. The value of a middle-grade sacred artifact was at least 10 million gene of divine crystals, and it was still priceless. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Lin Xian was also surprised. A middle-grade sacred artifact. He had once bought the materials of a sacred artifact. At that time it was only 50,000 jin, which shocked him greatly. Later, he knew that although the materials were easy to buy, it was not easy to refine. That was because it took time to refine a saint artifact. For example, his black earth had used an endless amount of heavenly treasures. In addition, the starry sky fire, an extremely terrifying flame, had evolved. Therefore, refining a sacred artifact was not easy. The value of a sacred artifact was also very precious. Unless there were special circumstances, generally, no one would exchange a sacred artifact. It could be said that there was a price but no market. Lin Xian also had several sacred artifacts in his hands. Except for the black earth, which he had refined himself, the others were snatched from his enemies. But even so, he had killed so many saints and snatched so many storage rings and treasures. But the number of sacred artifacts in his hands did not exceed 5. One could imagine that sacred artifacts were still very precious. Not every saint had one. However, he still did not understand what a middle-grade sacred artifact was. Sacred artifacts were also divided into different grades. Generally, only a few saints had them. Firstly, the materials to refine a sacred artifact were very precious and required a long time to collect. Moreover, refining a sacred artifact was also very time-consuming. It also required a special flame. Therefore, in summary, refining a sacred artifact was very troublesome. Ordinary saints might not be able to cultivate it even if they wanted to. Therefore, they would not refine a sacred artifact. Instead, they would cultivate their own law weapons. That was to use their own laws to condense a weapon. They would cultivate it in their body. A law weapon did not consume materials. It only consumed time. The longer the time, the greater the power of a law weapon. Generally, if cultivated well, the power of a law weapon could be equivalent to a low-grade sacred artifact. It could be said to be very terrifying. Sacred artifacts were divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. The power of each grade of sacred artifact was different. Of course, it was also related to the user. And these sacred artifacts were collectively known as moon-rank divine artifacts. Moon-rank sacred artifact. Lin Xian was surprised. He had never heard of it. According to He Shan, if a saint wielded a saint weapon, he could destroy a moon-level planet with a full-force strike. It was called a moon-level saint weapon. Of course, this was only in theory. In the real world, there were many powerful families and sections. They could set up formations to prevent the attack of a saint weapon. Above moon level was sun level. A full-force strike could destroy a sun-level world, which was countless times bigger than a moon-level planet. Sun-level saint weapons were usually in the hands of saint kings and great sage. The great sage pagoda in your hand was at this level. Above that was sun-level saint weapons. A full-force strike would not be as simple as destroying 1 or 2 worlds. The whole starfield would be destroyed. This kind of saint weapon was even more powerful than the great sage weapon. It was usually a legendary saint weapon. It would be passed down in the hands of countless saints. It was second only to an extreme Dao weapon. If an extreme Dao weapon was fully recovered, the whole second astral realm would be destroyed with a single strike. Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. He did not expect there to be so many grades of saint weapons. It seemed like they were very powerful even among moon-level saint weapons. Ordinary saints would be jealous when they saw them. The Mu family had opened such a saint weapon for 250,000 kilograms of divine crystals. It was definitely a shocking move. Sure enough, everyone's eyes turned red. The second box was sold at a sky-high price of 60,000 kilograms. Inside the second stone box was a pill. There was only one pill, but the aura emitted from it was too shocking. Some minor saints' eyes turned red. This pill had an inestimable value to them. The third box was as big as a wash basin. It was sold at a price of 70,000 kilograms of divine crystals. An elder of Thunder God City had won the bid. After the elder bid, he smiled and opened the box impatiently. But after opening it, he was dumbfounded. Damn it, how was this possible? The minor saint was so angry that thunder pierced through the sky. What happened? What was happening? The people of Thunder God City changed their expressions. The others were also puzzled. What could have enraged a little saint so much? There was nothing inside. A few people walked up and cried out in alarm. How could there be nothing? That was 70,000 caddies of divine crystals, and it was actually wasted. No wonder this little saint was so mad. Damn it. The people from Thunder God City also had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that the luck of some holy cities was really bad. It was probably because he had done too many bad things and wanted to accumulate more good karma in the future. Damn brat, you're pissing me off. The people of Thunder God City were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. The other party was actually making such sarcastic remarks. Everyone, please calm down. The devil's son walked out and said loudly. No one knew what was in this thing before it was opened. It could be a peerless divine artifact, or it could be an ordinary item, or it could be nothing at all. Since you want to gamble, you have to bear the consequences. I think everyone should be able to abide by this. Humph, the people of the Thunder God City coldly snorted and retreated. Their expressions were extremely unfriendly. From the looks of it, the atmosphere wasn't too good, so the people from Evil Demon City said that everyone should rest for a while and wait for everyone to drink some tea and eat some snacks before continuing. Soon, exquisite spiritual tea and spiritual wine were served. These people rested for a while. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. This time, it was really an eye-opener. They actually opened a saint artifact. Yes, I wonder if it's possible to open an immortal divine herb. It's too difficult. That thing is too terrifying. However, it's also very good to open a saint herb. Then, would it be possible to open a divine beast? Those people were very excited and had all kinds of guesses. At this moment, 5 boxes had already been opened. There were still 8 boxes that had not been opened. The next competition should be even more intense. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that this was a chance, and there might be something good inside. Therefore, he also planned to try and get the next box. What if there was something good in it? At this time, Hall Master Kuan walked over and sat beside Lin Xian. He began to transmit his voice. Young Master Lin, after our investigation, we've received some news. Tell me quickly. Lin Xian was surprised. Next, Hall Master Kuan began to tell him the news. Lin Xian was shocked after hearing it. Is it true? Hall Master Kuan nodded. This is a spy we planted in the Demon Palace. The news sent back is absolutely reliable. Hall Master Kuan sat for a while and then left. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. That was because the spy told him that the people who had been kidnapped from the Bewilderment Fog ship had been controlled by the Demon Palace and had gone to the Void Sea to search for treasures. These stone boxes were found by them. However, most of these stone boxes were in the depths of the Void Sea. Some were even in the fog of death. Therefore, it was very difficult to find them. It was said that those people had all died. Not a single one of them had returned alive. This was not good news. Could it be that Ruffian Dragon and the Northern Devil had been forced to dig for treasures and died? He did not believe it. For a moment, Lin Xian lost interest in stone gambling. He was thinking about what had happened. Perhaps those 2 people had been forced to enter the Void Sea, but they had escaped midway. Soon, the auction continued. Everyone fought over it. Some people opened treasures, while others opened nothing. In the end, the 6 major powers fought until their eyes were red. The other families and sects had no chance to interfere. They could only watch from the side. However, although they could not obtain the treasures, it was worth it to be able to witness such a spectacle. After the 9th box was opened, there were 4 left. At this moment, the elder of the Fiend Palace pointed at a box that was relatively large and looked like a coffin. Next, we will auction this box. This box looks very large. There might be a lot of treasures inside. It might also be a relatively large object. In fact, we think that it might be the corpse of an ancient expert that was sealed in it. When he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. This was too unbelievable. Everyone had seen the first 9 boxes open. There were all kinds of treasures in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Of course, it was also possible that there was nothing inside. Out of the 9 boxes, 3 of them were empty, which made people sigh. Lin Xian glanced at it without the slightest interest. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Wait a minute. He stared at the box, and his eyes shone with a golden light. Kid, what did you find? Xian asked secretly. When the others saw this scene, they were also surprised. Then, the people of the myriad demon city sneered. Reckless kid, do you still want to use your eye technique to look? Are you joking? You can't see through this thing. That's right. Even our senior brother can't see through it, let alone you. Those people sneered. The others also shook their heads. The people of the Thunder God City sneered. So what if you got one of the top spots? With your wealth, you can't even afford a single treasure box. Lin Xian ignored these people's provocation. He quickly transmitted his voice to Xian. I can sense Ruffian Long's aura on this treasure box. Oh? Xian was stunned. He also used his soul to check it. In the next moment, he was also surprised. It does have the aura of that dragon. But it's very faint. If it weren't for your powerful eye technique, you wouldn't be able to see it. It seems that this stone box has something to do with that dragon. Perhaps, he was the one who dug it out. Since it has something to do with the dragon, I have to get it no matter what. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. This might be a clue to finding the dark red divine dragon. The others also stared at the stone box. Among them, the people from the demon city frowned. Have you noticed that the aura on this stone box is very unusual? It even makes me feel a little scared. The person who spoke was a little saint. Shui Yu and the others were shocked when they heard that. Even the 100-eyed demon saint was stunned. The hundreds of eyes on his body shone at the same time, trying to see what was going on. There is indeed a mysterious aura, which seems to be the aura of the demon race. It seems that what is buried in this box must be related to the demon race. Therefore, we have to get this treasure box. The eyes of the 7 experts of the Golden Crow race shone brightly. I can feel the powerful bloodline aura. We have to get this treasure box. The people of the Thunder God City, the Silver Palace, and the mysterious woman in emerald green were all surprised. Soon, the auction for the 10th treasure box began. 5 million caddies of divine crystals. The people of the Demon City were the first to bid. Obviously, they were determined to get it. 55 million caddies. The people of the Thunder God City bid. 6 million caddies. An expert of the Golden Crow race said. He was also very confident. 8 million caddies. Another voice sounded, causing the crowd to exclaim. Who is this? How can he increase the price by 2 million caddies? Some of the powerful families rolled their eyes. Isn't this too unruly? Even the experts of the Demon City and the Golden Crow race turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. The next moment, they were stunned. It's him. They found that the person who bid was Lin Xian. The people of the Thunder God City were also stunned. Before this, they had mocked Lin Xian, saying that he couldn't afford any of the treasure boxes. But now, they were slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian directly offered 8 million caddies of divine crystals, which was enough to buy any treasure box before. Damn it, how is this possible? How could this kid have so many divine crystals? The people of Thunder God City gnashed their teeth in disbelief. Lin Xian did not care at all. He must obtain this treasure box. 5 million caddies. Said someone from the Demon City. 9 million. An expert of the Golden Crow technique made a bid. Lin Xian bid 10 million caddies. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was it already 10 million Jean? This had already exceeded the price of any treasure box. At the same time, they were puzzled as to why Lin Xian hadn't bid earlier. However, he was determined to obtain this treasure box. Could it be that there was a reason that no one knew about? The people from the Demon City looked gloomy. Damn it, what was wrong with this kid? Why must he snatch this thing? Could it be that he had discovered something? Their faces darkened. The experts from the Golden Crow tribe also stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. No matter what the other party discovered, this treasure box was definitely theirs. 10 million caddies of divine crystals, is there anyone else who wants to bid? Said the elder of the demon city with a smile. They were really overjoyed. This price was also beyond their expectations. What should we do, elder? Do we still want to bid? Asked Shuiyu. The hundred-eyed demon sage also looked gloomy. He really wanted to slap him to death. An elder said, this kid seems to have been provoked and will probably fight with us endlessly. So we give up? The hundred-eyed demon sage and the others looked gloomy. The people of the demon city snorted in a low voice. This thing is very useful to the demon clan. We must get it. Let this kid bid. When the time comes, we will kill him and the treasure box will be ours. The people of the Golden Crow tribe also looked gloomy. They decided to bid once more. If the other party still bid, then they would give up. 12 million caddies. This time, they directly bid an astonishing price, causing an uproar. The people of the Golden Crow tribe bid again. It seemed that they were determined to get this thing. They really didn't know what was inside. The people of the Demon City and the Golden Crow tribe both wanted it. And Lin Wudi, he just had to make a move at this time. Lin Wudi wouldn't dare to bid anymore. After all, this price was too frightening. How could he get it alone, 13 million caddies? However, Lin Xian bid again. How could this be? This kid dares to bid again. These people are crazy. The people of the Golden Crow tribe also looked gloomy. The other party had bid again. Then, according to their previous agreement, they wouldn't bid anymore. However, someone dared to compete with them. How audacious, they stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly looks. Some of them even had killing intent in their eyes. When the people of the Demon City saw this scene, they were also angry. How could this be? How could this kid take out 13 million caddies of divine crystals? That's a sky-high price. Shuiyu stood out and shouted. Impossible, he definitely doesn't have that much. He's making trouble. Yes, that's right. I think so too. The hundred-eyes demon sage looked down from above. His hundreds of eyes bloomed with terrifying light. Son, if you can't take it out, you should know the consequences. The people of the Golden Crow tribe didn't say anything. However, the killing intent on their bodies became even more piercingly cold. Obviously, if Lin Xian was deliberately making trouble, they would definitely not let him off. The evil demon's son also stood out. Don't worry, no one dares to make trouble here. If anyone dares to make trouble, no matter who you are, our demon palace has a way to make you disappear. Everyone was extremely nervous. It couldn't be, right? Was Lin Wudi causing trouble? He's definitely making trouble. He doesn't like the Demon City, so he wants to anger them. But he didn't expect that this time, he's playing too big. Let's see how this kid dies. If he can't take it out, the evil demon's son won't let him off. I can't take it out? Lin Xian smiled. He must get this thing. How could he not take it out? He looked around. No one is bidding? Well, then this thing is mine. Young master, you have to pay 13 million caddies of divine crystals before this thing is yours. An old man on the demon palace's side stood out and said with a smile. Don't worry, I naturally know the rules. Lin Xian took out something from his storage ring. When this thing came out, everyone was stunned. And Lin Xian's voice came out. Heavenly Luo umbrella, a sacred weapon. I think its value should be 13 million caddies of divine crystals. What, he actually wants to trade a sacred weapon? God, is there something wrong with this kid? Why do I feel that his brain is flooded with water? That's a sacred weapon. Although it's worth 13 million, it's priceless. No one will sell a sacred weapon. Indeed, not to mention 13 million, even if you take 20 million caddies of divine crystals, no one will sell it. The people of the Demon City and the Thunder God City were stunned. They didn't expect that this kid really dared to do so. Oh my god, I forgot to update it at noon. What a sin. The people of the Golden Crow clan also recognized the item. Even the people of the Devil Palace were stunned. Young master, are you really going to use a saint item to exchange for it? The old man of the Devil Palace stuttered. Lin Xian said. That's right. Why? Is it not worth the price? The old man of the Devil Palace spat out saliva. Of course, it's worth it. His eyes were shining. All right, this heavenly luo umbrella is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. I don't care. I want this item. He's really generous today. As expected of Lin Wudi, he's too generous. Many people screamed. There were also some people who shook their heads. This kid was too much of a spendthrift. Was he going to waste a saint weapon just like that? All kinds of discussions could be heard. Among the crowd, the people of Spirit Sealing Star were also dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Di Ling's face was gloomy. Damn it, he really deserves to die. Compared to the other party, he was like a country bumpkin. The people of the Rain clan at the side were even more unsightly. Damn it, this heavenly luo umbrella is their Rain clan's. Why is it in the hands of the other party? Damn it, as expected, there's a problem with their minor saint. Even their saint item was snatched away by the other party. Damn it, this is my Rain clan saint item. At this moment, a minor saint of the Rain clan couldn't bear it anymore and rushed out. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying, and it firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Audacious, the people of the Devil Palace roared. Someone is causing trouble here. The others were also in an uproar. What's going on? Are they going to start a fight? The people of the Rain clan said that they didn't come here to cause trouble. This heavenly luo umbrella is their Rain clan's item. Why is this kid taking it out to exchange? What? This is Rain clan's item. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. The people of Myriad Demon City revealed a sinister smile again. What should they do now? The people of the Devil Palace also frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Your item? You have the face to say that. If you call him, will he answer? Of course, he will answer. It has the soul imprint of a minor saint on it. It's impossible to grind it out. After saying that, the Rain clan's elder quickly made a hand seal and returned. He called out to the heavenly luo umbrella, but the heavenly luo umbrella just lay there motionless. How is this possible? The elder was stunned. Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. The heavenly luo umbrella appeared beside Lin Xian in the blink of an eye and shrouded him in its radiance. Use luo soul. It clearly has my soul imprint on it, so when did it become something that belongs to your Rain clan? What a joke. He thought that he could just make up a lie. Who would have thought that he would be slapping himself in the face? Cold laughter sounded one after another. The expressions on the faces of the Rain clan's people became extremely ugly. 2. The evil demon's son said coldly. That was a huge loss of face. No, Xianxia and the Rain clan's people screamed. They couldn't afford to lose face like this. The minor saint of the Rain clan was also trembling with anger. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. He suddenly erupted with a terrifying law and rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and pulled back. You dare to make a move here? You don't want to live anymore. The Demon Palace's experts stood out one after another. But at this time, due to the fluctuation of the law, the stone box that Lin Xian placed on it was overturned. With a loud boom, everyone jumped in fright. Everyone stopped. The Demon Palace's people roared. Whoever dared to make a move would be killed without mercy. If the stone box was destroyed, they wouldn't be able to continue with the auction. The others were also nervous. A stone box was opened. What was inside? It was Lin Wudi who had just placed it. It seemed that only the lid was overturned. It shouldn't be damaged. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They turned their heads to look. Lin Xian also looked. In the next moment, he was stunned. The others also cried out in alarm. Heavens, what was that? That was a dragon. Moreover, it looked like a 5-clawed divine dragon. It was a divine beast. The corpse of an ancient expert was really sealed inside, and it was even a dragon expert. Everyone went crazy. The people of Thunder God City were shocked. The eyes of the people of Myriad Demon City were red. They had already felt that the aura inside was unusual. They didn't expect it to be a dragon. Damn it. They didn't get it, the Golden Crow clan's people also had sharp eyes. Was it the corpse of a dragon? Moreover, it was the corpse of an ancient expert. They must get it. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Others were screaming, but he was shocked because he saw a dark red divine dragon lying inside. Ruffian dragon? What was going on? Ruffian dragon had no aura, could it be that he was already dead? Lin Xian's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, who was it? Who killed Ruffian dragon? Why was Ruffian dragon here? No, I have to bring Ruffian dragon's corpse over. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He still had the Eye of Time, so he could revive Ruffian dragon. Lin Xian strode forward. He wanted to take Ruffian dragon away. However, at this moment, a Golden Crow clan's expert stepped forward. This is the corpse of a dragon. You're a human, so it's useless to you. If you give it to me, I can give you 15 million kilograms. Our myriad demon city can also give you a sacred artifact. If you give this dragon's corpse to us, we'll give it to you. The myriad demon city's expert also stepped forward. It seemed that he was also very confident in obtaining the corpse. I don't plan to give it to you. Move aside. Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. Although the dark red divine dragon didn't have any aura, he was not afraid. He had the Eye of Time, so he could revive it. Therefore, he had to obtain the dragon's corpse. Brat, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. The myriad demon city's people were angry. Lin Xian sneered. Me, fail to appreciate your kindness? The myriad demon city has been targeting me, and you even wanted to kill me. Now, you want me to give it to you? Do you think that's possible? Damn it. The myriad demon city's people had gloomy expressions. Indeed, there was enmity and conflict between them, and they had even fought several times. They even wanted to assassinate Ruffian Dragon. Now, Ruffian Dragon would definitely not give it to them. However, they couldn't force him. After all, there were too many experts from the various families here. Once they made a move, a chaotic battle would definitely break out. At that time, the Fiend Palace would also make a move against them. Moreover, the Golden Crow clan was eyeing them covetously. Humph. They snorted coldly and retreated. They couldn't make a move openly, but they could make a move secretly. Next, they would assassinate Ruffian Dragon. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the Golden Crow tribe. He had no enmity with these people, so his tone was more polite. Fellow cultivators, seniors, this thing has a special use for me, so I can't give it to you. I hope you can understand. Are you rejecting us? A young man from the Golden Crow tribe had a cold expression. Although he looked young, the aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. He had reached the 5th firmament realm. His long golden hair bloomed in the sky. No one dares to reject the Golden Crow tribe. Kid, you have guts. Lin Xian frowned as well. He had been extremely courteous to the Jinwu clan. However, he had not expected the other party to be so overbearing. Immediately, his face darkened. This is what I bid for. Whether I give it to you or not is up to me. Why? Do you want to snatch it? Facing the Golden Crow tribe, Lin Xian did not back down. The aura between the two sides became stronger and stronger as they clashed in the sky. A sonorous sound rang out, and the surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect such a situation to happen. The Thousand Monster City did not make a move, but the Golden Crow tribe did. Lin Xian, was he going to go against the Golden Crow tribe? This Lin Wudi was really bold. First, he offended the two great Sage Realm cultivators, and now he wanted to offend the Golden Crow tribe. It could only be said that he was courting death. The Golden Crow tribe was not weaker than the Saint Realm cultivators at all. In fact, they were even more terrifying. They lived on a sun, they were real divine beasts. This Golden Crow tribe expert was probably interested in the secret of the dragons. Kid, you're standing here because you're giving Peerless City face. Otherwise, do you think you can stand side by side with us? The young man from the Golden Crow tribe said coldly. Now, you're courting death and dare to snatch something from us. Be obedient and give it to us. Otherwise, you're dead meat today, everyone gasped. Previously, the Golden Crow tribe did not speak much, so they did not understand. Now that they spoke, they felt that they were even more domineering than the people from the Thousand Monster City. They wanted to kill Lin Xian just because of a disagreement. If you dare to touch me, I don't mind roasting chicken wings for dinner today. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. Even if the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't hold back. You're courting death, the young man from the Golden Crow clan roared angrily. Even the faces of the other experts sank. The other party actually didn't place them in his eyes. He was truly courting death. They didn't stop him. The young man roared and attacked. Golden light filled the sky and terrifying flames formed a cage that enveloped the entire sky. He wanted to completely refine Lin Xian. Lin Xian also made his move. Today, he was fearless. Whoever dared to stop him, he would send them to hell. The long sword swept out, sweeping through the 9 heavens, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated as if they had gone mad. At the same time, they were shocked. Why didn't the Demon Palace's people attack this time? Indeed, last time, when the Rain Clan's little saints attacked, the Fiend Palace forcibly stopped them. They even wanted to drive all of the Rain Clan's people out. Now, when Lin Xian attacked, no one stopped them. It was truly inconceivable. Many people looked at the Fiend Palace. The Fiend Palace's people had incomparably gloomy expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. Boom. Boom, boom. In the sky, the golden feathers turned into a sea of flames that enveloped the terrifying sword energy. You want to contend against me with just you? You're too weak. The young man from the Golden Crow clan, Xianxia, sneered. Today, I'll kill you, the so-called chief disciple. He was extremely domineering. Not good. Lin Wuti is in danger. Heh, this brat is courting death. Who does he think he is? Since he dared to challenge the Golden Crow clan's genius, he's definitely going to die. The people from the Myriad Demon City and Thunder God City sneered. They wanted to see how this brat would die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body revolved. A terrifying sword light rushed out like a huge dragon. It directly broke free from the golden flames. At the same time, he slashed forward with his sword. With a clang. This sword strike landed on his opponent's body and sent him flying. You want to kill me with just you? You're too naive. Today, I'll roast your chicken wings for you to eat. Lin Xian attacked aggressively. Sword energy rained down like rain. Xianxia roared crazily. Damn it. A pair of golden wings appeared behind his back. As they danced, a sea of flames spread. Golden feathers pierced the clouds like sharp swords. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Wuti to be so strong that he could contend against Xianxia. Even the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan didn't expect this. No one can hurt me. Xianxia roared crazily. His golden hair fluttered. At the same time, he stretched out a pair of sharp claws and tore through the void. Lin Xian was sent flying. However, his body and the Qilin tattoo were extremely strong. He only suffered the impact and his body didn't break. At the same time, he attacked again. Lin Xian unleashed a huge sword energy, causing Xianxia to tremble and his body to sway. Don't you want to kill me? Come on, let me see if you have the strength to do so. This time, Lin Xian completely went berserk. Boom, Xianxia's sharp claws were broken, and blood sprayed out. A miserable cry sounded. You're courting death. His handsome face was distorted. A pair of wings turned into heavenly blades and slashed over. Boom, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He waved the unparalleled sword in his hand and fought against Xianxia's right wing. Two clangs sounded like blades colliding. Sparks flew. Many large cracks appeared in the sky. The left wing chopped down. Oh no, why didn't Lin Wuti dodge? Did he want to block it with his body? He would definitely be split in half. Many people screamed. Lei Shunqing and the others also snorted coldly. The Rain Clan, Di Ling, and the others clenched their fists. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Wuti. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. His wings were not inferior to a sacred artifact. He didn't believe that his opponent could block it. Golden light burst out from Lin Xian's body. Qilin tattoos covered his body. A large palm met the attack and collided with Jin Hai's golden wings. Golden light rippled in the sky. A sonorous sound rang out. Su Chen's arm was numb from the impact. He had to admit that Jin Hai was indeed powerful. His body was comparable to a low-grade sacred artifact. Lin Xian roared. His large hand grabbed Jin Hai's wings and tore them apart. Poochie, Jin Hai tore the wings off. His back instantly cracked, and several large cracks appeared. Even his bones were exposed. It was a shocking sight. Sacred blood splashed out, piercing through heaven and earth. Jin Hai screamed crazily. His two wings kept flapping as he tried to escape. How could Lin Xian let him escape? He grabbed Jin Hai's wings with his left hand and the long sword in his right hand fell down crazily. It slashed Jin Hai's body. Jin Hai spat out blood. He was wearing armor and as a golden crow, he had a strong physique. Even so, he was still severely injured. How could it be? Everyone was stunned. Kid, you're courting death. Let go. The Golden Crow tribe's experts couldn't take it anymore. They roared and turned into two rays of golden light and rushed over. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. He didn't resist and quickly retreated. But before he left, he exerted his strength and tore off Jin Hai's wing. Blood dyed the sky red. Jin Hai's body swayed and fell from the sky. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a demon. His body was bathed in blood and he was holding a golden wing in his hand. He looked extremely ferocious. The two rays of golden light went crazy when they saw this scene. They were filled with killing intent and wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian shouted. How dare you? I'm the first disciple of the third generation of Wushuang City. Today's battle is a battle between peers. If you old experts dare to attack, don't blame me for slaughtering your Golden Crow tribe. His loud voice spread across the sea. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. The two rays of golden light in the sky stopped and their faces turned ugly. Good kid, you're so arrogant. Just you wait, this isn't over. The Golden Crow tribe's experts turned around and left with Jin Hai. The surrounding people were all stunned. Jin Hai was injured, and his wings were torn off by someone. It was really unbelievable. Jin Hai was an extremely terrifying genius. He was a level 5 sage. His body was strong and his bloodline was terrifying. He was even stronger than Lei Chong. Even the 100-eyed beast sage wasn't confident of defeating him. But now, he was severely injured by Lin Xian. How did he do it? Lei Chong gasped. The people of Thunder God City were terrified. The people of Demon City also looked terrible. Lin Wudi was too powerful. They had to find a way to get rid of him immediately. Otherwise, he would be a hidden danger in the future. Who else? Lin Xian asked coldly. At this moment, no one dared to answer. Lin Xian put away the dark red dragon's body, returned to his seat, and sat down boldly. He put away the Golden Crow's wings. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were still filled with murderous intent. Originally, he wanted to retreat immediately. But now, he had changed his mind. Since he had already made a big fuss, he might as well go all the way. Since the Crimson Dragon was here, he guessed that the North Demon might be here as well. However, now that things had gotten to this point, the surroundings had already been destroyed by the battle, and there was still terrifying energy, so there was no way for the auction to continue. Sure enough, the people from the Fiend Palace took away the final 3 treasure boxes. When he left, the demon child glanced at Lin Xian with an indescribable light in his eyes. Lin Xian did not mind. He just wanted to leave this place and quickly save the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian left. Looking at the departing figure, the surrounding people were in an uproar. This Lin Wudi was too terrifying. Among the younger generation, who could defeat him, he was too handsome, as expected of a young great emperor. Even when facing a powerful divine beast like the Golden Crow clan, he was still fearless. Those followers were extremely excited. Of course, there were also people who sneered. It was too early to be happy. The Golden Crow clan would definitely not let this matter rest. Moreover, this kid had made too many enemies. Although he was from the Holy City, the people he had provoked were not weaker than those from the Wushuang City. After hearing that, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, and their scalps went numb. Indeed, Lei Shenqing and the Thousand Demon City were both old holy cities, and they were very powerful. The Golden Crow clan was also not from the Holy City, and in some aspects, they were even more terrifying. Lin Xian's future path would definitely become more and more difficult. Damn it, this was truly too hateful. The people from the Rain clan were gnashing their teeth. Di Ling's eyes were also emitting a biting cold light. No, he had to quickly get rid of this kid. He felt a huge threat. Because he realized that Lin Xian had completely surpassed him. If he went up now, he would probably be killed within 10 moves. Such a huge gap was unbearable for him. Don't worry, we will make the arrangements. I think this kid will definitely not live to see tomorrow's sun. The elder of the spirit sealing star's eyes were emitting a biting cold killing intent. Lin Xian left, but he did not completely leave the evil demon city. Because the last 3 treasure boxes had not been opened yet. He had to wait. He had to confirm whether the northern demon was in the box or not. He settled down in the evil demon city. The place was provided by the lord of the Kuntong Pond. It was a very deep and luxurious mansion with various defensive formations. Lin Xian settled down. He set up more formations, and at the same time, let the Spectre Immortals start to set them up. Because he knew that tonight would definitely not be peaceful. Some people just wouldn't give up. However, he would kill them until they gave up. The night was dark, and the wind was strong. Lin Xian sat there cross-legged, and in front of him was the peerless sword. At this moment, his soul had already entered the black earth. Inside the black earth, the dark red dragon was lying there. Its body was cold, and the dragon scales on its body were emitting a metallic luster. There was no aura, not even the fluctuation of its soul. Lin Xian tried all kinds of methods, but he could not wake it up. It seemed that he could only use the Eye of Time. Lin Xian still had 5 eyes of time in his hands. These things could bring the dead back to life. It was incomparably precious. However, Lin Xian could not care so much now. He had to save the dark red dragon. The 2 of them could be said to have stayed the longest. Lin Xian had gone from a weak martial artist to a saint today. The dark red dragon's help was huge. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and took out an Eye of Time. That was the Eye of Time, emitting a demonic light. Lin Xian activated the Eye of Time and placed it beside the dark red dragon. He summoned Hey Tuesday. He let him wait here quietly. Then, Lin Xian left the black earth and came to the courtyard of the mansion. He looked in all directions. Black Mountain, how is it going? Time was too short, so it was sloppy. However, if those people dared to come, he could teach them a lesson. Black Mountain floated in front of him like a ghost. Very good. Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile. He closed his eyes to rest and began to adjust his state, ready to fight at any time. In the latter half of the night, the moon was covered by dark clouds in the sky. 4 black shadows rushed over in an instant. They were as silent as ghosts. Buzz, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the mansion had long become his territory. He knew every move here like the back of his hand. His eyes flickered, and the peerless sword in front of him turned into a stream of light, piercing into the darkness in front of him. With a puff, a figure was split in half, and blood sprayed out. That person did not even have time to scream. Damn it, we've been discovered. Another person growled. What's there to be afraid of? So what if we've been discovered? Today, this kid won't be able to escape. A cold voice sounded, and 3 other figures appeared. Their faces were filled with killing intent. It's you guys. Lin Xian frowned. You don't know what's good for you. I thought it was Demon City or Golden Crow. I didn't expect it to be you guys. The 3 people in front were from Spirit Sealing Star. The other one was an expert from the Rain clan. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn kid, I'll torture you to death today. The expert from the Rain clan gritted his teeth. With just you guys, Lin Xian said disdainfully. Kid, you're too arrogant. We're 3 minor saints. Can't we stop you? After seeing how terrifying Lin Xian was during the day, they sent assassins to assassinate him at night. All of them were minor saints. However, the 2 minor saints of the Rain clan were killed in the Void Ocean, so they couldn't send such experts. They could only send a minor saint and a 5th heavenly expert. They didn't expect that the 5th heavenly expert would be killed by Lin Xian as soon as he arrived. Are minor saints that powerful? Lin Xian said disdainfully. He had long known that there would be experts coming tonight. How could he not have made preparations? Even if a minor saint came today, he would still kill him. You're courting death. Go to hell. The minor saint from Spirit Sealing Star shouted coldly. A big hand reached out, grabbing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly dodged and fought back. Kid, you can't escape. Today, you'll definitely die. Another minor saint attacked. Lin Xian used the void escape and teleported. In the sky, countless laws shone. The 3 minor saints attacked, trying to kill Lin Xian. The 3 of them sneered. Aren't you arrogant? You don't put us in your eyes, stupid ant. No matter how strong you are, you're just a 3rd heavenly expert. How dare you fight against us? Today, we'll let you know the power of a minor saint. The 3 minor saints showed a ferocious expression. Now, the opponent only dared to dodge and didn't dare to fight against them. This showed that the other party did not have the strength to do so. Their previous worries had completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed. Lin Xian relied on his spatial mystique to narrowly avoid these attacks. The faces of the 3 minor saints sank. Damn it. The opponent's cultivation base wasn't strong, but the speed of his escape was very fast. In particular, the other party had spatial divine abilities, which surprised them greatly. Brat, aren't you very powerful? You claim to be invincible. Why don't you dare to fight with us? That's right, an ant like you dares to walk the path of a great emperor. What a joke, Lin Xian sneered when he heard the sarcastic remarks of the 3 minor saints. The 3 of you are almost 10,000 years old. How dare you talk about me here? Where's your face? You 3 old farts attacked me, a junior, and you still can't catch me. What was there to be proud of? I really don't know what you're so happy about. If we were to fight at the same level, I would be able to kill the 3 of you with a single slap. Lin Xian had boundless confidence. His words infuriated the 3 little saints. Damn it. Arrogant brat, humph. I admit that you have some talent, but so what? Once you're dead, it's useless no matter how talented you are. You will never grow. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian looked up and laughed. Do you think the 3 of you can kill me? Do you think that I was afraid of you when I was hiding? How stupid, I was waiting for the big fish to take the bait. My enemy today is not you. The 3 minor saints were mad. How dare the opponent not put them in his eyes? He even dared to talk nonsense. They were really pissed off. Suddenly, their expressions froze and they turned around to look at their surroundings. Because they found that there were many powerful auras around them. And there were many of them. These people were standing in different places. Obviously, they were not from the same force. Minor saints, all of them were minor saints. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be those forces? Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He looked around and sneered. The big fish has taken the bait. It seems like you can't wait any longer and want to attack. Reckless brat, you didn't run away. You're really an idiot. In the north, 2 figures appeared. They were bathed in terrifying lightning that wrapped around their bodies. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. But to have such powerful lightning aura, they must be from Thunder God City, in the east. Similarly, there were 2 figures standing there. Purple chi surrounded their bodies, carrying a powerful murderous aura. Their faces were also covered. Those with such demonic aura should be from Myriad Demon City. And in the south, there was a figure standing there. The figure was bathed in flames. He was very terrifying. It was as if he could burn the whole world. The figure also had his face covered, but Lin Xian knew that he was an expert from Golden Crow clan. In the south, there were also 2 figures. Their bodies were filled with black chi, and their aura was very terrifying. For a moment, Lin Xian couldn't figure out which side they were from. But these people were all minor saints. With so many people here, it seems like we're not the only ones who want to kill you. The minor saint of the Rain clan revealed a hideous smile. He looked around. Everyone, we just want to kill this brat. We have no interest in the treasures on his body. They could also see that these people were most likely the experts from Great Sage City, so they didn't dare to fight against them. There are 10 minor saints here, right? You really think too highly of me. Sending so many minor saints to kill me, aren't you afraid of Wushuang City's revenge? If you die, no one will know who killed you. The figure surrounded by purple demonic aura said coldly. Lin Xian laughed. That's right. Since you're hiding your faces and no one knows your identity, no one will investigate you even if you die. You don't know what's good for you. You want to kill us? Any one of them would be able to kill you 1,000 times over. Who would you be able to kill? In the north, the figure surrounded by lightning said. Indeed, they were all minor saints. They were all 6th heavenly layer saints, 3 heavenly layers higher than the other party. How could the other party compare with them? Really? Do you think I'm not prepared to face you? Lin Xian laughed. The minor saints were all shocked. Indeed, this was very abnormal. If the other party wasn't an idiot, then he must have something to rely on. However, they really couldn't understand what the other party relied on to be able to fight against so many minor saints. Could it be that there was an expert from Wushuang City behind the other party? But even if there was an expert from Wushuang City, how many of them could come? Even if there was, they would only be minor saints. Could they defeat them unless there was a saint venerable? However, such an existence wouldn't appear easily. Therefore, they thought that the other party was pretending to be calm because he had no way out. Stupid. Lin Xian sneered. I'll let you see what I can do. Having said that, Heishan took action in the dark. The array formation around the mansion lit up and completely sealed off the entire mansion. Formation? In the mansion, the minor saints discussed, but soon they sneered disdainfully. Do you think a mere formation can do anything to us? I have to say, you're really ignorant. It seems like you really don't know the difference between a minor saint and an ordinary saint. These people didn't care at all. They had seen all kinds of formations before. Is that so? Then feel it again. Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword. Damn it, what's going on? Suddenly, the 2 figures in the north with the aura of thunder and lightning screamed. Our cultivation base is being suppressed. How is this possible? I have something to do during the day, so I'll update at night. As soon as these words came out, the other little saints were also stunned. They quickly checked and screamed one after another. How is this possible? Our cultivation base has dropped to the 5th heavenly layer after falling to the little saint realm, damn it. What kind of formation is this? How can it suppress our cultivation base? Their faces were full of shock. Isn't this too unbelievable? What kind of formation can make their cultivation base drop? Damn it. Quickly break this formation. They attacked crazily in all directions. The formation fluctuated, but it didn't affect them at all. Not only that, there was another wave of energy coming from the formation, causing their bodies to freeze in the void. They couldn't move? What the hell is going on? They were dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally understood what kind of capital Lin Xian had. The wonder of this formation was beyond their imagination. It seemed that the formation was working. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He asked Heishan to set it up in advance. Heishan used the composed pearl and the Great Sage Pagoda to set up such a formation. He used the power of the Great Sage Pagoda to suppress the cultivation base of these little saints, and the power of the composed pearl to freeze them. Of course, the composed pearl, as an ordinary saint tool, probably couldn't freeze so many little saints for a long time. However, it was enough as long as it could stop some of them. Lin Xian would personally deal with these people. I'll deal with the 3 of you first. Lin Xian stared at the Rain clan and the 3 little saints of the spirit sealing star. Then, he attacked with the unparalleled sword. Damn it, the 3 of them felt their scalps go numb at first, then they roared. The other party is too arrogant. Boy, so what if you suppress our cultivation base? Even if we are suppressed to the fifth heavenly layer now, you can't fight against us. Humph, our means are beyond your imagination. The three of them attacked together. Between heaven and earth, the laws spread. The three of them attacked with their divine abilities. Lin Xian dodged quickly like a kuanpeng. Why? Aren't you very confident? Didn't you look down on me? Why do you need to join forces to kill me? Lin Xian sneered. His long sword swept across like a dragon. The divine abilities of the three of them were shattered. Damn it! How can this boy be so strong? The expressions of the three little saints changed dramatically. Previously, they were high and mighty and did not put Lin Xian in their eyes. But now, with their cultivation suppressed, they realized how terrifying Lin Xian's strength was. Their fifth heavenly layer was actually unable to contend against the other party. His opponent's strength was like a vast ocean. The sword aura was so sharp that it made their hair stand on end. Get lost, the three of them roared angrily and counterattacked frantically. Terrifying laws gushed out like waves, wanting to shatter the sword chi. However, it was useless. The cultivation bases of the three minor saints were suppressed while Lin Xian unleashed his full power. The roar of the great dragon sword soul, coupled with the sharpness of the unparalleled sword, was truly powerful to the extreme. Puff, with a single slash, he cleaved apart these laws. With a single slash, the arm of the little saint of the Rain clan was cut off. Boom, at the same time, he raised his leg and kicked the broken arm into a bloody mist. The Rain clan's little saint screamed while the two little saints from Spirit Sealing Star roared. They slapped out their palms, which had terrifying seals on them. They wanted to subdue Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly dodged and retreated like a kuanping. At the same time, he struck out a few more slashes and pulled out the great spear of destruction. Soon, one of the saints was split in half. The other saints were also pierced through by the great spear of destruction. In the blink of an eye, the three saints were severely injured and roared miserably. This scene shocked everyone who was watching from all directions. How could it be? How could this kid be so strong? No, it's not that he's strong, but our cultivation bases are suppressed. Damn it, break the formation quickly, or we'll be in danger. The expert surrounded by lightning said crazily. These people moved quickly, trying to break the formation. Black Mountain made a move in the dark, contending against it. Lin Xian was not worried. He looked at Sangha Little Saint. The three minor saints' bodies were quickly healing, but their faces were extremely miserable. Damn brat, I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Humph, you're just relying on the advantage of the formation. Under normal circumstances, I can kill you with a glance. I'm relying on the advantage of the formation, so what? I'm not even 100 years old. What about you guys? All of you are more than 3,000 years old. Aren't you relying on the advantage of time? If we're the same age, believe it or not, I'll be able to kill the three of you with 1 foot. Lin Xian sneered. Barf, the three minor saints were enraged. Once again, they joined forces and attacked. But unfortunately, they were once again smashed into pieces, and blood flowed everywhere. Kid, you can't kill us. At most, you can break us into pieces, but at our level, we won't die. Once the formation disappears, I'll kill you and tear you into pieces. Not only you, I'll kill everyone related to you and send them all to hell. They screamed crazily. They were extremely angry, but they were not afraid because they knew that this was the power of the formation. Lin Xian couldn't kill them. Can't kill you? Are you sure? Lin Xian snorted and walked over. He grabbed the Rain clan's little saint's head with one hand. The next moment, he activated the Taiji incantation. A terrifying death mist spread out and poured into the little saint's body. Suddenly, the Rain clan's little saint's pupils constricted, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Damn it, you! Just as he was about to say something, Lin Xian smashed his mouth with a slap. Didn't you say that I can't kill you? Sob, sob. The Rain clan's little saint's mouth was smashed, and blood kept flowing out from the cracks. His body began to tremble. His eyes were filled with boundless terror. Damn it, what's going on? What happened to the saint? The two saints next to him also felt their hair stand on end. The little saints around them were even more shocked. What was it that could make a little saint so fearful? Ah. No. The Rain Clan's little saint's smashed mouth recovered and screamed, but it was still smashed again. This time, it was even more thoroughly shattered. His soul wanted to escape. Damn it, how can you? He found that his vitality was rapidly disappearing, and his foundation was damaged. If this continued, he would become a dry corpse. Not only that, but he also found that his soul was threatened. He seemed to have aged. If this continued, he would lose all his saint fates. He wanted to escape, but he was held down by Lin Xian. The Taiji incantation circulated even more crazily. At the same time, Lin Xian's body shone with boundless golden light, covering the black death mist. In the end, the Rain Clan's little saint screamed and turned into a dry corpse. Lin Xian snorted and threw the corpse on the ground. The corpse's arms were broken, and his body was smashed. Other parts of his body were also covered with wounds. His eyes were wide open. Even in death, he could not believe that he was killed. Moreover, he died in the hands of an ant. It's coming. Don't worry, I'll update 5 times before midnight. Was he dead? How was this possible? How could a little saint die just like that? The 2 little saints of Spirit Sealing Star were stunned. The rest of the people were also terrified. At this moment, they were really scared. Although they were angry before, they weren't scared. Because they were confident that with their strength, even if the other party could torture them, it wouldn't matter. He couldn't kill them at all. Now, the means Lin Xian showed were really beyond their expectations. The other party could kill a little saint. This was simply too shocking. One should know that Little Saint was the first watershed of saints. Once a little saint stepped into this realm, there would be earth-shattering changes. A little saint could easily crush a 5th heaven saint. He couldn't even break the other party's defense. If it weren't for this formation, they would have killed the other party more than 10,000 times. And now, the other party had really killed a little saint. This was simply heaven-defying, damn it. Let's get out of here. These little saints finally panicked. They went crazy and desperately wanted to tear the formation apart. Heishan secretly controlled the formation. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to him, "Kid, hurry up. It will be troublesome if these little saints run away." Got it. Lin Xian nodded and turned to look at the 2 little saints of Spirit Sealing Star. He stretched out his hands and grabbed at the 2 little saints. Run. The 2 little saints ran away, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Xian's arms stretched out like a dragon and shrouded the 2 little saints. Then, he pulled them back to his side. The death mist appeared and crazily absorbed their saint fate. The 2 little saints were already seriously injured. Now that they were shrouded in the death mist, their vitality was flowing rapidly. They were terrified. Now, they finally knew what the little saints of Rain Clan were afraid of. This was something that could deprive a saint fate. How could the other party have such a thing? This was unbelievable. Who was this person? The 2 of them didn't dare to resist at all. Now, they only wanted to run away. Boom. Lin Xian grabbed the 2 little saints with both hands and slammed them on the ground. With a boom, 2 deep pits appeared on the ground. The 2 little saints were knocked dizzy. Their bodies weren't broken, but their great emperors were broken. Humph, a tortoise-like body is hard enough. Lin Xian grabbed the 2 of them again and smashed them together. The 2 of them were hit so hard that their heads bled, and cracks appeared on their bodies once again. Damn it, they were crazy. One of them spat out a gourd and scattered a sealing law. Lin Xian had been sealed. This was a good opportunity. The 2 little saints wanted to flee. At this moment, the seal opened with a bang. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword chi. Even now, you still dare to attack me? Go to hell. Locking spring and autumn, the death fog increased in size, continuously seizing the life force of the enemy. Finally, the 2 little saints turned into dried corpses. Their souls had also undergone over 100 cycles of reincarnation. He was tortured beyond recognition. In the end, 2 little saints perished as well. The 3 corpses laid there like 1,000-year-old zombies. It was abnormally strange. Now that the 3 of them have been dealt with, it's your turn next. Lin Xian looked around, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Those little saints felt their hair stand on end. They crazily attacked, burning their bloodline. The formation shook violently. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. His body swayed, and he instantly rushed over. He slashed his sword at the expert who was surrounded by lightning. That expert was split apart, but at the same time, he could move again. He roared, "Kill!" He charged at Lin Xian. Go to hell, and, as a little saint, he really didn't expect that Lin Xian could hurt him. In an instant, the law on his body exploded, shrouding Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the void escape technique to dodge. At the same time, he frowned. Can't Xianxia suppress their cultivation? It's better to suppress it to the fourth heavenly layer. I want to torture these people to death. Damn it, I'll fight, Xianxia gritted his teeth. Originally, he wanted to use a special force at the critical moment. But now, he would use it here. He activated the Great Sage Pagoda again. Although these little saints were powerful, the Great Sage Pagoda. That was a Sun-grade saint tool, which was refined by the Great Sage. Its power was endless. It was absolutely unimaginable. If the Great Sage Pagoda could be fully resurrected, it would only need one strike to destroy the souls of 10 little saints. However, the energy consumed to resurrect the Great Sage Pagoda was too great. Neither Lin Xian nor Xianxia could fully resurrect it. Therefore, they could only use the power of the Great Sage Pagoda as much as possible. Under Xianxia's control, the Great Sage Pagoda erupted again, suppressing the cultivation of the remaining little saints, causing them to fall to the fourth heavenly layer. No, damn it, how is this possible? These people were going crazy. They couldn't believe it at all. Hee hee. Lin Xian sneered. He rushed over like a bolt of lightning, punching and kicking. He directly bombarded the 2 little saints from Thunder God realm. The 2 men's faces were instantly beaten black and blue. They fought back crazily and launched their strongest divine ability. But it was useless. Now, they were suppressed to the fourth heavenly layer. They couldn't do anything to Lin Xian at all. Because although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the third heavenly layer, it wasn't a problem for him to fight a fifth heavenly layer. Unless the cultivation of these little saints wasn't suppressed. Otherwise, they really couldn't defeat Lin Xian. Buzz. The 2 little saints from Thunder God City were beaten until they wet their pants and fled all over the world. One of them was caught by Lin Xian and directly pressed into the ground. The other was kicked into 2 pieces by Lin Xian. The broken body twitched in the air, looking very miserable. Damn kid, I want to get out of here. I will definitely tear you into pieces. The 2 little saints screamed crazily. They were too aggrieved. They were usually high and mighty. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? As soon as they finished speaking, Lin Xian kicked them again. Their heads were stomped into the ground. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Hurry up and let me eat some soil. The 2 little saints opened their mouths, but they ended up eating the dirt instead. The other little saints felt their scalps go numb. To be honest, they were not afraid of being seriously injured. But being tortured by a third heavenly layer little saint like this really drove them crazy. Just looking at it made them panic, not to mention that they would also be in the same situation later. Do you really want to just watch? What happened to the 2 of us will be your end. Hurry up and fight back, the 2 little saints from Thunder God City roared crazily. Lin Xian sneered. Originally, I wanted to torture you for a while more. But it seems like you are courting death. Then I'll send you on your way. He unleashed the death mist, depriving the 2 little saints of their vitality. They screamed crazily. No. Damn it, you can't do this to me. They wanted to show their identity because they didn't believe that Yi Shiwen would dare to kill them. However, Lin Xian didn't give them the chance to do so. 2 big slaps came down and smashed their faces. What are you? Do you still dare to be arrogant? Go to hell. Shit, I'm so scared that I peed my pants. I wrote Lin Xian's massacre in the moonlit night. Suddenly, there was a storm outside and there was a blackout. Then, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. I thought someone was going through a tribulation. It's not that I'm slow. It's a blackout. I don't know if there will be a blackout later. The death mist erupted and directly sucked away the saint secrets of the two little saints. No matter how strong these two minor saints were and how they could look down on other saints, they were just a pile of bones without any life force. 2 more were killed. Who was next? Lin Xian looked around again. Suddenly, the people of Demon City felt their scalps go numb. The demonic chi on their bodies kept surging. The flames on the body of the man from the Golden Crow tribe were also leaping about. The other 2 mysterious men in black were emitting biting cold killing intent. Obviously, they didn't want to be tortured like this, let alone die. Then, you guys will do. Lin Xian stared at the people of Demon City. Previously, they had sent the Void Beast to kill him. Now, it was time to pay them back. Lin Xian held the unparalleled sword and charged over. The 2 little saints of Demon City were sent flying while vomiting blood. There were 2 more sword wounds on their bodies, but their bodies didn't split open. After all, they were demonic beasts with strong bodies. The 2 of them broke free from the control of the mind-calming pearl and roared crazily, "Kill him!" The 2 of them attacked while healing their bodies. One of them turned his palm into a mountain and blasted over with the terrifying great Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Xian sneered and slashed out with his sword. Blood splattered. The palm of the little saint was split open, revealing deep white bones. A miserable cry was heard. The little saint covered his arm and retreated. At this time, the other little saint came over. A tail appeared on his body, carrying sharp poison as it quickly rushed over. This attack was comparable to a sacred artifact. Lin Xian used his physical body to fight back, and the battle was earth-shattering. The little saint's cultivation base was suppressed. He couldn't resist and was sent flying while vomiting blood. In the end, the tail was beaten into a bloody pulp. Lin Xian even cut it off with his sword and then tested it with the 9 Suns' divine flame. The smell of barbecued meat filled the air. Lin Xian laughed loudly. The little saint was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it! He really deserved to die. What is your true form? Is it a big lizard? Meat tastes terrible. Lin Xian spat, his face full of disdain. The little saint from Demon City was so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Roaring, he transformed into an enormous lizard. His scarlet eyes blossomed with a terrifying light. It really is a big lizard. I'm not interested in you. I don't want to eat your meat. Get lost. Lin Xian punched out. Boom. Boom, the lizard small saint didn't dare to take the attack head-on because he had fought with Lin Xian before. He wasn't a match for Lin Xian at all and could only dodge quickly. Lin Xian's fists were fast, hitting him like thunder. Helplessly. He could only avoid being hit in his vitals. Many bloody holes appeared on his body. Die for me. At this moment, he revealed a sinister smile and directly swallowed the other party. Kid, I'll use my venom to refine you, the lizard small saint laughed. His divine ability was very unique, allowing him to devour anyone. He could even refine a minor saint, let alone a 3rd heavenly layer saint. So what if the other party was strong? He definitely wouldn't be able to withstand his venom. The other little saints heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the crisis was over. Among them, the expert from the Golden Crow tribe swept his gaze in all directions. Obviously, he was looking for the ancient dragon's corpse. The other 2 mysterious people shrouded in black mist also had their eyes flickering. It seemed like they were also looking for the dragon's corpse. However, they couldn't find it. At this moment, the expert from the Golden Crow tribe spoke. Don't kill him. Leave him with one last breath. I must know where he hid the dragon's body. Don't worry, I'll help you find out. We can share the dragon's corpse equally. The lizard small saint revealed a sinister smile. Boom, suddenly, he screamed and revealed a look of horror. That enormous body actually began to tremble. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. No. Damn it. You can't do this to me. He screamed, his eyes filled with infinite fear. What happened? These people were stunned again. They really couldn't figure out what Lin Xian had that made him so terrified. The lizard small saint's body was getting smaller and smaller. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to because he had already swallowed Lin Xian. Lin Xian had used the death mist to absorb his saint's secret. He had brought this upon himself. Sure enough, the lizard small saint died the fastest. His life force was sucked dry in an instant. Lin Xian walked out of the broken body. He shook his head and sneered. Then, he looked at the other little saint of the demon race. Ah! The little saint screamed and spat out a sharp sword toward the formation. It was a saint artifact, a mid-grade saint artifact. It was very powerful. In the sky, it turned into a bolt of lightning, splitting the void and creating an endless black hole. However, it didn't break the formation. This was because the formation was formed by the great sage's weapon. The gap between the two was too big. The little saint was in despair. Lin Xian sneered. A saint weapon? Seems like you don't have confidence in yourself. Do you need a saint weapon to kill me? It was true that none of the minor saints had brought out their saint items because they felt that they were already giving face to a third heaven ant by coming here personally. As for bringing a saint weapon? What a joke. They could kill him with just a glance. However, the result was beyond their expectations. Their opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. The little saint from Myriad Demon City roared and charged forward, brandishing his sword. You want to compete with me in sword technique? You're too inexperienced. Lin Xian swung his sword. With 3 slashes, the little saint was split into 3 halves. Black mist rushed out and shrouded the broken body. The saint's secret was taken away. He died again. This time, the pupils of the experts of the Golden Crow race shrunk. The 2 experts who were shrouded in black mist were also shocked. What a terrifying death chi. What's that? It looks very similar to the death mist. The eyes of the expert of the Golden Crow race shone with a cold light. Now, he finally knew why. Some little saints would be killed. This was the death mist. Even though they were little saints, they didn't dare to get too close to the death mist. This kind of thing was too terrifying. How did he have it? What a sinister kid. He secretly installed the death mist to deal with us. But how much can you have? Moreover, will you remain untainted? The expert of the Golden Crow race looked disdainful. He had never thought that Lin Xian would be able to control the death mist. This was beyond his knowledge. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have taken advantage of the situation and used a saint artifact to store some of the death mist. Now, kneel down and kowtow to me. Remove the formation and tell me the dragon's corpse. I can guarantee that I will leave your corpse intact. His body was covered in flames, blooming like a god. Leave my corpse intact? You're really arrogant. Why don't you look at the situation now? Do you still have the right to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian also smiled. The Golden Crow race thinks too highly of themselves. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them from head to toe. Last time, I ate one of your wings. It tasted good. But it's too little. Don't worry, I'll leave your corpse intact because I'm going to eat you. The wind kept blowing and the rain kept falling. Lin Xian kept killing. Please vote. Lin Xian was drooling at this point. The roasted golden crow was a little Saint Golden Crow. The meat would definitely be delicious. Don't worry, I won't use the death mist this time to ensure that your body is intact and has sufficient energy. Lin Xian asked Black Mountain to control the mind-settling pearl to freeze the last 2 people shrouded in the black mist. He let go. He let go of his control over the Golden Crow little saint. This time, Lin Xian was going to use his strength to kill his opponent. You gave up your control over me? The Golden Crow little saint smirked when he felt the control around him disappear. You're very confident, but you're also very stupid. Do you really think you can fight against me? We, the Golden Crow tribe, are divine beasts that are no weaker than true dragons and Qilins. How dare you fight against me? You're courting death. Very well, I'll let you die willingly. Didn't you say that you're invincible among your peers? Today, I'll use my 3rd heavenly layer cultivation base to kill you. I'll let you see how laughable you are. The aura of the Golden Crow small sage changed once again. It actually dropped. It descended to the 3rd heavenly layer. This time, it wasn't the effect of the formation, but his own cultivation base. You actually sealed your cultivation base to fight against me at the same level? Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. He smiled as well. You're very confident, but you're also very stupid. Do you really think you can fight against me at the same level? The Golden Crow little saint had just said the same thing. Now, Lin Xian had returned the same words to him. You're a sharp-tongued kid. You can be arrogant. I'll catch you later and tear you apart piece by piece. The Golden Crow little saint's murderous aura surged. His eyes were like heavenly blades. Buzz, in the next moment, he made his move. With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. Even the formation was stirred. One had to admit that the Golden Crow tribe was very powerful, especially the Golden Crow little saint. Although he had suppressed his cultivation base, his violent power still frightened the others. Golden Crow Divine Claw. His body shone brightly, forming a golden claw that grabbed forward. Murderous intent surged into the sky like countless swords and sabers. It shattered the void and enveloped Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian roared and punched out. Terrifying golden flames flickered on his fists, turning into divine swords one after another, flying between heaven and earth. Boom, after the attack, the fake mountains, pavilions, and houses in the mansion were all reduced to dust and no longer existed. If it weren't for the defensive array formation, the entire evil demon city would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. How was that possible? He had blocked it. The Golden Crow little saint was stunned. He felt his arm go numb. His opponent's sword chi was too powerful. And his fist was too hard. It made him feel as if he had collided with 100,000 mountains, and his chi and blood were surging. It was truly unbelievable. In a battle of the same level, he was actually unable to contend against the other party? He didn't believe it. You have some strength, to actually be able to receive my attack. However, after 3 moves, I'll definitely cripple you. The Golden Crow race's small saint snorted coldly. The flames around his body trembled, making him look like a demonic god that was unstoppable. Kill, Lin Xian roared as well. Golden light shone, making him look like a god of war. He waved his fist, bringing with it a supreme killing technique. Boom, boom, the second move was a shocking confrontation between the two. The Golden Crow race's small saint was sent flying. In the third move, Lin Xian punched his opponent's arm. Half of his opponent's body turned into a bloody mist. Ah, the Golden Crow race's small saint screamed. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I want you dead. He was too angry. How embarrassing. He had just said that he could crush his opponent in a battle of the same level, and even defeat him in 3 moves. However, in a battle of the same level, he was actually injured by his opponent. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Moreover, the slap in the face came too quickly. How could the arrogant him tolerate this? Buzz, the power of his bloodline formed a long golden saber that he held in his hand. When the saber slashed down, his chi and blood rushed into the clouds. Heaven and earth were split apart. Lin Xian also felt a chill run down his spine. He roared and struck out a sky full of sword shadows. 108,000 swords, each of them golden, with monstrous killing intent, turned into a rain of swords and soared into the sky. They collided with his opponent's golden saber. The whole sky was filled with clanging sounds, and the entire void was shattered. It was like a sea of swords. At this moment, the Golden Crow race's small saint was engulfed. The 2 mysterious experts who were nailed in the distance also gasped. They had to admit that Lin Xian was really too powerful. In a battle of the same level, no one would be a match for him. Indeed, in the rain of swords, the Golden Crow race's small saint screamed crazily. His bloodline saber was shattered. Not only that, but there were also 24 swords piercing through his body. The terrifying crack was a ghastly sight. I want you dead. I must kill you, he roared, and the seal was lifted. His cultivation soared again, reaching the 4th heaven. However, when it rose, it was suppressed by the formation, and stopped at the 4th heaven. Damn it! Damn it! If he had his full strength, he wouldn't have to be so sullen. He could kill his opponent with just a glance. Lin Xian sneered. Didn't you say you want to fight me at the same level? You want to kill me? Didn't you say you want to kill me in 3 moves? Why can't you do it? Is this your pride? Is this the power of the Golden Crow race's bloodline? In my opinion, it's just SOSO. It was just that with the help of the passage of time, the time it took to cultivate was longer. If I become a small saint in the future, killing someone like you will be as easy as blowing off dust. The Golden Crow race's small saint was trembling with anger. He couldn't win against Lin Xian, and he couldn't refute him. Now, only by killing Lin Xian and using his blood could he wash away his shame. He turned into a flash of lightning, once again holding a golden saber, and charged over. At this moment, he was like a god of death, constantly attacking. Terrifying golden shadows were everywhere in the world. The whole world was boiling. However, in the sky full of saber light and flames, a figure swept in all directions. It was as if he was the supreme god of war, splitting the heaven and earth. Lin Xian was too strong. All the saber light was blown away by him, and the flames were absorbed and refined by him. The Golden Crow race's small saint was just SOSO. If you don't have any other trump cards, you can die now. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Blue Tide Sound Wave. He formed a seal with his palm, and his eye technique swept across in all directions. This was a very powerful eye technique. A small saint might be able to resist it, but his cultivation base was suppressed at this moment. Even the strength of his soul was suppressed. Therefore, at this moment, the Golden Crow race's small saint could feel the threat of the Blue Tide Sound Wave, and he couldn't stop trembling. His face was pale, and he almost fell down. However, he was an expert after all. At this critical moment, he activated his bloodline. Behind him, a huge shadow of the Golden Crow appeared. It emitted a terrifying light and blocked the sound waves of the blue tide. Brat, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my bloodline phantom even if you die. The Golden Crow race's small saint stood in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. The Golden Crow shadow, the Wushang old ancestor's bloodline fragment that was left in his bloodline, was activated by her. Golden Crow roar, the shadow behind him looked up to the sky and let out a loud scream. The void shattered. Even the faces of the 2 little saints in the distance changed. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, the Golden Crow race's small saint's cultivation base was suppressed. Otherwise, the 2 of them would be severely injured. This was an extremely powerful soul attack. This time, that kid will definitely die. 5th update, collapse. Buzz Lin Xian's eyes turned golden with mysterious runes revolving around them. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky behind him. It was like a deity with a terrifying power. What's that? The 2 minor saints were shocked and could not believe their eyes. That pair of eyes was too terrifying. As soon as the golden eyes appeared, they were like the eyes of a deity, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earth. It collided with the roar of the Golden Crow. In the sky, a huge Golden Crow phantom collided with the eyes of a deity, producing a violent screech. The deity's eyes emitted a terrifying golden light that pierced through the Golden Crow phantom. With a wail, the Golden Crow turned into energy and exploded. The Golden Crow small saint took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of shock. This is impossible. How can you break my ultimate skill? Nothing is impossible. It's time for me to send you on your way. Lin Xian snorted and a black spear appeared in his hand. The great spear of destruction was incomparably black, as if it could devour one's soul. Kill, he was like a peerless barbarian king. The great spear of destruction danced in the air, tearing the heavens and earth apart. Although they were both saint weapons, the great spear of destruction and the unparalleled sword were different. At least, the aura on them was completely different. The black spear carried boundless killing intent that made one's scalp numb. Puff with one strike, half of the Golden Crow small saint's body was destroyed. At the same time, half of the heavens and earth were shattered. Damn it! How can he be so strong? The Golden Crow small saint's face became incomparably ugly. He quickly retreated and his body healed quickly. Previously, he was still arrogant and thought that he could defeat his opponent at the same level. Now, it seemed that even if his cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, he might not be able to defeat him. Damn it, the Golden Crow small saint gritted his teeth. He did not bring any saint weapons with him because he felt that he did not need them. However, there was still a saint weapon here. It was left behind in the demon city and he had snatched it away by force. Asterisk clang asterisk in the next strike, he blocked the black spear. When the two collided, a clanging sound was heard, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he continued to attack. He was like a black dragon that swooped down. The Golden Crow small sage tried his best to defend himself. However, he was still pushed back. Eventually, the longsword in his hand was knocked away and one of his arms was chopped off. Damn it, what is this black spear? Why did it feel even more terrifying than the unparalleled sword? In the distance, the two mysterious little saints felt their scalps go numb because they felt that the aura of the Saint Chi was too unusual. At this moment, Lin Xian was truly like a killing saint, attacking powerfully. The Golden Crow small sage was also enraged. He ignited his own bloodline and wanted to break through his limit to fight against the other party. His strength had increased once again, and it seemed like he was about to break through to the 5th heavenly layer. He soared into the sky and battled Lin Xian. The two collide. The endless void shattered, as if suns were being split apart one after another. That scene was simply too terrifying. Saint blood splattered everywhere as golden feathers fell from the sky. They all belonged to the Golden Crow small saint. Lin Xian was also injured. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. One had to admit that the Golden Crow small sage was extremely terrifying when he went berserk. However, the other party would definitely die this time. Kill, those feathers that fell off kept burning and turned into flaming divine swords that flew towards Lin Xian. The entire sky was set ablaze. The long spear, stellar transposition, turned the divine feathers around and attacked the Golden Crow small sage. Lin Xian also used all his abilities to fight against the Golden Crow small sage. The long spear pierced through the Golden Crow small sage's body and one of his hands grabbed one of the Golden Crow small sage's wings. At the same time, he gave up the Great Destruction spear and attacked with his other hand. Damn it, how dare you, the Golden Crow small sage was terrified. He did not want to let the other party grab his wings. If that happened, he would not be able to break free. However, the other hand grabbed his wings too. Lin Xian roared towards the sky like a peerless overlord. With a single strike, the Golden Crow small saint, the living holy saint, was torn into 2. Sacred blood splattered on the ground, causing the ground to sink and the void to shatter. The 2 halves of the Golden Crow small sage's body struggled, trying to heal itself. However, Lin Xian spat out endless dragon-shaped sword chi, shattering the wounds. The sword chi was so strong that the Golden Crow small sage could not heal himself in a short period of time. Was he torn apart? The 2 mysterious small saints were dumbfounded. That was the Golden Crow small sage. How terrifying was that? Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be able to withstand it. Now, the Golden Crow small sage was torn into half by the other party. Was this young man already terrifying to such an extent? No. I am immortal and indestructible. The Golden Crow small sage could not heal himself, but mysterious runes appeared in his blood again. This was the power of his blood. He summoned the old ancestor's shadow and managed to merge the 2 halves of his body together. You can't kill me. I am not comparable to those trash. The Golden Crow small sage stood in the void, his expression extremely cold. I never thought that I would reach this stage. However, I will definitely kill you, old ancestor, please descend. The blood of the Golden Crow small sage turned into terrifying laws and scattered between the heavens and earth. It seemed like he was performing some kind of ancient ritual. As expected, half of the blood in his body flowed out and constructed a golden altar. The aura became even more majestic. Above the 9 heavens, a beam of light tore open the void. It seemed like a mysterious figure was about to descend. It was a summoning technique. Lin Xian was shocked. He used to be able to summon the ancient heroic spirits in the heavens and earth. It seemed like the Golden Crow small sage was going to summon his old ancestor. He would not let the other party succeed. The great spear of destruction shot out a giant black sword chi that soared into the sky, trying to tear the Golden Crow's shadow apart. However, there was a mysterious power that stopped it. It's useless. The Golden Crow small sage's expression was cold. You can't break it. Just you wait. When I have the strongest power, I will torture you to death. You have said this before, but you don't have the strength to do it. Do you think you can do it with the strength of your old ancestor? Too naive. I don't care if you are an ancestor or a junior. I will annihilate your Golden Crow clan, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A green sword shadow rushed out from his body and slashed forward. It's useless. The Golden Crow small sage disdained. Even if another small saint wielded a saint artifact, they wouldn't be able to break the shadow I summoned. Unless a heavenly sovereign came. Puff, roar, sword light flashed, splitting the void in half. An extremely angry roar sounded, as if it had transcended space and time. How is this possible? The Golden Crow small sage was dumbfounded. He discovered that the shadow he summoned was split in half. Damn it, how is this possible? He was dumbfounded. He had just said that not even a small saint could do it. How could a third heavenly realm true saint do it? Buzz. Buzz, the cyan dragon-shaped sword shadow attacked a few more times and completely destroyed the ancestor's phantom. The golden light that filled the sky disappeared. The golden blood of the Golden Crow small sage was completely burned. Damn it, how could it fail? He had completely lost his mind. He had used half of his saint fate to summon the shadow, but it disappeared without a trace before it could display its power. Run, the Golden Crow small sage quickly ran away. He had no choice. He had already summoned his strongest ability, but he still couldn't defeat his opponent. Unless he regained his small saint cultivation, he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent. How could Lin Xian possibly let the other party escape? He quickly charged towards the other party. His attacks were bold, and his strength was getting stronger and stronger. The two of them fought fiercely. In the end, the Golden Crow small sage exploded several times. Finally, his soul was destroyed. There were also several cracks on Lin Xian's body. They were caused by his opponent's counterattack. However, they weren't fatal injuries. His body was stained with blood. Some of it belonged to him, but most of it belonged to the Golden Crow small sage. The huge corpse fell on the ground, revealing its true form. It was a demonic beast that was bigger than a palace. There were countless cracks on its body. The crisscrossing of the cracks was shocking. It's so big. I'll definitely be full this time. Lin Xian smiled. These words were like thunder in the ears of the two mysterious powerhouses, causing them to tremble from head to toe. Run, the two of them roared. One of them exploded his body, shattering the attack of the mind fixation pearl and turned into a stream of light to escape. You want to run? Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying light. The blue sea tide sound wave was sent out. At the same time, he stretched out his palm. A huge hand that covered the sky stopped the two of them. The two of them also had their cultivation suppressed. They didn't dare to fight back. They could only dodge quickly. Lin Xian chased after one of them with all his strength. He knew that they couldn't escape. Soon, he caught up to that person. The battle continued. His body was torn apart. His soul wanted to escape, but Lin Xian used the death fog to envelop him, directly depriving him of his vitality. I hate you. That person screamed. The black chi on his body disappeared, revealing a pale face. It's you, Lin Xian was stunned. How could it be him? He found that he knew this person. It was the old man from the auction. He's from the Demon Palace. Lin Xian's face was incomparably gloomy. He didn't expect that the last mysterious force would be the Demon Palace. Damn it, what's going on? Why would the Demon Palace attack him? He had never provoked the Demon Palace before. He stared at the last person. Tell me what you know. Why did you come to kill me? I can give you a quick death. Humph, you'll never know. The last little saint's face was extremely cold. Suddenly, a wisp of piercingly cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. Explode, that guy actually detonated that saint artifact. A terrifying rumbling sound rang out, and the array fluctuated. Finally, a crack was torn open. The little saint's face lit up with joy as he prepared to leave. Not good. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up his sleeve. If the other party were to escape, it would be troublesome. His secret would be exposed. He was afraid that there would be even more experts coming to kill him. Today, he was able to set up this trap because he had the initiative. Next time, these people would not be trapped so easily. Just the thought of being hunted down by a dozen little saints was enough to give him a headache. Therefore, he would never let the other party leave. "Where are you going?" Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul rushed out of his body, turned into a stream of light, and flew straight into the sky. The little saint felt the terror. He didn't dare to face it head-on and quickly fled. However, the power of the great dragon sword soul was too strong. The terrifying sword light shrouded him. "Get lost!" the little saint roared. He felt that his cultivation base was rapidly recovering. Now, his cultivation base had reached the 5th heavenly layer. Therefore, he slapped his palm at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. With a puff, his palm was chopped off, and blood gushed out. "Damn it, it's not enough. It needs to break even more," the little saint roared crazily. As long as the array was completely destroyed, he would be able to leave completely. "Black Mountain," Lin Xian growled. Black Mountain said, "No, the power of the saint artifact is too strong. The array is useless. However, I won't let him escape." As he spoke, he controlled the great sage pagoda and smashed it down. The little saint was wild with joy. Soon, he would be able to recover to the little saint realm. However, at this moment, a pagoda fell from the sky. With a boom, it smashed into him. His body fell, clawing through the void. His internal organs were completely shattered. There was not a single part of his body that was intact. "No. Damn it, what is this thing? It's a Sun-class saint artifact," he screamed in horror. Indeed, if it was a Moon-class saint artifact, it would not have caused such great damage to him. "Damn it, the other party often has such a saint artifact. It's too unbelievable, why don't you run away?" Lin Xian sneered, held the great spear of destruction, and rushed forward. The little saint screamed crazily. At the same time, a dragon roar came from the black earth. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The ruffian dragon had come back to life. Sure enough, in the next moment, a light flashed and turned into the shadow of a dragon, roaring at the sky. The dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. "How is this possible? You're still alive." The little saint was dumbfounded when he saw the dark red dragon. It was too unbelievable. Wasn't the other party dead? "Dead, my ass. How dare you plot against me? I'll kill you." After the dark red dragon came out, it waved its dragon claw and directly shattered the little saint's head. Then, it began to attack crazily. The little saint's cultivation base was suppressed again, so he was in a miserable state at this moment. In the end, he was beaten to death by the dark red dragon many times. "Awesome!" the dark red dragon roared, its eyes filled with monstrous anger. Obviously, it knew the old man, and it seemed that the hatred between them was not small. "Are you all right? And why were you in that box?" Lin Xian asked. "It was very complicated. Boy, it's all thanks to you that I came back to life. Is the dark red dragon safe here?" Lin Xian shook his head. "It's not safe. We've just killed 10 little saints. It will probably cause a big commotion. Let's leave this place first." Black Mountain also floated out. The 3 of them discussed for a while and then left. However, before they left, Lin Xian also kept the corpse of the little saint of the Golden Crow clan. He could not waste such a delicious food. From this moment on, the Evil Devil Citadel was destined to not be peaceful. The experts of the Rain Clan and the people of Spirit Sealing Star waited together. "Humph, that boy should be dead this time, right? That's for sure. We've sent 3 little saints to kill him. How could he still be alive? Finally, a big disaster has been eliminated." A glimmer of hope appeared in Di Ling's eyes. As long as this person was dead, he could continue to live freely in the future. Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, she could avenge her brother. Lei Shunqing and the people of Demon City sneered. Xianxia of the Golden Crow clan stood outside the mansion. His eyes were cold as he looked down. Although the Golden Crow clan had sent an expert this time, it was enough. He estimated that he could torture that boy to death with a slight lift of his hand. The son of the evil devil citadel. A devilish man who did not look like a human. He sat in the main hall, tapping the void with his finger, sending out rhythmic waves. In front of him stood many experts of the evil devil palace. Young master, don't worry. Our people will definitely bring back the dragon's corpse. Yeah, we didn't expect that dragon to be in the box. Didn't he die in the mist of death? Could it be that this is where Lin Wudy lives? Someone finally screamed. No way. That Lin Wudy. Why are there so many small saints here? Are you stupid? They must be here to kill Lin Wudy. But why are they dead? These people were shocked. Could it be that Lin Wudy killed them? That was impossible. Lin Wudy had long been destroyed in body and soul. It's impossible for him to still be alive. I guess it's very likely that it's the dragon in Lin Wudy's hand. That dragon's corpse was coveted by countless people, so these small saints came to fight for it. They might as well kill Lin Wudy while they were at it. But why can't they see the dragon? There was a dragon roar just now. Maybe the dragon is alive. Maybe it was taken away by someone else. Did you guys notice? There doesn't seem to be the corpse of the Golden Crow clan. Suddenly, someone whispered. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood. They searched carefully and indeed didn't find the corpse of the Golden Crow clan. Xianxia's heart was beating wildly. If they didn't find it, then the Golden Crow small saint was still alive. Maybe the Golden Crow small saint had succeeded. Thinking of this, he was wild with joy. He wanted to sneak away quietly, but soon, someone blocked his way. Where's the expert of the Golden Crow clan? Who did it? Ask him to come out. That's right. Could it be that he killed our people? The people of Demon City surrounded him, their faces incomparably gloomy. The people of Thunder God City were the same. For a moment, Xianxia was surrounded by countless eyes. His scalp was about to explode. To be honest, there were so many experts here. If they were really angry at him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it no matter how talented he was. So he quickly said, "Everyone, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me leave quickly. I'm just here to watch the show. I don't know anything about this matter." Everyone sneered. They didn't believe him at all. As for the people of Thunder God City and Demon City, their faces were incomparably ferocious. The demon son turned his head and stared at Xianxia. "You'd better tell us the whereabouts of your small saints. We won't hurt you. What we want is the corpse of the dragon. If you don't hand it over, don't blame us for being rude." A cold killing intent appeared in the eyes of the evil demon son. Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. However, he was also enraged. "You dare to touch me? Aren't you afraid that my Golden Crow clan will massacre the fiend planet?" When these words came out, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even the devil child's expression changed. Indeed, Xianxia's identity was extraordinary. He was someone from the Golden Crow clan. As for the Golden Crow clan, it was an extremely huge clan. It was abnormally terrifying. If they really angered such a terrifying clan, they would definitely be killed. If they were to truly attack, their fiend palace would not be able to contend against them. However, he would not let this matter rest so easily. The abyssal demon's son looked at the people from the 10,000 Demon City, Lei Shencheng, the Spirit Sealing Star, and the Rain Clan. He said, "What do you think?" The people of the Demon City said that during the day, the Golden Crow clan showed that they were determined to win. Now that Xianxia had appeared here, they would not believe that they did not participate in this matter. That's right, that's right. Furthermore, only their Golden Crow clan's corpses were not among the corpses here. This meant that the Golden Crow clan had succeeded in the end. I suggest that we lock up this Golden Sea and wait for the trade with the Golden Crow clan. That's right, I have the same idea. The experts of the Demon City nodded. These two Saint Realm experts were still hostile and wanted to fight before, but now, they were facing an outsider. It had to be said that the grudges between Saint Realm experts were too weak. Profit was the most eternal thing. It seemed that this was the only way. In the end, everyone discussed and locked up Xianxia. At the same time, they sent a message to the Golden Crow clan, asking them to bring the dragon's corpse to trade. The faces of the Rain clan and the people of the Spirit Sealing Star were incomparably ugly. Damn it, they really deserved to die. They were not interested in the dragon's corpse at all because they did not need it. They did not have the strength to snatch it. They were only here to kill Lin Xian, but they had lost 3 little saints in the process. It made their hearts bleed. It seemed that the kid was also dead. This was a blessing in disguise. There was no other way. They were involved in the storm. Yu Shixia, Di Ling, and the others shook their heads and sighed. They felt that they could only accept this loss. From the beginning to the end, they, including everyone, thought that Lin Xian was dead. His body and soul were destroyed, and not even his corpse was left behind. The reason why these little saints had died was because they had killed each other. They wondered what kind of expression they would have if they knew the truth. This matter soon spread out, and the whole heart of Devil was shaken. Countless experts gathered at the evil demon city. The experts of the Golden Crow clan also changed their faces when they learned that Xianxia was suppressed. How dare he touch the people of the Golden Crow clan? He was courting death. For a moment, they also moved out. Firstly, they wanted to save Xianxia. Secondly, they wanted to rescue their minor saints. But after looking around, they did not find any minor saints. This made them feel incredulous. What's going on? Why haven't they come back yet? Could it be that there was an accident? That's impossible. Our little saint must have realized the severity of the situation, so he must have gone into hiding. Don't worry, they will come back to us in 2 days. These experts of the Golden Crow clan discussed for a while and finally nodded slightly. They felt that the most important thing to do right now was to rescue Xianxia. The experts of the Golden Crow clan moved out and began to negotiate with the people of the Demon City, Thunder God City, and the Demon Palace. The others were watching nervously. Gradually, the sky brightened. The negotiations between the two sides were very intense. There were a few times when the people of the Golden Crow clan slammed the table and tore the entire hall apart. Between heaven and earth, terrifying murderous intent lingered, and a great battle almost broke out. But in the end, they did not fight. The two sides once again had a fierce discussion. It seemed that no one was willing to give in. The people of the Demon City said that they wanted to share the corpses of the dragons equally. On the other hand, the Golden Crow clan said that they did not see any dragons and asked for Xianxia to be released. Both sides could not hold on. It was already noon. At this time, the onlookers outside the evil demon city were shocked. What's the smell that's so fragrant? Yes, I'm really hungry. How is that possible? At our level, it's not a problem for us to not eat or drink for 100 years. Damn it, what kind of meat is so fragrant? Indeed, they smelled a fragrance drifting over from afar. I'm drooling. Let's go and take a look. These people followed the fragrance. Even the people from the Golden Crow clan, the 10,000 Demon City, and the others who were negotiating in the main hall were stunned. Where is the fragrance coming from? The people of the Thunder God City and the Demon City swallowed their saliva. The people of the Golden Crow clan were also stunned. But soon, their expressions changed. Damn it. Their eyes instantly turned red. Why do I feel the smell of the Golden Crow clan? Today is the 4th chapter, let me take a break. After all, I still have to take the college entrance exam in 2 days. Boom, in an instant, they tore apart the palace and came to the 9th heaven. Who dares to tease my Golden Crow tribe here? No one dared to answer. Everyone looked at the sky blankly. Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. He was almost roasted by someone previously. It was this smell that floated out. Now that this smell floated out, didn't this mean that someone was testing the Golden Crow tribe? What? Roasted Golden Crow? It was impossible. The surrounding people were all stunned. The Golden House tribe experts turned into flowing lights and moved freely in the sky. Soon, they stopped in a pavilion in the evil demon city. This was a restaurant that had rare treasures in the world. At this moment, there was a hubbub of voices inside. Everyone was surrounding a huge golden roasted meat and drooling there. It smelled so good. I really wanted to take a bite. However, it was a little too expensive. I can't afford it. Some of the saints were sighing in despair. After the Golden Crow tribe experts arrived and saw the golden roasted meat, their eyes instantly turned red. White smoke came out of their bodies. Go to hell. One of them shouted angrily and slapped out. The palace below was instantly smashed into pieces. Some warriors were even slapped into a bloody mist. The others also ran away crazily. What was going on? Who dared to attack Blackstained Plumes? Who was it? Did they want to die? A few powerful figures rushed out of Blackstained Plumes and suppressed the surroundings. How could those who could open a shop in Evil Demon City be simple? They all had the support of a top force behind them. At this moment, those experts rushed out. Who dared to cause trouble in Blackstained Plumes? An expert from the Golden Crow tribe attacked and instantly sent a few experts flying. It was the Golden Crow tribe. Those people were originally angry, but when they saw the Golden Crow expert, their faces instantly changed. Blackstained Plumes has never offended the Golden Crow tribe. They gritted their teeth and said. Although the Golden Crow tribe was strong, they attacked just because of a disagreement. Wasn't that too much of a bully? All of you deserve to die. How dare you test the corpse of our Golden Crow tribe's expert? The Golden Crow tribe expert gritted his teeth and roared. The others were stunned after hearing that. The Blackstained Plumes experts were even more dumbfounded. The corpse of a Golden Crow expert? How was that possible? You must be mistaken. Even if you gave us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to take the exam. Then, what was down there? Oh, that's sparrow meat. There was a sparrow that cultivated into a spirit and reached the demon sage level. It was slaughtered by someone, and that person sold a portion of its meat to us. Damn your sparrow meat. The people of the Golden Crow clan were instantly enraged. The flames on their bodies surged and danced, engulfing the 9 heavens. Those experts from Blackstained Plumes were roasted by the flames until they were incomparably miserable. Damn it. Your Golden Crow clan is going too far. Behind us is the Demon Palace. These people roared crazily. True enough. Experts from the Fiend Palace. He also rushed over. Thunder God Ching. Demon City, Silver Palace, and even the evil demon child were here. When the people from the Demon Palace saw this scene, their expressions all sunk. However, when they found out that what was being roasted below was actually the corpse of a Golden Crow clan elite, they were all stunned. What's going on? Where did the Golden Crow corpse come from? Could it be that person? They recalled that only the Golden Crow tribe Little Saints hadn't discovered the Little Saints that day. Now, someone was testing the Golden Crow corpse. Could it be the corpse of a Golden Crow clan Little Saint? When they thought of this possibility, their scalps went numb. The experts of Blackstained Plumes were on the verge of tears. They kept explaining that it was really sparrow meat. It was sold to us by a young man. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. Many people have seen it. The matter here caused an uproar. The experts of the Golden Crow clan were completely enraged. They snatched back the golden roasted meat and then killed the experts of Blackstained Plumes. In the end, they even fought a great battle with the Demon Palace. It could be said that the scene was very chaotic. At the same time, the instigators, namely Lin Xian and the others, had already left the Demon Palace and came to the mountain range. They formed a formation to conceal the heavenly secrets. Then, they began to roast the Golden Crow meat. Lin Xian took out all kinds of spirit wine and chatted with the dark red divine dragon while waiting. Black Mountain swallowed his saliva. Damn it. Why am I a soul? If I had a body, I would eat more. Black Mountain kept circling around the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow's body was really too big. At this moment, it was being roasted by the 9 suns' divine flame. The fragrance was very strong. Lin Xian tore a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Then, he drank another mouthful of spirit wine. The dark red divine dragon also buried its head in the food. The two of them ate less than half of the meat and couldn't eat any more. Because this Golden Crow was a little saint. The energy contained in its body was really too terrifying. They ate so much that their bodies were about to explode. The two of them quickly refined the meat and burped. 2 days later, they patted their stomachs. Lin Xian asked. Ruffian dragon, you can tell me now, the dark red divine dragon told him what had happened. After listening, Lin Xian frowned and became nervous. It turned out that the dark red divine dragon and the northern demon were indeed brought to the fiend planet and then controlled by the people of the demon palace. Because the northern demon was discovered, his myriad demon body was taken away. No one knew where it was. Because the dark red divine dragon had a special body and was a dragon, it was arranged to go to the void ocean to retrieve the ancient treasure box. The dark red divine dragon resisted, but there were too many experts on the fiend planet, and there were also little saints suppressing it. It was not a match at all, so it could only go. Needless to say, it suffered a lot during this period. In the end, it encountered an accident in the void ocean and was eroded by the death fog. Therefore, at the critical moment, it ate the thing in the treasure box and then hid inside. After that, it lost consciousness. It was only until Lin Xian used the Eye of Time to save it. What did you eat? Why did it lose its vitality? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon complained. Damn it, don't mention it. I was tricked. I ate a kind of black fruit. I thought that since it was sealed in the treasure box, it must be a natural treasure that was passed down from ancient times. Who would have thought that the fruit was definitely expired? It actually killed me? Lin Xian was baffled when he heard that, but the corners of Gui Shen's mouth twitched. What kind of thing did you eat? It's called a nirvana fruit. After eating one, your vitality will drop and you will enter a state of suspended animation. It's like nirvana rebirth. When you wake up again, your strength will increase. That kind of thing is very precious, and even if you get it, you won't dare to eat it. Even a little saint wouldn't dare to eat it like you did. That box of yours is so big, and there should be at least a few hundred of them. You actually ate them all. If you don't die, who will? The dark red divine dragon was speechless. Damn, how would I know what kind of fruit has such an effect? Lin Xian was also shocked. No wonder. Nirvana rebirth. Ruffian dragon, didn't you realize that your strength increased greatly after you came back to life? Now that you mention it, it's true. The dark red dragon was surprised. Back then, he was only a first heaven saint. His strength was far inferior to Lin Xian's. But now, he had beaten up a little saint after coming back to life. Although that little saint's cultivation base had been suppressed, he was still not someone that any saint could contend against. This showed that Ruffian Long's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? Ruffian Long felt that his current cultivation base was at the 5th heaven. He was 2 heavens higher than Lin Xian. He was very proud of himself. Ha ha ha, boy, I've surpassed you. Come, let's fight for 300 rounds. Alright, stop messing around. I'm not in the mood. Where's the northern monster? If the northern monster didn't go to the sea, where did he go? Lin Xian was very worried. Hearing this, the dark red dragon sighed again. I don't know. But during this period, I heard some news. It seems that the northern monster is trapped in the place where the devil child lives. Is it the devil child again? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He now realized that this matter was definitely related to the demon palace. No wonder they sent a little saint here to silence me. It seems that they don't want the news to leak out. I can't let this devil child go. The dark red dragon gnashed his teeth in anger. Lin Xian's eyes also emitted a cold-killing intent. Let's do something big then. After all, we're on the demon planet now. Moreover, those people probably think that I've been killed. Boy, what do you want to do? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian said, let's do it and throw the blame to others. When the time comes, we'll sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The dark red dragon nodded. Indeed, with their strength, it was not difficult to kill the devil child. Of course, the devil child was a huge monster in the demon palace. Once it erupted, it would be very difficult for them to deal with it. After all, this was the devil child's nest. Therefore, it would be even better if they could avoid any repercussions after killing the devil child. It seemed that Lin Xian had a plan. Who are you going to push the blame to? Dark Red Dragon God, we still don't know who Lin Xian's enemies are. Lin Xian said. There were too many enemies, and it was hard to choose. The Dark Red Divine Dragon was speechless. This brat really knew how to provoke others. Originally, he wanted to give it to the Golden Crow or the Thunder God, but after thinking about it, it wasn't safe. After all, this was a holy city. If the Demon Palace were to admit defeat, then it wouldn't be good. I'm prepared to throw it to the Rain Clan and Winchim Star. At this point, the killing intent in Lin Xian's eyes intensified. Lin Xian didn't have any good impression of the Rain Clan. He had to eliminate them. This was because the Rain Clan had tried to kill him more than once. They had even sent little saints to kill him many times. Therefore, if there was a chance, he didn't mind tricking the other party. But what could he do? We have to call out the demon child alone. Otherwise, there will be too many experts around him, and we won't be able to make a move. And he had to find the North Demon first. Don't worry, we'll go and find out. Lin Xian said. Didn't he imprison you? Fine, let's go there now as dragons. Let's see if he still dares to imprison us. The Dark Red Divine Dragon was originally a dragon. Therefore, after he transformed into his human form, his body emitted a monstrous dragon aura. With a single glance, one could tell that he was a heaven's pride. Although Lin Xian was a human, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body. By releasing a bit of the dragon soul aura, he also looked like a dragon expert. Moreover, Lin Xian also changed his appearance, turning into a very mighty man. The two looked at each other and smiled. After that, Lin Xian put away the remaining golden crow meat. They walked out of the mountain range with large strides, flying toward the evil demon city. The evil demon city was very chaotic at this moment. Previously, the experts of the Demon Palace and the Golden Crow race were fighting fiercely, sweeping through all directions. The people of the Demon Palace couldn't hold on at all. That was because the experts of the Golden Crow race were too strong. One of them could sweep through several people. But fortunately, this was their base camp. Very soon, even more experts arrived and confronted the experts of the Golden Crow tribe. In the end, both sides didn't continue fighting. However, the atmosphere seemed to be really bad. At the same time, they were gnashing their teeth in anger. Who was it that killed the Golden Crow? Was it the little saint they were looking for? At this moment, they were all anxious. They found the young man who sold the Golden Crow meat and interrogated him. However, they couldn't find him even after searching the entire evil demon city. Damn it, could it be that he had stolen it? They issued an arrest warrant and searched the entire evil demon planet. They didn't believe that they couldn't find him. For a moment, a storm swept through. All kinds of experts were dispatched. At the same time, two figures descended on the evil demon city. After they arrived, they didn't descend. Instead, they stood above the evil demon city. Their eyes were cold. One of them shouted coldly, "Where are the people of the Demon Palace? Get out here!" The roar reverberated through the 9 heavens. Everyone in the evil demon city heard it and raised their heads to look. Who is this? How dare he shout at the evil demon city? Could it be that the experts of the Golden Crow race have come again? Perhaps only the experts of the Golden Crow race would dare to be so arrogant. Everyone looked over. However, they discovered that it wasn't the people of the Golden Crow race. Instead, it was two people they had never seen before. Who are they? Are they trying to overturn the heavens? One figure after another rushed out. The people of the Demon Palace were even more furious. Do you want to die? They were originally very depressed. Their secret had been discovered by others. Moreover, they had fought with the Golden Crow race earlier. It could be said that they were very displeased. At this moment, there were actually people shouting at them. Did they really think that their Demon Palace was easy to bully? 2 silhouettes rushed forward. Die for me, those 2 people unleashed terrifying laws. However, they were instantly slapped to the ground. The ground was overturned and the void shattered. This shocked everyone. These 2 people were very powerful. They easily defeated the people of the Demon Palace. The people of the Demon Palace were also furious. More and more people came out. Among them, there were even many elders leading the way. An elder shouted coldly. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my demon palace? Below them, people from Thunder God City, Thousand Fiend City, White Cloud Apartments, Shui Feng, Ling Xian, and the others were also watching. Even the people of the Golden Crow race had appeared. They thought that the experts of their race had come. Since you dared to cause trouble in our demon palace, you'd best give us an explanation. Otherwise, you'd better kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, you'll die without an intact corpse. The people of the demon palace spoke coldly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The demon palace was the local tyrant here. They were extremely terrifying. Didn't they see that even the Golden Crow race didn't gain any advantage over them? We are the people of the dragons. One of them spoke coldly. What? Do you want to attack us? You'd better think about the consequences. What? The people of the dragons? Everyone was stupefied. The demon palace was a powerful race that wasn't any weaker than the Golden Crow race. In fact, they were even more powerful. After all, the dragons were the leaders of the 10,000 beasts. There was even the Dragon Emperor. The demon palace was an emperor race of the 10,000 ancient races. Now that people from the dragons had come, what were they doing here? Why did they attack the fiend palace? Was it because of the corpse of the dragons? Everyone was in an uproar. Below them, the experts from Lightning God City and Myriad Fiend City were also shocked. The expressions of the fiend palace's experts changed. Experts from the dragons? Damn it, what's going on? Why did they come here? Could it be that the news was leaked? Are you really an expert from the Dragon Ball? Some people still didn't believe it. The other young man roared. His dragon roar resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, everyone's souls trembled. The pupils of those with bloodline power shrank. This was especially true for the people from Myriad Fiend City. Their bodies were shivering. Bloodline suppression. Moreover, it was fear that came from the depths of their souls. This was a fear that came from the soul. It was something that couldn't be dispelled. It was something that had existed since ancient times. They were really dragons. The fiend sages sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly operated their power laws to suppress this fear. The expressions of the fiend palace's people changed greatly. Now, they were sure that the other party was a dragon. I wonder why fellow Taoists from the dragons have come here. The fiend palace's elder asked respectfully. The two figures in the sky emitted an extremely powerful aura of the Tao of dragons. They were like peerless experts. They were precisely Lin Xian and the Dark Red. Divine Dragon. Lin Xian asked coldly. You actually dare to ask me what's going on? Do I still need to tell you what your fiend palace has done? Obediently admit to your crimes, otherwise, what awaits you is the fury of the dragons. Can your fiend palace bear the consequences? Once those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Oh my God, what's going on? What kind of heartless thing did the fiend palace do? First, they provoked the Golden Crow. Now, they provoked the dragons. They were all extremely terrifying existences. If they weren't careful, not to mention the fiend palace, even the fiend planet would be destroyed. The fiend palace's people were sweating profusely. That elder wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed dryly. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. We really don't know what's going on. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, right? Fine, then let me remind you. Previously, didn't the corpse of a dragon's expert appear here? Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. It seemed that they had indeed come because of this. The demon palace's people had no way to quibble. At that time, countless eyes had seen it, and there had been a robbery earlier. Thus, they could only brace themselves and nod. That's right, there was such a thing. Then where is the corpse now? The corpses of us dragons are naturally noble. Even if we die, we have to be buried in the 9 heavens for all beasts to worship. Now hand it over and we'll take it. This. The demon palace's people were speechless. They also wanted to search for it, but they didn't know where it was. Old Zhang also said that the corpse of the dragons had already been auctioned off. You've got guts. Lin Xian roared. You dare to auction off the corpses of our dragons? Did he not want to live anymore? The dark red dragon let out a roar. The frightening sound waves caused the people from the Fiend Palace to sway back and forth. Those who were weaker directly vomited blood. Damn it. They had gone too far. The Demon Palace's people finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to stake it all against them. Some people wanted to make a move, but the dark red dragon killed 2 people with a slap. A frightening bloody mist filled the sky. His frightening aura burst forth. If anyone dares to make a move, I, the Emperor, will slap them to death. He was too domineering. He directly made a move without caring about the consequences. Was this the strength of the dragons? The crowd looked at the sky with incomparable envy. When would they be able to have such a graceful bearing? What about the demon child? Tell him to come out and accept his punishment in front of us. Lin Xian spoke coldly once again. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked around disdainfully. Everyone was in an uproar. Was he going to make a move against the Demon Palace this time? He didn't even want to let off the demon child. The Demon Palace's people also frowned. Among them, the elder's complexion also sank. Our demon child has been in seclusion recently, and he won't appear for 3 to 5 years. Your Excellency, if you have something to say, you should tell us. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Lin Xian sneered. He, the demon child, secretly trapped the geniuses of our dragons. Did he think that no one knew about this matter? It would be best for him to obediently roll over here, kneel down, and kowtow. Otherwise, when we make a move, I'm afraid that it won't be as simple as kowtowing and admitting his guilt. The crowd went crazy. They were going to make an example out of the demon child. The eyelids of the Demon Palace's elders twitched violently. The elder at the front clenched his teeth and said, Your Excellency, what an arrogant tone. If you want to see the demon child, you'll have to pass through me first. Who do you think you are? Lin Xian sneered once again and sent out a palm strike. He was courting death. Old Zhang was also furious. So what if the other party was a dragon's expert? Their demon palace had run amok on the demon planet for many years, and no one dared to provoke them. Even if the holy city's people came, they would at most be on equal footing with them. But now, someone was actually looking down on them with an aloof attitude. How could they endure this? The elder shouted angrily and opened his mouth to spit out a terrifying black storm that swept through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. At this moment, his fist transformed into a huge dragon that danced in the sky and tore apart the black storm. Not only that, but his fist also landed on old Zhang's body. The elder was sent flying. With a bang, half of old Zhang's body exploded. The surrounding people were so scared that they pissed their pants. This was too terrifying. Had the dragon's experts already reached such a terrifying level, that elder's face was also filled with fear. He screamed in pain. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. That was because he discovered that Lin Xian's fist was flying toward him again. No! He screamed as he flew into the distance. However, he was still hit. With a bang, the other half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. I'll give you 10 seconds to get the demon child here. Otherwise, your demon palace will be exterminated. Despair filled the faces of the Demon Palace's people. Normally, they were lofty existences that could dictate the life and death of others. But now, there was someone who could dictate their life and death. Buzz. Buzz, in just 2 or 3 seconds, the void split open, and countless figures descended. Among them, there were 4 minor saints. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and they could suppress a part of the world. The people of the Demon Palace regained their confidence. Great! Their minor saint had arrived. Elders, let's kill him together. These people screamed crazily. So what if these 2 dragons were strong? Could it be that they could defeat a minor saint? Lin Xian sneered. You want to kill us? Sure, go ahead. We're just 2 young geniuses of the dragons. If you dare to touch us, you'll have to suffer the wrath of the dragons. No one dared to doubt his words. The dragons were so strong that even the Golden Crow race didn't dare to contend against them. That minor saint also laughed. Young master, you must be joking. How can we attack you? You're an important guest. Why don't you come to our demon palace and have a talk? I think this should be a misunderstanding that we should resolve. Originally, they were supreme existences in the world that everyone could only look up to. But now, these minor saints were actually trying to curry favor with the dragons. Everyone realized that the dragons were extremely terrifying existences that were far beyond their imagination. Lin Xian stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, not moving at all. He didn't even pay attention to the minor saint. The dark red dragon was also standing at the side with a cold smile on his face. The atmosphere was incomparably awkward. A trace of coldness appeared in the minor saint's eyes. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. However, that killing intent soon disappeared. Another 5 or 6 seconds later, a figure walked over from afar. It was the demon son. After he arrived, he acted as if nothing had happened and laughed heartily. It was an honor to hear that the genius of the dragons had come. 2 fellow Taoists, please. I prepared the best banquet to welcome the 2 of you. The elder at the side hastily said. This is our demon son. F*CK, it's him. I really want to kill him. The dragon chi on the dark red dragon's body erupted in an instant. A terrifying aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone to be alarmed. The people of the demon palace were also shocked. They were afraid that the other party would suddenly attack. Lin Xian was also shocked. He transmitted his voice, don't get too excited. It's not the time to attack yet. Let's find the northern demon first. The dark red dragon nodded. He suppressed his killing intent and didn't attack. The people of the demon palace heaved a sigh of relief. The demon son also said again, 2 fellow Taoists, please. They flew toward the distance and soon entered the demon son's palace. After they left, the crowd was in an uproar. It was really eye-opening. The dragons were actually so powerful. It was too shocking. They didn't know if the demon palace could avoid this storm this time. Even the people of Myriad Demon City and Lei Shenqing were shocked. In short, this storm swept across for 9 days. On the other side, in the demon palace's palace, the demon son personally invited Lin Xian and the dark red dragon to a banquet. It seemed like he wanted to establish a good relationship with them. During this time, Lin Xian also raised the issue of the dragon's corpses. The demon son expressed that he would personally deliver them when he found them. Next, Lin Xian and Yi Zichen stayed in the palace. They did this to get close to the devil child and investigate the northern devil child. In the other palaces, the evil demon child and a group of experts from the evil demon palace had gathered together. Damn it, how did the dragons get the news so quickly? There was no longer a smile on the devil child's face. His face was extremely cold. Young master, should we kill them? Anyway, they are in our territory now. I think we can kill them in an instant. A little saint said coldly. However, the devil child shook his head. No, he couldn't fight here. Everyone saw that they went to the demon palace. If something happens to him here, we won't be able to escape responsibility. At that time, the dragons will attack and we will be finished. Don't forget, that's an emperor clan. If a peerless expert from the dragons really jumped out, no one would be able to stop him. What should he do? Should he just let them continue investigating? Things would be exposed. Those elders felt uneasy. Don't worry, the devil child sneered. These 2 are strong and have a special identity. However, if they want to investigate here, they still have to rely on us. If we don't give them any information, they won't be able to find anything. So, we should agree on the surface and stop them secretly. When the time comes, we will find a reason to delay them. After a long time, they will naturally leave. During this period, we will treat them with the highest respect. The dragons won't be able to find any fault with us. Alright, let's do as the young master said. The people of the evil demon palace heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was the only way. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also discussing. They entered the black earth and set up a formation to isolate themselves from the outside world. After discussing for a while, they agreed to let Heishan go out and search. Heishan was the remnant soul of the great sage. Even if there were many little saints here, they probably wouldn't be able to find Heishan. In the next few days, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon began to deal with the devil child's banquets. Heishan was patrolling quickly. However, after searching the entire palace several times, he didn't find any news about the northern demon. This made the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian frown. Could it be that the northern demon was brought to the headquarters of the evil demon palace? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Where was the evil demon overlord? He was a terrifying existence that was about to become a sage king. No, the dark red divine dragon shook his head. He should be here. The devil child obviously attached great importance to the northern demon. It was unknown why he brought the northern demon with him, but he definitely wouldn't send him to the headquarters. Hearing this, Lin Xian said, "Then let's continue to search. That guy will eventually reveal a flaw." Next, Heishan changed his strategy and began to secretly follow the devil child. About 10 days later, they finally found the devil child's secret. On this day, the devil child began to enter seclusion. He actually took out a simple black mirror and walked into it. Heishan retreated. "Kid, I found him." That guy entered an ancient mirror. "I guess that it should be a small independent space. The person you are looking for might be inside." An independent space, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's expression became solemn. Since they found the place, it would be easy to handle. Isn't it just a mirror? They just had to steal it. Next, it was Whitey's turn. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity. When the devil child wasn't cultivating and was with Lin Xian and the others, Whitey would secretly make a move. The cornucopia directly took the black mirror from a distance. Heishan was waiting in the dark. As soon as Whitey took the mirror, Heishan immediately set up a formation, isolating everything. On the other side, the devil child was originally talking with Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, wanting to further resolve the misunderstanding. Suddenly, he was stunned. The next moment, he roared crazily. With a roar, the roof of the palace was blown away. A terrifying aura shattered the sky. What's going on? What happened? The people of the evil demon palace outside were stunned. Even those minor saints instantly rushed into the palace, each of them emitting a baleful aura. They thought that the experts of Dragon Ball had made a move. They even wanted to make a move on Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian stood up and shouted coldly. "Impudent! You dare to make a move on me? Do you want to die?" The evil demon child quickly added. "Don't be impulsive. Everyone stop. Don't misunderstand. It's not these two who made a move." Those minor saints were also stunned. The elders of the evil demon palace also looked over and asked, "Young master, what's going on?" They were really worried that the dragons would make a move. The devil child said, "We'll talk about it when we get back." He looked at Lin Xian and said, "I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well. I'll come back another day." Lin Xian knew that it should be Whitey's doing. So he said with a smile, all right. Brother Devil should take care of your body first." The devil child quickly left with his people. When he returned to his palace, the devil child's face was completely gloomy. "My ancient black abyss mirror has been stolen by someone. Quickly seal the palace and the evil devil palace. Don't let that person escape." "What? How could there be such a thing?" The people of the evil devil palace were stunned when they heard the news. The ancient black abyss mirror was the personal saint tool of the evil devil's son. Moreover, it was the independent small world where the evil devil's son cultivated. How could it be stolen? Could it be that those two people from the dragon clan had done it? Asked a minor saint. The evil devil's son shook his head. "Impossible. I was so close to them. I should have been able to detect it. Moreover, the ancient black abyss mirror is inextricably linked to me. Even if it was stolen, I would still be able to sense it. But now, the connection has been cut off. Obviously, it was done by someone who was at least a minor saint. Therefore, it was impossible for it to be done by those two. I suspect that it might be the people of the Golden Crow clan. Go and investigate it. You must get it back." The evil devil's son was mad with anger. That was the space where he cultivated. There were countless heavenly treasures inside. Most of his cultivation resources were inside. No one had ever been able to steal them. Moreover, no one dared to do anything to him. But now, his cultivation lair had actually been stolen by someone. Moreover, it was done without anyone noticing. Who was the culprit? Could it be that there was an extremely terrifying super expert hiding in the dark? The evil devil's son felt restless when he thought of this. However, when he thought that this was his territory, he felt relieved. Even the holy city didn't dare to do anything to him here. Therefore, he regained his ferocious expression and ordered a thorough investigation. Once the culprit was caught, he would tear him into pieces. The evil devil palace was in chaos again. Those cultivators cried out in alarm. What was going on? What had happened to the evil devil palace? Damn it, this was really an eventful period. Everyone shrunk their necks, not daring to wander around. The evil devil palace was like a mad dog now. It was said that they had set their eyes on many major powers and were investigating them secretly. They had even angered the experts of the Golden Crow clan. In the end, 2 minor saints of the evil devil palace left with injuries. Every day, there would be new news. Every day, there would be a great battle between experts. It could be said that the evil devil palace had become an extremely terrifying battlefield. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be killed mercilessly. Everyone was trying to figure out what was going on. Some powerful factions had finally found out that the fiend child had dropped a very important treasure. Now, they were going all out to investigate it. What is this demon child doing? Lei Chong's people in Thunder God City frowned. They were extremely dissatisfied. They had actually been investigated as well. On the other side, the people from the Demon City, such as the 100-eyed demon sage and the others, were even more gloomy. If this wasn't the territory of the other party, and if they weren't afraid of the demon son's father, they would have already attacked. Xianxia, Di Ling, and the others were even more shocked. Over the past few days, the terrifying auras of the powerful sages had directly impacted their nerves. Especially the Imperial Mausoleum. Previously, he had thought that he was a peerless genius who looked down on everything. But now, everyone was stronger than him. In particular, Shui Yu, Lei Chong, and the 100-eyed demonic sage were even more powerful. As for the Golden Crow tribe, he could only look up to them. Di Ling's face was filled with despair. Originally, he thought that after killing Lin Xian, he could regain his confidence and once again climb to the peak of the martial path. But now, he realized that even without Lin Wudi, there were still Jin Wudi and Zhang Wudi. In short, there were more and more experts who were stronger than him, trampling him under their feet. The Imperial Mausoleum was about to collapse. Lin Xian and the others were incomparably relaxed. Now, the two of them were directly in the main hall, and there was no interference from the Demon Palace. Although the Demon Palace was guarding outside, they didn't care. During this time, Lin Xian and He Shan set up a formation and then entered the Great Sage Pagoda. The Great Sage Pagoda was an extremely terrifying saint tool. Inside, even minor saints couldn't detect it. Even Saint Venerables couldn't know what was going on inside. It was very safe inside. After entering, Lin Xian asked, "How is it? Did you break it?" He Shan said, "Nonsense. Don't you know who I am? I'm the remnant soul of the Great Sage. It was easy to break the soul imprint of a brat. Moreover, he couldn't detect it." "That's good." Lin Xian smiled. "Let's go in." The dark red dragon couldn't wait any longer. He Shan said, "Just in case." He was an old fox, so he was more thorough. "First, set up an illusory formation and let our phantoms stay outside. In case the people of the Demon Palace investigate, they won't be exposed." Then, he set up a transportation formation. "Once the people of the Demon Palace enter, we will immediately teleport out. This way, they won't be able to detect us." After He Shan finished setting up the formation, everyone entered the simple mirror. The simple mirror turned into a whirlpool, sucking everyone in. In the next moment, everyone felt the surrounding aura change. This was indeed an independent space. Inside, black qi filled the air, bringing with it a gloomy and cold aura. As expected of the Demon Palace, it was really a place to cultivate evil techniques. Lin Xian looked around and sneered. This place made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, they were strong enough to use their own laws to resist the terrifying evil aura. The space was neither big nor small. They couldn't see the end of it. Everyone flew up and quickly flew into the distance. Not long after they flew, black mist filled the air below. A huge black dog rushed up and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the entire sky. Scram, the dark red divine dragon sent the demon hound flying with a slap. At the same time, Xianxia looked around. It seemed that there was quite a bit of danger here. The demon child was really cautious. He had set up so many traps in his cultivation place and even raised some terrifying demonic beasts. However, this wasn't a problem. Shan and the dark red dragon were experts in formations. Xian's attainments in formations were superb. Therefore, the three of them destroyed all the traps along the way. At the same time, the demonic beasts formed by the evil aura were all mercilessly killed by them. Finally, they arrived in front. In front of them, there was a divine tree that emitted a bright light. This was the sky-piercing divine tree. Xian was shocked. He had seen the North Demon use it more than once. However, the sky-piercing divine tree was in a bad condition. A portion of the divine tree's trunk and leaves had turned pitch black. Some of them were almost dyed black. At the roots of the sky-piercing divine tree, there was a figure lying there. It was the North Demon, the dark red dragon exclaimed and turned into a stream of light, instantly rushing over. Xian hurried over as well. As he looked at the ground, his expression turned extremely ugly. It was really the North Demon. The North Demon was lying there like a worm. His face was pale as if he was sleeping. On his back, there were roots of the sky-piercing divine tree. "Damn it, Northern Demon, how are you doing?" Xian and the Black Dragon hurriedly squatted down and asked. Black Mountain looked at the heavenly tree, sizing it up as if he was thinking about something. The Northern Demon was too weak. It seemed that his vitality had been sucked dry. Moreover, his body was covered in black chi. Clearly, he couldn't wake up now. "What's going on? Should we bring him out?" the dark red dragon asked. Xian didn't dare to act rashly because he felt that this scene was too strange. What was the demon child trying to do? Did he want to absorb the Northern Demon's strength or occupy the heavenly tree? He looked at Black Mountain and asked, "Do you know what's going on?" Shan nodded. He could see that the evil demon child wanted to occupy this heavenly god tree and let it grow in this space. "Your friend is not bad. Even this sage is envious of his myriad demon body." Black Mountain's eyes shone brightly. He said, "Don't worry, kid. I'm going to save this person. I've decided to take him as my disciple." "Really? That's great. Hurry up and tell me how to save him." Xian was overjoyed. Black Mountain was the great sage. If he took Black Mountain as his master, his future would be limitless. Xian also knew that Black Mountain's original body was also a tree demon. He was called Old Demon Black Mountain and was extremely terrifying. He had learned about this from their previous conversation. The Northern Demon had the myriad demon body and also had the heavenly tree. It was probably the Northern Demon's constitution that attracted Black Mountain's love for talent. Black Mountain said, "There are 49 formations here. We can't touch them easily. We have to break them in order. Otherwise, my little disciple's life will be in danger." Black Mountain's eyes flickered. Next, he, the dark red dragon, and Xian started to break the formations quickly. During this time, they were teleported out twice because the demon palace's people came in. It seemed that the demon palace was also suspicious of them. Fortunately, Black Mountain had set up a spatial formation in advance and teleported back instantly. Therefore, there were no flaws. When the demon palace's people saw that there was nothing suspicious, they retreated. After the Devil Palace's people left, Xian and the others returned to the mirror and continued to break the array formation. Finally, all of the formations were destroyed. Then, he dug the Northern Demon out of the ground. His injuries are very serious, and his body is filled with this demonic aura. He will probably only recover after he clears it out. Black Mountain said with a frown. Xian said, "Don't worry about it. I can get rid of the devil's tears. He has the great dragon sword spirit, so he can definitely destroy this aura. Alright, then remove the demonic aura. Leave the rest to me. I'll be able to restore it. After that, Lin Xian began to use the great dragon sword's soul to help expel the demonic energy from the North Demon's body. This process took a long time, about 10 days. After 10 days, the black aura on the North Demon's body completely disappeared. Black Mountain took action. 5 days later, the Northern Demon finally woke up. He was extremely weak. Brother Lin, it's you. Ruffian Dragon, you're here as well. Northern Demon was shocked. Am I dreaming? These days, he had already given up all hope. No, we're here. Lin Xian said, you're still very weak. You'd better recuperate. We'll take revenge for you. Lin Xian left behind a large amount of natural treasures and pills. He wanted the North Demon to recover slowly. He, the Dark Red Divine Dragon, and Black Mountain began to discuss how to take revenge. Of course, it was to kill the Devil Child. The Dark Red Divine Dragon gritted his teeth. It would be best if they could kill the Devil Palace. It's not realistic to kill the Devil Palace. We're not strong enough now, and the Devil Palace has a lot of little saints. However, it's not impossible to kill the Devil Child. At that time, we can shift the blame. Lin Xian and the other two discussed carefully and began to set up formations. This included all kinds of concealment formations and teleportation formations. During this time, they returned to the ancient mirror and began to search again. Lin Xian laughed. The Dark Red Divine Dragon even circled around the mirror. Damn. He robbed them all. Black Mountain floated over and said, don't destroy the space here. I can make good use of it. Give the mirror to the North Demon. What do you need the mirror for? Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain said, the Devil Child can use his devil aura to change the heavenly tree into the devil tree. Then, I can use the heavenly tree to change this place into the land of the demon god. At that time, the North Demon and I will cultivate here. It'll be much more comfortable than staying in your pendant. Alright, you can do whatever you want. Lin Xian didn't care about this. The most important thing for him now was to take revenge. They had a lot of resources in their hands. So, they only needed time. A few days later, all of the required formations were finally completed. It's time to find the Devil Child. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon came out. What's the matter, young masters of the two dragons? There are people guarding outside. It seems that the Devil Palace hasn't given up yet. Lin Xian said coldly. I have something to tell the Devil Child. Go and report it. Young master, please wait. The people of the Devil Palace went to report it. Not long after, the Devil Child came. His expression was still somewhat ugly. However, when he saw Lin Xian, he smiled. I wonder what the two of you are looking for me for. Lin Xian said, we're here to bid farewell to you. Bid farewell? What's going on? The Devil Child was startled. Could it be that the two of you don't want to find the corpses of the dragons? We'll have a clue soon. No need. We've already found a clue. Lin Xian said proudly. He glanced at the Devil Child, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Although this is your territory, you're not the only ones who can obtain information. We, the dragons, still have some methods. What? Found it? The Devil Child was startled. I wonder, where did you get the information from? The two of you won't be deceived, right? We found out that the Rain Clan and that dragon seem to know each other. So, we're going to investigate. Goodbye. Lin Xian didn't give the Devil Child a chance to think. The Devil Child's expression changed. If his secret was discovered, the wrath of the dragons would descend on his head. Therefore, he said, this is my territory after all. If the two of you encounter any accident here, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to explain. How about this, I'll follow the two of you. Wait for me, I'm already in a hurry. You're going to meet a mere Rain Clan, yet you're still so careful? What a surprise. There was a trace of disdain in his words. The Devil Child's expression changed. Since the two of you are in a hurry, let's go. Young master, this old servant will follow you." An old man rushed over from afar and arrived beside the devil child in an instant. Lin Xian was startled. It was a minor saint. The dark red divine dragon wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Lin Xian. "It's just a minor saint." If he insisted on saying something, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. The devil child nodded and looked at Lin Xian. "Let's go." The four of them soared into the sky and left the palace, flying towards the devil city. When they arrived at the residence of the Rain clan, the old man wanted to shout angrily and ask the Rain clan members to come out and greet him. However, Lin Xian stopped him. Doing so would only scare them away. It was better to enter quietly and set up a formation. "Don't let them run away." Hearing this, the small saint of the devil palace used a battle technique and sealed the entire residence. Then, the group entered. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian instantly took action. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to suck them in. The dark red divine dragon and Heishan set up countless formations and covered the entire residence. Among them were some illusion formations, causing the Rain clan members to not know that they had entered. They also entered the Great Sage Pagoda. At the next moment, the demon child and the old man were shocked. "Damn it, you dare to plot against us?" They were really shocked. Because they didn't expect that Lin Xian and Heishan would dare to attack them. Although the demon child was angry, he didn't panic. He was a top genius and was very strong. Moreover, he brought a small saint with him this time. How could the two of them defeat him? After Heishan entered, he activated the Great Sage Pagoda. Even if the other party had heaven-defying abilities, they wouldn't be able to spread the news. "I've finally caught you guys." Lin Xian smiled. The demon child sneered. "You guys don't know the difference between life and death. Previously, I gave you guys face because you guys are dragons. But now, you guys actually dare to attack me. Well, if I die here, you guys from the dragons won't be able to find out that it was me." The demon child's voice was sinister. The old man snorted coldly. "Two stupid kids, do you think you can contend against a small saint? Seems like you guys still don't know anything. Who told you that I'm from the dragons?" Lin Xian took a step forward. The bones in his body changed, and crackling sounds could be heard. At the next moment, his real face was restored. "Damn brat, it's actually you." The demon child was stunned when he saw the other party. How could it be him? Shouldn't he be killed by now? He was really shocked. That night, the 10 small saints went to kill him. Shouldn't he have turned into ashes long ago? "Why are you still here? Damn it, then who is this person?" He then looked at the dark red dragon. The dark red divine dragon also transformed into its original form. The divine dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It danced in the air and let out a loud dragon roar. "What? You don't recognize me? Are you Grandpa Long? It's you. You actually survived." The devil child was stunned once again. This time even the little saint was flabbergasted. How could they not recognize him? But wasn't he supposed to be dead? Why was he still alive? Damn it, the two of you are in cahoots. At this moment, they finally understood. That means my black smoke ancient mirror was also stolen by you guys. Looks like you're not stupid. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lin Xian asked coldly. Just the two of you? You want to kill me? What a joke. I don't know how you managed to survive that pursuit, but you're definitely not a match for a little saint. Kill him. The devil child waved his hand, and the old man walked out with a hideous smile. At first, he was worried that the secret would be leaked. But if I kill you here, no one will know our secret. The old man attacked fiercely. His terrifying aura suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was a real little saint. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon instantly retreated, avoiding the attack. The little saint sneered. Don't run. You can't escape. Run? Who said we're running? We just don't want to be splashed by your blood. Next, you'll be crying and begging me. The little saint snorted coldly. He didn't believe that anyone could hurt him. Even if the other party had a little saint, he still wasn't afraid. However, at the next moment, his expression changed because he felt a beam of light flying toward him from the top of his head. The light was so terrifying that it made his hair stand on end. With a bang, he was sent flying, and half of his body was penetrated. He fell to the ground and kept screaming. Ah! Damn it! What's going on, what's that? He was crazy. How could there be something that could injure him so badly in an instant? The devil child was also dumbfounded. How could it be? He wasn't dreaming, right? They looked up and saw a man floating in the sky like a black fog. And there was a man who looked like a fiend god. The surrounding aura was so terrifying that he couldn't bear it. Young master, run. That's an extraordinary sacred tool. The old man's wound quickly healed, and his face was full of fear. Lin Xian smiled. Of course it's extraordinary. That's the great sage tool. What do you think? Have you seen its power, the great sage tool? Hearing this, the eyes of the old man and the devil child almost popped out. To be honest, it was too terrifying. The great sage was an existence that was even more terrifying than the sage king. It could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Basically, no one could see such a person. No one knew if there was such a person in the second astral realm. Why would the other party have such a thing, damn it? How dare you frame me? The devil child gritted his teeth and roared. My father is the devil overlord. He will soon become the sage king. If you dare to touch me, you will be dead. He will tear you into pieces. Why? Are you threatening us? Seems like you are afraid. But your threat is useless. If you die here today, who will know that we are the ones who killed you? Don't worry. We have already thought of who to blame. Also, don't use your father to pressure others. Although your father is only 1 step away from the Sage King, this step will stop him for thousands of years. Do you believe it? So, it's impossible for your father to come out of seclusion in a short period of time. Lin Xian sneered. He Shan continued to attack. In the sky, He Shan activated the Great Sage tool and the corpse of the Great Sage, attacking rapidly. The terrifying speed of light caused the minor saint to be in a miserable state. Every time the minor saint was hit, his body would shatter, and he would scream miserably. This kind of torture made him wish he was dead. Obviously, the other party could have killed him with a single strike, but he didn't. Instead, he let him suffer this kind of torture. Wait, young Master Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I think we can resolve it. The devil child was no longer arrogant. He only wanted to beg for mercy and make peace with the other party. How about we write off the grudge between us, write off the grudge? Lin Xian laughed. Who do you think you are? How dare you write off the grudge with us? You killed 2 of my friends and even tried to kill me. Do you think we can write off the grudge? This devil child is really naive. Does he still think he is high and mighty? Damn brat, don't go too far. If you have the ability, don't use the Great Sage tool. Let's have a fair fight. You are definitely not my opponent, the devil child roared crazily. What? Trying to provoke me? I will fall for it. Ruffian dragon, I will lead this person to you. The dark red divine dragon walked out. Don't worry. I will let him know what it means to be dead. You? The demon child was disdainful. When he caught the dark red divine dragon, it was only a 1st heaven saint while he was a 5th heaven saint. How long had it been? Even if the dark red dragon had broken through, it would be at most a 2nd heaven sage. If he wanted to kill such a person, he could do it with a slap. This was a good opportunity to kill one of them. The eyes of the dark red dragon turned red. He roared angrily, and the demonic aura in his body surged, forming countless black abysses that rushed forward. He attacked with all his strength. He wanted to kill the dark red dragon. The dark red dragon roared, and the dragon blood in its body surged. Every dragon scale seemed to have turned into a peerless blade, making clanging sounds. The void kept collapsing, and the dragon aura rushed over. The 2 collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. However, this was the Great Sage Pagoda. Even if the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the Great Sage Pagoda would not be damaged at all. Not to mention them, even the Holy Venerables could not be damaged in the slightest. Not even a trace of energy could be transmitted out. Therefore, the people outside had no idea what was happening here. Haha, what demon child? That's all there is to it. Look at your grandpa dragon, I'll beat you up today. The dark red dragon roared and charged over. The dark red dragon was stunned. How was this possible? He did not dare to believe that the other party was not an ant. How could he fight against him? I don't believe it. The dark red dragon roared, and the demonic aura in his hand formed a huge scythe surrounded by terrifying laws. The laws of heaven and earth intertwined and slashed forward. Wherever it passed, the void would quickly shatter. He was confident that he could kill the dark red dragon with this attack. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that the dark red dragon was very powerful. It seemed that he was even stronger than Lei Chong. He was indeed a genius. However, he was also confident in Ruffian Long's strength had increased greatly, and he was already a fifth heaven sage. His cultivation was even higher than Lin Xian's. Moreover, he had eaten so many pinching fruits, and with the great magic of dragons, his power was definitely beyond Lin Xian's imagination. Sure enough, the dark red dragon was still not afraid. He swung his tail and sent the huge death scythe flying away. Next, he kept attacking. Boom! Suddenly, the dark red divine dragon smashed one of the demon child's legs with a claw. Then, its tail was like a heavenly blade that lashed at the demon child's waist, cutting it in half. Ah! The evil demon child let out a blood-curdling screech and counterattacked crazily. The dark red divine dragon was also sent flying. Many of its dragon scales fell off. However, his eyes were also red, and he continued to fight. In the end, the demon child couldn't win and could only escape. He wanted to lure the little saint to kill him. That old man was screaming miserably on the ground. However, he didn't die. When he saw the evil demon child's cry for help, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. The great Tao of heaven and earth intertwined on it, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. It quickly charged over. The dark red dragon jumped in fright. F***ck, how shameless, he quickly roared, Black Mountain, attack. Black Mountain waved in the sky and struck down at the speed of light, knocking away the light. At the same time, he attacked the devil child and the minor saint. It was as if the evil demon child was struck by lightning. His body was torn into pieces. The pain almost made him faint. Damn it, if you have the guts, let's have a fair fight, bah, I'll spit on your face. You let the little saint fight first, and you still say it's fair? The dark red dragon despised him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Look at you. You were looking down on the other geniuses earlier. I guess all the other geniuses have more backbone than you. Damn it. The evil demon child roared. Black light emerged in his eyes. It was the evil demon eye. This was a kind of soul attack. He burned his bloodline and desperately attacked. He wanted to drag his opponent down even if he had to die. Buzz, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret child prodigy. His golden eyes were like the eyes of a god, looking down and confronting the black evil demon eye. In the void, the soul collision was abnormally fierce and terrifying. Ka, the black evil demon eye shattered. The evil demon child fell to the ground on his back. He covered his eyes, which were bleeding. Ah, my eyes. Damn it, how is it possible? You can actually destroy my eye technique. He was too shocked. Did his opponent have such a terrifying eye technique? Evil demon, you have to go to hell. I'll send you down now. Lin Xian used Spring and Autumn Lock, locking the evil demon child's soul into his illusion world. He activated 10,000 merciless tortures. The dark red dragon was responsible for attacking the opponent's body, breaking all the bones in his body and then destroying them crazily. As for the little saint, Heishan was the one who beat him to death. All kinds of screams were heard. In the end, Lin Xian also locked the little saint in Spring and Autumn reincarnation, making him suffer 10,000 years of torture. In the end, both of their bodies were badly mutilated. Their souls were tortured for 10,000 years, and they died in despair. Refreshing. The dark red dragon let out a long sigh of relief. It was too refreshing. He finally vented the anger in his heart. Lin Xian also said that after dealing with them, it was time to throw the blame. Let's go and arrange it quickly. The two of them came out of the Great Sage Pagoda and rushed outside. Outside. The people of the Rain Clan and Spirit Sealing Star still didn't know what had happened. At this moment, they were packing up and preparing to return. Because the matter here was almost over. They had seen the auction, and the enemy, Lin Xian, was also killed. Although they also suffered some losses, overall, it was still not bad. At this moment, an attack suddenly came towards them. Not good. Someone is attacking us. The faces of the Rain Clan's experts changed. The Saints of Spirit Sealing Star also roared and counterattacked. They attacked crazily. At this moment, they didn't hold back at all. The laws exploded in all directions. However, they were puzzled. Who was attacking them? They didn't provoke anyone on the evil demon planet. How could they know that the array was activated? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon held the old man and the evil demon child's bodies and attacked them continuously. So that the other party's attacks would land on the bodies. It's still not enough. Lin Xian said. Ruffian Zilong, let's make the energy more violent. No problem. The dark red dragon activated an even more violent array. The earth-shattering laws and energy rushed over. The people inside were also angry. Courting death, let's kill our way out, the Rain Clan's small saint roared crazily. The small saint of Spirit Sealing Star also led people to kill their way out. Xianxia and Di Ling followed closely with gloomy faces. In the next moment, they finally killed their way out. However, what welcomed them was an even more violent aura. Who was attacking them? The gazes of these experts spread out from all directions. Soon, they locked onto two figures in the distance and killed their way over. Two small saints rushed over and attacked crazily, sending the two figures flying. No, why did they feel so weak? They felt that the two of them couldn't resist at all. While they were puzzled, suddenly, a scream came from afar. Damn Rain Clan, you dare to kill the evil demon child, the evil demon palace will definitely not let you off. This voice directly tore through the array and spread to the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone in the evil demon city heard it. What was going on? Someone was attacking the evil demon's son. Who was it? In an instant, they were all stunned. Just how audacious was this? The evil demon palace received the news immediately. Instantly, they tore through the void and rushed over. What? The evil demon's son, the people of the Rain Clan were also stunned. The people of Spirit Sealing Star were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that the person they attacked was the evil demon's son? Damn it, that was impossible, everyone screamed. Di Ling also said that they didn't know the evil demon's son at all. Why would he target them? Damn it, this was a trap. The small saint of the Rain Clan felt his scalp go numb. We have to make it clear, or we'll be the scapegoat. Xianxia said. The people of the evil demon planet sneered. Make it clear? Could they make it clear? The death of the evil demon's son was a huge matter. It would definitely cause a huge earthquake. These experts didn't say anything else. They directly brought Di Ling and soared into the sky. The people of the Rain Clan also felt their scalps go numb. They also brought Xianxia and quickly tore open the formation. Just as they moved, the experts of the evil demon palace arrived and landed nearby in an instant. People were standing in all directions. They tore open the array and saw the two corpses on the ground. No, these people collapsed in an instant because the corpses were the evil demon's son. The old man next to him was also an expert of the evil demon palace. Dead, the evil demon's son was really dead. They grabbed the corpses and carefully examined them. They found that the souls had long been obliterated. Damn it! They actually killed the young master. Kill them all. Tear them into pieces. These people of the evil demon palace had really gone crazy. Each and every one of them charged out with bloodshot eyes. Heaven and earth shattered. Violent energy streaked across the sky. In front of them, the people of the Rain Clan felt their scalps go numb. They ran for their lives. The expert of Spirit Sealing Star wanted to explain. Stop, this was a misunderstanding. He wanted to say something, but the violent energy immediately rushed over and killed the saint. When the remaining people saw this scene, they didn't say anything and ran for their lives. If they stopped to explain now, they would be courting death. It was better to escape back to their families first. Soon, these people escaped from the evil demon palace. From the looks of it, he wanted to escape from this world. The people of the evil demon city were all stunned. They also rushed over one after another. When they found that the ground was shattered, they were extremely frightened. This should be the place where the Rain Clan was located. That's right, the people from Spirit Sealing Star were also here. What had they done? I think I heard it. They killed the devil's child. That was impossible, right? How powerful was the evil demon's child? How could the Rain Clan dare to provoke him? Who knew? There might be some hidden secrets, but no one cared about it now. Most likely, the Rain Clan was completely finished. In an instant, everyone was discussing spiritedly. The entire evil demon city was in an uproar. Not only that, but the fiend planet was also in an uproar. The fiend children were peak geniuses in the entire world. In the future, they would be peak overlords. But now, he had actually fallen. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Some of the Saint Realm geniuses found it hard to believe. When the Silver Palace's young master heard this, he was dumbfounded. The other party was actually dead. One had to know that the devil child was his sworn enemy. Both of them would fight for thousands of years in the future. But now, the devil child had really fallen. He felt as if he was dreaming. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked at this scene with sneers on their faces. Very good. The enemy was killed, and the blame was thrown to the other party. Next, they would just wait for a good show. They stayed in the evil demon city, waiting for news from afar. And at this time, Lin Xian thought of another matter. There were a total of 13 treasure boxes. At that time, only 10 of them were auctioned. There were still 3 left. Originally, they were waiting for things to calm down before auctioning them. But the following events were more shocking than the previous. Now that the devil child was dead, these 3 treasure boxes shouldn't be auctioned anymore. Oh, there was still that thing. The dark red divine dragon's eyes also lit up, and he became spirited. Now that he was fine, and the northern demon was still alive and recovering, it could be said that he had nothing to do. Now that he heard this and the news, he was naturally excited. Moreover, he had personally dug out those treasure boxes before. He knew how precious those treasure boxes were. He said, "Brat, do you want to do something big again and snatch those 3 treasure boxes? I'm planning to do that." Lin Xian said, "Those things should still be in the Fiend Children's temporary imperial residence." Black Mountain, did you check it out the last time you checked it out? You don't say. I did check it. But at that time I was too anxious to save people, so I didn't pay much attention to it. The 3 of them discussed and prepared to return immediately. Now was a very good time. Because the people of the evil demon palace were chasing after the Rain Clan, there were not many people left, and the number of experts was even fewer. So, if they made a move now, they would definitely be able to get it. The 3 of them turned into a gust of wind and rushed toward the Fiend Children's temporary imperial residence. When they arrived, they discovered that the guards of the palace were much more lax than before. There wasn't even a minor saint. At most, there were only 5th heavenly layer saints. Moreover, there were only 3 of them. It was not a big deal for them. Just when they were about to make a move, Xianxia said, "Wait, there's a problem." "What's going on?" asked the dark red divine dragon. Xianxia looked into the distance. He said, "Seems like it's not just us. There are other people who have designs on this place." Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian looked around. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with golden radiance. Soon, he exclaimed, "Those people are here too." He saw Lei Chong and the others from Thunder God City, Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint, Shui Yu and the others from Myriad Demon City. Even Jin Hai from Jinwu Art was there. In addition, there was a mysterious woman in an emerald green dress. Beside her was an old granny. These people were really bold. But thinking about it, these people's status and strength were not weaker than the Fiend Children's. Now that the Fiend Children of the evil demon palace were dead, they naturally wanted to fish in troubled waters. Let's wait for them to fight first. The three of them observed in the dark. Jiwutzi couldn't bear it anymore and attacked. He was suppressed by the people of the evil demon palace before, so he was naturally unhappy. At this moment, he attacked and destroyed 2 fifth heavenly layer sages. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. At this time, Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint made his move. He pulled a 5th heavenly layer saint into an illusion, making him unable to resist at all. 100 Eyes, Xianxia looked at the other party. Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint also looked at Xianxia. His eyes burst out with biting cold radiance. Xianxia's aura was monstrous. Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint's 100 eyes were shining with terrifying radiance. These two were the top heaven's prides. Moreover, each of them had their own characteristics. At this moment, both sides were confronting each other. The atmosphere was filled with fear. There were other warriors of the evil demon palace in the surroundings. They were gnashing their teeth in anger when they arrived. Damn it, how dare you behave so atrociously in our territory? Don't be too arrogant, don't think that the Fiend Palace is afraid of you just because you're from the sacred city. Buzz. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Overlord stretched out his hand and used the heavenly wind eye to cut the 2 sages into pieces. Xianxia was even more terrifying. He let out a long roar and completely enveloped the 5 of them, turning them into ashes. If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill all of you, get lost, haha, it's really lively. Lei Chong also walked out with his men. How dare the 2 of you have designs on the treasure boxes? Hurry up and leave, and I'll spare your lives. Xianxia waved his hand arrogantly. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Overlord's face darkened. No one has dared to talk to me like that for a long time. Humph, although the Golden Crow tribe is strong, they might not be able to withstand my hundreds of eye techniques. Do you want to try? The Hundred-Eyed Demon Overlord was filled with cold killing intent. On the other side, Lei Chong was even more furious. Lightning erupted from his body, forming a sea of lightning. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. I'll send you 2 to hell. Xianxia let out a long roar, and terrifying flames swept out. A great battle broke out. The 3 of them fought fiercely. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon watched in the dark. It would be best if they died together. The Dark Red Dragon was excited, while Lin Xian was surprised. There was someone who didn't make a move and wasn't discovered. What a surprise. Let's follow them. Lin Xian discovered that the woman in the emerald green dress didn't make a move. Instead, she quietly rushed toward the treasure boxes. She tore open the array, which surprised him even more. It seemed that the woman in the emerald green dress was not ordinary. We followed them, and they did the same. They tore open the formation and went in. Sure enough, there were 3 treasure boxes displayed there. The mysterious woman was walking between the 3 treasure boxes, as if she was deciding which one to take. Idiot, take all 3. The Dark Red Dragon was very dissatisfied. This girl was too slow. His voice startled the other party. The girl turned her head with a look of shock. It's you. She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surprised. Do you know me? He and the Dark Red Divine Dragon had changed their appearances again. Naturally, they didn't want to be recognized. Of course, even though you've changed your appearance, I still recognize your scent. The emerald green girl smiled. Her sweet smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Smell. Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of someone using smell to identify people. However, from this, it could be seen that this girl was even more extraordinary. The Dark Red Divine Dragon muttered, sniffing people with his nose? What kind of celestial sign is this? The young girl looked at the Dark Red Dragon and exclaimed, You're actually alive. This time, the Dark Red Divine Dragon was even more shocked. Wow, you even know this, since you know the secret, I can't let you live. The Dark Red Dragon walked over. The mysterious woman smiled sweetly, not minding it at all. At this moment, an old granny walked out from beside her. The aura she exuded made the dark rainbow godly dragon's hair stand on end. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could tell that the granny was a little saint, and not an ordinary one. If they really fought, they would not be able to gain any advantage and would even be exposed. Therefore, he said, Senior, Don't worry. We won't fight. He glanced at the mysterious woman. 3 treasure boxes for 3 people, 1 for each of them. How about it? Alright, I'll take this one. The mysterious woman pointed at a treasure box the size of a bowl and put it away. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon each took one. One was about the size of a fist, and the other was about the size of a stool. After they put it away, they prepared to leave. At the same time, an angry voice sounded from outside. Damn it, how dare you fish in troubled waters? Do you think we don't exist? With a roar, a pair of eyes appeared in the sky. Violent soul energy surged, and terrifying light rays shot out. It was the 100-eyed demon overlord. Obviously, the other party had also torn open the formation. They did not expect that the treasure would be taken by someone else first. When Jin Hai and Lei Tsong heard that, they were also angry. They immediately attacked. Lei Chong unleashed terrifying thunder and tore open the formation. Jin Hai turned into a golden crow and shattered the void in the sky. In the next moment, they surrounded Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the mysterious woman. Who are you? How dare you steal from under our noses? Hand it over obediently, then kneel at the side and wait for your death. Jin Hai's expression was cold. The mysterious woman frowned. The old woman walked out again, emitting a powerful aura that made their hair stand on end. At this moment, a powerful old man walked out from behind Jin Hai, the 100-eyed demon overlord, and Lei Chong. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. It seemed that although the geniuses were going to attack, they were all backed by little saints as a precaution. The default rule is that we won't attack. A little saint said. The other little saints nodded one after another. Then, they hid in the void. Hand over the treasure box on your body. The 100-eyed demon overlord stared at the mysterious woman. He must have discovered something, so he wanted it very much. Lei Chong stared at the dark red divine dragon. You then. How are you going to die? He did not know the dark red divine dragon at all. However, in his opinion, he did not care about it at all. No matter who the other party was, it was impossible for them to defeat him. You want to steal from me? Go to hell. The dark red divine dragon opened his mouth and spewed out dragon flames. The Tao Tian fire was still sweeping over. Right now, he did not transform into a dragon. Instead, he had transformed into a handsome young man. He looked very handsome. But the moment he attacked, it was truly berserk to the extreme. How dare you attack me? You're courting death. Lei Chong also attacked. In an instant, the 4 experts attacked one after another. Only Lin Xian and Jin Hai were left in the field. Jin Hai looked at the other party and said indifferently. You're no match for me, so kneel down and accept your death. I'll leave you with an intact corpse. You want the treasure box in my hand? Fine. I heard that the golden crow meat is not bad. Give me half of your flesh, and I'll roast it into skewers. You're courting death. Jin Hai was completely enraged. He once had one of his wings torn off and roasted into skewers. Moreover, there was an expert of the Golden Crow clan who was completely roasted. This was the Golden Crow clan's pain, no one dared to mention this in front of them. However, the other party was so reckless. Even the expert of the Golden Crow clan hidden in the void was emitting a biting cold killing intent. If it were not for the rules, he would have slapped this detestable kid to death. He did not make a move. In his opinion, Jin Hai could easily kill the other party in one move if he made a move. Go to hell. Jin Hai sneered. The golden wings on his back spread out and charged towards Lin Xian like a heavenly blade. He wanted to split Lin Xian in half. Lin Xian sneered. You don't learn your lesson. His figure swayed and dodged the attack. Then, he raised his hand and a sword chi flew out. This sword chi was too cold. It was like a peerless divine sword that suddenly slashed down. How is that possible? Jin Hai's hair stood on end. He realized that the power of this sword was beyond his imagination. It could even threaten him. It was so unbelievable that he was dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that the other party's cultivation was completely inferior to his, but why was the other party's attack so violent? Damn it, he roared angrily, turned around, and tried to dodge. However, it was too late. The speed of the sword was beyond his expectations. One strike. It hit his wing. Poochie, blood splattered, and one of his wings was directly chopped off. Ah! Xianxia screamed, his feathers trembled, and blood flowed wildly. He was going crazy. He didn't expect that his wing would be cut off again. This was the second time. He almost fainted from the immense shame and humiliation he felt. In fact, he didn't know that the person who cut off his wing twice was the same person. If he knew, he would probably explode from anger. Kid, how dare you hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead. Xianxia's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. It was a biting cold killing intent. He must kill the other party. However, as soon as he finished speaking, countless sword lights slashed over. Some of them hit his body, sending him flying backward. Several bloody marks appeared on his body, and his golden feathers kept trembling. They fell into the void and ignited everything. Boom! At this moment, a fist blasted over with an incomparable aura. Damn it, get lost. Xianxia screamed, dodging and counterattacking. He kept waving his arms, and the flames turned into monstrous laws that collided with the fist. However, the fist was too fierce, and he couldn't block it at all. It tore through the flames that filled the sky and landed on his body again, punching a bloody hole in his body. Just a little bit more and he would have been torn into pieces. It happened in an instant, but Xianxia was seriously injured. This scene caused the surrounding people to be stunned. How is that possible? Leichong was dumbfounded, and the wide-eyed overlord's pupils also constricted. How can this person be so powerful? They all stared at Lin Xian. However, they didn't make a move because their opponent was also very powerful. That kid is still so powerful. The dark red dragon was surprised. He originally thought that after his cultivation improved, he could suppress Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that he might not be able to defeat the other party. The mysterious girl wasn't very surprised because she had seen Lin Xian beat up Xianxia before. The other minor saints were also shocked. The minor saint couldn't bear it any longer. He let out a cold snort and shielded Xianxia with one hand. The other hand reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian from all directions. Boom, the void continued to shatter. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as well. Damn it. He quickly dodged and used his void mystique to avoid the most lethal attack. The energy shockwaves hit his body, causing his blood and chi to roil. Was the minor saint? Lin Xian also smiled. Was the Golden Crow tribe so despicable and shameless? Didn't they agree to follow the rules and let the younger generation fight? What's the point of hiding behind a minor saint? Are you a tortoise? How can someone like you be called a genius? You're not even qualified to be my opponent. Lin Xian sneered. Xianxia was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had never been looked down upon like this. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. He wanted to rush out, but he was stopped by the elder. Don't fall into his trap. He's trying to provoke you. You're a genius of our Golden Crow clan. There's no need to fight with an unknown person. Moreover, the rules are an agreement between people of equal status. The others have minor saints to protect them, so it's meaningless for us to fight. But what about you? Do you have a minor saint behind you? If not, you can die now. The elder of the Golden Crow clan said with a cold face. He had already checked. Lin Xian seemed to have come with only 2 people. There were no powerful experts of the older generation behind him. There was no need to talk about rules for such a person. Just kill him directly. Another dozen or so nomological laws rushed over. Lin Xian kept dodging them, his expression ugly to the extreme. Despicable old thing, who told you that I don't have anyone behind me? Don't you like to suppress others with your strength? Well, I'll let you have a taste of being beaten up today. Hey Sean, you can attack now. You want to beat me up with just your strength? The elder of the Golden Crow clan said with disdain. So what if the other party has a minor saint behind him? He was a super expert of the Golden Crow clan. He could crush people of the same level. Lei Shunqing and the minor saint of Myriad Demon City were also disdainful. However, they soon changed their minds. In the sky, black chi filled the air. A figure appeared with an extremely terrifying aura. It caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Everyone stopped at this moment. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at that figure. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura. How is this possible? The elder of the Golden Crow clan screamed. He found that the aura had completely surpassed his. It was an existence that he could not imagine. Could it be that a saint venerable had come? Thinking of this, his scalp was about to explode. Xianxia was even more terrified. Previously, they could crush the other party with the help of a minor saint. Who would have thought that an even more powerful existence would appear behind the other party? Why? Aren't you trying to bully us? Come on, use your 1,000 years of cultivation to hit me. Lin Xian sneered. The dark red divine dragon also laughed. Haha, old fools, you've kicked an iron plate, haven't you? Let's see how you're going to die this time. I don't believe it. You must be bluffing. The Golden Crow minor saint gritted his teeth and roared. He threw out both of his palms and a Golden Crow phantom soared into the sky. Terrifying light shone on the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Little Golden Crow, how dare you attack me? You must be tired of living. In the sky. Xianxia sneered and swung the great sage pagoda, charging over. Boom, the Golden Crow phantom was shattered into pieces. At the same time, the saint aura on Xianxia's body became even more terrifying. Those people were almost out of breath from the pressure. Little Golden Crow, do you want to die? Xianxia's voice was cold. The elder of the Golden Crow clan was completely stunned. His body could not stop trembling. He had never seen such a scene before. Who is this person? A saint venerable? A saint king? He did not dare to imagine. Because he realized that he could not detect the other party's cultivation base at all. Damn it. You can't attack me. There are rules in the second astral realm. The elder of the Golden Crow clan roared crazily. Rules? Xianxia sneered. You attacked a third heaven saint as a minor saint. Have you thought about the rules in the second astral realm? Didn't you say that rules are set for people of the same status? You're just an ant in front of me. Why should I talk to you about rules? No. You can't do this, even if you're a Saint Venerable. The Golden Crow clan has Saint Venerables too. If you attack me, the Golden Crow clan will not let you go. The elder of the Golden Crow clan was completely terrified. He did not expect that the other party would return the words he had said to him. It was a slap to his face, moreover, he could not refute it. Indeed, he was arrogant before. He thought that Lin Xian had no background, so he wanted to crush him mercilessly. But who would have thought that Lin Xian's background was so powerful that the person he picked could beat him up, threatening me? Humph, you should know the consequences. Xianxia harumphed, and the great sage pagoda was smashed down. The Golden Crow elder tried to escape, but half of his body was hit. His flesh was badly mangled, and he screamed in pain in the air. Xianxia was also sent flying. His body exploded, and he screamed in pain. The scene stunned the other experts and skyprides of the sacred city. He's too strong. A minor saint is just like an ant in front of him. The Golden Crow tribe's minor saint was beaten up badly. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Xianxia knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. He was afraid that he would be killed by this mysterious person. Run! In the end, the Golden Crow tribe's minor saint took Xianxia and fled in panic. He broke through the void, leaving behind a large amount of golden feathers and saint blood. Humph, little golden house, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll test you thoroughly. Xianxia sneered. The others felt their scalps go numb. It's too scary. At this moment, Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked at Lei Chong and hundred-eyed demon saint. Immediately, the two skyprides took a few steps back. Their minor saints also rushed out and protected them. However, those minor saints felt their scalps go numb. They looked at the tall black figure in the sky and quickly said, "Senior, we don't mean any harm. We'll leave now." After saying that, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly left with their skyprides. Only the dark red divine dragon, Lin Xian, and the mysterious girl in the emerald green dress were left in the field. The old lady beside the girl looked extremely serious. Obviously, she didn't expect that Lin Xian had such a terrifying expert behind him. You won't attack me, right? The mysterious girl looked at Lin Xian and blinked her eyes, showing a pitiful look. Lin Xian asked, "Can you tell me what's in that treasure box of yours?" When the mysterious girl heard this, she smiled sweetly. "Well, I can't tell you. However, I can tell you that it's useless to the two of you. On the contrary, it was of great use to me. I'll remember this favor. I'll return it to you the next time we meet." After saying those words, the mysterious young woman and the old granny quickly left. After everyone left, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon gathered together. Black Mountain also floated down. Lin Xian asked, "How was it?" "I can still hold on," He Shan said. It's useless. After a few hits, I feel like my whole body is going to fall apart. No, I have to go and rest." Lin Xian and Dark Red Saint also left. They quietly left the evil demon city, erasing all their auras and changing their appearances. After finding a quiet place, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. After setting up the array formation, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon could not wait to see what was inside the two treasure boxes. After Lin Xian opened them, he was stunned. He found 5 black fruits inside. They were as black as ink. When the dark red divine dragon saw them, his face twitched. "Pfft, I don't want anything. That kid will give it to you." When the dark red divine dragon saw these things, his face turned green. Because these 5 fruits were nirvana fruits. He had eaten so many of them that he almost died. So now, he would not eat them even if he was beaten to death. Lin Xian was delighted. He heard from Black Mountain that nirvana fruits were great things. After eating them, one would be like a phoenix rising from the ashes. It would not cause a drastic change. Of course, he also knew that he could not eat too many of these things. Otherwise, he would die. With my current cultivation and strength, eating 3 should not be a problem. I'll leave the 2 for the North Demon. Lin Xian thought for a moment. He put the 2 away and took out the 3. Next, he was ready to start his nirvana. The dark red dragon god also opened it, and he found that there were also 5 bottles, 5 black bottles. When he opened them, there was a red liquid inside. At the same time, it emitted a terrifying aura. The crimson divine dragon was startled, and Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. What was that? The two of them studied it. Then, they found that it was blood. And it was extremely terrifying blood. This thing was very beneficial for tempering the body. "Kid, we'll each take 2 bottles. Leave 1 bottle for the North Demon." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. Then, he took 2 bottles of super strong blood and went into seclusion. The dark red divine dragon went into seclusion as well. The two of them started cultivating and breaking through. Boom boom boom, after Lin Xian ate the nirvana fruits, his vitality dropped to the lowest point. It was as if he had died. It began. The long process of nirvana. 1 year and 3 months later, Lin Xian's vitality slowly recovered. Then, it exploded like a flood. Not only that, the shackles in his body were also broken. His cultivation broke through again and attracted the heavenly tribulation. This time, he broke through to the late stage of the 3rd heaven. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Next, he started using the 2 bottles of blood. This was a kind of tempering and also a kind of torture. He felt as if his body was about to split open. He did not dare to use the blood too much. He only took a small amount each time and smeared it on his body. Another 3 years passed. Lin Xian's aura erupted again. He had reached the 4th heaven. The heavenly tribulation this time was even more terrifying. However, he easily blocked it. At this moment, Lin Xian was already an early-stage 4th heaven sage. He had improved by a whole realm. As for his physique, it had become even more powerful. In the past, he could block the attack of an early-stage 5th heaven sage. Now, he could block any attack below the minor saint. After a few months, the dark red divine dragon also broke through and came out of seclusion. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 5th heaven. His physique had also become stronger. It was about the same as Lin Xian's. Even a late-stage fifth heaven sage might not be able to break through his physique. Both of them laughed. This was great. They had obtained treasures this time. This was really great. One should know that ordinary sages needed hundreds of years to break through a small realm. It would be a headache for them to be stuck in a big realm for less than 1,000 years. Only people like them who had obtained heaven-defying treasures could break through in just a few years. Of course, such treasures could only be found by chance. One should know that the treasures sealed in the stone box were passed down from ancient times. Some of them were even treasures from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Of course, they were incomparably precious, however, the effect was indeed amazing. Lin Xian felt that his body was full of power. Now that he was facing Lei Chong and the others, he was confident that he could defeat them within 3 moves. Lin Xian and Ruffian Dragon discussed for a while. Then, they prepared to return to the evil demon city. They changed their appearances and came to the evil demon city to inquire about the situation. After all, more than 4 years had passed. They did not know the situation of the Rain Clan. The evil devil city was still as majestic as ever. However, the people inside had already changed batch after batch. Some people left, and some people came in. Lin Xian easily managed to obtain the information. After all, it was no secret at all. Everyone in the world knew about it. As it turned out, the Rain Clan was extremely miserable. At that time, although Xianxia and the others managed to escape back to their clan, they were attacked by the people from the Fiend Planet. No matter how they explain it, the Demon Palace's people didn't listen to him at all. After all, their young master had died. Even if it wasn't done by the Rain Clan, they didn't care anymore. They wanted to kill until the hatred in their hearts disappeared. At that time, the Rain Clan had suffered heavy losses. They suffered heavy losses, but they quickly adjusted themselves and counterattacked with the help of their clan's formations. At the same time, the people from the Spirit Sealing Star also came to help. After all, Di Ling was with him at that time, so he was also determined to be the murderer. The people from the Fiend Star also launched an attack. The Spirit Sealing Star and the Rain Clan joined hands to resist. In these 4 years, many great battles had taken place. Of course, the Rain Clan had always been at a disadvantage, being completely suppressed. Not long ago, the Rain Clan had acted recklessly by launching a sneak attack on the experts of the Devil Palace, causing the Devil Palace to lose 2 minor saints. This completely enraged the Fiend Palace. Currently, the Fiend Palace was mobilizing a large number of experts to proceed toward the Rain Clan again. They were planning to completely eliminate the Rain Clan. This Rain Clan truly did not know the difference between life and death. They actually dared to mount a sneak attack. After hearing that, the Crimson Dragon sneered. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Demon Palace was going to launch an all-out attack this time. Let's go and take a look as well. Who knows, we might be able to personally witness the destruction of the Rain Clan. Okay, let's go. The Dark Red Dragon was also interested. Actually, it wasn't just the 2 of them. Everyone on the Fiend Planet was very excited. Many people were preparing to go. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon were among them. The Bewilderment Fog ship set off towards the Rain Clan. Lin Xian asked for a palace and sat down cross-legged. They entered the Black Earth and came to visit the Northern Demon. At this moment, the North Demon had almost fully recovered. His complexion was much better than before. However, he was still at the first heavenly layer. Right now, they were lagging behind. However, the Northern Demon was not discouraged. Instead, he was indifferent. After all, he was someone who had experienced life and death. Moreover, he had defeated Black Mountain as his master. He knew that Black Mountain was a great sage. With the guidance of such a master, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the North Demon would also ask Black Mountain some difficult questions about their martial path from time to time. Black Mountain was able to give them answers. Moreover, Black Mountain was an expert in formations. He was proficient in many ancient formations. Their attainments and spirit formations were also constantly improving. In short, having a great sage to help them solve their doubts was even better than being a personal disciple of a sage king. From the Fiend Star to the Rain Clan, it would take some time. Lin Xian and the others used this time to consolidate their cultivation. On this day, the speed of the Bewilderment Fog ship suddenly slowed down and even stopped. This caused the people on the ship to be in an uproar. What happened? The dark red Shenong's little face also darkened. Damn, I can't be that unlucky, right? He had been on the Bewilderment Fog ship twice. The first time, he was captured and worked as a laborer for several years. Now, he actually encountered another accident. Lin Xian also stood up. He said, "Don't be afraid. The death fog can no longer threaten me. I can immediately take you away." Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was relieved. As for the others on the Bewilderment Fog ship, they were puzzled. They asked one after another. Soon, they discovered that someone was blocking their way. Damn, who is it? The people on the ship were all stunned. They came from the Fiend Star. Usually, they were the ones who robbed others. Who dared to rob them? One should know that the people on the ship were all ruthless people like demon kings. The captain was a minor saint from the Fiend Star. At this moment, he was also angry. His face was gloomy and cold, and he wanted to attack. However, when he saw who it was, his face changed and he stopped the Bewilderment Fog ship. "I wonder why young Master Fu is blocking our ship?" the captain of the Bewilderment Fog ship asked. There was a small spirit ship in front of them. 2 people stood on it. The 2 of them were dressed in white robes. The one standing in front was handsome like a god who had descended to the mortal world. The person standing next to him had a pale face with a trace of coldness. The 2 of them were from Wushuang City. The one in front was Fu Hongya, and the one behind him was Ghostly. Hearing the other party's question, Ghostly stood up and said loudly, "We're from Wushuang City. We have something to ask you on this trip to the Fiend Star. Open the formation and let us go up." "What? People from Wushuang City?" Hearing this, the expressions of the people on the ship changed. The captain's eyes also flickered. Why did the people of Wushuang City stop them? Wushuang City was a sacred city. They had never provoked them before. These people discussed animatedly. Of course, there were also people who said, "Have you forgotten that the chief disciple of the 3rd generation of Wushuang City, Lin Wudi, died on the Fiend Star 4 years ago? Do you think Wushuang City will let it go?" As soon as these words came out, everyone remembered. Indeed, Lin Wudi was so dazzling that day that he could contend with the veteran geniuses of the other sacred cities. But in the end, he died in the Fiend Star. It was said that not even his bones were left behind. And in his mansion, 10 minor saints had died. It was such a shocking thing that it was still fresh in everyone's mind when they talked about it. It seemed that the people of Wushuang City were here to take revenge. However, the people they sent were too few. How could they take revenge with only 2 people? They didn't even know who killed Lin Wudi. "Young Master Fu, although we're also from the Fiend Star, we don't know what happened at that time. So, please let us leave." The captain was very careful. After all, Fu Hongya was an extremely terrifying expert. Fu Hongya stood there, still not saying anything. Ghostly, who was next to him, said, "Don't be afraid. I'm Ghostly. I won't harm you." "Don't you believe me?" "What? Ghostly?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Ghostly was also a top genius on the Fiend Star. It could be said that he was known by everyone. However, he left later to participate in the assessment of Wushuang City. Now, it seemed that he had indeed become a disciple of Wushuang City. Since Ghostly was here, the captain of the Bewilderment Fog ship heaved a sigh of relief. They opened the formation. Fu Hongya and Ghostly came to the ship. Fu Hongya stood on the Bewilderment Fog ship, looking in all directions. His voice came out. "My junior brother, Lin Xian, went missing on the Fiend Star 4 years ago. Rumor has it that he was killed. Now, I'm here on the order of the sacred city to investigate. If anyone has any clues, you can tell me. Of course, if the news is true, my Wushuang City will not mistreat you. And if anyone dares to participate in the murder of my junior brother, my Wushuang city will definitely not let them go. Speaking until here, his body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The faces of those minor saints changed. Heavens, this Fu Hongye is too strong. Perhaps even the veteran little saints like us are no match for her. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Among the crowd, Lin Xian looked at this scene and felt warm in his heart. It has been 4 years. It seems like the sacred city did not forget about him and sent people to investigate. Although there were only a few people, Lin Xian knew that Fu Hongye alone was comparable to thousands of soldiers and horses. Kid, they are here for you. Divine Dragon and Hong also heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they are not here to rob the ship. After the initial panic, some of the people on the ship began to come forward and provide information. Of course, it was all unimportant information. There were also some who dared to fabricate information in order to get a high reward. Some of the rumors were too ridiculous. Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard it. Please, the person involved is still here. Don't spread rumors. Lin Xian had no choice but to walk out. Otherwise, these people would go crazy. Of course, he also knew the consequences of walking out. It would definitely shock the world. Fu Hongye stood there, listening to the information one after another expressionlessly. The corner of Ghost Li's mouth twitched. Damn, this group of fellow villagers was too unreliable. It sounded so fake even to him. When these people wanted to get their reward, Fu Hongye said that he would give it to them after the information was verified. These people were helpless. They did not dare to snatch it, nor did they dare to refute. They could only wait at the side and see if there were other opportunities. At this moment, another 2 people walked over from the crowd. One of them had an aura that was constantly changing, and his face was also constantly changing. When he walked to the front, he finally revealed his true appearance. Senior brother, I'm here. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned and looked over. At the next moment, some people were confused and some screamed. Damn, why is it him? Some people had seen Lin Xian in the evil demon city with their own eyes. When they saw Lin Xian, they screamed again. Some people who didn't know what was going on sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. What did you say? You said that the kid who died looked exactly like him. F*CK, is this guy here to scam me? Damn it, we only provided some fake information, and he actually dared to turn into a real person to swindle us. Was he not afraid of being slapped to death by the people of the holy city? This is truly a senior expert, a role model for my entire life. Many people on the fiend planet worshipped him in their hearts. Look at him. He was a professional liar. Ghostly was also stunned. What was going on? Didn't they say that the 10 saints had descended? Lin Xian had already died in that battle. How could he still appear now? This was too F*King unreliable. Only Fu Hongye's eyes flickered as his lips curled upward into a smile. Senior brother, this. Ghostly looked at Fu Hongye, not knowing what to say. Fu Hongye glanced at him and said, What? You don't believe him? Then, you can try it yourself. Okay. When Ghostly heard this, he stood up. He looked ahead and said, Kid, you're lying to your ancestors. Get lost. If you dare to give me false information again, I'll kill you. Ghostly's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked. 5th layer of heaven, many people exclaimed. Ghostly was only a 4th layer of heaven back then. Now, he had entered the 5th layer of heaven. It seemed that he had surpassed Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Oh, you broke through? Looks like you've improved a lot in the past few years. But you're still not my opponent now. Kid, you're too arrogant. Let me test your skills. Ghostly's eyes flashed with anger. How dare a 4th layer of heaven look down on him? He roared as his aura erupted. He struck out a ghost seal. It was a black jade seal with 4 ghost heads circling around it. There was even blood dripping from it. It had a monstrous aura. Ghost Sky Seal, Ghostly's unique skill was extremely terrifying. When this skill was used, everyone on the ship screamed. Ghostly had become much stronger than before. Yes, there were very few people who could be his opponent now, right? There weren't many in the 5th layer of heaven. This was enough to fight against Shueyue, Lei Chong, and the others. Was this the change after entering the holy city? It was really too big. Countless people were envious. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. He struck out with his palm and directly held the black jade seal in his hand. Then, he crushed it. The black law that filled the sky flowed in his hand, but it couldn't hurt him at all. With a light wave of his arm, a terrifying force rushed over and forced Ghostly to retreat. Ghostly's blood and chi churned. Then, his hair stood on end. F*CK, who is this person? His strength was actually so strong. He was one realm lower than him, but he could easily force him to retreat. Your strength is not bad, but you're still not my opponent. I think you shouldn't make any more moves. Otherwise, it'll be the same as the second round. I'll easily throw you out. When these words came out, Ghostly's face became incomparably ugly. How did you know? Could it be that it's really you? Very few people knew how miserable he was in the second round. Even if they knew, they wouldn't know the details. However, the other party said it out loud. This meant that the other party was indeed that person. That person was still alive. How could it be? 10 little saints had descended, and he had actually survived. Junior brother, welcome back. Fu Hongya stood up with a smile on her face. As for the others on the ship, they were all stunned. What's going on? Is this person really Lin Wudi? Heavens, didn't he die 4 years ago? Why is he still alive now? Could it be that he didn't die all this time? When they thought of this possibility, their scalps tingled. What did this mean? This meant that 10 minor saints descended that day, but they didn't kill him, and all 10 minor saints were dead. What happened during that time? They didn't dare to imagine. However, no matter what, this news was really too shocking. They knew that it would probably sweep through the second astral realm and cause a huge commotion. It wouldn't be inferior to the war between the Demon Palace and the Rain Clan. The captain almost knelt down. Damn, there was such a hidden genius on their ship, and they didn't even know about it. Junior brother, let's go. Fu Hongya said. Lin Xian nodded and then pointed at the dark red dragon. This is my friend. Fu Hongya glanced at Ruffian Dragon and revealed a look of surprise. What a powerful aura. Is this the power of bloodline? Truth be told, he was extremely astonished. He had never seen anyone with such a powerful bloodline before. Ghostly also felt his hair stand on end. He felt that his bloodline and soul were about to be suppressed. Damn, why does this kid have such a terrifying friend next to him? He looked at Lin Xian with a hint of fear. Since they're friends, let's go together. Then, the 4 of them left the Bewilderment Fog ship. They took a small spirit boat and quickly traveled through the void ocean. After they left, the entire Bewilderment Fog ship was completely stunned. End of chapter 3771. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.